Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
How caught up did you find yourself in the Bears' wild quarterback go round yesterday in their 31-10 loss at the New York Jets? Was the Justin Fields last-minute decision about gamesmanship? What about Trevor Siemian, oblique injury? Do you believe Nathan Peterman was going to start?
Oh, I believed all of it. I was on the roller coaster completely. I was here on the air on the Score with Patrick Manley, and we laughed, we cried, we sang and we danced and we shed tears.
You would have hugged if you were in person,
if
right?
we had been together physically. It was just one of those. It was an insane morning of this kind of crazy roller coaster of information, and I think the gamesmanship was Fields. I think they were, and I think there was value in it. I think they really did want the Jets to have to prepare to kind of mush rush and they just wanted them to spend their time worrying about something that wasn't going to happen or was very unlikely to happen. Normally when a guy is questionable, that means he's playing. But the minute they brought up Nathan Peterman, you kind of knew, well, it's going to be Trevor Siemian's day. And we were kind of talking about Trevor Siemian, and then the oblique injury, that had to be real too. And he said he didn't get an injection, but Patrick was saying on the post game that you can take Toradol in the pill, Dustin. If you don't have to drop your pants, take your shot, and you do get it in your rear end. That is correct. And every once in a while, you see like a dot of blood on a man's pants, and that usually indicates he took a shot of Toradol. And they give it out like candy in the NFL. I think they're trying to be more careful with it, but I would imagine that he probably took an oral medication of some kind, and then that kicked in and he was able to play. So bully for Trevor Siemian for being able to get out there and play. But yeah, I did at one point believe that it was going to be Nathan Peterman, and it was comical to think of a guy who hadn't played. And when did he last play? I think like 5 or 6 years
His
ago.
last start was 2018 against the Bears. He did help the Bears win that day too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I found it very hard to figure out what was fact and what was fiction. I thought just the idea that Biggs, I think I saw a picture from Brad on Twitter that Justin Fields was actually out there throwing the ball, and not only throwing, like was taking snaps and like running like how he would run in a game. And I don't know that was gamesmanship. I think the brain trust, Eberflus and Poles, wanted him to understand that he really wasn't ready. He really wanted to go, and I think they let him take advantage of that time out on the field. Okay, go ahead, Justin. Go out there. I think if it would have been gamesmanship, I think you would have actually seen him in a shoulder pad and helmet setup. Then I think it would have been like gamesmanship. This was just done in like the warm-up suit. But then the idea that Peterman, all of a sudden, like Peterman,
oh
like,
my God,
and if you're watching the betting markets, like I wanted to invest in the game a little bit. So the total was like at 38.5. Then all of a sudden it went to 40. Then it went down to 36. The line went from 4.5 to 7.5.
Yeah.
It was all over. It was crazy trying to keep track of all the information.
Biggs and I were also on the radio at the time, BBM's pregame show. When this broke, Jeff Joniak breaks in with breaking news, and we did have a chuckle because that was our reaction as well. It's like, oh my gosh. And first of all, you feel terrible for Trevor Siemian at the time because it's like he's waited for this opportunity, then he gets injured at pregame. And you're thinking like, oh my gosh, pregame warm-ups, you get hurt? We know the guy practices tough, but a pregame too? And then you feel bad about the situation. There's back and forth. And there was a time when we both thought, everyone thought, heck, Joe Davis didn't know in the Fox booth until kickoff.
Well, the other thing, they said that maybe the Bears deferred because they still weren't. The Bears won the kick.
That's why
they still deferred.
It was uncertain up until Trevor Siemian went into the huddle after the 5-minute drive. You thought maybe they bought him some time. So yeah, Peterman was funny because of that possibility. Want to say this about Justin Fields. He took ownership of his situation last Wednesday. We haven't been here since in talking about the specifics of his injury. When he said that, when he was that specific, I thought it was good that a player could do that because he maintains power over what he says about his injury. But I also thought there's no way he's playing.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be that specific. And I think everything that happened after that point, Dustin, I would disagree with you here. This was all a big game.
No question.
This was all orchestrated. They knew
he
at
wasn't
that
going to
point
play at that
he
point.
wasn't going to go.
And they said, Dustin, that he wasn't strong enough. They and maybe he didn't realize that, but
that's what I said. They wanted him to
think about it. Think about it.
We all said that he wasn't going to play.
I know, but
Right.
I'm saying think about it. He has to lower his shoulder to run into the end zone on that play. If you got a separated shoulder, you're not doing that.
Getting back to the original question.
What was the worst part of the Bears' 21-point defeat to the Jets, and did anybody in a Bears uniform have a good game?
Well, the worst part was, generally speaking, the injuries and the toll that it took when you lose both offensive tackles on the right side, Larry Borum and Riley Reif. You lose Dane Cruikshank, one of your depth pieces at safety. He leaves with a hammy, and you need extra safeties. And you need extra safety because the worst part of yesterday, Eddie Jackson going down and Darnell Mooney going down. The report last night from NFL media is that Darnell Mooney will have surgery, apparently, with torn ligaments, season ending. Eddie Jackson's news might be just as bad. Was in a walking boot, according to reporters outside the Bears locker room. In good spirits, but certainly we know what's ahead. You saw him on the field as Garrett Wilson ran by him. Those were the images that were indelible, and that's going to be the hardest thing to overcome. When you start to lose the battle of attrition, it's harder than just losing games when you start losing players, and especially when you start losing leaders. So regardless of the score, and yesterday was the first time the Bears were really not competitive, and that was the thing.
Right.
It wasn't a one-possession game, so that was bad, but what was worse was the injury situation, Eddie Jackson and Darnell Mooney especially.
The injuries, no doubt, were the worst part of that game. I didn't have a lot of faith in the team, especially with the quarterback situation right before kickoff. It could have been even worse. I mean, it could have easily been 41-10, let alone 31-10. The fact that the Bears had a lead in the game at least kept you entertained for a little bit. I thought the two running backs had, going back to what you guys talked about in the first segment of the show today, the two running backs, I mean, David Montgomery was running hard late when he didn't have to be. And he really is a guy that if you do apply all the hits principle things, it's a guy that the Bears should want to keep around. Jack Sanborn, for the most part, looked good, but he looked really bad on the I think it was the last touchdown for the Jets, where he just, he might have run through everybody. I don't know that the great Roquan Smith makes that tackle, but we won't know.
Yeah, I would honestly say that the worst part of the loss to the Jets, obviously the injuries, but I felt the effort was impacted. I felt like they knew they weren't good enough for the first time. They knew there was no way back, and you could read that in that team. Maybe I'm looking for things that aren't there, but they were overmatched and overmanned, and they knew it. And I think that's a dangerous position to be in. Look, the fact that all their players were going out with such frequency is usually an indication that you're going to start feeling like, oh no, oh wait a minute, who's next? Maybe it's me.
It's demoralizing.
It was totally demoralizing, and I think the fact that you could see that from that team, that's the first time I think all year that I've seen them look that way, and that's how you're going to look after a game like that when you get your rear end beat and you got guys limping off the field back and forth. And there were guys that were going directly off out of the stadium. I mean, directly away with injury. That is really difficult stuff, and it's a pity. But that to me was the worst part.
Yeah, I mean, I think you answered your own question.
How do you think the Bears will approach this week concerning Justin Fields' injury and his availability? Do you expect it to unfold any differently this week with the Packers coming to town?
Yeah, I think it's going to unfold exactly the same way. I think that he's going to say that he's feeling better and he's going to be limited in practice, and they're going to say he's questionable, and then he's not going to play. I think take this week and everything that happened and apply it to next week. I think he's going to miss 2 games. I felt that way all along because you got 2 games you miss, and then you got the bye week, and then effectively you're coming back with being able to play maybe after the bye week. But I'd be surprised if he plays against Green Bay. I'm sure he's going to want to. I'm sure they need him to. But I'm also convinced that this is going to be pretty much following the same game plan.
I agree. I think the Bears will handle it the same way. I wonder if the Bears will get with Justin, assuming they let Justin even talk this week. Maybe they won't let him talk. Maybe they keep him out and they have Peterman talk. Who knows? I mean, How do you think Trevor Siemian came out of that game?
Hey, he could be in trouble too.
I mean, he took a lot of hits yesterday. I mean, that talk about he dove a couple times on that
for the chain.
Right. I mean, but if that turf is as bad as we all think it is, I'm saying if he had an oblique, now he's really got an oblique. Okay, so the guy's gonna be living on Toradol.
I imagine
for the next
Wednesday,
6 days.
Trevor Siemian will be announced as the podium speaker. Come down with a case of laryngitis. Nathan Peterman will want to go on, and then at the last minute, Siemian will have a cup of tea and go take.
And then they'll have
night.
David Montgomery come up there as the emergency quarterback, and they're running Wildcat all day long.
Right.
The fan in me wants to see Justin Fields against the Packers and then go ahead and shut him down the rest of the year. But the smart play is he doesn't play against the Packers. As you pointed out, Mully, you get the bye weeks. That's 3 games off. And then you decide if it's the right thing to do or not.
My inclination is the opposite of what you just said. And I'm not saying that to be funny or anything. I'm not saying that because of that. I think that if you're going to play this conservatively, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if the Bears decide after waking up this morning and looking at Justin Fields, asking how he's feeling, you're not going to play Sunday, in part because you have an bye week after that, and you want to compartmentalize the final 4 games of the season to build something for next year and to get back to the stature or get back to the level that he was playing at before the injury. That's important for this football team. That's important for this football organization. You need to know what you have, and I do think that it's going to be very tempting this week to want to thrust Justin Fields back behind center and let him do his thing. And it is the Packers and it is the Bears Super Bowl this year when you're this bad. But I just don't know if you can let that. This is not the week to be guided by emotion. This is the week to use your head, not your heart. And if you're Ryan Poles, you may already understand that, but I think it's going to be difficult for a lot of people to accept that because it is the Packers. But I do think that's the approach they're going to take.
I mean, that's kind of a loaded question.
That's the voice of Aaron Rodgers. And with Aaron Rodgers reportedly playing Sunday night and for the last few weeks with a broken thumb, do you hope Rodgers plays against the Bears or hope he gets shut down for the year? Would that decision affect what the Bears do with Justin Fields?
Well, Rodgers also now has the rib situation. He said it was difficult to breathe and he was worried about a punctured lung. And then all of a sudden he pivoted from that in the post-game press conference to talking about playing on Sunday. So, wow. This sounded like a guy who doesn't want to give in or give up. Sounded like a guy that wants to play against that Bears defense. Sounded like a guy who may not want somebody else like Jordan Love to look good in his absence. And Jordan Love did look good in Aaron Rodgers' absence last night at times. So if you're the Packers, I think that you're going to be at the mercy of Aaron Rodgers' health and that you're not going to be in the same situation the Bears are in with Justin Fields. So I think if Rodgers can go or even try to go, whether it's a broken thumb or damaged ribs or, compromised breathing pattern, he's going to find a way to get on the field, even though he may see it may not be all that wise for him to do so. And as for the Bears, how that affects the Bears, it should not. The Bears should not treat this any differently with Justin Fields if the opponent were the Packers, the Jets, or Rutgers. Whatever the case, you make the decision based on the health of the player, not the opponent.
Well, I would think the owner of the team would want to go out there and show, the workers who's boss, and that's Aaron Rodgers. Again, I'm going to answer this one partly as the fan in me. I would love Aaron Rodgers to show up on Sunday, and then I'd love my guy Jack Sanborn to bury him into the Soldier Field turf and end his season officially. Because if they lose to the Bears, I think then they would be mathematically eliminated. How do you think that's going over in the locker room? Now, again, don't get me wrong. I get that he's playing with a broken thumb, and he could have easily shut it down and sat down. Now he's got an oblique. But to say, I'll keep playing as long as we're mathematically alive. Well, there's 53 guys, right? I mean, if all 53 guys stop playing because they're no longer mathematically alive, it just sounds like a guy who's almost ready to really check out of Green Bay. It sounds like a guy that might be in New Jersey and follow kind of the path that Brett Favre took, right? I feel like this is the end. This might be the last game of Aaron Rodgers in Chicago against the Bears as a Packers quarterback.
Yeah, that sounds great. And that's why I want him to play. I hope he plays. I hope we get to see him against the Bears. I do not want Jordan Love starting that game and beating the Bears.
I don't
starting
either.
some
I agree
horrible
with that.
thing. I think the Bears are beatable. I think the Bears are going to have a hard time putting up much of a fight against the Green Bay Packers. I think it's just going to be very difficult to do. They've lost, 5 in a row, and they look every bit of a team that's lost about 10 in a row. And the idea of Jordan Love beginning his account against the Bears with a victory at Soldier Field is not something I would look forward to. So if Aaron Rodgers wants to play through his injuries, he is entitled to do that. He has enough stature and gravitas as the MVP starter of the Green Bay Packers that if he deems that he can play and is going to play and wants to play, they ought to let him play as long as he wants. And the idea that the Packers, well, they need to see what they have in Jordan Love. They need to do what they can do to keep Rodgers happy. That's it. And that's the sad reality, both to show him the respect that he deserves, but also to try to keep him happy and maybe coax another year out.
Guaranteed another more than $50 million next year.
That's right.
So that's also got to contribute to whatever decision they make and how they look at it.
He's not just the owner of the Bears. He's the owner of the Packers.
I'm not talking necessarily about a pick six or something like that.
What did you make of the U.S. national team's dominating blowout 0-all draw with England in the World Cup?
Yeah!
Is it all for naught if they don't make it out of the group stage with a victory over Iran on Tuesday?
Man, did I love that game. I mean, I got to tell you, if you watched that game and you were just kind of hoping and praying that they somehow could compete against England, the very fact that the U.S. has never lost to England in a World Cup, it just warms the chuckles of my heart. And I mean, the fact of the matter is you got a lot of American players that play in England. And the Premier League is the best league in the world right now with the most players supplying World Cup teams. So that is by a long shot, by the way. So that is a really good thing to have all these young Americans over there playing and developing and getting better. And, their midfield, they call them the MMA, which I love, which is the initials of the players involved. Their midfield dominated that game. They played really well. The problem the Americans have and the problem they will have against Iran is they do not have a number 9, a scoring forward, a guy that wears that jersey at the top of the food chain there and can score goals for them. So the goals have to come from different places. They could easily lose to Iran. They could easily draw with Iran and be eliminated. I would love to see them win. Iran is the best team in the Asian group. They had a terrible game against England, lost 6-2, and then came back and won their second game. So the U.S. now it's win and you're in, and if you draw, you're out. So they got to figure out a way to score some goals.
I really hope they beat Iran.
I agree.
That's what I hope. I found that game. I wish I could have watched it with somebody that knew what I was looking at, because as I read the question, the dominating blowout 0-all draw, it was like, gosh, this sport is tough. It's tough to watch. I don't get it. I mean, they've scored one goal in 180 minutes.
Yeah.
It's just, yeesh.
Yeah, it was. The headline, as we said after the Wales game, was U.S. lose 1-1.
Yeah.
And the headline after the England match was, I think, U.S. win 0-0.
Yeah, that's right.
Or they dominate 0-0. And I think that was the takeaway from that. So it does feel like, though, if they don't carry through and beat Iran tomorrow, then it will feel like it was a bit for naught. And I think that puts the pressure on them. A lot of controversy going on. It is the World Cup. You would expect these headlines, but now with Iran complaining the U.S. Soccer Federation changed the flag, and they want them ousted from the World
Right.
Cup immediately. That's ridiculous, but that's the kind of demand that you're going to hear from a team like that in a country like that.
But
And
they
also,
did do that. They
did
changed
do
the
that.
flag
They
to
changed the
reflect
flag.
the one being used by the protesters in
Yes,
Iran.
it was in support of women's rights.
Yes.
And I think that was it was a political statement, and they're reacting to that. And I think that creates a little more
I
controversy
agree.
surrounding this game, and that's what you get in the World Cup. You get controversy. You get these headlines that have very little to do sometimes with soccer on the
Yes.
field, but keep people's attention. And you want to watch tomorrow because
International politics.
that's intense.
Yes.
That's compelling drama. Now, that's good stuff. And Dustin, I'm surprised you didn't mention this big headline of the weekend, too. Messi's going to Miami in the MLS?
Boy.
It's coming to America.
But then I read
Yeah.
that he wasn't. So
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
He-
I'm a little
I
excited
continue
there.
to read.
He's also got a deal with Saudi Arabia, and I mean,
Oh, he's
don't
also
know.
getting threatened by Alvarez. To see that?
yeah.
Excellent question.
Ooh, there's Rick Hahn. Do you like the addition of Mike Clevenger to the White Sox pitching staff? Are you surprised they moved so quickly?
I don't hate it. I don't love it. I think it's something they had to do. When I look at it and you read the reports and he's replacing Johnny Cueto, my first question, knowing my background with Johnny Cueto, is why isn't Johnny Cueto replacing Johnny Cueto? Where's Cueto? I think I want to know where Cueto is this offseason. Mike Clevenger is somebody who was very good in the division, career-wise. Very good against the White Sox. Very good against the Twins, the Royals, the Tigers. This is good if he can continue that, if he can stay healthy. There are questions about how good of a teammate he is. He's always going to have that kind of clouding over his career. But if he can stay in line, if Ethan Katz can work with him and he can go out there every fifth day as your fourth or fifth starter, yes, this is a wise investment because it's a one-year prove-it deal.
1 year prove it deal. They needed a starter. I think he could use a haircut. He's not a good teammate. He laughed and did a bunch of jerky things that had to do with the COVID situation. But if you look at the back of his baseball card, if that's still a thing, to David's point, he does do well against the teams in the division that the White Sox play in.
Yeah, I mean, he's turning, I think, 32. They're signing him to be a fourth or fifth starter. I like that they have added someone. I like that they acknowledge they need more pitching, and if they view him as the back of the rotation, a type of guy, and they plan on hanging on to the guys that they had at the front of the rotation, I think that could work. I don't want another guy here to rehab. Okay, I don't want another guy you bring in, Mr. Kelly, to rehab and not help you. So, but clearly he has to pass a physical, and maybe he's beyond Tommy John surgery enough to really, he's got to build up, and it's a try hard. Usually guys like this are signed a little bit later, and maybe for a little bit less.
Not the first wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's curious.
Your point's
to me.
well taken. I do wonder if 22 starts last year gave him the confidence that he's okay.
Yeah.
I think last year was maybe the trial phase, and you recover. That first year is a big one.
Right.
And you wonder if the Sox saw something they feel like they can either fix or work with. He does have a pretty live arm when healthy.
Right.
And those are the kind of things that you remember because he pitched so well against the Sox. And he was pretty good. They can't be done, though, not with their pitching staff, right?
Boy, I hope not, but I have no idea. I mean, like I said, if he's like a sixth guy in your rotation, then that's okay.
All right-handed, though. All right-handers.
I know, but I mean, I know.
Make a deal, Rick. He said he's going to trade.
Yeah, I know.
Said he wanted to go the trade route, not going to throw money at it. $8 million is not insignificant.
Get a
but
second baseman, get a left-handed
yeah,
bat. Get
owners'
another
meetings
outfielder.
next week.
Yeah,
Can't wait.
I can wait.
Okay.
All right, 312-644-6767. We have the extra point next, but we're going to get to all your calls, and we'll be reacting all morning. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Where's Cueto?
The losing streak continues. The Bears fall to the Jets. I'm Lawrence Holmes here from the Bernstein and Holmes Show. 10-2, you can check us out. Keep it here as our Bears expert analyze every aspect of the loss, and they take you inside the locker room. And, of course, now you got to deal with Aaron Rodgers, the I own you guy. Yeah, we're going to be talking about that and breaking down the matchup against the Packers. We're talking Bears all week long here on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I thought last night Justin Fields became a Bears fan. That's what I thought about last night. I thought
he knows what it feels like now.
Yeah, he became a Bears fan.
Oh God.
Studs, play what Fields said after the game.
Everybody's feeling this way. Everybody's mad. I mean, nobody's happy about his loss. It's just, we always get told that we're almost there. We're almost there. Like, me personally, I'm tired of being almost there. I'm tired of being, just this close. I feel like I've been hearing it for so long now. But, at the end of the day, all you can do is get back to work. That's the only reaction you have. You live and you learn, and just get back next week and, keep going, keep getting better.
Yeah, welcome to our world.
Yeah, me too, Justin.
I felt that on a very personal level.
Welcome.
He's one of us.
This is what it is.
I'm sick of being told that we're close. I'm sick of being told that we're close to having a good quarterback and a good offense and real representative NFL football. I'm interested in who's telling him they're close, because they moved the ball and they got the ball down inside the 5. And there were good moments, right? There were good things.
This is their coaching style. Don't you think it's Getsy and it's Eberflus? And Eberflus was positive after the game. Getsy has been positive on his days. It's like they're telling the guy, just keep doing what you're doing. Keep believing in it. Keep trusting it. It'll get there. It'll get there. It'll get there.
But so the question is, to everyone who's listening, who has watched some version of this same story for some version of your entire lives, do you believe them? Because I can make the argument that if they can have 390 yards of offense,
if they can get inside the 5 3 times,
and they could have won 5 of their 6 games with this level of talent, imagine what happens when you add a top, call it 7 draft pick, and $100 million in cap space, and another year of development from Justin Fields. I can make that argument to you. Did you see Justin Fields' toughness? Did you see his running ability? Did you see his deep ball accuracy on the ball to Pettis? You can make an argument that once this team actually has talent, that they have a foundation that looks competent. But Fields misses too many layups. He might get killed before we get there. And they obviously have too many holes to fill all at one time.
year, but especially this year. You know I'm a big Harbaugh guy. I had that meatball moment. I was like, boy, the Bears could have hired him. That was a great college football game. And Saturday was a tremendous college football day. Notre Dame, USC. Caleb Williams, real deal. That guy is special. I know that's not exactly breaking news, but wow, is that a good quarterback for USC. But I have to say this, from a personal standpoint, the most memorable thing over the weekend I went to the Hawks game on Friday. It was a matinee. Canadians took my son. We sat behind the Hawks bench, and it was very interesting to see how frustrated Patrick Kane looks. Hawks are in a 7-game losing streak, but that game on Friday, overtime shootout, Kirby Doc wins the game in his return to Chicago. He was getting booed, and I might have been standing up and not exactly, I was part of the problem, not the solution there. Kirby Doc scores on the shootout, and then he cups his hand to his ear and says, oh, that was memorable because that was a moment for the kid, and congratulations to him. A lot of great stuff from World Cup to college football to the NFL, but I think from a personal standpoint, as a fan, it was fun to be a fan.
Join Gabe Ramirez, Anthony Herron for the Miller Lite Top Draft tomorrow. Dunning Poorhouse, located at 7718 West Addison Street here in Chicago, 6 to 9. And while you're listening and enjoying that broadcast, register to win future Bears tickets and other prizes brought to you by Miller Lite. It's Miller time. A lot of great sports, a lot of great stuff to fill up your day. I found the Bills-Lions game really entertaining to get things going, if that's the official start. Also, how about the Bulls hitting 18 three-pointers and an upset win over the Bucks? I mean, that was I guess it all depends on what exactly is when did your weekend start? Like for us, we were off at 10 a.m., 10:05 on Wednesday.
Right.
So that, to me, that kind of started my weekend. From a fan, if I'm going to go a fan route, two-part, I enjoyed seeing Brian Kelly and the number 5 LSU Tigers win. Brian Kelly, typical big game to have them in the argument to be in the college football playoff. They lay an egg to Texas A&M, who has just been god-awful all year long. And then watching IC Catholic Prep out of Elmhurst win the 3A title, that was pretty cool. And I did it while I was bowling with my kids. So I was doing a sporting event while I was watching that game. Does that count? Not really.
It counts.
No.
That counts. That counts. I had World Cup fever. I watched pretty much every game of the World Cup. I would sit there and I was recording games, so I was trying to watch them in order, and I just kind of went crazy with it. And what was really special is the World Cup in Japan and Korea. My daughter was born. My eldest born child was born during that, and when she was a little baby, I would take daddy duty at night while I was watching the game, and I would watch these games and I'd be yelling at the TV, waking up the baby. So she's home from school and she was on the couch with me yelling at the TV, and at one point I had gone upstairs and I heard her yell "What the hell is that?" And I thought to myself, we've come full circle as a family. She's learned at the feet of the master how to scream at the TV, and she joined right in.
Very nice. That's cool.
And it really warmed the cockles of my heart.
During the post-game show yesterday with you and Patrick Manley, I heard a caller call in and ask you about Germany and Spain, and you said, don't say anything, I'm running the team. So what happened in Germany-Spain? That's a big matchup. I kind of stopped. I want to see who advances to the knockout stage, and I'm focused on the U.S.
Right. Good for you.
What happened on that one?
That ended up, Germany lost to Japan, and then Japan lost to Costa Rica, and Spain beat Costa Rica 7-0. And so that game was a potential elimination game, although Germany could have gotten through if they had just lost that game and won the last game. Anyway, it ended up as a 1-1 draw, and the Germans scored a cracker of a goal late to tie it in the 85th minute or something. It was a really good game. Spain, I thought, was the best team I had seen out of the first game, and so I was very curious to see how they do against Germany, especially with the Germans back against the wall. It was a really good game if you like a kind of a draw and a tough game in a group stage. So I think both those teams still come out of that group.
And then Patrick Manley saying that it was such a bad Bears game that you guys had talked. World Cup and the White Sox.
We announced
signing.
Mike Clevenger signing during that show. That's how bad the Bears were.
Brandon, is there any state championship football you'd like to mention since Dustin did?
I was upset with all you guys' answers because nobody did mention Mount Carmel.
Yeah.
I was waiting on somebody to mention Mount Carmel state champs. Let's go Mount Carmel. How about
I
that?
hear you. That's great. And
So
Jordan
Mount
Lynch?
Carmel played Batavia.
Yeah.
Mount Carmel can get guys from any zip code
Stop
they
it.
want. Batavia from Batavia.
Okay.
What's your point?
So can I see?
Sound like some hate to me.
Yeah,
It does sound
It was
a
just
little
not. It was just
negative.
not a very
This is a
entertaining game. I
positive
watched.
segment
I watched
here,
that
Dustin.
game. I watched that game as well.
Why do you hate the Catholic League? What's wrong with you?
No, I don't.
Congratulations, though, Jordan Lynch, second state champion, right? State championship
That is
since
correct,
taking
yes,
over as the
yes.
head coach.
And now they're doing it throwing the ball. They're not running the ball anymore. Their quarterback had more
guy.
touchdowns in a season than all the great quarterbacks they had in their entire high school careers.
Local football legend.
I am very interested in the fact that you mentioned the Notre Dame USC game, even though that was a blowout game. I didn't hear Dustin talk about that
Was
at
it a
all.
blowout? I don't know that
He
it
was
was
too
a
busy
blowout.
going deep in World Cup soccer.
I don't know that it was a blowout.
It seemed like a blowout.
USC, that game wasn't really close.
It was competitive.
Nah.
No, it
Hey,
was.
I mean, listen, again, Notre Dame's on like a third string quarterback. So, I mean, okay.
Really?
I thought they competed with him.
That's the excuse?
Sure.
What about Michigan and that quarterback and how he played?
Yeah, he looked really good in gold and white.
JJ McCarthy, that was a moment for him.
That was his. I mean,
was
he stamped himself into Michigan lore with that.
Yes.
I mean,
Let me tell you
he
something.
was great.
Michigan played so poorly against Illinois, and I think both Ohio State played poorly the week before. I think they were looking ahead to that game. But Michigan being able to beat Ohio State 2 years running and winning in Columbus this time around and winning the way they did is so huge for Jim Harbaugh. And,
Loved it.
And I got to tell you,
Loved it.
I was looking at some of the message boards. They're calling for Ryan Day's.
How about that?
Is that unbelievable?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Overrated.
Man. College football is awesome.
Bears dodged a bullet there.
All right. We're going to open up the phone lines 312-644-6767. The Bears dodged a bullet. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
This is Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on The Score. An entire day of Bears Jets analysis from our team of Bears experts, including Brad Biggs, Tom Thayer, Dan Wiederer, Trent Dilford, and Jalen Johnson. Plus your reaction too. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Biotech.
Okay, Chuck, you look around the East, and the teams that finished ahead of the Bulls last season, I think they improved. I think you look at the Bulls, and they did more in terms of embracing continuity than anything. They added Drummond, they added Dragic. Those are key pieces, of course. But why should we expect the Bulls to be better this year than last season?
Well, I mean, as far as the win-loss record, I don't know how that's going to turn out, David. But I think the front office wants to see where this club is at from a continuity standpoint, and hopefully everyone will be healthy and they can get 70-plus games in with this core unit, and we'll see, and we'll take it from there. That's the only answer I can give you, is that not to worry about other clubs, worry about yourself. And I do like the additions. I think Drummond is such a huge man. He's lost weight. And he was running the floor extremely well in preseason. When he gets the ball down near the semicircle, it's going down the hoop. And as far as Dragic, he's very crafty with the ball. He's really a combo guard, probably closer to a 2 than a 1, but he has a sense of calmness. And, the guy's been around forever. So I think that will help too, this backcourt. And I'll tell you another guy who I think is knocking on the door for the rotation, and that's Jalen Terry, the rookie out of Arizona. He's very long. He's very athletic. He plays with an incredible motor, very similar to Javonte Green, moves well off the ball, runs the floor in the lanes extremely well, good defender, very underrated passer. So I'm anxious to see how they're going to bring him along.
20 second quarter, but then the Jets just did not stop. They poured it on. They scored 24 unanswered and shut the Bears out after that. The Bears offense could not get enough traction with their quarterback today, Trevor Siemian, and they fall to 3-9. They've lost 5 in a row now.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 to the score, 312-644-6767. That is the telephone number, and goodness gracious, it was quite something to see the Bears lose that game in the fashion in which they did. And I don't know, David, if you've spent much time on the newspapers in New York this morning, but they're not talking about the Bears. They're talking about Mike White and the 3 touchdowns and the glorious triumphant quarterback of the Jets and how he's going to lead them to a Super Bowl.
Well, if you were ever going to introduce or reintroduce Mike White to starting life in the NFL, you want to do it against a defense as bad as the Bears is. And it was a great opportunity for him that he took advantage of. And as Robert Saleh said post-game, what Mike White did was he made the easy look easy. He took what the Bears gave him. He didn't try to do too much. He was very simple. They had short passes that were called and designed and schemed up to make guys open, and Mike White hit him in stride. Then they were able to complement that with the running game, and the Bears defense just wasn't able to stop the big play. And systematically they just warmed down. And then after they lost Eddie Jackson, already without Jaquan Brisker and Kyler Gordon, that secondary, there was too much room for Jets receivers, and they controlled things up front. That's a bad combination for a very bad defense.
And we should say thanks to WBBM, our sister station, for the highlight there, the highlight being the end of the game.
Yeah.
It was good to get to the end of that game because the parts from the beginning of it with the 10-7 lead, then the
things went downhill quickly.
Oh, they went
and
to
it was one of those games that I felt like it was the longest day in a long season because it was the first time in my mind that you looked at the game overall and the Bears failed to be competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Every game, like you could even point to one play here or a series there.
Right.
And if things had gone differently and Velus Jones had caught that punt and this blocked punt didn't happen against the Dolphins, all these things, there's always like you can compartmentalize. But yesterday, complete disaster in the second half. After a strong start by Trevor Siemian, just never kept up that momentum.
312-644-6767. That is the telephone number, and we should let you know that the Score listener line is powered by BetQL. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com.
And the BetQL network is available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website, over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices, and BetQLnetwork.com.
And we'll start with Steven. Steven's in Columbus. Hey, Steven.
Morning, Mully. How are you?
Hey, buddy. Good talking to you again.
Yeah, good talking to you yesterday. I just kind of wanted to follow up on two things. One, I kind of find it interesting that Poles decided to shut down at least Fields, at least yesterday, given that he has done absolutely nothing to surround him with the protection and the talent. That's number one. The second part about the question about what we spoke yesterday about Hightower and Williams being on the hot seat.
Right.
I'm not advocating neither man to be fired, but I'm just saying there have been many instances, like, for example, you covered the Bears for a long time. Terry Shea getting canned after, his only year with the Lovey, in Lovey's first year. And then we all remember Matt Nagy fired Harry Hiestand and Mark Helfrich. Mm-hmm. That's probably more of a ego, power-driven move. So there have been many instances, coaches getting fired even after a first year. And I don't think that Matt Eberflus is the type of person who actively looks for, somebody to be a scapegoat. But what I just mentioned and the fact that the Bears are so bad, both sides of the ball, I'm saying that it wouldn't surprise me one bit if there are changes that needs to be made because of those reasons. And listen, it's always easy to find blame and, find scapegoats. But I'm just saying, when the news comes, if it happens, I don't think nobody should be surprised.
Thanks, Stephen. Appreciate the phone call. I would be. I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
I'll be in that group. I'll raise my hand.
Yeah, I
Steven,
just
I don't think that Alan Williams and Richard Hightower. Richard Hightower, I think his special teams have struggled at times.
Yeah.
With very high profile mistakes, costly mistakes.
Yeah.
And nobody can sit here and defend the defense, but I do think that extenuating circumstances, when you have a season that is designed to fail and a roster as thin as this one, you've got to take that into consideration. If the process is something you can live with and frankly get behind and believe in, the outcome is going to be irrelevant, largely irrelevant when deciding whether or not to keep these coaches in their positions.
Let's try Ron. Ron's on the south side. Hey, Ron.
Good morning, guys. Look here. Rick Hahn said he wasn't going to throw money at their knees, and I called you guys and said he wasn't going to be able to meet all their needs with trade. But this was definitely wasn't I was speaking of about free agency last week. I was looking at some rankings of the top 50 free agents. They had this guy ranked like number 47. You mentioned it. You bring in a right-hander pitcher, with some injury problems, maybe in rehab. So just so this is my thing. And what now? What's next, guys? This doesn't move the needle much at all. So thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ron. That's a great call, and I agree with them. I think it is what's next. What do you do now? We got to see what you get out of this and how you do it.
Yeah, you definitely aren't done with Mike Clevenger. I don't even think you're done with your pitching staff or rotation. You are very right-handed heavy, and I know you were last year, but how did that go? And I think you have to look at, are you just going to take the similar approach, and is there any deal to be made for a left-handed starter? Everybody wants one of those, but I think that if you're the White Sox, you really want one of those. And maybe you have to be aggressive in trying to get one. I don't know what they're going to do moving forward, but Clevenger, they didn't overpay for him.
Right.
He's good in the division. I think that right now is the biggest selling point. He's got to overcome some things about his reputation.
And you no longer play teams in the division, right? You play a balanced schedule now.
You do. And
Just
I think,
saying.
Yeah, so that doesn't mean as much to you.
I mean, it's just, I'm happy they got someone. I'm glad they made a move. I don't know about, I don't know. I don't know where I'm at with the White Sox. I got to see what their team looks like by the end of it. But I'm glad they did something. Right?
Well, definitely, because you need 5 starters that you feel good about. And if they weren't going to bring Johnny Cueto back, is that because he was more expensive than Mike Clevenger? And wouldn't he be worth it if he were? If that were the case? I thought that.
I love Johnny Cueto.
I want an explanation there. I think that's what I am okay. Like I said, I don't hate Clevenger's that deal. I don't love it. They get somewhere in between. But I do want to know what this means and why they were so quick to pivot away from Cueto. If there's a reason, I haven't seen it.
All right, we're going to bring in our guy, Tom Thayer. Tom Thayer will join us next. We'll have him and Big Z today. Other than that, we got you. We're going to take your calls. We're going to talk some Bears. We'll do it next with Tom. 312-644-6767 is the number. We're going to get to all your calls. First, we have the great man himself. It's Mully and Haugh on the score.
Bears lose. They fall to the Jets for their 5th straight loss. Keep it here for full reaction to the loss from all of our shows and team of Bears experts, along with your reaction too. Plus, we'll look to their next matchup when they take on the Packers back at Soldier Field. We're talking Bears here on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
What a great deal.
Lucas Patrick should be playing center for a very important reason. He has been in the system that Luke Getsy runs, and who has the most power on protection outside of the quarterback? The center. That should be a relationship that you're fostering, but you're not. You're playing Sam Mustipher here, who probably isn't going to be on your team whenever your team is great. You're putting that young man in danger, and you're putting you might have to chase bad decisions with money or draft picks because you were unwilling to treat him like he's your guy. If the Bears were to draft next year Bryce Young out of Alabama, there's no way in hell
Ryan Poles will put him behind this type of line. And that doesn't mean that you have to sell out for a season where you don't think that you have a chance to win the Super Bowl. But it does mean that you can take an approach that will give you a better job of figuring out the diagnostic. And that's what I'm starting to get angrier and angrier about. I know that Fields is flawed, but trying to figure out if he's flawed because he's flawed versus he's flawed because he's got no damn help is really difficult. And I just don't trust them. I don't trust them, and I don't like how some of this stuff is gone. And we do know that Ryan Poles is very much, I want my guys in here. That whether we're talking about Soup Campbell or someone else, that we do know that he has gone to lengths to try to make it so that he's the one that's handpicking everything that goes on inside the organization. And that's his job. All I'm saying is that if it blinds you to what you have in front of you, if you're not putting in the necessary resources to make a good evaluation, you're not doing good business.
Or as it's put by our friend Stonecutter, the way the Bears are treating Fields feels like Ryan Pace bought the Bears a lotto ticket and Ryan Poles is refusing to even check the numbers.
It's a good way to put it. I started thinking about it. Like, I had some conversation, like, there were people who were listening to the Robert Mays interview in real time, got people that I trust in the game that were hitting me up. So I started really thinking about that conversation. And if we give them the out of, well, there weren't any quality offensive linemen for them to draft, or, well, you could have drafted George Pickens, but that's a whole nother conversation, that gives them an out that they don't deserve. They should have gone into this season looking at how can we maximize our evaluation of Justin Fields. And they haven't done it, and they won't do it. When Jason Leisure is out here telling you, didn't you sign this guy to play center? Shouldn't you play him at center? And they're like, maybe. That to me is malpractice. Even with the group of people that you have, you're not putting the best group of people in the best position to succeed. That's bad coaching and bad management.
Tom Thayer, Chicago Bears radio analyst.
There was one time we were playing Tampa, short yards goal line. I was in the end zone waiting for Harbaugh to throw me the ball. Instead of throwing the ball, he ran it in. And I go, Jim, you could have padded your stats by throwing me a 1 yard pass. He goes, I know, but I thought you'd drop it.
Did you think you had good hands?
I know I did.
41-12.
Look at these things.
1985 Super Bowl champion.
Walter Payton, Mike Ditka, hungry Chicago, finally champions on this January day in New Orleans.
Tom Thayer with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Bears.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. He is a great man, Tom Thayer, and we are always embarrassed that he has to talk to us, but that's just our self-loathing kicking in. Tom joins us on the Signature Bank Score hotline. Signature Bank, making commercial banking personal. Tom, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing? Happy post-Thanksgiving.
You too,
after
Tom.
not talking to you.
Yeah, did not enjoy that game at all, frankly, and I think it was because the kind of things you had to look forward to were not available to you. In other words, Justin Fields, and that was just a bizarre kind of pregame thing where you're like, well, they did what? And he started. It was just weird, and then God bless Trevor Siemian. It was good that he played, but that's tough.
Yeah, when I kind of figured all week that Trevor Siemian was going to play, and I don't think there's much difference between he and Nathan Peterman anyways. So if it's for Luke Getsy, you're going to be able to kind of put together, the first 15 or a game plan according to two guys that have similar traits. Before the game, I was kind of excited to see the offense through the eyes of Luke Getsy with a passing quarterback, and to see if all these big receivers that they brought into town would be able to help them have more of an aggressive passing attack and get the ball downfield. When you consider, 3 or 4 of the defensive backs, including their nickel back, are 5'9" or 5'10", and then they got Sauce Gardner, who's 6'3", and then, and I was going, okay, if the offensive line can provide protection against a defense that has a good reputation, maybe the quarterback will get the ball out of his hands and they'll get consistency in a passing game and then be complemented by David Montgomery. And it kind of, really wasn't the case because that first drive that when the Jets got the kickoff, it was just bam, bam, bam right down the field. And, it was like, okay, this is going to be a catch-up and keep-up type of game. And I know there was a lot said and, confusion about Mike White, the quarterback of the Jets. I still thought they should have played Zach Wilson. I didn't agree with them, making a quarterback change just because the guy said some immature comments at the podium. They drafted this guy number 2, spend tons of money in the investigative process to see if he's going to be the guy going forward. So, there, like you said, there are so many things that went into the pre-thinking of this game. You kind of had to just sit back and watch and see how it unfolded. And then the lack of tackling on defense, to me, was one of the most disappointing parts of the whole game.
Tom, the physical toll starts to add up when you lose Eddie Jackson and Darnell Mooney, along with Larry Borum and Riley Reif. I think Dane Cruikshank also had a hamstring problem. So the physical toll is mounting. Mentally, it's got to be just as difficult. 5 straight losses. So if you're the Bears, if you're that coaching staff, how do you approach this week? It is Packer week, but just how difficult is it mentally to stay strong and to endure this kind of adversity?
Well, the guys that are unexpectedly going to get an opportunity to play should be the energy in the building because, once you go through the final cuts at the end of the year, and I know there's been a lot of changeover by Ryan Poles and his staff, but when you get your opportunity to play, man, you got to attack it like an opportunity that could last an NFL lifetime. And so, you got to, if you got a chance to tackle someone, then you got to hit them. If you have a chance to block someone, then you got to block them. And I know they're not the top tier guys that you talk about around the league with other teams, but the guys that are going to get an opportunity to play, whether it's a moment's notice from Sunday going onto the field or a week's notice this week in preparation of guys are going to be out, they should be excited for their opportunity. It's one of the biggest games that they're ever going to be in their career at a home stadium against their arch rival, and there's a lot of unknown about Green Bay's quarterback situation right now. So you're still paid. You're still a professional. So whether you go out there and they lose the game, you're always going to be judged on your effort and your enthusiasm and the way you prepare and make sure that you're mentally on board with all of your assignments. Because, when I saw Larry Borum come in the game after Riley Reif got injured, And then later in the game, he gave up that sack it was a obvious mental error. Look, there's 4 guys in a stance. You're one of 5 offensive linemen. There's a peripheral vision out to your right-hand side. That's your responsibility. And I don't know what you're thinking at this stage of the season, because you have to understand your assignments as well as if anybody, because I know it's the first year in this system for an offensive tackle, but mental errors are really unacceptable to me.
This segment with Tom Thayer is brought to you by Horizon Therapeutics, a global biotech company going to incredible lengths. And Tom, I heard you on the broadcast speculate when Larry Borum went out that maybe Tevin Jenkins would move from right guard to right tackle, but they went with Schofield when they brought him in as their third offensive tackle on the right side. And I get it. You don't want to make 2 moves for one and all that, but what do you do moving forward? I mean, who's available at that right tackle position, and is it possible that Jenkins could move outside?
Well, first of all, thanks for listening. I appreciate it and paying attention. But Mully, I still believe it. I still believe that's the best way to go. Listen, so Michael Schofield and everything he's invested throughout his NFL career, he's not going to be the starting right tackle of the future of the Bears. To me, you've seen a physical presence of Tevin on the inside. He's kind of answered the bell under some difficult scenarios that he's faced in the early part of his career. I would put him out there at right tackle. You're at a home game. There's some injuries on the defense of Green Bay. Hopefully you're still going to run the ball as well as you have been with Dave Montgomery, and Darrington Evans seems like he's going to get some opportunities along with Treston Ebner. He needs to prove to me under game conditions that he can't play the position. That's what they drafted him to bring in here and be, as a starting left tackle in the NFL. Well, I don't know if that's going to happen, but this is a game day opportunity to be the starting right tackle for the Bears, and maybe we'll all be surprised, just like we were watching him play guard and probably the most physical of the offensive linemen. And so I said it during the game, and I stand by it. And to me, I would like to see it happen, Mully. I'm not sure what their decision is going to be made. I hope Jeff asked Coach Eberflus tonight on the Coach's Show to see if they would consider it. And I hope they're at least considering it, because you got to start thinking. They got Jatari Carter, who they drafted, who I was impressed with in training camp, who hasn't had a snap yet, and they got some other guys waiting in the wings for their opportunity.
Alex Leather was yet to be active.
What happens to him? Tom, I mean, he must have lost a lot of strength during his mono situation.
That's no way.
Okay.
Listen, if he hasn't regained his strength, then he's not dedicated to the weight room. The thing about it is, I think they're still confused exactly where Alex Leatherwood fits. He's been tried at tackle. He's been tried at guard. He's been tried at left tackle, right tackle. And so I don't know if he's really convinced the staff and the offensive line coach, Chris Morgan, that, okay, this is where he belongs. This is his future development. This is where he best fits into the NFL. And okay, and if they believe that he's mentally ready, understands every single assignment, every single protection according to every single audible, then play him.
Right.
But you still went and drafted, and I know that he was a first-round draft choice, came out of a huge program like Alabama, but he hasn't really identified himself of where he belongs.
Tom, when it comes to Justin Fields, he had to check 3 boxes before being able to play in Sunday's game: medical clearance, feel like he could go, and then the coaches had to sign off on it. Matt Eberflus said post-game he was 0 for 3, so it was an easy decision in the end result when you look back. But when you do look back, when did you know he wasn't going to play, do you think? And what are your expectations now with the Packers next?
His body mannerism at the end of the game last week, when I saw him going through the field on a cart after he went to the X-ray to get his shoulder looked at, if it's bad enough to get an X-ray and he is a running quarterback, then I was concerned about him playing this week because of the reputation of the Jets defense. And I really didn't think throughout the week that he was going to be he might have been able to play, but I didn't want him to play because, he's just so physically gifted and he wants to challenge with his legs as soon as things break down in front of him, that I don't want to jeopardize his future. And the worst thing that could happen to the Bears right now is him to suffer a significant injury that takes him out of a portion of next year. And I think that would be doing the Bears a huge disservice, and they would be doing Justin a huge disservice. And so you bring in a guy like Trevor Siemian to be a mature backup and to get ready in a week's notice. And so I really never felt during the entire week that Justin was going to play. And that's not information. That's only from my own observations.
Yeah, I mean, when they brought the quarterback up from the practice squad, that seemed to underscore what you believed there. And goodness gracious, I don't know if he'll be back or not, Tom, but the problem, and we talked about it earlier, one of the carrots of not playing him would be the bye week coming up. And I got to tell you, the bye week being as late in the season as it is really harms the Bears. They could have used a week off earlier. Certainly, this is nuts. I mean, this is, they're well into this season to be getting a break at this point. They're one of the few teams that are going this late, and it's a disaster for them.
Yeah, you know what? My question would be with some of the guys that got nicked up. Whether it's Larry Borum or Riley Reif, I don't know the extent of their injuries, or even Chase Claypool when he was limping around when he went for a jump. Okay, are you good enough to play in this game, and then you got a bye week? Or are you so injured that we're not going to play you this week, then you have the bye week, so then you got that big open opportunity to get healthy and hopefully finish strong. And I think that's some of the decisions that the medical staff, they have to make on a lot of guys, not just Justin. And so if you are too dinged up to play this week, then get your fill-in ready. But if you can make it through the game, get ready, play this week, and then you're going to be rewarded with 5 or 6 straight days off where you can get off your feet, get a lot of treatment, and get ready for the stretch.
Tom, you have been around a long time, and at MetLife Stadium, it has what's called slit film turf, and it has been criticized, and the NFLPA president, J.C. Treader, put out a statement calling for the immediate replacement of all slit film turf. Yesterday, we saw what we saw with Eddie Jackson, a non-contact injury. You saw on Twitter that Jaquan Brisker was quick to criticize the turf. The Bears have played on it twice now. Do you associate that surface with Eddie Jackson's injury, or do you think that's a danger to players?
I don't think it's a danger to player. I think the narrative that these guys want to, put on social media is a danger to their team, because if you let that narrative infiltrate the locker room and now you got 5 or 10 guys that are thinking that at the speed in which they're required to play at, what their job obligations are, and now you're thinking about the turf more than your assignment, then I think it becomes dangerous. Listen, that used to be a sales point to coaches around, college football and the NFL. Oh, we need this sports turf. It's going to make us faster. We are going to be much better athletes on this type of surface instead of that slow grass. And, Notre Dame lets it grow too long so they can slow down USC. It's just, when Greg Olson was with the Bears, he complained about the field more than any other player I've ever been around. And they actually canceled one of the family night practices at Soldier Field because they were complaining about the turf. I've never been a big believer in that. And so, no, I don't, to give you a simple answer. And, sometimes as aggressively as you have to start and stop on the field, you may become susceptible to twisting an ankle or something, but I don't agree with that.
Tom, this is a thin roster to begin with, and now that we see these injuries coming, I mean, the secondary was damaged yesterday, and it may be worse now with Eddie Jackson out. And then you look at the offensive line. We talked about how thin they are now at the tackle position on the right side, and they're still kind of developing play. I mean, they're getting to a dangerous spot. how does that come into play when you have this game against Green Bay on Sunday?
Well, Green Bay is vulnerable as they are right now. They still got one of the most dominating defensive tackles in the league, in Clark, and he's the type of guy that if you're inexperienced or if you lose leverage, he's the type of guy that could dominate the interior running game single-handedly. So, you're going to have to stay creative on the offensive side, but then you don't want to ask a guy that's not mentally prepared to digest too much information that he's playing with question marks as he approaches the line of scrimmage. That's where the danger lies. So if you're whatever position coach you are, if you have new guys that are going to start getting significant playing time or be put in place, you better challenge them mentally in the meetings to get an indication of how well they know the system, because it's dangerous for everybody if you go and put 2 out of the 5 offensive linemen up there that really don't know their assignments. And it's dangerous for the defense if you put a couple defensive backs out there that don't understand the system that they're facing, the analytics of the down and distances and where they are in the field. And so, it's going to be a heavy-duty load for the position coaches this week to really get an indication of how well their individual players know the mental side of the game.
Tom, in all your years of playing and then now analyzing football in the NFL, college, high school, whatever the case, ever see a quarterback injure himself in pregame warmups like Trevor Siemian did yesterday? What did you make of all that?
I was kind of confused because, they came up to the press box and they told all the media that Nathan Peterman was going to start, after Trevor Siemian getting ready. And then I was sitting in the booth watching warm-ups and I saw Trevor Siemian throwing the ball and looking comfortable. And I look at Jeff and I go, Jeff, Trevor Siemian's going to play. I know it. You see it. He's ready. And so then they came back and announced, hey, Trevor Siemian might play. And then I felt bad after the game when Trevor Siemian was interviewed by Jeff and I, and he said that he felt embarrassed in front of his teammates if he didn't play. Listen, man, injuries can come up at the most unsuspecting time. But, I've seen guys, I remember in the we were getting ready for the Super Bowl, and in warm-ups we were doing one-on-one against a defensive lineman, and Andy Frederick, one of our backup offensive linemen, hurt his knee. Now we're down one offensive tackle, and so it's Jimbo and Horn for the whole game when a guy gets injured in the warm-up. So, specifically quarterbacks, I haven't seen it, but I have seen it with other positions, unfortunately. Injuries are so unpredictable, you never know when they're going to hit you.
So, we haven't talked to you, Tom. Lucas Patrick obviously had surgery and has been declared out for the remainder of the season. And what a terrible year for him. I mean, he signs a 2-year, $8 million deal, $4 million a year, and he's not, they want him to start. He's got the broken hand, and they're shuffling him in and out. And then finally he plays, and then he suffers a season-ending injury, plays the position they had in mind for him. I just wonder, as you look at the group they have on their offensive line, how big an overhaul is this in store, right? I mean, we're looking at all these positions and we're trying to figure out who do you keep on the front seven, who do you keep as a starter in that group, how many offensive linemen do you need? It just seems like as we get toward this last push, there are all sorts of issues that are going to have to be addressed in the offseason.
Yeah, priority number one for me is going to be defensive line talent.
Yeah.
Because if I put together an offensive line right now and say I brought in no new personnel just for the sake of the conversation, you got to see where Alex Leatherwood is, as you mentioned. You got to see where Tevin Jenkins is and what he's willing to do in the offseason to get, to stay prepared. You still have Cody Whitehair that I think he can be a part of the package. I like the enthusiastic approach that Lucas Patrick brings to the weight room, to the offensive line, on the practice field. And if he can ultimately be the center that you want him to be, then I would consider there. But I like Sam Mustipher also. So, you're really going to have to see how, this whole group of guys work themselves out. And where is Jatari Carter, as I mentioned? Can he be a starting interior offensive lineman for you? And then, how does Ryan Poles feel about the future of Larry Borum? He's had a couple concussions 2 years in a row, missed significant time. And, I know though that's such an unpredictable injury, but I don't know, where do they want to dedicate a position to him because he's in and out of the lineup. So, you have guys there. You're going to bring more guys aboard, definitely. But like I said, priority number one for me is getting talent on the defensive line.
I'm with you.
Yeah, great stuff, Tom. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Tom.
All right, see you guys.
That is the great Tom Thayer. Now it's your turn. 312-644-6767. That's the telephone number. What is your priority? I'd be very curious. I mean, I hate to go draft on you, but just looking at what you see from this team, there are a lot.
There's so many. You could go so many different directions. It's a long list, but we can talk about what's at the top of it. I also want to ask you if you think that one small takeaway from watching Trevor Siemian yesterday is valid or worthwhile.
312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on Score.
This is Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on the Score. An entire day of Bears Jets analysis from our team of Bears experts, including Brad Biggs, Tom Thayer, Dan Wiederer, Trent Dilford, and Jalen Johnson. Plus your reaction too. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
He's comfortable with what he's seeing. You see everything you want to see in a franchise quarterback. The ability to make those big throws down the field, the confidence to rip the football. You guys know there's issues on that team, and you see him make up for some of those issues with his athleticism and the huge plays that he can make with his legs or buying time to get out on the edge. The biggest thing is just, what I say with NFL quarterbacks is that I love all the special stuff that you can bring, but I still believe being a franchise quarterback and being a quarterback that can win in the NFL, you have to make the layups. And what I mean by the layups are, if there's a throw that you're looking at, you got to be able to make that throw consistently. If there's a particular read that to me is a very simple read within the structure of what they're asking you to do, you've got to make the right read most of the time. You've got to be consistent with those things. And that's my biggest thing with Justin at this stage in his career, is he's not consistent with those things, is that I'm not really sure what I'm getting. And there'll be times that he's looking at something and he won't throw it. He hesitates to throw it, and I don't know what that is. Oftentimes what that means is they're not really seeing it. They might be looking in the right area, but they're not really seeing it, because if they saw it, they'd let it go. They throw it because that guy's open. And so that to me is where he's got to continue to get better. And, those things get accentuated when you're on a team that has a lot of issues, right? When, you're not protecting for 5 and 6 seconds, and you got to make those decisions faster, well, then it shows up that, hey, I need to get the ball out right there. When you've got guys that aren't making all the plays for you on the back end or aren't separating, getting great separation, then you got to be on time. Anybody that hears this, and I tell every quarterback that I come across, I am always happy to help anybody in any way that they think I possibly can. And so even if this gets back to Justin or any other young player out there, whatever. I love helping. I love teaching the game. So I'm always available from that standpoint.
as they can every week for 60 minutes, because there is nothing in the DNA that Matt Eberflus has instilled in this group that will allow them to give him nothing but their best on every Sunday on the field.
Mully at Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score, and sadly, if only that were enough, right? If only effort and I honestly I thought they looked beaten in that game more so than I've seen them look this season. It felt as if they weren't
competitive. They did not compete after the first half.
A texter sent in a thing earlier saying they should change their motto from hits to tackle.
Well, that's kind of funny, but I think it just underscores the problems with the front seven, which is why Tom Thayer echoed what we've been talking about. To me, I think, disagree if you will, but I don't think you do. The number one priority going into the offseason, whether it's free agent class or signing or the draft, is your defensive line. You need a special player or somebody that you consider Pro Bowl caliber, potentially or currently. You need that in the middle of this defense. You need an edge rusher, you need a linebacker, but you do want to start somewhere. And to me, I would start with focusing, emphasizing on your defensive line and your interior, because that's where you win close football games. And this conversation about where the Bears are headed and what they have at quarterback is kind of masked some of these other important conversations that have been neglected or ignored. You've got to win with defense. You can score a bunch of points and maybe a championship will come your way when you have that special quarterback, and maybe the Bears have found him, but his growth is going to be stunted if you don't fix your defense, and that to me is priority one.
Well, I mean, here's the problem, David. Your quarterback is out. So you're going to bring in someone and you rely on this idea that we can play complementary football, but you can't. You can't because your defense isn't good enough to play complementary football. You can't because your special teams are also a problem. There's nothing this whole concept that they had about complementary football relies on units to be able to complement each other, and they don't have that right now.
Right. They have a running game that is exceptional, and that's a good step this year. They have a quarterback that is special. That's something that we know that we didn't at the beginning of the season. Maybe we suspected it, but now we kind of know a little bit more. What you don't have is a defense that allows you to use those things that you have, your strengths, if you will, to your advantage. Because if you don't have a defense, it won't matter how well you run the ball, because you won't be able to utilize that, because you're always going to be playing catch up, because you can't stop anybody.
You can't stop.
It starts with stopping somebody.
I agree.
And that's the way you have to go into this offseason. And Ryan Poles, who has apparently earned the benefit of many people's doubt here in town, I think he's got a lot to prove. And I think he's got to prove that he can make decisions that transforms this roster in a meaningful way. But there's a lot of work to do. And he's a lot of players to be either added or replaced or a combination of both, because this roster is not competitive.
312-644-6767. That is the telephone number. John is listening via the Odyssey app. Hey, John.
Hey, how y'all doing? I always enjoy you. I think they're going to lose the last 5 games. There's no doubt about it. And they should treat these 5 games as like spring training games, or what you call a preseason. And that's the way they should run this. And Ryan Poles better hope some of these free agencies be willing to sign with the Bears. Otherwise, his rebuild will be stunted. I'll hang up and hear what you got to say.
Good phone call. This was a preseason game yesterday.
Yeah, it was a preseason.
It felt like that. You had the backup quarterback running things. You had a makeshift defensive line trying to stop things. You had a lot of guys who were playing for roster spots moving forward. The audition phase of the 2023 season has begun. Or continued, however you want to look at it. But it is that. These last 5 games, you got the Packers week, you got the Packers game. This is your Super Bowl. You get a week off, that's training camp. The last 4 games, that's the preseason to next season.
God, I mean,
It's disappointing. It's kind of discouraging. Yesterday to the Bears, it was demoralizing, but it is what it is, as the kids say. Let me ask you this.
It's getting worse, though, David.
It's getting worse because
injuries are
attrition. They're losing the battle of
That's
attrition. Yesterday, there wasn't a lot to take away from it. If your name wasn't Darrington Evans, if your name wasn't Jack Sanborn, I don't know how you felt about your play. But Justin Fields, we're always looking for takeaways.
Yeah.
It only lasted for maybe a quarter, maybe a half. But Trevor Siemian took the approach yesterday that he was going to give his receivers an opportunity to make a play. He was going to throw guys open, if you will. He was going to. He said to Chase Claypool, they recounted that. He said to him, "We're going to go to you." We saw the touchdown. Bad throw to Byron Pringle, but he gave the receiver a chance to make a play. If you're Justin Fields seeing that, sitting back because you can't play, is there any value in watching Trevor Siemian, an experienced NFL quarterback? He's a backup for a reason. He's limited. But he also has that mindset, that mentality. He has had success or experience throwing guys open. In the NFL, you can do that. And Justin Fields, I think we both would agree, has to do that more often to take that next step as a passer.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of things in that game that Justin Fields could have learned from by watching, right? He was on the sideline. He's in his rain gear. He's got a thing in his ear. He's listening in on the conversation. And I wonder if at any point he saw, oh, he just checked down. Look he just checked that pass down. And I know, we get tired of Captain Check Down and you don't want to see that. But I wonder if it ever occurred to him, man, I didn't have to get hit there because I could have checked down that pass. Like, there are different things that you see that when you're behind center, maybe you're looking at it differently and you're looking at the field differently. And maybe there were some moments that he thought, oh, I could do that too.
On both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Look what Mike White did so well.
Yeah.
He talked afterward. Robert Saleh said he made the easy look easy. He took what the Bears gave him. He didn't try to do too much.
Is it wrong that I thought Robert Saleh said the Bears were easy?
Well, that too. That too. I think that we all kind of heard that because we just watched that.
Exactly.
But Mike White, to your example, he did more of what Trevor Siemian wanted to do because his team was ahead, and he took the check down and he took what the Bears defense gave him without forcing the issue. There's a balance you have to strike. What I said in terms of taking a chance with the receiver, giving them a chance to make a play on the ball, and then you know what? If that is covered fully, take the check down and the gimme and your 6 yards and go.
All right, 312-644-6767. We're going to come back. We'll take your calls. We've got people that have some ideas they want to share with us as to what the Bears need for the improvement in the long term. I think there are short-term issues and long-term issues, and I'll be curious to get those thoughts. We'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Bears fans, check out Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson live with Parkins and Spiegel coming up today at 5 p.m.
And this radio show gives me the platform and me the opportunity to talk at my own leisure.
Jalen Johnson coming up today at 5 p.m. on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always.
Robert Quinn just got traded just now within the last 5 minutes. A really good guy who we have enjoyed getting to know. Was open about some struggles a couple years ago, but then last year exploded, obviously, 18 and a half sacks, and an unbelievable season, and had a pretty damn good game on Monday night, and I wonder how much that mattered. But a fourth-round pick is the official compensation now. Robert Quinn for a 4 from the Eagles' perspective. From the Bears' perspective, does this trade make sense for you, Boom?
Well, it does, considering how much money he was making, his age, and they figured that they had an opportunity to get a draft pick, and they know they're not going anywhere. That's also what it signals to the locker room. Or, they want to free up, some space on the field for some younger players that they want to look at. This is an evaluation process that's going on right now in Chicago, unfortunately, for the fans out there and for the reality of the league and what's going on. I think this is a great trade for Robert Quinn. I really do. He's going to a team that definitely has Super Bowl aspirations. I mean, I'm sure there's a little bit of, upset players in the locker room for the Bears because they probably considered him
one of their leaders. He has been a leader, by the way, and he's been a really good player. So this works out great for him. It's great for the Eagles. Now what happens with Roquan Smith, what happens moving forward here, that's going to be the next set of questions because Roquan's been playing well. And both he and Robert Quinn had voiced frustrations with where the Bears were going, and they don't want to be living in a world where you have another coach and another general manager and waste another year of your career. So I think it's good for him, guys. I really do. It just tells me that the Bears are just really trying to load up as many draft picks as they can get, save some money, maybe sign some free agents next year to get around Justin Fields and move on this way. Guys are healthy, now's the time to be trading them as opposed to putting them out on the field and risking injury. So maybe Roquan Smith goes here before the end of the week, or maybe they decide to give him a contract extension of his own. This is a team that, played their ass off on Monday night. Their defense played great, and I'm sure Roquan knows that and felt that coming back from New England, and that's part of the emotional attachment that he had to Robert Quinn.
David, did you see that Fox Sports has reported that Saturday's 45-23 win by Michigan football pulled in an average of 17 million viewers, making it the highest rated regular season college football game in 11 years on any network?
That's incredible. I would not have guessed that.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of compelling college football games on television in the last 11 years.
I know.
But after watching a lot of that game, I can understand why people were glued to their sets because there was so much riding on the outcome, and Michigan rose to the occasion, and JJ better than CJ on this day. But that was It was fun to watch. If you're a college football fan, I loved seeing the way that Michigan played without their running back and kind of did what they needed to do. Was surprised that Ohio State let it get away from them.
Yeah, it got away from them.
And those two big runs in the second half late, those were breakdowns on defense you didn't expect to see.
Let's get back to the phone lines. Paris is listening on the Odyssey app. Hey, Paris.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Good to talk to you. How you doing?
Hey, real quick, my man that be playing the music in the background, shout out to you, my guy. I've been listening to you guys for years, and my man be doing his thing.
Brandon Fryer. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Hey, in the draft, I think we need to go O-line first, man. We got to protect Fields. You know, we always seem to go defense and go that way first. If Fields is our guy, why wouldn't he? I feel like there's three guys out there. That boy from Northwestern is good. The kid from Ohio State, the left tackle, and definitely the center from Michigan. Like, we need to protect Fields. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but
Big Ten country. You're going to rebuild the Bears' offensive line locally. That would be an understandable direction, and certainly the sentiment will be worth debating. Left tackle. Find that special lineman, or maybe even an interior lineman. Peter Skronsky's a Northwestern left tackle, probably a top 10 guy, would you suspect? Boy, we need to talk about that this week. They are really struggling up in Evanston. But I don't know, Mully, if that outweighs the need at defensive tackle, especially if you are a top 5 pick. You have a top 5 pick. My first suggestion would be trade down and get the Dolphins deal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we've talked about that.
Get the Dolphins deal if you can. If you are guaranteed a top 5 pick, if you lose the remainder of your games, which I think the Bears are based on their schedule,
right,
then you're going to be in a very enviable position draft-wise. But I just don't know if Jalen Carter is there, if Will Anderson is there. Your defensive line needs outweigh, to me, your offensive line weakness.
Yeah. The Bears currently have the number 2 overall pick in the draft, but that is because they have not had their bye week and they have an extra loss. So once they get the bye week, other teams could also lose and sort of tie them record-wise. And unfortunately, because the Bears have one of the tougher schedules in the league, they're, whatever it ends up being, 3 and 15, whatever it, or 3 and 14, excuse me, that would be worse than another team's 3 and 14 because the Bears have a harder schedule. So technically, they could lose spots in the draft that way. But as you say, there's a lot that goes into a draft. There is a lot that you got to figure out. There are going to be players that get hurt. There are going to be changes to different guys coming out. We don't know yet what the list of players is, let alone how healthy they are and how they were evaluated once you get into all the draft season. So I would, you could speak kind of generally about different guys if you want, but it's going to be hard to get overly specific. Here's hoping. There was a feeling coming into the draft that there were going to be 5 good quarterbacks coming out. It was going to be a good quarterback draft. I don't know if that feeling remains, and I'm not sure how we would break down those guys. But the fact of the matter is that as long as there are quarterbacks available in the spots where the Bears are picking, the idea of trading down will be tempting for them because their needs are so
teams will overreact to their need at quarterback.
Yes.
They will overspend in terms of draft capital if they have it to use. And if the Bears can get an additional first-round draft pick in the future or a third-round pick as the Dolphins did, then they will definitely be motivated to do that. That's why they're going to have to, this is way premature, but as the season ends and they start to evaluate these quarterbacks, they also can't show their cards too openly, and they're going to have to try to evaluate these quarterbacks as if they might take one as if they could take one, because otherwise, you're revealing and you're showing your hand and you're tipping your hand, and I don't know if they want to do that. So that will be interesting to see how that dialogue goes. But I do agree that with as many teams that will convince themselves that they want to move up to get a franchise quarterback, and so far 2 are available, we would think, in the top 5.
You'd hope. Minimum.
Maybe another one.
Right.
Do we know if Caleb Williams is coming out in 2023? He has another season, and I think most of the rhetoric involves him staying in school another year, and in terms of his availability. But he looked very special against Notre Dame. He looked very fun to watch.
Yeah, he looks like a great one. How old is he? Is he able to come out? I don't know.
He's a sophomore.
Right, but is he a?
But I think he might be a third year. I have to double check. He might.
I thought he couldn't come out till next year, but I could be wrong. I haven't.
That's why I want to look into
this.
That.
Is what I'm saying. I haven't looked at this. Here's what I would caution you about, and I love this conversation, and we're going to have this conversation. And frankly, there's not a lot to talk about with the Bears as they're currently constituted. But I would caution you if you watch the Jets play. You know, one of the guys in their rotation is Solomon Thomas. He was, of course, a player that was taken with the draft pick. The Bears traded up from 3 to 2. They took Mitch Trubisky, and the Niners, clever men they are, took Solomon Thomas, and now he's on the Jets, and he's never been. You know, just because you're taken high in the draft doesn't ensure that you're going to be the best player out of the draft. And just because you trade up and you get a quarterback at number 2 doesn't mean that guy is going to be anything less than number 2. Another second overall.
They were in the situation yesterday. Yeah, the whole storyline of the game leading up to the Bears-Jets matchup yesterday and moving forward is Zach Wilson and what he means to that franchise as the number 2 overall pick. We heard Tom Thayer. I kind of agreed with Tom. I thought it was, even though Mike White looked great, even though he looks like the answer, I don't know that I would have created that problem. I think that benching Zach Wilson under those circumstances, to me, seemed like an overreaction to some really bad form behind the microphone. And he was a bad quarterback in the pocket. But if he's your guy, is he your guy?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. You know, the draft is a crapshoot. Let's be honest about it, and it depends on the drafter. So if and we don't know how good Ryan Poles is yet as a drafter because we haven't seen him necessarily going after premier positions in the draft. So we'll see it eventually, and hopefully he's really good at what he does. But you know, before we figure out if the Bears have to take a defensive tackle, and that's the way I'm leaning toward a 3 technique guy because I think it'll help this team play better. But let me ask something. Like, what if, you know, DeForest Buckner became available? What if there are guys out there that you could bring in through free agency and that would open up your draft a little bit? I mean,
you do that, so you have options.
That's how you
do
go
that because
about
you have
building a
needs.
team. That's exactly
you do
how
that
you
because
go about
you need talent.
Yeah.
And you have
–
all you're trying to do in this offseason, we can prioritize things as we wish, but you need to acquire talent and add that to your roster. Caleb Williams, by the way, LA Times reports not eligible until the 2024 draft. I don't know if he would challenge that, but right now that is the situation. So he would be somebody that would not be in that mix.
I didn't think he was.
The Kentucky quarterback is a guy that would be a top 10 projected. You could convince some teams that he may be, if you're sitting there at 5. Who knows?
At this point of the football season, when Justin Fields ended up getting to the Bears, did you believe that it was going to go? I mean, I think everyone knew Trevor Lawrence was the pick of that draft. Mm-hmm. But did you think that Zach Wilson, he hadn't emerged yet?
No, he was a combine creation.
He was a creation.
Yeah.
Trey Lance?
No, he was in North Dakota State.
He was another creation.
In obscurity.
I'm just saying it is.
Yeah.
We don't know yet how they're going to line up and how they're going to be taken.
It's also very premature. I'm worried about, I'm more focused on, okay, number 1, what is Justin Fields' health status this week? Number 2, what does the Packers game mean in this context, in this season, with Aaron Rodgers maybe making his last appearance at Soldier Field in a Packer uniform, and the changing of the guard, if you will, that we all expected. If Justin Fields isn't around, can you have a changing of the guard if one of the quarterbacks is not healthy around the field?
All right. 312-644-6767. We're going to get to the phone lines. We have Biggs time next. Our guy Brad Biggs is going to join us. We'll get an injury update on Biggsy, find out what he's seen and heard in the locker room yesterday, and we'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
The Bears lose. They fall to the Jets and have lost 5 in a row now. But was it a moral victory? Matt Spiegel here from the Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons 2 to 6. Keep it here for a full breakdown of the loss and an official ruling on the moral victory as we go inside the locker room with our team of Bears experts, along with your reaction, of course, as well. Plus, we'll look at their next matchup when they renew acquaintances with the Packers on their home field. We're talking Bears here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free
Bobby in Saginaw continues our run of regulars here on The Score.
Hey, boys, I just cannot get over the coaching advantage the Bears showed up in New England on Monday Night Football and totally pantsed Bill Belichick. What excites me further than just what they did yesterday is where the offense can go running this kind of scheme. I mean, you see it on TV when Fields is in the gun and you got Herbert or Montgomery next to him. Even when they're just handing it to the running back, your eyes are just staying on Fields for that extra half a second. And it just raises the floor to me of what the offense can do.
This is the second game where the Bears have held the opponent under 300 yards. And in today's NFL, that's a big deal. You noticed it more this week because they had 4 takeaways as well. But if they can get to the point where only elite offenses can put big numbers on them, that's going to allow the Bears offense to stay in this run mode. And that's good because they're getting like 5.3 a carry, I think, in this last game. But on only 21 pass attempts, they surrendered 4 sacks. That's almost a 20% sack rate, which if it was half that much would be terrible.
This is Giovanni in St. Cloud, Florida. You're on The Score.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Enjoy that victory chicken. I just want to say bear down, and the Bears are back, baby. The Bears.
Okay.
How did we go from a whole segment of really good callers to the Go Bears guy?
Who literally can't pick up the phone, and he just
I'm sorry. I let that one through for this very moment. I had to do it. It's like a landmine. I planted in here. Yeah! Bears.
I just want to say, bear down, go Bears.
I'm still drunk.
Yeah, totally.
I told Mike, this is the guy. This is the guy right here. And I put him on hold and I sent him through.
Some random place in Florida, probably sitting in his carport.
Hey, someone on Twitch said that they love the bleep, I'm on the line phone fumble.
Right. Oh, here we go.
Hey, guys.
Hey, guys, this is Leatherneck Tom, and just for the record, I was the first person to ever call into this radio station. I'm 44 years old. I did it when I was 14. The Bears game last night was incredible. I remember the 85 Super Bowl. Justin Fields is the real deal. Run him 25 times a game. Don't make him a pocket passer.
Then you'll
He'll
lose
get
him.
killed. He's an athlete. 6'3", 220, 4.4 speed. Design runs. Belichick had no idea what was coming at him. He's a future Hall of Famer.
Easy, come
you
on.
heard it here first for the record.
Don't.
That's got to be a bit.
Do that, right?
I can't.
That's a bit.
That's got to be.
He's very proud.
He checked all the boxes.
Yeah, right.
85 Bears.
First callers
gives
of the
his
score.
Gives his own nickname.
Gives his own nickname. Gives his score resume.
Right.
Then his Bears fan resume. And then
has a bad football thought.
You heard it here first.
He called in, and when I picked up the phone, he said, yeah, I'm well known.
To whom?
No, he didn't. I don't believe you.
He did. I would not lie. I would not lie about
I'm
that.
well known?
Something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing, but he said, I'm well known. This is an entertaining day to be by these phones. I love this.
Biggs.
Biggs time.
Biggsy.
His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Brad Biggs, the football man of the Chicago Tribune, a long-time contributor to the station and a valued friend, and he joins us now on the Signature Bank Score Hotline. Signature Bank, making commercial banking personal. Biggsy!
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you've got all the answers. That was a rough one, Brad, and it must have been fairly confounding as you were trying to figure out who was going to start at quarterback, because the information was coming fast and furious, and maybe it was Justin Fields. Oh, no, it wasn't. Oh, yes, it's going to be Trevor Siemian. Nope, it's Nathan Peterman. Nope, back to Trevor Siemian. Why not just have Fields play if you're going to keep messing around like that? It was crazy. It was really fun.
Yeah, I mean, that guys in more than 2 decades of following the team, that really would have been something to see them go from number 1 to number 3 based on a pregame injury. You know, in the past we've seen the clown car that they've used at Haugh to bring one quarterback in, take the other one out, but we've never seen a move like that. Fortunately, Trevor Siemian was able to get some medication in the locker room, felt okay to go. And you know what? Looked pretty good on the first 2 possessions. And unfortunately, it was kind of all downhill after that for the Bears. They led, 10-7, I believe, and they didn't score again. So I think they went 4 consecutive series without a first down. And before you know it, everybody was soaking wet and the game was over.
So, Brad, based on your experience, and obviously we'll get to the other injuries that the Bears are losing, this battle of attrition, Eddie Jackson, Darnell Mooney, but how do you expect them to handle Justin Fields in terms of what you have observed, in terms of what you have reported? What should we expect?
Well, I think when he's able to protect himself, that's one of the things that Matt Eberflus said yesterday, then I think you expect to see him back out there. He's not going to get any better as a player watching on the sideline. You don't want to put him in a position where he can be more seriously injured, but it's not they gave zero indication that this is a season-ending injury for Fields or anything of that nature. So I would expect him back at some point. It's a question of when they feel like he's at that point. I know some people maybe they think it's great to get reaction by saying they should shut Justin Fields down for the remainder of the season. He's got a lot of growing to do. The best experience he can get is in game. I mean, that's you can't even state how significant in-game experience is to anything that he could go through during the off season as he tries to improve. So hopefully, with 5 games remaining, he's back sooner rather than later. Of course, they do have a bye coming up after hosting the Packers this coming Sunday.
This segment with Brad Biggs is brought to you by global biotech company Horizon Therapeutics, where science and compassion work together to transform lives. And Brad, I don't even know how to begin the question about the depth chart, because they are really they're beaten up. I would imagine, and I don't even know this, but do you believe that the rookie corner and safety will be back out of concussion protocol? How serious were those injuries? Have you heard anything? What about Eddie Jackson? He collapsed on that field, that horrible field, and obviously that looked like a serious injury. We know Darnell Mooney is having surgery. We saw Riley Reif and Larry Borum go out. We saw just injuries all over the place. Any idea? Are you just going to wait with bated breath until Wednesday? Do you have any clue as to, Claypool left. He was limping around.
Yeah, and it would be post-practice Wednesday that you would get that update from Matt Eberflus, not when he actually speaks on Wednesday. No idea on the concussions. Those things have to run their course. There's a strict protocol for that. The Bears will be following that with 3 guys, with Brisker, Gordon, and then linebacker Sterling Weatherford, who's been a core player on special teams. With the Eddie Jackson injury, it certainly looked bad. The feeling I got coming out of the locker room is that it maybe wasn't as severe as it could have been when you see a player go down like that. What that means for this week or even the remainder of the season, I don't know. But the initial vibe I got was it could have been a heck of a lot worse for Eddie Jackson. The depth chart's going to be tested, guys. And coming into this week, believe it or not, this has been one of the healthiest rosters in the National Football League. There's a lot of different ways you can kind of evaluate that, but they've been pretty healthy to this point, and it's sort of all managed to pile up at one time with Fields and obviously the rookies that were injured last week at Atlanta, and then the guys that went down yesterday. It's really going to challenge them. They're probably going to be in a situation where they've got to make a handful of roster moves in the coming days.
Brad, at running back, David Montgomery ran hard to the end, 14 carries, 79 yards. That was nice to see. Darrington Evans was a revelation, 9 carries, 34 yards, a 33-yard reception. That was, gave him a reason to feel good about his individual performance. What happened to Treston Ebner? I would have thought that he would have gotten the carries that went to Evans and was a little surprised that he was passed on the depth chart. Why did that happen?
Yeah, that's a good question. And the thing with Ebner is he's had 24 carries this year and hasn't had a lot of success carrying the ball, but the sample size is still small. What they haven't done is use him much as a receiver, which is what he was so good at in college. He's got 2 catches on the season, only 5 targets. He's played just kind of sparingly, but Evans has probably done well in practice, and they saw an opportunity to give him a little run here with Khalil Herbert on the sideline. And Evans is a guy who they claimed off waivers back in the spring from the Titans, had spent 2 years with Tennessee, but really didn't play a lot for Tennessee. And obviously they wanted to get rid of him, and the Bears saw him as a guy who could potentially help, so they claim him, but he was cut at roster cutdowns in late August and then added to the practice squad and kind of has been biding his time and did well with his opportunity yesterday.
We saw one of the most amazing plays in Bears history, an actual sack from a defensive lineman. We haven't seen that since the Washington game. Armon Watts had a sack. I don't know what else to say other than the Bears had a sack from a member of their defensive line. Pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, but it's been a real rough position for them this year because they have been unable to stop the run. They held up okay in the first half yesterday. I think they only gave up it was about 30 yards rushing in the first half, and then the Jets come out in the second half and they just trampled them on the ground. So they can't stop the run. They can't rush the passer. They are tied with the Las Vegas Raiders for the fewest sacks in the league at 16. Oh, by the way, they've played one more game than the Raiders have. So, it's just a difficult situation. Because I talked to the defensive line coach, Travis Smith, last week about it, and he talked about earning the right to rush the passer, that they're not getting a lot of opportunities. And if you go back and look at that Atlanta game a week ago, it's all play action when Mariota threw it. Ball's coming out super quick, so there aren't many legit one-on-one pass rushing situations. And that's true, but what's also true is when they are getting one-on-one opportunities, they're not winning and they're not stopping the run. So this is, in my opinion, guys, the number one area of need on the roster at the end of the season. They really can't do anything effectively defensively until they get significantly better up front.
Brad, Eddie Jackson led the Bears in tackles up through the injury, and he leads them now. He has 4 picks. He's had a very strong bounce-back kind of season. I don't know how serious the injury is, as you alluded to. It didn't look good. It certainly didn't look like he might be ready next Sunday. What might the Bears do? Elijah Hicks wasn't necessarily a guy that you expected to be put in that situation, first snaps at safety. yesterday. Dane Cruikshank has an injury with the hamstring. Will they go outside the organization? Is there anyone in the pipeline? What do you think?
Yeah, well, they've got some defensive backs on the practice squad that could be elevated. I think you give Hicks a little more run, right? He struggled a little bit at first, acknowledged that when I talked to him after the game, said he felt a little bit more comfortable as the game went along. Obviously, you're hoping that Jaquan Brisker's back sooner rather than later from his concussion, but I mean, there's no magic safety fix on the street for him right now. There's no one that in the building or on the street that's going to give him the level of play that Eddie Jackson has provided, and it's just the way it is. That's what you deal with when you get into Week 13 in the NFL, and you have some guys starting to fill up your training room.
Brad, we've talked about the offensive line injuries, and we've talked about you have said that Alex Leatherwood at some point or other should get a run here. I found it interesting that Michael Schofield was their third right tackle used in the game, and you wonder what they have in mind for Alex Leatherwood. And I just, looking at their depth chart, they have him listed as left tackle behind Braxton Jones. Is that what they think he can play? Is he going to be an inside guy? Is there a chance he ends up being a right tackle? If could Tevin Jenkins move outside? How are they going to deploy him if indeed they need help on the other side there?
Yeah, well, Schofield was the swing guy yesterday, and their actions to this point, in my opinion, haven't matched what they've said about Alex Leatherwood. In other words, everything you've heard is all very positive about Leatherwood, but he can't get a uniform on Sundays. They had Dieter Iselin active yesterday. Okay, so Dieter would have been the replacement for Sam Mustipher if something happened to the center, because they, despite what everybody thinks, they don't want to move Cody Whitehair in the center. They like him at left guard. And I'll tell you what, the O-line did okay yesterday. The ball was coming out pretty quick. I fully expected Quinnen Williams to be King Kong in that game yesterday. I thought he'd be a game wrecker for the Jets. They did a pretty good job against him. But getting back to Leatherwood, why hasn't he gotten an opportunity to this point? And it'll be very telling if Reef is out, if Larry Borum's out for a while, and you hope it's not a concussion for Borum. We don't know why he came out of the game. We do know he was sidelined earlier this season with a concussion. But if Reef and Borum are out this week, it'll be very telling to me what they choose to do with Alex Leatherwood at some point. And in my opinion, it's got to come before next season. You want to take a look at him and see if it's an investment worth continuing with.
All right, Brad, you mentioned that you have never experienced that pregame little quarterback shuffle that you did yesterday in all your time covering the Bears. I'm also curious about what you thought of last Wednesday. Let's go back to Justin Fields at the podium, talking as openly as he did about an injury. This is a quarterback, the franchise quarterback, being very specific about what ailed him and what he did exactly down to his prognosis. I don't recall, maybe you do, I don't recall another Bears player ever being that forthcoming with injury information. Why do you think he was?
Well, Dave, you can make a strong case that it benefits the player to be rather transparent about the injury. When you leave that kind of information to the club, and the club wants to shroud everything in secrecy, you don't know how reality is going to be portrayed out there, right? I've talked to players long ago in the locker room that were frustrated by it because they were like, hey, I got a legit injury here, and all I'm hearing from people is that, why isn't this guy out there? And they were frustrated that a picture was painted by some that maybe they weren't doing everything they could to get back on the field. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so there are players that have felt like, they should be able to control and have a voice in what's publicly out there about him and what isn't. And some coaches at different times have been more forthcoming. Sometimes it's on a case-by-case basis. But, heck, guys, Lucas Patrick had season-ending toe surgery after that New England game, and we just found out about it last week. So maybe there was a competitive advantage for several weeks there that we're not aware of or we can't make sense of that as to why they wouldn't reveal that information. But I do know players in the past have wanted to kind of take control of their information, and it certainly would appear like that's something that Fields felt like would best serve him.
Yeah, I said that to David. They revealed that you want to talk about a news dump. That Lucas Patrick thing was on the eve of Thanksgiving, and then you got a longer holiday. I mean, that just was lost in the shuffle.
Oh, by the way, our biggest free agent investment had toe surgery.
2-year, $8 million deal, and, had a broken hand to begin the season and then finished 2 weeks ago. And, oh, by the way, we forgot to mention it. That was crazy, man.
I mean, guys, it's for what you get up there. Sometimes that's like 250 yards down the middle of the fairway.
So, Brad, what do you expect this week? It is Packer week. There are going to be, a lot of emotions tied to this game. It is maybe the Bears Super Bowl. So, but with Justin Fields, you got to separate all that, right? When making an evaluation of whether or not he practices, whether or not he plays. That's not going to be hard for the Bears to do, will it, considering who it is?
No, I mean, this is the Bears fans' Super Bowl. I don't think this is the Super Bowl for guys in the locker room, for the coaches. What I expect is the Bears to put together a game plan to run the bejesus out of the ball. They ran for 180 back in week 2 up at Lambeau Field. Last night, the Eagles went for 363 in that victory. Green Bay surrendered more rushing yards in a game twice in its history, both times against the Bears, 375 to Walter Payton and company back in 1977. And the great Rick Caceres was involved in a game in 1955 at Wrigley Field where the Bears actually ran up 406 yards on the ground against Green Bay. So I think they'll try to run the heck out of the ball. Sounds like Aaron Rodgers is very hopeful to play if the rib injury isn't serious. And that would make it interesting probably for fans that are certainly going to be in attendance. And I would think if you're a fan of the game, you'd rather see him than Jordan Love at this point. But everybody's got their own opinion on that.
I said this to David this morning. I want to see Rodgers because if he beats the Bears, who cares? He does that for a living. If Jordan Love is going to open his account against this team, this beaten-up team, I'm not on board with that. I would rather wait and have him be a starter coming in and try to take
This is not the
advantage
defense you want to be
No.
introducing to Jordan Love because it's so
Right.
easy to beat.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want Jordan Love to become a part owner.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, right?
That's
Just let
exactly
Keep
right.
jabbing.
Rodgers kind of do
Keep jabbing, Brad. Keep jabbing.
That's exactly what we're saying. Yeah, they got enough
You-
issues.
Yeah, I mean, you guys kind of introduced the idea. I'm just following up on it.
Yeah, you
Okay.
you did that well.
Thank you, Brad.
Big Z, you're the best. Thank you,
stuff.
buddy.
Have a great day, guys.
That is our guy, Brad Biggs. He is the football man from the Chicago Tribune, and he's very funny. He's a good man.
Yeah, I want to maybe follow up on that a little bit, explore it a little more. I do think that Justin Fields, being as open as he was about his injury, is not insignificant, and I don't think that it was unintentional.
Oh, I think it was
player empowerment.
No
it's
question.
all part of what's going on here, and I applaud it because
Yeah.
too often we see teams take control and hijack these injury situations and stories to the detriment, I think, of the player. And him being as open as he was might have exposed him to potential injury because, the Jets know what he's injured. But come on. They know already, right?
Let me tell you something. We saw a quarterback in this town leave a championship game with a knee injury, and the PR staff immediately revealed he's questionable, which makes it look like he's coming back. He didn't come back, And every player, ex-player, everybody watching the game is calling the guy out by name because of the way they describe the injury. I got no problem
over Jay Cutler's toughness.
I got no problem with a player taking control of his own of his own storyline. I agree. We'll talk about it next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The losing streak continues. The Bears fall to the Jets. I'm Lawrence Holmes here from the Bernstein and Holmes Show. 10-2, you can check us out. Keep it here as our Bears expert analyze every aspect of the loss, and they take you inside the locker room. And, of course, now you got to deal with it.
But you saw guys that you expect to be here if and when the Bears get good, have good nights. Most importantly, Fields. If you were one of those people that's like, I don't know, like I haven't seen enough, or it hasn't happened in enough games, or there hasn't been one signature performance that from start to finish, the quarterback looked great for you to kind of wrap your arms around and say, yeah, here we go. Now you have that. There were moments, the second half against Minnesota, for example, the fourth quarter versus San Francisco. You have moments, but you had a whole game of Justin Fields doing Nintendo stuff out there to grab onto and hold on to until the talent around him gets better.
3 words: win because of.
Mm-hmm.
Not win with, not win while he's out. Win because of. And you can say, would quarterback X have won you that game? No. It may not look like other quarterbacks. It's not necessarily always conventional, but that's a win because of game.
Quarterbacking itself has continued to evolve. And because of it, there are people who stake out ground of what quarterbacking is supposed to look like, and they think that it's only supposed to look like what Drew Brees and Tom Brady and Peyton Manning did at the position.
Well, that starts to blind you to Lamar Jackson,
right?
And it changes, or Jalen Hurts even, and it changes your aesthetic in a way that's probably unfair.
Now, to the credit of people who worry about having quarterbacks available, you're right. You don't want Justin Fields taking unnecessary hits, and quite honestly, he still took too many of them last night. There's still the plays on the sidelines where he's got to, even though he is capable of taking negative plays and turning them into positives like he did for most of the night, sometimes the defense wins. Throw the ball away. Don't take a sack. Don't take a hit.
Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And I'm sure, David, and I am sure of this, that if you are Trevor Siemian and you're a backup quarterback on the Chicago Bears and you are behind a guy who can run the way Justin Fields does, you understand that some of those plays are going to end with tackles, and that you see that you see that offensive line.
Yes, you do.
You probably figure when you sign here that you're going to play here, that there's going to be a game or two where you're going to be called into action.
Yeah, and I think he is the consummate backup quarterback, the veteran who stays ready, he can accept the challenge, and wants to give you a serviceable effort. That's basically what he did yesterday. He was very good in the first two series, and at the end of the first quarter, I think he had 116 passing yards.
Yep.
That's production. So then things slowed down. I don't know. It was a product of the game. It was a product of a lot of things. But Trevor Siemian comes out of that game playing hurt, having competed, and getting experience. He got him through the game. That's kind of like the minimum for a backup quarterback. That said, I had one moment yesterday where I think every game you have one of these, and I like Luke Getsy. I think you know that.
Yes.
I've dubbed him the Great Getsy before he called his first play, I think.
Here comes the but.
There is a but.
Yeah.
Mully, it's 3rd and 1. You've got a quarterback who has an oblique injury. He suffered it in pregame warmups in a way that was embarrassing to him. So we don't know how fragile somebody under those circumstances is going to be. So what would you do on 3rd and 1 if you're Luke Getsy? Oh, I know. Let's call a quarterback sneak. Let's throw him in the definition of harm's way. What in the world was that? That triggered me.
Bears Mondays this season are presented by Horizon Therapeutics. I don't blame you for being triggered on that one, David. I do think, though, that all in all, when I came out of that game, and I mean, listen, it was a hugely dissatisfying game. The Bears were not competitive in that game. They were blown out in that game. They got to the half, and then they got beaten pretty relentlessly, and you felt like they couldn't compete in that game, and you are watching people limp off the field, and you're seeing injuries caused by the turf, and you're seeing injuries caused by contact, and it was, we hadn't seen this team limping around like that, and it felt like it was more than just a loss. It felt like, oh God, this is what this season's become. But I got to tell you, one of my takeaways from that game is that you got a serviceable backup quarterback. You got a guy in Trevor Siemian who can get you out of a game if something happens and can be a spot starter if need be. I wouldn't want him as my starting quarterback. I wouldn't want to depend on him for a season, but that is a serviceable backup player, and I felt that way partly because he played with that injury he suffered. You know, you suffer an injury like that in pregame warmups, and then you end up, okay, I'm okay now. I took a pill. I'm going to be okay. I'll fight my way through it. I think it was a good day.
He gained some respect.
I agree.
I think that he didn't necessarily need that, but
no.
Given the circumstances and the situation, he did gain some respect, and he earned it from me too. Number one, in not being afraid to go into the pile there with 300-pounders on the quarterback sneak, but also later when the game was already out of reach and it wasn't competitive any longer, he dives for the first down marker. He dives on his stomach that he clearly got up wincing in pain, and you knew that it had to hurt. And so he did it anyway. I will, as much as I like Trevor Siemian, and I have since he's been in college because covering him at Northwestern. By the way, that was the only good news for Northwestern football yesterday, that Trevor Siemian had a decent weekend, but we digress. Moving forward, this is low on the list of offseason priorities, and maybe
you would improve that position.
Well, I would get somebody, and improve is probably. I would tailor my backup quarterback more in the style of my starter if I could, in an ideal world, in an ideal roster, only because as we continue this conversation about the sustainability of Justin Fields running quarterback, NFL passer, and can you win with him? Can you win that way? I would want to know and be ready that if he were to get injured, that when I plug in my backup, I don't have to revamp or retool my offense or my game plan. I want to have someone who stylistically is more of a dual threat like Justin Fields is, like Trevor Siemian really isn't. And I think that might be the ideal situation. Baltimore has that with the Ravens,
yes,
behind Lamar Jackson, and I think that would be the model I would want to follow. But again, that's in an ideal situation, and the Bears are facing a situation with the roster that is anything but ideal.
Well, I would go back to the idea of advocating drafting a quarterback every year. You should always be looking to upgrade that position, even the backups in that position. When I said that I thought that Trevor Siemian was serviceable, I meant that as a compliment, but I also acknowledged that that he is a different type of quarterback. Generally speaking, in the NFL, when you talk to people, that the ideal would be you want a quarterback who is fairly similar to your starter, so you're not drastically changing your game plan. But when you get to the third quarterback, if you want a third quarterback on your roster, if you're keeping a guy in the practice squad, you want someone capable of running for their life, because most often, if you don't have a quarterback that can run like Fields, you have a quarterback that if he gets injured, you're going to think you had a protection problem. And if you get your backup quarterback in there and he gets injured, you're going to think you've got a protection problem. So you want that third quarterback to be able to run for his life, because you got a protection problem.
He has to. That's part of the job description.
That's right.
Being able to escape calamity.
And that's not Nathan Peterman.
No, it's not Nathan Peterman. No, although it was fun to hear Peterman kind of get his 15 minutes, almost literally 15 minutes pregame yesterday.
Hilarious.
Didn't last much longer than that.
Yeah.
You know, I think when we're talking about quarterbacks in this conversation about what Justin Fields is and can be to the Bears, we do follow, and they're not on the schedule until later in December, but Jalen Hurts had quite a game last night. 157 rushing yards, 153 passing yards. That is when you're talking about the model. We can reference whoever we want and compare him to Lamar Jackson and look at other teams, but when you're talking about the model and the growth and the progress isn't always linear. You look at the career arc of Jalen Hurts, and you look at what the Eagles have done and with him. What did they do? Why is he so good? Well, he's an extraordinary athlete and an A-plus leader, but he also has an offensive line that they have used to their advantage. He has weapons in the receiving core. He has a tight end, but he also has a defense that's improving. It's all they all complement each other, and Jalen Hurts is as close to what Justin Fields can be as I think we see in the NFL right now.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I think that there's a lot that goes into the evaluation of him, not the least of which, and I know this is going to sound stupid, and I'm kind of a rockhead. They showed photos of him maybe 6 weeks ago, lifting 600 pounds. And I got to tell you, like, that guy works his arse off in the weight room. And I'm not saying other players don't, but I'm saying he is a very strong guy. And he is a guy that stays healthy as a result of his strength. And he is a guy that is not only elusive as a runner, but throws the ball well. If Justin Fields has the kind of development arc that you've seen out of Jalen Hurts, the Bears are laughing. They've got a hell of a future. And Justin Fields is probably a more dynamic, better straight line runner than Hurts is. But I mean, Hurts is just the model for what.
Don't you think that's conceivable to expect with Justin Fields?
Totally.
I think Fields might even be a little bit bigger or thicker, but he also might be faster, as you said, straight line runner.
Yeah.
He also has the innate sense of, you want your quarterback to be instinctive. He also is a natural leader in both cases.
Oh, he's a great leader.
That's where I think the comparisons are accurate and apt, because this is a guy that has done for Philadelphia what you want Justin Fields to do for Chicago. And it's not crazy to expect that. Now, the hard part of that equation, again, this goes back to the way we started the show. If that question is indeed answered at quarterback, you don't breathe a sigh of relief here because there's so much more to do.
Well,
you have to be the offensive line that the Eagles have. You want the weapons that they acquired. You want the defense that you can win at least more games than you lose with, right? It doesn't have to be dominant, but at least top half of the league.
I mean, here the problem with the Bears right now is that if we sit here and have a conversation of what should they take with the second overall pick, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a position that they shouldn't take. Like if you could get a guy that was this for 10 years or that for 10 years, if you got like the best player at his position in the draft at number 2, you would hope it would be a prime position, like one of the big ones, right? Like, and that is quarterback and left tackle and cornerback and pass rusher, whatever way you want to line them up. But you would hope you'd get a guy like that could be that dominant for that long. But frankly, you could literally take any position on the team and you'd be like, well, that's an upgrade.
Here's the irony. The only position that you could maybe not win that argument is if you argued to take a quarterback. Every other spot you could justify going in that direction except for the one spot that you went into the season wondering most about.
Well, we had a texter earlier who suggested they trade Justin Fields and then they'd get their quarterback.
Too early to be
because
drinking.
they need their guy.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not promoting that. I'm just saying someone actually texted that in,
gosh.
and we ignored it. But now that you bring it up, 312-644-6767. Back with your calls. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Bears lose. They fall to the Jets for their 5th straight loss. Keep it here for full reaction to the loss from all of our shows and team of Bears experts, along with your reaction too. Plus, we'll look to their next matchup when they take on the Packers back at Soldier Field. We're talking Bears here on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Whole Foods Market.
Listen to this story of someone taking sports way too seriously.
I wouldn't be able to get past that. The luck thing. I just wouldn't be able to.
Well, the franchise is not past it. It's one of the I still think that is one of the craziest NFL stories of our lifetime.
You want to know what's even crazier about it? One of my best friends in Pittsburgh is a diehard Colts fan, and his wedding was that day. And Luck retires, and there's a meeting where we had to decide, do we withhold the information from him at the reception and allow for him to just enjoy this day? And we couldn't do it. Somebody went up to him and said, you're not going to believe this, but Andrew Luck just retired. And I'm not kidding you. It ruined his wedding night. Danny, none of that is an exaggeration or hyperbole. He got into a gigantic fight with his new bride. He cried.
No.
Yes.
No.
I swear to God.
So he felt it so deeply and so personally that it ruined his wedding night.
I don't think I've ever heard a story of someone taking sports more disproportionately seriously than that one. I loved that story.
It doesn't bode well for the rest of the marriage at that point.
They're still married, I asked.
They are?
They're married 4 years later.
I wonder what the fight was about. Maybe she knows
caring
he took it
too much about Andrew Luck.
About not being mentally present at our wedding.
But she has to know she's marrying a big Colts fan. Right? She has to know. It has to have come up. They have to have spent Sundays together.
I got to say, 773 echoes my sentiments here. Like, how about those groomsmen letting him know? If you know this is the type of guy that you're dealing with, that's kind of a bad guy move right there.
Absolutely. That's your boy. That is your boy. Your job is to create a collective bubble around him and to keep information out. You see anybody walking over, anybody looking down at their phone and then walking over to the groom, you intercept.
told not to do that, not to undercut the guy that's climbing to the second level. So the confidence for him to be able to get in there.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the score. That is the jackhammer. Jack Sanborn being talked about by Moose Johnson.
In a positive way?
Oh, yeah.
You know, and you want to give him credit, and I think we need to give him credit. Jack Sanborn.
Moose? Oh, the hammer.
Moose was very well dressed yesterday.
Moose, a good
I was waiting
dude.
for him to read out of a Shakespearean something like and have a like sifting brandy, and like he looked very professorial with its turtleneck and the plaid. But anyway, as for Jack Sanborn, I think the stat was since he joined the Bears starting lineup after the trade of Roquan Smith, or Roquan Williams as he was referred to yesterday in the Fox broadcast. Jack Sanborn has more tackles than any linebacker in the NFL. I think that is the accurate statistic. He has been in double digits every start since. He had 14 more yesterday.
I thought it was 15. Was it 14?
Says hit 10 solo, 4 assists.
Oh, wow.
1 tackle for loss. He is everywhere because he has to be.
Yes.
He is everywhere, and he is taking chances. And that one replay, or that one that we just heard, that they were watching it and they showed it again. He did take a not recommended route to the ball carrier.
Right.
He took a gamble,
but he got him.
But you can tell that I think it's an important clip to play because it shows you the value of experience. He wouldn't have taken that chance if he's trying to kind of hang on, hold on. This is a guy who is playing with confidence at that position.
Out of respect for Joniak, I'll go along with Hammer, but I have a more appropriate nickname for him if you want.
Please.
Front seven. Because he's their front seven.
He is their front seven.
Yeah.
5'7" is their front seven.
That's right.
Okay, I'll go with that. He has been. He really has been. And so you want to give him credit. And I think that so then the next level of conversation goes to, well, how good is he really? I mean, I maintain that, you ideally, if you're building a Super Bowl roster, you don't want Jack Sanborn to be your best defensive player. You want him to be a starter. You think he can play a role. And I think that he can do both those things on the next Bears playoff team. I think he can be a starting linebacker. I think he's probably a 2-down linebacker, but he is everywhere when he needs to be. And I think the point here is that he's everywhere because he has to be now. So he's making every play.
I want to let that one sink in. You think he can be the leading tackler on a Bears playoff team?
I think no. I think he can be a starter on a Bears playoff team.
All right. Yeah.
I didn't
understand where you went.
I don't think that he can be your best player on a team that you think can win a Super Bowl. Because I don't think that defense, if he is your best player, is going to have enough explosive players alongside him. But I do think he can play a role. I do think we have seen examples in this town, in the NFL, of guys who are very valuable to their defense, glue guys, if you will, that aren't the most explosive or dynamic pass rushers or coverage guys or whatever the case may be. Jack Sanborn is a winning player. You want to keep him. Regardless of his background, regardless of what he ran at the combine, regardless of all those things that caused him to get overlooked, right now he has proven he belongs in the NFL.
Okay, so I'm just looking at their leading tacklers. So you got Sanborn is a linebacker. He's got 14 tackles. Houston Carson is a safety. He's got 9. Nicholas Morrow's a linebacker. He's got 8. Jalen Johnson's a corner. He's got 7. Elijah Hicks is a backup safety. He's got 6. Justin Jones, there you go. He's got 5 tackles. Mm-hmm. So there, finally, you got a member of the defensive line getting some tackles, and that is 5 assists. For
5
him.
assists, yeah, that's not exactly a
jumping
big
on the pile.
Goose egg with the solo tackle department is not exactly ideal.
Mike Pennell with 2. I'm just saying they don't get, and Armand Watts had 2. I'm saying they don't get a lot of production from their front line.
They don't control the line of scrimmage much.
They do not.
And that makes it even more impressive what they're able to do. Sanborn isn't always catching runners. I don't want to suggest that. Mm-hmm. But by the time they get to him, they've already gotten past the first level oftentimes. It's because the Bears' defensive front is just not one that scares you or makes that big of an impact. That's why it remains priority one. We heard Biggsy say it. We have reiterated it, and it's going to be something that gets very familiar to hear here, is that their defensive line needs the biggest upgrade.
They had 5 tackles for loss with Armand Watts supplying one, and that's it from the defensive line. They don't get a lot of production out of their defensive line.
First sack in 6 weeks yesterday.
And the reason is because they don't have a very good defensive line.
Right.
I don't think that's a shocker to anyone.
You get what you pay for.
Yeah.
You get what you pay for, and they swung and missed on Larry Ogunjobi. They replaced him with Justin Jones, which he has had an okay year, but I think any member of the front seven on this defense can't really feel that great about where they are with 5 games to go. So this is an opportunity over the last 5 games to continue the audition phase of the 2023 season.
All right, David, we should let everyone know, if you're plotting out what you're going to be doing in the next day or two, how about tomorrow? Join Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Herron for the Miller Lite Top Draft Show. That's tomorrow at Dunning Poorhouse, and that is at 7718 West Addison Street in Chicago from 6 to 9 p.m. And while you're enjoying the broadcast, you can register to win future Bears tickets and other prizes, brought to you by Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
Those guys are going to do a great job breaking it down. A lot of enthusiasm, a lot of information. Big Ant and Gabe.
Yeah, that's a team, and that's a fun event to go to. And I know were it not for my my schedule in the mornings, I might have gone out there just to see that.
Were it not for our schedule in the mornings, we might be able to do a lot of things that would be fun.
Yeah.
At night.
Yeah. That would be fun. Yeah, here we go. We got I didn't mean to start this. Jack Sanborn nicknames Hunter Hillenmeyer.
No.
Is one suggest. That's mean. Jack Sanborn nickname ideas: Starbucks, Jack Sandbucks, Jack Starborn. What? What's wrong with you people?
What is wrong with you people?
We call them front seven because they don't have a front seven.
We did start a nickname contest, and it says, "Is David high?"
Yeah.
Did he say the same thing about Chris Zorich?
Oh boy, David was a huge Zorich guy. You were always pushing Chris
I don't get what that has to do with me being high or not.
You know, David is, as a matter of fact, high on life, on football.
Woo-hoo!
I'm
high on football.
Yeah, you know,
after this weekend, football lover's dream.
With wine, with poetry, with virtue, as you will. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
David, are you high?
This is Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on The Score. An entire day of Bears Jets analysis from our team of Bears experts, including Brad Biggs, Tom Thayer, Dan Wiederer, Trent Dilford, and Jalen Johnson. Plus your reaction too. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free.
The Chase Claypool trade, I do think, is one that is made out of a little bit of desperation by Ryan Poles. It struck me, we were there in the room when the trade happened.
Yeah.
Second round pick came across. My initial reaction was, wow, that's a lot to give up for a year and a half of Chase Claypool. I think that the move, why it's a little bit made out of desperation, is because you didn't use the second round picks on a receiver, and this year's free agent class is bad at receiver, which you knew at last year's draft. So that was my point. Like, they put themselves into a position of like, okay, well, damn, we need to get Justin a guy,
right? And they also look at their own, yes on all of that, but they also look at Velus Jones. I don't know how much I can trust him and how much he's going to help me.
Not
this
a receiver.
Year. No, it doesn't seem like a receiver. Byron Pringle can't get on the field. We'll see now that the 21-day window has started where he could get on the field.
Yeah.
Equinemius St. Brown, real good at blocking.
Yeah.
And good at some other stuff, but not showing you those great hands or great Kuwagi. Dante Pettis, like you're looking at some of your own guys. Tajay Sharp didn't last, is gone. N'Keal Harry's now active. You've been able to take a look at him.
Yeah.
And you realize, oh, yeah, we still very much need a dude.
The best part of it is the untapped potential. Like, he could be awesome. Like, if he, attention to detail, maximum speed, like if he ran the go route hard when he knew it was really designed to just take two defenders with him and open something up for an intermediate cross.
Yeah, you're the assist.
That's not been his MO. But there is no Deontay Johnson. There is no George Pickens. Ben Roethlisberger is gone. Any coach that you've had an issue with is gone. Claypool's an awesome time. He had a 4-touchdown game as a rookie.
Cars with a K, the number 4, Kids.
Is it safe to say Fields is still day-to-day, or what kind of hope or expectation do you have that you'll get your starting quarterback back this week?
Yeah, we think he's improving. He's getting better every day, but again, it's still day-to-day. You know, he felt better, yesterday than he did the day before, and we'll see where it goes.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. That is the voice of Matt Eberflus. He, of course, on the with our friends at WBBM. They do a hit with him on the morning after a game, and interesting to hear him say that, Justin Fields improving.
Day to day.
Day to day.
Let's make no mistake about what happened last week.
He was day to day.
He was day to day.
But he was never going to play.
He was never going to play, and I think that was already determined when we heard him on Wednesday be as open as he was about his injury. I think that Matt Eberflus's refusal to provide information until Wednesday, until he needed to or had to, was telling as well. They played this out throughout the week. It was kind of silly. It had no effect, zero effect on the Jets' preparation. Oh my gosh, had they not done this, would they have lost by more? Did they keep the game within 21 based on this silly gamesmanship, if you want to call it that? So the dance continues, and it's an awkward one because I don't think it leads you anywhere. You're going in circles. And so what will happen this week is probably on Wednesday, Justin Fields will be asked again if he's at the podium about where he is. He'll be as forthcoming as he can be. And the Bears will have a decision to make. My sense is that they will lean against playing him with the off week ahead, and that will give him two more weeks and 3 in total to recover from this shoulder separation, which he was volunteered. And then you have a 4-game season. And I think you have a 4-game window of time that is important to his development and growth.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that they were smart about it last week. I had no problem with all the gamesmanship and all the idea. I tell you, generally speaking, if you list someone as questionable, that means they're going to play. If you list them as doubtful, it means they're not going to play. But questionable usually means you're in. There used to be probable and questionable and doubtful and then out. Now they just kind of do a general thing. But questionable usually meant in. I never thought he was in.
I never thought he was in.
Not after he got up there and said he had a separated shoulder.
No, because
there's no chance.
Are there differences in the approach if you were 8-3 versus 3-8?
Right.
Well, then that's a different conversation. But I think the context of your entire season changes if you're in that position. And I don't know that if your rationale would have, but it would be worth discussing pros and cons more than it would. I think the record helped make your mind up and feel better about it because there's nothing to be gained from beating a Jets team on the road at the risk of endangering your franchise quarterback's future.
If they had listed him as doubtful, I doubt the Jets would have spent 2 minutes looking at how they had to defend him or whatever. But he is such a unique entity as a quarterback. I got no problem with them thinking that there's a chance he's going to be able to play.
Right.
Even though, and they waited until the last minute.
It's
and
part of the NFL coaching culture. You can get worked up about it if you wish. It's going to happen. And it's almost like a tradition you accept. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It makes very little impact, but it's something that coaches do almost out of habit. And I would expect to hear it again because it's right out of the Flusy playbook, which is as conventional as they come. I want to get back to this other thing. I think it's going to be an ongoing thing in terms of Matt Eberflus and his approach to talk about injuries, which isn't going to change. But what are we learning about him as a head coach this year that makes you feel any better? I don't think it would make you feel worse, but are we going to get to the end of the season and still not quite know what you have in terms of him being a coach that gives you an advantage? I think you like everything about the culture. You like everything about the intangibles, but I just wonder, you've got 5 games left, and I wonder if we're going to get to the end of the year and still wonder about what he offers as a head coach in terms of a difference maker.
I think that, I don't think we're going to have that. We're not. This is not a team that's going to win much. This team, if they win another game, it'd be pretty surprising, frankly, because they are no good and they're getting worse. They're getting worse.
Are they well coached?
It's hard to say. I mean, the one thing
that's what I think you want to be able to say.
Well, I think that he's organized. I don't think they're poorly coached. I don't think that they're going out there and I think most of the problems that they have are talent driven.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're coaching driven. I don't think he's going out there and making weird.
I'm glad you
decisions
said that because we get a lot of feedback.
Yeah.
Whether it's on social media or the text line or just maybe anecdotally talking to people. And we got a phone call today about Alan Williams and Hightower, the special teams coordinator, and wanting their jobs because of the inability to affect any sort of change. You've got to consider the talent level they're dealing with. I don't care how good of a coach you are, how schematic of a genius you become. You're working with limitations.
You can't scheme up Pro Bowlers. Okay? You can do different things that can help you in games, and you can understand what your limitations are, and you can try to play to your strengths, but you can't create players out of nothing. And if you want to argue that Jack Sanborn is a creation and that this is I don't agree with that. I think there's a certain amount of talent there. I think he's been a well-coached player. I think he's a tough-minded kid, and he plays a good brand of football. I think he's a football player. And I think that sometimes people get confused when they're drafting athletes over football players. This is a football player.
And it's to this coaching staff's credit that he has been given an opportunity. Now, certainly he earned it, and he deserves the bulk of the credit. But you have to have a staff that respects what he has to bring. And then we all have seen staffs and maybe even have our own experiences of guys who fall in love, coaches who fall in love with combine creations.
Right.
And guys who will give the most athletic looking or the guys who run the fastest 40 or look great in the weight room the first chance or the higher spot in the depth chart. Jack Sanborn was given a chance because this coaching staff saw things that they valued, and playing him reinforced that. So I think overall you like that on the defense. On the offense, let's face it, this season gave the Bears something to build on when this coaching staff offensively changed its approach. That, to me, is a reflection, answering my own rhetorical question, that's a reflection on Matt Eberflus's ability to empower his offensive coordinator to make real changes. And that changed the season for Justin Fields.
Well, it might have changed his career. It might have changed his career with the Bears. I mean, the simple fact is that until you made that change and kind of leaned into what he does best, we may be having a conversation about the Bears going into a draft and trying to find their quarterback at the top of it. And you said it earlier. I said that they could take any position they want and immediately be better. And you said the only one that it wouldn't be would be the quarterback.
It's the only one I wouldn't.
Which is funny.
Go into researching.
I don't argue. I mean, I wouldn't take a center. I would trade down before I take a center. You can take the first guy at a position later in the first round.
I guess I was offensive line.
Well, but yeah. But I totally agree with you. That is definitely a guy in Justin Fields that has changed the course of the way he's perceived, and now you want to build around him. They didn't come into the year looking to do that. They didn't go out. I mean, listen, think about the guys that they signed to this team in the offseason. I mean, they made one trade, right? They brought in Chase Claypool, and you could argue that if the Bears are picking second, and there are only 30 first picks, by the way, in the first round of the draft because Miami has given up that pick, that would mean that the 33rd pick in the draft, which will be the second pick after you finish the first round, that's the pick you gave up for Chase Claypool. So not only will the Pittsburgh Steelers be able to take a player at the top of the second round, they are going to be able to sleep on it and go over their lists and figure out who's there and what. It's a hell of an advantage. It's a good pick.
A glorified first-round pick.
It really is.
It really is, and it's because the Bears are, they had to try to get in front of the offseason project.
Right.
That's the way I always will view the Claypool trade, in that there maybe was this expectation that they would be able to, let's see how it all plays out, because if they get that high pick and they trade it and they add additional first round or whatever they're able to add, I do think it's going to be part of a process that began when you traded Chase Claypool Chase Claypool, and you got rid of your second round pick, and he's better than any free agent maybe on the market, and that was the way they viewed it, and that's why they acted the way they did. I think the Bears in that last offseason, you could have seen this coming, and we talked about, they made more news clearing out than they did adding on.
Right.
This season, this offseason, it's got to be entirely different. Entirely different. Now you have spots to add, money to spend, and needs galore.
Yeah, see, when I say that I don't believe that Justin Fields' kind of growth this year was by design, I'm not talking about the coaches and what Luke Getsy has done. I'm talking about what he started the year with, and what, I don't think, as far as rebuilds go, this has been one hell of a teardown. That's what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
So we'll see how good the rebuild works next year, and it's going to be interesting.
But you're exactly right. Before the mini bye, we didn't know what kind of quarterback Justin Fields could be.
Right.
He really had only proven that he could be exciting and streaky, and he could make some plays here or there. But when they leaned into his strength, and his strength is that he is a special runner, and he can complement that by being an above-average passer, and we know he's an exceptional leader. All those things can combine and give you a quarterback that you can win with. That question has been answered. Now you've got other things to address, and they have the resources at least to do so.
312-644-6767. Dalton is, Collier is in Dalton. Hey, Collier. Did we lose Collier?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
There you are, buddy.
Hey, I like Sanborn. he's going to be a good player for the Bears. His desire for the game is immaculate. And I got a nickname for him. Jack the Slayer Sanborn.
Jack the Slayer.
I don't know.
Like Jack the Ripper?
Yeah, I don't know if I like
dark.
that.
It's very dark.
It's kind of dark. It's kind of grim.
Yeah.
I think Jack Sanborn makes you smile when you watch him play football. I don't want to be grim or dark. No.
Theo's on the north side. Hey, Theo.
Hey, Theo.
Hey, happy belated Thanksgiving, guys. Hope you both had a really good one.
Thank you, buddy. It's great.
Speaking of the QB, I got 3 points here. I'll rattle them off quickly, so let me just get them out real quick. But speaking of the QB, what do you guys know about Justin's injury? Will he need to get that partially torn shoulder surgically repaired in the offseason? And what's the long term? I know it's an off a non-throwing shoulder, but what's the long term on that injury? And I'm wondering if that's going to stick with him and make him think twice on the running, which is his greatest asset. Second thing is the Jets turf. They play on it. Are they complaining? I mean, they must be.
The Jets and the Giants.
I didn't see
the Jets and the Giants play on
going
it.
down yesterday, though.
Yeah, no.
And I wonder if the Bears.
The turf.
It's weird. Like, are they seeing? I'd like someone to look and see, like, cumulatively, are they seeing the amount of injuries on that turf more so than any other team? Because if it's down to something like spikes or something silly, I just didn't see the Jets players going down yesterday. I know nobody likes that. And then the third quickly thing, Bayless Jones is looking like a real blown pick. He's too little. He gets thrown down by one finger. He looks overmatched and very tentative. Go ahead, play the heck out of him the rest of the season. But Poles, I agree with you, Haugh. This is a pick that really concerns me. It was a high pick, and I think he's a bust.
I wouldn't declare him a bust yet, but I understand your concerns. I thought he would be a bigger part of the offense than he is right now, and I don't know if that's a product of
25.
He is old for a rookie, and you don't want that to be the case. And I don't know if he'll develop any quicker than he has. But I wonder where's the impediment here? What's not happening? Is it in the classroom, the meeting room? Is it at practice? What is it? Because he is fast and he's explosive, and you see these things on the occasional kickoff return.
I got to tell you, I mean, I don't know that I would give up a third-round pick for a gadget guy that struggles catching the balls.
Well, I wouldn't. I wouldn't now, knowing what we have seen.
Right.
That looks like a very big reach for Ryan Poles, a guy who we're trusting to kind of revamp this entire roster with his free agent record and his draft record. Well, we have plenty of time to discuss that. As for the Justin Fields situation, I think that's a very good question that I don't think anybody is qualified to answer yet. I don't know that we can tell how severe the separation is, Mully, unless you have precedent to cite. I don't know if there's been other cases where this has been a career stopper or anything like that. So I wouldn't do that yet.
He's had a sore shoulder before this year. So I'd like to know
history.
Well, they must have that
medical history. I'd like to know. That's all.
So did it get worse from what they had to begin with?
And would it have to require surgery now to fix it all? We don't know that.
Yeah,
we can
we don't know
speculate.
that.
But I do think that there's no reason to believe yet that it's going to get in the way of his progress any more than it has. Will he have to change his style? Now, that's an intriguing question, because I do believe that at some point in time, regardless of his injury, they're going to have a conversation with him, with everybody, about what is the best way to proceed when you are as good of a runner, as dangerous of a weapon as he is with his feet.
Let's try Adam. Adam is on the road. Hey, Adam.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me, guys.
Sure. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the O-line a little bit. I think that Tevin Jenkins, there were a lot of discussions about him at the beginning of the year, holding out in practice and everything. I think he's made huge steps in this season compared to last year. And also Braxton Jones, late pick for the Bears this season. He's turned out to be a pretty good offensive lineman, in my opinion. Coming into this week, PFF had him graded as the number 9 rookie in the league. So what do you think that the Bears should do going forward at the O-line position? Do you see them taking a tackle at 2 or something, trading back to get another first-round pick, maybe take 2 O-linemen?
Thanks for the phone call.
That's a good call.
That's a good call. Braxton Jones's season will be much discussed and evaluated, and he has been ranked very high by people who measure those analytics. I don't know if it's been as obvious to the naked eye. But I do think that if you feel like you can win with him and keep him, that you don't need to draft somebody that high. And Mully, I'd move back under that scenario that he described. I would trade down.
Yeah, I think that the Bears need at least 2 offensive linemen right now, in my opinion.
Do you like Cody Whitehair?
I like Cody Whitehair. He's had a good career. I just don't know. I think that he makes money. So anybody that is a veteran player who makes money is under scrutiny with this group. Now, I don't know. I'm not sitting here telling you that that they're definitely going to make a move or anything, but I'm just saying that seems to be a problem for them, and they're going to need to add more to it. I don't know about Braxton Jones. I don't know. I mean, he's played a lot more than I anticipated him playing.
Yeah, stayed healthy.
Brought him in, and he stayed healthy.
That's good.
I think he needs to get stronger. I think he needs an off season in the weight room, and I think that his career will unfold as it will be as good as he wants it to be. In other words, if he's a break your kind of Stones guy, then he's going to have a hell of an NFL career.
It seems like he's one of those guys.
I hope so.
And I think that's one of the reasons he stood out early on.
But he's not strong enough
his
right
football
now,
maturity, I think, above the shoulders. And now he can work on his body in the offseason, and he could be somebody. We love comps in sports, and I think when you look at what Charles Leno Jr. was able to do with the Bears, he lasted a long time as a low draft pick because of his approach to the game and his durability and dependability.
Yeah.
So he could maybe be there. I think Cody Whitehair does make a lot of money. I think they would miss him because he does offer stability. He's been pretty durable. I know he just missed a few games.
You know, Tevin Jenkins didn't hold out. Tevin Jenkins didn't fit in with what they were doing.
They didn't like him.
They still might not like him.
We don't know if they do anymore.
No, we do not
so
know how they feel
I'm not
about
counting on him next year.
No, I think he could be in trouble.
When you say 2, I'm with you. And my 2 are Braxton Jones and Cody Whitehair. Beyond that, I don't know what else the Bears have. I don't know if I feel good about what the Bears have.
Yeah. And
if I'm going into the offseason, I'm looking to upgrade at every other spot. And that includes Mr. undependable Lucas Patrick.
Oh, I mean, look, he's energetic in the weight room. I mean, really? God bless Tom for saying that, but I mean, the guy, he's unavailable on the playing field. That would be my takeaway from his first year as in a 2-year, $8 million deal. And I mean, I get it. That's not much money. That's not big money. $4 million a year is serviceable, but you're not paying everybody.
It was a statement signing.
It was a statement signing. You wanted him to be your center. I think you can find a better center.
Yeah, your statement so far is uh-oh.
Yeah, your statement is uh-oh. I like that. All right, 312-644-6767. Sticking with it, getting your reaction to that game. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Bears lose. They fall to the Jets and have lost 5 in a row now. But was it a moral victory? Matt Spiegel here from the Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons 2 to 6. Keep it here for a full breakdown of the loss and an official ruling on the moral victory as we go inside the locker room with our team of Bears experts, along with your reaction, of course, as well. Plus, we'll look at their next matchup when they renew acquaintances with the Packers on their home field. We're talking Bears here on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Bears have an extra second-round pick, an extra fourth-round pick, $125 million in cap space. It feels to me like this is a survival year for Justin Fields, and then next year, second year in Getsy's system, third year in the league with resources is when we feel like he can maybe soar a little bit.
Yes, and that's what I would do behind the scenes. Here's the one caveat to it. And my assistant just put this note on my desk before we got on the show. Make sure they understand Justin's competitive temperament. That sounds great, except you're dealing with somebody that wants to be an MVP. You're dealing with somebody that wants the burden. He wants the responsibility. He wants to go out there and try to throw his team to a victory. He's known nothing else his entire competitive life except being the dude and putting on the cape and fighting to the bitter end to go win a game. So I bet they better have some real conversations with him behind closed doors on the why behind all this to get him bought in. Otherwise, he's going to be pissed. And you don't want to piss franchise quarterback in the offseason because no matter how much talent you go get him, he's still going to be a little bitter about how this season went. I mean, there's a reason we're professional athletes. We just compete more than the rest of you. We just fight harder than you do. We endure more than you do. We wake up. We eat differently than you do. We go to sleep differently than we do. The hair on our arm stands up different than you do. We just do it differently. That's why we're at where we're at. And Justin is elite with that competitive nature. And I'm afraid that, I'm not nearly as good as Justin. I would argue I was as good a competitor. I would have been furious down 21-0 that I'm handing the ball off instead of getting a chance to throw us to a victory or throw us back into a game.
Snap to Simeon. Clean pocket throws. Back of the end zone. Fighting for the ball. Pringle or Reed. It's Pringle for the touchdown over the middle. Battling with the cornerback on a laser throw by Trevor Simeon. A 4-yard touchdown. And the Bears have taken the lead on the Jets.
That is the great clip of the week. It was wonderful to see Byron Pringle score a touchdown. And now, right now, be the 6th caller to the Scores contest line. The contest line, that number 312-540-0670. 312-540-0670. And you could win a Chicago football shirt courtesy of Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Jeff Joniak called that pass a laser, a little bit of a misguided laser, I believe, but all's well that ends well. Trevor Simeon gave Byron Pringle a chance to make a play on the ball. Now,
that was the old Pringle there.
That was the old Pringle there. Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Get drunk off the yak.
Yeah, thank you. Didn't need much yak on the 4-yard line.
No.
But he did come up with the catch. Yak, yak. So.
Yakety yak. Don't talk back.
Don't talk back. I'm trying to. Okay. That was one of those fine line throws. There's a fine line between being reckless and aggressive. And I liked that at least it was consistent with the way Trevor Simeon approached this game and this start. He came out there and for 2 series, I think, made the most of his opportunity. And he threw the ball up and gave Chase Claypool in one situation a chance to make a play, and he did. 31-yard completion. Against Sauce Gardner. Didn't really matter. Sauce Gardner, tremendous cornerback. And then the highlight we just heard from Pringle. That's what you want to do. If you're the Bears quarterback, you've got to make plays in the passing game by giving your receivers a chance to make those plays for you. And so that's throwing guys open. That's a lesser example than maybe the Claypool example, but it's a good example that Trevor Simeon set for whoever was watching, Justin Fields being among them.
312-644-6767. We should tell you that Bears Mondays this season, of course, presented by Horizon Therapeutics. And let's get back to the phone lines. Rick is on the south side. Hey, Rick.
Hey, how you doing?
I live the dream.
Yeah. I was looking at the game, and I'm looking at this coaching staff, and I think that maybe Flus is kind of locked into traditions and things must be done a certain way. For instance, a couple of things that bother me. Matt Nagy, I mean, his one redeeming quality, he always kept a little trick play in his pocket or something like that, or used players in an unconventional fashion and things like that. There are people that we don't even know. Now, right now, you've got a quarterback here. Now, he's your backup. He's not bubble wrapped and things. Why can't you try out some of these new offensive? Why Ja'Tyre Carter can't get on the field? Leatherwood can't get on the field if you need a 5th offensive lineman on the line. Another team signed somebody who they beat out off our practice squad and have them somewhere. So what I'm saying is I think the lack of flexibility and creativity on defense, okay, you're locked into this scheme. You can't put a nose tackle type player you have sitting on the bench out there to stop the run. So I guess what I'm really saying is there people, we never know. You'll never find out from Flus if a person is just a gamer on game day. He's locked into this philosophy. Well, if they don't do it in practice, they're not getting on the field. Either they're that horrible or give them a shot, especially now you got your backup in there. We ought to see some of these people. We don't know if they can play, and that's frustrating with this coach.
Oh, thanks, Rick. I appreciate the phone call. I don't know if I totally agree, though, because you don't want to experiment on your offensive line.
I knew if I lived long enough, I would get I would hear from someone that likes Matt Nagy and that misses the Santa sleigh.
This is the
whatever.
unconventional approach to football.
Yeah.
Not me.
No, I didn't.
I'm happy for him. Likability, affable guy,
lovely fella.
But yeah, that kind of stuff was like, really,
Justin, you're rolling your eyes. Why are you rolling your eyes?
Well, I don't think that he said that he liked. He said that the one
misses
thing
elements.
Okay, that's That's different from that he likes him.
Well, right? Did I say he likes him?
You said I never thought I'd make it to the point where somebody would call and said they liked him.
I said if I lived long enough, I felt that someone would call and that had positive things to say about Matt Nagy. Normally, it's like Dan Bernstein comes in and has like some Nagy flashback. And,
and it triggers him.
And
he goes on a rant.
I would imagine that call
rant.
will come back on that show.
Well, you know what? He mentioned 3 guys. And I don't, again, think it's good football business experimenting with pass protection and guys you don't trust. Number 1, Alex Leatherwood. I don't know what the problem is there. We can all agree that's a bit of a mystery. They're paying him money to be inactive. I don't get that. Maybe there is time now to try what you have and see what you have in him. If Ja'Tyre Carter and Zach Thomas, who is a practice squad player that was signed by the Rams, if they were ready to go, I think the Bears would have tried them. Remember when they had that right guard problem?
Yes.
With Tevin Jenkins being in and out, and remember when they had injuries to pretty much when Cody Whitehair was missing? Come on.
You said something there that is really important to remember. You know, the idea is to have an offensive line that stays together, plays together, and is in unison in everything they do. The bad idea is to keep having to change members of the offensive line. That's usually something that hinders your ability to pass protect in particular.
Totally. I think they've had 8 different combinations in 12 games. I'm not going to criticize this staff for not being open to experimentation.
I saw yesterday that the Rams had 11. I'm just saying because of all the injuries.
That's why they're signing practice squad guys off the Bears.
There you go.
Because they have had injuries, they've had inconsistency, and they are the most disappointing team in football.
Right.
Defending Super Bowl champions. Now they're like 3rd behind the Bears in terms of the right behind
the Broncos are in that team photo.
Yeah, I guess with the investment in Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
They had a first-year coach, which maybe things could go off the rails. You expected that. McVay, you didn't expect this to happen to his team.
Packers, a huge disappointment. When you saw the Packers going into Philadelphia,
give me your top 5.
You thought Philadelphia. I can't. I don't have the list in front of me.
I think you're right.
Saying.
Rams?
Yeah. Yep.
To me, the Rams, defending Super Bowl champions,
right?
They
did win the Super Bowl.
Listed on third on Tankathon.com. All right, Rams.
Yeah.
Then I'll go Broncos, Packers.
Yeah. I'm going with the Browns because they signed the quarterback, and I don't care if it worked yesterday.
Can you tell me why they're going to replace Jacoby Brissett? Can you make a good argument why they should replace a guy who's had a career year and led them to an overtime victory over the Bucs yesterday for Deshaun Watson?
Because they gave $250 million almost.
That's disgusting. I mean, Jacoby Brissett has done nothing but except for earn respect and deserves the job. And oh, by the way, Deshaun's ready now. He's coming. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
You'd still play him?
I just said how disappointed I was in their organization for doing that. But no, I wouldn't play him.
For the record, sir.
Thank you for thank you for coming
terrible,
at me
though,
in
isn't
that
it?
way.
Isn't it terrible?
Yeah. Thank God Russell Wilson never came here. That's a text.
Okay.
Ever. Not even early in his career.
Yeah. I things now he's bickering with teammates. Did you see that?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of pressure when you're getting the big cabbage, and guys have to understand.
Let that be a lesson to anyone who goes out and predicts multiple championships.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Just saying.
I thought we already had that lesson here in town.
I just wanted to remind you of it, just for fun.
No.
I'm sorry.
That was you just flicking a peanut shell at me because you didn't like that I was rattling off different guys that I thought were disappointments when you had already said there was one team that was the most disappointing. Vegas, very disappointing, too.
Vegas,
Chris is in McHenry. Hey, Chris.
Oh, hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just want to say I'm hearing a lot of negativity about the Bears losing and not winning. The reason they're losing is because they have Will Anderson sitting down there at number 2, most likely, maybe number 3. I think they're going to do whatever they can to get that player. I know you may not want to talk about tanking, but if you get that player, you're immediately good. If you can remember back, like, when they got Khalil Mack, how good they became almost immediately because of the amount of stuff the defensive coordinator has to do to think about that guy all day long. got to double him. It frees everyone else on the field up. And the fact of the matter is, you people that are
Will Anderson single-handedly changes the Bears from no front seven to front seven. That's what you're saying, right?
almost immediately.
Okay. All right. That's a good player. He's a good player. He looks real good.
You'd have to steal Jack Sanborn's nickname in that case if he was the entire front seven.
He has been named front seven. I don't know if
that's gonna
I mean that's a good start.
It's a good start.
Yeah, but that's not.
There's a lot of work to do.
You're not finished.
There's a lot of work to do, and a lot of faith being placed in the ability to draft players and make an immediate turnaround. Now, is this part of the?
Maybe it works.
Is this part of the handbook of how to rebuild a playoff contender? Yeah, there's probably a chapter on tanking.
Yeah,
at least one.
At least one chapter. You might need 2 tanks, is what I'm telling you.
So I'm trying to get back to what his point was. Are we supposed to celebrate losses then?
I think that's his point.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we are. I think we've been told that all year long.
Wrong show.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's fine. I'd like to, I'd like to see a team try to get better. I don't know. No? Anybody? No. Okay.
I'm with you.
I'm
with you.
All right. Yeah. There we go. We've got Dan and Lawrence joining us next. We'll get a chance to talk to them, find out how their Thanksgivings went, and if they had a feast or not. I'm sure everyone was feasting.
Great weather.
It was very nice.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes, it was.
Yesterday, a little drizzly. But, over the weekend, wow.
Saturday was
tremendous
really nice.
Weather.
Yeah, it was good. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of The Score.
This is Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on The Score. An entire day of Bears Jets analysis from our team of Bears experts, including Brad Biggs, Tom Thayer, Dan Wiederer, Trent Dilford, and Jalen Johnson. Plus your reaction too. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears.
He's comfortable with what he's seeing. You see everything you want to see in a franchise quarterback. The ability to make those big throws down the field, the confidence to rip the football. You guys know there's issues on that team, and you see him make up for some of those issues with his athleticism and the huge plays that he can make with his legs or buying time to get out on the edge. The biggest thing is just, what I say with NFL quarterbacks is that I love all the special stuff that you can bring, but I still believe being a franchise quarterback and being a quarterback that can win in the NFL, you have to make the layups. And what I mean by the layups are, if there's a throw that you're looking at, you got to be able to make that throw consistently. If there's a particular read that to me is a very simple read within the structure of what they're asking you to do, you've got to make the right read most of the time. You've got to be consistent with those things. And that's my biggest thing with Justin at this stage in his career, is he's not consistent with those things, is that I'm not really sure what I'm getting. And there'll be times that he's looking at something and he won't throw it. He hesitates to throw it, and I don't know what that is. Oftentimes what that means is they're not really seeing it. They might be looking in the right area, but they're not really seeing it, because if they saw it, they'd let it go. They throw it because that guy's open. And so that to me is where he's got to continue to get better. And, those things get accentuated when you're on a team that has a lot of issues, right? When, you're not protecting for 5 and 6 seconds, and you got to make those decisions faster, well, then it shows up that, hey, I need to get the ball out right there. When you've got guys that aren't making all the plays for you on the back end or aren't separating, getting great separation, then you got to be on time. Anybody that hears this, and I tell every quarterback that I come across, I am always happy to help anybody in any way that they think I possibly can. And so even if this gets back to Justin or any other young player out there, whatever. I love helping. I love teaching the game. So I'm always available from that standpoint.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. We, of course, are broadcasting live from the Score Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Want to thank Evan Thomas for getting us up and running and twitching every morning, motivated as well. And we'd like to thank everyone for calling, for texting, for emailing.
Also, thank you for listening on this Monday morning.
Yes, very much appreciated. And thanks to our executive producer. He is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
We made a couple plays while we're out there against a pretty good offensive team. I'm going to say that also. Let's have somebody else. We can turn this into you and me forever. Let's let someone else ask a couple questions, and then we'll come back to you. How about that? We'll get you. We're not going to leave until you. Let's let everybody else, and we'll come back to you. All right? And, Jonathan, I can figure out who I want to answer to. I don't need your help with that. Thank you. Does anyone else have another question first?
Lovey not liking some of the back and forth.
Shocking.
With reporters.
That was shocking. Never heard that before.
And thanks to you, Brandon Fryer, for your great work.
I think turkey's overrated. Yeah, I know. Hot take. I really think it is. Yeah, it's dry. But I think it's the yams, like these candied yams. Yeah, one of my teammates, I went to his house and we had candied yams. So I felt bad the next day, but it was worth it. It was definitely worth it. That's good. Real good.
That's Stephen Adams commenting on Thanksgiving foods. I will say this in his defense, and we've got Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes.
Hey
guys, I want to get all of your menu. I think we only eat yams once a year. I mean, that might be the only time I ever see a yam.
Christmas.
Do we have yams
Maybe.
on Christmas?
I don't know. Maybe some
Easter.
people do. Easter
yams?
Are we conflating
Holiday
yams with
and
sweet potatoes?
Yeah,
No, I
that's what
love
was
sweet
wondering.
potatoes. I think we have sweet potatoes all year long, and there are even sweet potato fries that people love, and you can get
Sweet
at different
potato
places.
pies.
But do you get yams other than on a holiday?
You can. There's.
Really?
I'm just waiting. You're going to bring it back tomorrow for him? You bring the Martin, trying to get to the yams thing back, Brandon Fryer? Yeah. At some point. Yeah, but Steven's right. I actually did this year. My mom was like, oh, I'm going to make blah, 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 blah. I was like, you don't have to make that for me. Like, I'm not interested. Like, I don't want to do the big, like, Thanksgiving.
Really?
No, I'm not interested. All it does is, like, it's a lot of stuff that I would be like, yeah, it's okay, I guess.
What do you resist the most?
Honestly, like, the turkey. I'm with Steven Adams on this. Like, it's fine. But
not a turkey guy.
Not really a turkey guy. So I asked my mom if she would be okay if she just went all out on breakfast for me.
Oh, that's great.
And she did.
That's a good mom.
It was great.
That's a good mom.
She's fantastic.
Yeah, that's great.
It was great. And then I finished that instead of doing like the early dinner. I don't know if it's a cultural thing that seems to be a thing in black households where dinner starts at 1:00 or whatever. Instead of doing that, had a late breakfast. It's delicious. Sat there, then tried to explain soccer to my father. And then when he found out that the American football game was on, he was like, I've had enough of this. Like, you show me the American football game.
That's a good day.
It's a really good Thanksgiving.
I think we need to revisit this whole turkey thing because it's very good, Lawrence. Very good.
It's really good for you.
It's good for you. It's healthy. It's meaty.
Honestly, like, I like the sides. Like, that's where I find myself, where it's like dressing, mac and cheese, really, really good, like, rolls or biscuits or cornbread, that sort of thing. And, of course, the sweet potatoes or the yams. Like, that's where it's at. But I don't like that the main is turkey. See, I love the turkey. I am a straight-up traditionalist, and I'll arrange that first plate just right with the right ratios of mostly dark meat, a little white meat for texture, a lot of skin. Everything. But the key for me, and what I'm sort of famous for, I think I got this, I think I inherited this particular gene, is I double back where the carcass of the turkey, after carving, on the roasting pan, on the little rolling butcher block island where that thing is sitting, that's when I go to town.
where I don't
break
know
off some of it.
There's so much goodness in there, and in the bottom of the pan,
Sure.
the neck and the little bits and the tail
Pick it
part,
apart, yeah.
and that's the glory of it right there. Is finding these perfect little pockets of uncarved meat, like the what they call the oyster, that little chunk of meat on the underside of the pelvic bone. Like I'm a hyena for that stuff.
I gotta say, like, I have made like beer can chicken on the Traeger, and I will go at the carcass of that thing like a dog at a bone.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable. The little pockets of flavor
Yes.
that you find in there.
Yes. That's
unbelievable.
You don't want to watch me
But
do
a
it. I'm telling you,
yeah, the
it's like it's worse than watching a Bears
turkey's
game.
too big for me to do that.
You're gonna pick it up.
Yeah, I just.
It'd be a great video.
You know what
the
I'm
idea of that is
You know what I'm
horrible.
talking about, though. That
I know
that
exactly what you're
absolute,
saying. It's
like
great.
reptile
Yeah.
brain,
Yeah.
like caveman sort of.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Where all the flavor is.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good. So you had all your traditional.
Straight up traditionalist. A little small slice of pumpkin pie, small slice of pecan pie.
Yeah, I didn't do the desserts as much. My wife tried a new pecan pie that was actually pretty good. My son cooked a lot. I was very surprised.
What did he make?
He made something that involved beets and squash. He's a very healthy eater, and so a lot of he made the stuffing, which was different. He used a lot of different types of raisins.
What stood out for you? Yeah, raisins. You said.
Yeah, there's some raisins in there.
I'm out.
Was there any
That's a deal breaker.
water chestnuts?
Yeah. Water chestnuts. Yeah. Yeah,
had that
that was a very good stuffing. He had very good. He did a nice job.
Dan just withdrew. I'm out.
As soon as I hear raisins and the stuffing,
I
I'm
wasn't sure. Actually, I went in kind of skeptical. Actually, he was spending a lot of time in the kitchen, but overall,
that's good.
What inspired him to?
He has just become more interested in cooking for whatever reason. I think living alone, maybe, and that he doesn't want to. Your typical college kid or grad school, you don't want to be reliant on having sandwiches all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So he figured out he wanted to start cooking, and he has done that. And he's now everything includes hot sauce. It seems.
Oh,
or a lot of spices. But hey,
Good for him.
Live and learn.
I'm like trying not to eat bread, generally speaking, and my nephew made these crescent rolls from scratch that people were talking about. It's all they did at the whole table, and I'm sitting there kind of gnawing off my hand.
Oh, you should have had one just to be polite.
I should have, yeah, but I didn't.
You did not try it?
No.
Were you tempted?
Oh,
that's discipline.
Mother of God. Yeah. The whole thing was a
So
temptation.
Thanksgiving was a torture.
It was difficult.
With a lot of things you couldn't eat.
Well, there's things I love to eat, and I only have them once a year, starting with there's like a pumpkin soup that is delivered early. It is awesome. I love that stuff. But I tried to be disciplined, and it was
Have a cheat day.
Yeah, I should have. I made a mistake.
You missed church on Wednesday, Dan.
Yeah, I did.
And at some point, I forgot to tell Mike Rankin and Ray, he went on a screed about pumpkin pie.
Wow.
Like he started the segment talking about, you're not eating pumpkin pie. All that stuff in the can is squash. You're
true.
eating squash pie.
It's true. It's called a Dickinson pumpkin, which is very much like a butternut squash. It is not a pumpkin.
But he came ready to fight on Wednesday about that.
There's no fight. He's right.
I'm very inconsistent on pumpkin pie. It depends on the year. Depends on if I have a taste for it or not.
I need fresh cream with it.
Yeah.
Because I find it a little
Okay.
bit dry.
Speaking of which, I made either the greatest error or the greatest call or both over the weekend.
Oh boy, here we go.
I was scrounging around for a dessert. This was not Thanksgiving night. I was scrounging around for a dessert. And because both kids are home, you make it funny. I get a couple of sweet cereals because, we have, they like to be kids. And there was just enough Lucky Charms left for one more bowl. And the end of box dust in the bottom.
All the sugar residue.
And marshmallow residue. Like all of that. So I pour it, and then it gets this like perfect little mound of dust on the top.
A topping.
And I look, and I realize, for whatever reason, we had almost a half pint of heavy cream left. So instead of milk,
oh God,
cream. Instead of milk, I had that bowl of Lucky Charms and Lucky Charms dust in entirely heavy double whipping cream.
I have never in my life had milk in cereal.
This isn't milk.
When I was a kid, I'd have a glass of milk, and then I would eat dry cereal and throw some milk on it in my mouth. But I cannot bear the idea of soggy cereal.
Dan just described a Lucky Charms shake.
Essentially, that's what it was.
That's what it is.
And with every mouthful, I'm going, "Oh my God, this is so good."
Oh,
and then I'm thinking, "Oh, this is so stupid." Because I lactose and I are on. We have a tense relationship.
Did you take your thing?
No.
Oh,
because I couldn't find one.
Then yes, it was a terrible idea.
But I knew it with every bite. I'm thinking like, oh, this is the best thing ever. This is the worst thing ever. It was just, I don't know. It was like the Ring and Lord of the Rings. It's like it gives you all this power, but it drives you insane. You lose your mind. You become Gollum. I don't know. Oh, it was so good. It was so bad.
Terrible idea.
So great.
I'm sure you're going to talk about the Bears game at some point. What have you today?
Yes, it's Bears Monday. So, of course, we'll talk about the Bears game. Anthony
It's
Herron.
not a victory Monday.
No, not
far
in any way.
Far from a big. There was nothing victorious about yesterday.
Well, there is one thing we'll get to early.
Yes.
There's one thing where we won.
Yes, particularly this show and the station at large, we won something
for sure.
yesterday.
Anthony Herron will join us at 11. Dan Wiederer at noon. James Fegan will talk about the White Sox bargain shopping.
Yep.
And maybe a little bit of Bulls talk thrown in there. They've got a big game at the Jazz tonight and all sorts of other stuff.
Have a great show.
All right, guys.
Bears lose. They fall to the New York Jets and drop to 3-9 on the season. Keep it here as the Score team dissects the loss. Plus, we'll have your reaction too here on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score!
What do you thought of the rookie DBs for the Bears? Brisker, and how has he done? What do you think of him, and what do you think of Gordon?
I think they're good. I think Gordon is a good player. I think Brisker can be a really good player.
Me too.
I think Brisker is everything we've wanted since Amos left, and I guess Mike Brown and Chris Harris. So he's fallen in that line to me because he's not afraid to come up and knock the piss out of you. He makes plays on the ball. So I'm not going to call him this because he's a first year guy, but if he ends up being a bigger Mike Brown, oh my gosh, what do we have? You know what I mean?
I said bigger Bob Sanders.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't know if he hits like Bob. I don't know if he hit Bob. Bob would knock the heck out of you, man.
Which is crazy because he was my size.
Yes. Yeah, Bob would blow himself up.
Yeah, he'd be gone. And then he'd magically show up for the Super Bowl and be a problem for the Bears in the Super Bowl.
Exactly. Yes. But I think Brisker can be a Pro Bowl level type player for years. I think Gordon can be a good player. It's just it's the big plays. Gordon, if he makes the big plays, he'll be a Pro Bowl level type player. But people got to throw the ball to him. Right now, we can't stop the run, so people don't have to throw it. We got to stop the run. So, but as far as those two, I believe Posum got it right, and you can see it in the first year. And it doesn't take 2-3 years for you to be able to see that these guys came out right away and they started making plays. They're not top 10 picks. It's just making the right pick and getting football players as opposed to getting guys that are big, fast, and jump high. I don't care about the combine warrior. I want a guy that can play football. If we only go by combine warrior, we never draft Lance Briggs, right? Because he's not that. He is a football player, and that's what he does. He don't draft me. Heck, I was horrible at the combine, but I'm glad, Chicago, I'm glad you drafted me.
Preston to 2 on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station. The Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Dan Bernstein.
You still got a legitimate backup in McCowan.
McCown! It's not McCowan!
McCowan.
No!
Lawrence Holmes.
Let's hear from QB1 right now at Haugh Hall.
So it's just a separated shoulder with, partially torn ligaments, basically like an AC joint. Of course, I'm not going to sacrifice playing in this game for me risking that I might not be able to play later in games.
I love that he advocated for himself. I love that he told you, let's not BS. Okay, so let me give you a little behind the scenes stuff here. I got a text message earlier this week saying that the Fields camp is letting people know that it is a separated shoulder and that the team had been pushing back.
There it is.
On that.
There it is. That's
okay?
why the misinformation got out there.
You see, the reasons our bodies fail is because of toxins.
Toxins?
All the horrible food we eat, the sodas and meats are filled with toxins, and the only way for us to get better is to flush those toxins out of our system. Western medicine is so quick to cut and carve up, but all your son needs is a toxin-flushing diet of lemon juice and cayenne pepper.
Wow, that's amazing misinformation.
Bernstein and Holmes, your midday destination for Chicago sports talk.
It's the Bears, and it's the Jets, and we've got opening kick coming up.
Oh, who cares?
Hope everybody had a wonderful holiday weekend. I hope it was filling and restful and spiritually restorative, and you didn't kill members of your family. All of those things.
That's important. You don't want to do that.
Unless you had to.
I mean, I guess.
Which I would understand if it was unavoidable, that an imperative that happens. But a pleasant Bears Monday to you. And this is a Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on the Score as we broadcast live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer. We have Ray Diaz, we have Mike Rankin, we've got Brandon Fryer and Connor O'Donnell, and we're set to go.
Yeah, we got a lot of interesting stuff to talk about, most of which is not that game that happened yesterday. I did enjoy everyone kind of after the first couple of drives by the Bears, everyone being like, oh yeah, this roster's really, really bad. And now you're going to see Mike White go up here and maybe put himself in the conversation for AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Until, of course, Tua did stuff, and then Trevor Lawrence did stuff. But yeah, that's about what it looks like when your team has a really rotten roster. It's not fun for anyone, even them.
Well, look, when we saw the roster, when they broke camp, and the final cutdowns came in, and they built their practice squad, what did we say?
Just you wait until December.
Right. Like I said, get your wins now.
Just you wait. Just you wait.
I said, get your wins now while you're healthy enough that you have some good players. Even good teams now. Once we start this portion of the season, even good teams have third stringers and over-promoted practice squatters and guys off the street. But when you're a bad team and you're doing that,
it can get away from you really quickly. And then you can see and you can just like, oh man. And then you sit there go, I know why we're watching the game. Like you and I are watching the game because we have to. Like it's part of the gig and it's fine. I can't imagine. And I know it was a crappy day outside yesterday with the rain. If I were not tasked with watching that game yesterday, the only reason that I would have watched the game would have been if Nathan Peterman would have started.
Yeah, but that wouldn't have lasted long.
Oh,
you would have got the novelty would have worn off.
No, I would have been looking for the real bad from Nathan Peterman.
Fun bad?
Yeah, because I mean he has supplied some of the most fun bad starts in NFL history.
The most recent one was against the Bears, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is a guy who threw 5 interceptions and a half. So I was all for I'm all for the Peterman, and then like the the comedy of it, of how it came to be, where I flip around through all the national shows, right? And I'm like, oh, is anyone going to talk about Justin Fields this week? And then all of them, like, kind of at the same time being like, we got to go back to New York because apparently there's a chance that Nathan Peterman's going to start this game. And I'm watching all of the reporters like, yeah, Trevor hurt his oblique, so you're going to see Nathan Peterman, and they just activated him from the practice squad. It's like, oh, I'm interested in that. But had I not had to do this for work, there's no way I was watching. Like, think about what we had yesterday, Dan. It wasn't just no Justin Fields, no Kwani B, no Kyler Gordon. What am I watching for?
Hey, that is a subtweet that I will not stand for any possible interpretation of what you're saying as any disparagement for the coming out party of Jack Sanborn, Chicago hero.
Well, okay, look, I interviewed Jack on Unfiltered Wednesday after I left here.
And we had Jack on the show as a Ken Mastrolli Award winner.
Yes. I think that Jack Sanborn has done enough in the games that he's played that man is going to be on NFL rosters for a really long time.
He's going to have a nice NFL career.
I think he's going to make a nice amount of money, and then he seems willing to do interviews, which makes me think he is thinking like long-term about what he ends up doing. I don't know if he goes into coaching or if he wants to maybe go into this side of the business. I'm all for it and I support it. You have to realize that in the absence of good, anything remotely good,
competence can look great in the absence of good.
Yeah. And I think, and if you go back to the draft and you're talking about an undrafted guy, Dan, we got to tell people all of this stuff.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, if you were to do the bingo card of Chicago Bears folk hero.
Yeah.
Local kid, inside linebacker,
Big Ten,
white,
yeah,
Big Ten
linebacker face.
He's got that good face.
He's got good linebacker face.
He's got
man.
that good face.
It's all of those things, and like you see him make plays, and you go, "Is there something there?" I do think there's something there. If I'm scouting it now, and I think that maybe some teams probably got it wrong in the draft. And I actually talked with Jack about this on whether it, at that point, would you rather be a 6th or 7th round draft pick? And the answer to that to me is no.
Then you can pick the best fit.
Yes, I'd rather be an undrafted free agent so I can go someplace where I can put myself on tape. I think that he is a 5th linebacker and a core special teams player. Right?
Yeah. The problem he has is he is what scouts used to call a run-down linebacker. And the problem is the prevalence of nickel, the prevalence of 3 wide receiver sets, which is pretty much the default setting now.
11 personnel is being run about 72% of the time by NFL teams.
That means 1 running back, 1 tight end,
3
wide receivers. And that's all. But when you hear that term, by the way, 21 personnel, 13 personnel, whatever you do, just, the first number is running backs, the second number is tight ends, and the remaining of 5 is the number of wide receivers. It sounds silly, but it's easy once you get the hang of it. And yeah, like he's fine. He's good, and he's got a nose for the ball, and he sticks his nose in there, and he doesn't give up on the play. He's got really good instincts, sort of sideways and forward, and I like him. I think he's a good player.
Look at you being positive.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
But that's exactly what a Bears folk hero ends up being, though.
Mm-hmm.
He got linebacker face and local guy made good. Speaking of local guy made good, how about Matt Bowen?
Another title.
Our guy, Matt Bowen, man.
Stacking hardware.
Dan, the people from the 309 on Wednesday, people are in the Byron area are really mad that IC Catholic beat them because they recruit from all over. We only got 476 kids. IC Catholic only has 325.
Seriously?
Oh yeah,
Like,
they were in the text stream, big mad, even though Byron beat IC Catholic last year.
There's 3A football beef?
Yes, people are mad. They're real mad.
Is Byron the team that has their offensive linemen show up in a livestock truck?
They are. And they have former NFL safety Sean Considine is one of their coaches. So you got an NFL coach there, an NFL coach, both guys from Iowa.
Yeah, but that whole thing, like our offensive linemen, they're animals. We bring them in a truck, and they come out of the truck like they're cows or something. Or hogs.
Like the old hogs with Washington.
Look at us.
So, yeah, there was that was on the text lines on Wednesday. Like, people were still mad that Byron lost and that it's unfair. And IC Catholic should be playing up a class and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, there was some of that. So I took on the role
Get a hobby.
I took on the role of Dan Bernstein and just eviscerated them. Since I
thought you were doing that to Ohio State fans.
Oh, that was on Twitter. Hey, Brandon Pope. Yeah, that was. And the thing is that I got no problem with Ohio State. Like, it's a great program, and I'm mad that people out here trying to fire Ryan Day because he's lost 2 straight games to Michigan while building a national championship contender. Okay, go ahead and see if you can find a better coach. I don't think you're going to be able to do that, but. Yeah, there's been a lot of, because I'm pretty puffy-chested about Bama and with the whole Bama thing. But for the most part, that's for poops and giggles, But there are people that take the SEC bias really seriously. And my man, shout out to Brandon Pope from WCIU, is one of those dudes. And he's an Ohio State guy. And he's just been like, anytime that Bama has lost the game this year or the SEC, these SEC defenses don't look up to snuff, like that sort of stuff. And then you saw Ohio State get boat raced by a quarterback who can't throw.
At home.
At the crib. So he was going to get it. And that's all I did Saturday. That's all I did was troll him.
I did think there was a tactical mistake made in that game using a linebacker spy.
Yeah, we've talked about how sometimes it doesn't make sense to do that at every level of the game. And it didn't – I get that he's a guy that's got jets, but it didn't make sense to do.
When you have those one-on-one in a college secondary, and that guy cannot throw, but all it takes is somebody to fall down. When you're keeping a defender in because you're so worried about him running, and he thinks, all right, well, that's a one-on-one, and college players fall down sometimes. College players take bad angles sometimes, and he was just, with every muscle in his body, trying to get that thing as far downfield as he could. And
he did. When you're throwing to wide open receivers, it makes it easier. And sometimes those guys can even hold up and catch it and then run. So it made me, like when I was a kid growing up, like Michigan was my team, like that was my dream school, and got in and we couldn't afford it. So
I'm a Michigan man for life.
For life. But obviously now I actually have a college football team to cheer for. And don't be surprised if Alabama ends up in the college football playoffs.
Roll damn tide, baby.
It's an outside possibility.
I think when the CFP comes out tomorrow, they're going to be number 5.
Where are they in the AP?
Doesn't matter.
I'm just asking, just for my own edification.
Right now, I think there's 7 in both.
Okay.
And LSU lost. So
they're out. They're done.
No. But I'm saying, like, as far as rankings go, there's a team that they don't have to worry about. And I'm wondering what the committee is going to do to Ohio State. If I were on the committee, they'd be 4. But I could see the committee moving them to 6. I could see that. I could see, and that's what I was joking with Brandon about. Like, you gonna do all this stuff and all this talking, and you're gonna end up, you wanted Bama? Guess what? Now you got them.
I'm here with my family.
Yes, shout out to Texas A&M for not giving up all that money that they spent, and they went out there and they took care of business against LSU. and now Bryce Young is actually on the same page with some of these young receivers at Bama, could be problematic. Just saying, tomorrow, don't be surprised if you see Bama at 5 and people like, oh, bleep, here they come.
Yesterday's Bears game was a whole lot of L's. There were L's right and left with the injuries, with the personnel, with the scoreboard. There was a dub in there for us.
Oh, there was a major dub for this show, this radio station, and quite honestly, Dan, this city.
There was a hidden win.
And we are going to talk about that hidden win next here on The Score.
Bears lose again. That's 5 in a row if you're counting. I stopped a long time ago. They fell to the Jets, and the losing streak continues. David Haugh here from the Mully and Haugh Show. Mornings 5:30 to 10. Keep it right here for full reaction to the loss and all of our shows and team of Bears experts. Of course, we'll have your reaction too. Plus, we'll look to the next matchup when they take on the struggling Packers. And
that event that was the tease 24 years ago, Michael's last shot, I brought with me this little item that we've talked about.
You're okay.
I have no idea where I got it. This guy, I had a guy. Maybe had was a bad choice of words, but yeah, there's a guy
who had a lot of stuff.
He had a lot of stuff, and this is not a bagel he found from a Bears game in 2004. This is not a banana. This is not a Coke can. This is
he carried that with him everywhere he went.
I love him. So, oh, absolutely, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. No, I can't do it. Grody does it better. But anyway, I have come across a piece of course, the net from Michael Jordan's last shot with a very amateur-looking photo, but it kind of reminds you in case you need the recall of what happened. But I would absolutely be more than honored if you were to take this and keep this.
That's very, very kind of you. So the story was when I lost the bet to do overnights with your dad and do the double shift. I was friendly with Les. I did the night show on CBS, so I was doing 9 p.m. to 1 a.m., and sometimes I would come in and spend some of the 1 a.m. hour with him. I'm a radio dork, and I loved your dad, and I loved that we had live and local overnights.
I'm holding this up for people watching on Twitch.
It's beautiful.
When I did that 5-hour shift with your dad, I went to his website and he had the picture with Michael Jordan. I was like, tell me some Michael Jordan stories. And he's like, oh yeah, Michael knows me. He always says hello. He picks me out. He picks me out. And I was like, how does that? And so, but he talked about covering and going to all the games. And he said that he was in Utah with the station for both the 97 and 98. But he always had to take something from the games. And so, what'd you take? Like you said, media guide, Coke can, whatever the thing would be. And then he said,
use your imagination, and you're probably right.
He said that it was him. Sorry.
Gross. It's okay.
I think it was him.
Hey, that thing was important.
I want to say it was Dan Roan.
You're right here.
Dan Roan and maybe one other person that they cut down the nets on each end of the floor when they won, like it was the NCAA title or something. But unlike when a college team cuts down the nets, the coach gets the net, and it goes over the trophy, and it's in the school display case. And all of the kids on the Final Four team or the title team get a piece of the net. But the NBA teams don't often cut down the nets, and so your dad said the pieces of the net were still hanging in the metal rim, and him... And I think it was Dan Roan, and I forget the third media member, climbed up on the ladder and took down the netting pieces from the side of the court that Jordan hit his final shot with the Bulls. And I'm like, I'm a Jordan junkie, like the signed jersey, like all the trading cards. I was like, Les, that's the coolest piece of memorabilia I've ever heard of. Like, you have a piece of the net,
and here it is,
that Jordan hit the final shot,
and there it is.
How he didn't get tackled trying to do that. I mean, there's...
I can't believe it was allowed.
Where are the places where if you do see improvement from Justin Fields, the passer, where are you seeing it?
He's more decisive with the ball.
Okay, and that's a general term, but what if you're talking about anyone who's playing high level football at the quarterback position when they're throwing the ball? Are they decisive? Do they see it and cut it loose? I used that term earlier this year when I was talking to you guys. I think it was after the Washington game, and it was after the Green Bay game. There was plays and there was throws to be made in that tape where I felt like Justin did not cut it loose as a thrower. What I mean by that is he saw it and he just didn't take it. Okay, now you're seeing him take those throws. Again, more of them, they're much more defined for him now. That's fine. That's what you want. Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay have one of the most defined passing games in the NFL. That is part of pro passing in this league in terms of how you counter defensive coverages. So what you're seeing with Justin is he's much more decisive throwing the football. When he sees it and he reads it, he's cutting it loose. He's throwing with velocity. He's throwing with touch. He's throwing to the third level of the field. And again, I'm with you, Lawrence. It doesn't matter in terms of the amount of volume you're throwing with because of what they do in the run game. It's executing those opportunities when you have them as a passer. And I think it's also this. You don't want to force anything, right? Because I've heard it too all week. Well, he needs to do this in the pocket. Why? Why does he? Take the player you're coaching right now. That's what you have to do as a coach. If you're not doing that, get out of coaching. Because you have to look at the player you have right now, where he's at in terms of his development. Okay, let's cater to that development right now. It's not where he's going to be in week 17. It's not where he's going to be 2 years from now. Because I have to coach the kid this weekend, right? I have to put him in a position to produce this weekend. So let's build the pass game around where he is right now as a thrower. And that's the best thing the Bears have done the last couple of weeks.
Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
Snap, sidestepping to the pocket. Simeon going to launch down the right side, going for Claypool. Adjusts, makes the catch. Claypool adjusting at the last minute. Gardner at his back turned. That's a big play from Trevor Simeon.
Something we talked about this week, and then as we got closer to the game, I just told him, hey, I don't care who's over there. I'm gonna throw it to you. I think he's a great player. Got a big body, huge catch radius. Just want to give him a couple chances.
That's the voice of Bears quarterback Trevor Simeon, and I think we dodged a bullet.
We 100% did, Dan. We dodged a major, as a show. He was already starting.
You knew what could have happened, and it wasn't going to happen with Nathan Peterman because he's just not good enough. Trevor Simeon is right in that slot where he's good enough to have had enough of a game to make our professional lives a living hell.
Yes. By being competent and throwing touchdowns. I already have people, well, you see how the passing offense works better. Maybe Fields could learn a thing or two.
Mm-hmm.
It's already in there. People were just, they had it locked in their phone. They're just waiting to send a tweet. They had called 312-644-67. Just waiting to dial the other two numbers so they could jump on the air and be like, no, this is the quarterback that the Bears need to get behind.
See,
Trevor Simeon.
I picture them as an army of the undead, like an army of darkness when he doesn't properly recite the words from the Necronomicon and it allows all of the undead to come out of their graves. Ah, bad quarterback. Ah, whoever it may be. They can't wait to rise from the ground.
Dan, during the break, we had one of these people. You don't want me to... We were talking. All right,
go ahead.
All right, I'm going to tell it to
No, you do it.
I'm going to tell it to the people that are watching us on Twitch, folks that are listening wherever it is.
Go ahead.
We got a text during the break of someone asking, could Sanborn become linebacker Gary Fensick? Now, why would he pick that particular name?
Well, we know.
Do people understand that that's part of their behavior? I mean, it's scary for a lot of different reasons, but do you think people understand that that's part of their behavior? Also, tell me that you don't watch football without telling me you don't watch football.
We're the first name that comes to mind. Wait, who's a Bear who was kind of slow? And wait a second here. I got it.
He could be a linebacking version of Gary Fensick. And so I said, You mean that Jack Sanborn's going to, in one season, be one of the 3 best linebackers that play that year? Because that's Gary Fensick was an all-pro and a Pro Bowler. So if Jack does that, God bless, man. Congratulations, you earned it. But come on, man. Like, why was that your comp? Why? And even like, let's say that you wanted to use the racial component as your only like comp, right? Why not say, could Jack Sanborn have a career like Hunter Hillenmeyer?
Nice career.
Made a lot of money and then invested his money well. And played for what, like a decade? Why not that? I mean, come on. Like, come on.
I don't know. But see, that was my worry about Simeon. That I thought the moment I saw through all of the Bears' ridiculous posturing. And by the way, retroactively, call that what it was. Justin Fields was never, ever, 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 ever going to play. That was all. No. It was all BS. The whole thing was kayfabe. All of it. All of the day-to-day and cleared for the walk-through on Wednesday where they say, well, yeah, he was cleared by doctors and had limited participation. You were doing crossword puzzles. Come on.
That's why.
Like, it was garbage. None of it made any sense. He was never going to play, and I don't think he's going to play this week either.
Nor should he.
Nor should he. You got the bye week coming up.
You might as well use it to your advantage.
And stop. Just let the guy heal up. We all know what's going on here. We all know what you're doing and why you're doing it.
For Robert Saleh to prepare for Trevor Siemian. I mean, those extra hours where they were crushing tape, Dan, they had to get ready.
There's only 24 hours in a day, and now you got to spend so much of it being concerned about all these quarterbacks. Oh, my God, what are we going to do? But that was never going to happen. And it was just, you should have known it. Well, there's 3 things that have to happen. Come on. It was never going to be. I don't think it's going to be this week either, unless there's a miracle. There's just no reason. Let it be backup quarterbacks again. And by the way, Jordan Love, not bad.
Pretty good yesterday.
Pretty good. I saw some things that were intriguing. A couple eyebrow raiser moments there, a little flash here and flash there, and you see and you think, all right, but I wouldn't do it this week.
It was kind of interesting too last night, like watching Jordan Love come into the game because they were on it. Tirico and Collinsworth were on it early on about Rodgers taking some big hits and not looking quite himself. And I wonder, instead of there being a flashpoint moment of guy gets hurt, insert quarterback into the game, and then watch him flail, if there was enough lead up time for him to feel more comfortable than usual. And he played like it. So good for him. Happy to see that.
And I didn't know that Simeon was going to be battling through his strained oblique or whatever. They probably stuck a big needle in it and it made it fine for the game. But the moment I heard that he was likely to get the start, and I wrote down the numbers, I tweeted him before. I think I tweeted it in response to something Parkins said before the game. And I had him as, what did I say? Something like 13 of 24 or 14 of 23, 239.
2 touchdowns and a pick, right?
2 and 1. And that's what I thought that would have been
enough to ignite the horde.
Right. And it's probably like a 92 rating or whatever that checks out to be. I didn't run it through the calculator. But I thought that would lead to that I would absolutely dread coming in here today and seeing every blinking light once I open these phones after Anthony. And we're going to do it after Anthony.
We'll unlock them, but not right now.
We're not unlocking them yet. But it's just everyone like, I don't know, this Simon guy. That all of the
this Simeon,
there's all of the accompanying mispronunciations of his name.
I'd rather have McDowell's play Sunday. I don't think Cutler's ready yet.
I just think this young man feels this little guy needs to sit and watch.
There is a lot of the babality of Justin Fields.
Thank God. Thank the football gods.
Sky points
that Simeon was bad enough that it kept the army of undead idiots underground.
They had to delete the scores number. Like, they had to backtrack and I'm not going to dial it and say it.
So close to just like shooting that hand through the dirt like at the end of Carrie. But no, back down it goes into their undead slumber.
14 of 25, 179 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, and a lot of underthrown footballs, including the touchdown.
Unbelievable play by Byron Pringle on
How about that?
Unbelievable.
But I'm really happy that we don't have to do that show because I was getting ready to do that show.
That week. It would have been at least a week, and then if he had another, that's sports talk hell. That is where you're just fending off. Believe me, for those of us who have lived through those wars and have the scars to show for it,
Matt Barkley.
Oh, how dare you, Mike Rankin? How dare you?
There's something there.
Many. There's
something there. He's got to finish out the season. Because you want to find out if there's something there with Matt Barkley. There's nothing there.
Do you remember the 5 interception game?
Yep.
And I remember we were driving back. Jason and I were skiing, and we're driving back, and I'm listening to Joniak and Thayer. And after all this big buildup for Matt Barkley, and Joniak says, "So does his performance today make you reevaluate what you think about his future?" And there's this long pause, and Thayer goes, "Well, yeah." I was like, "Well, it's." What did you need? The 4th interception? The 5th? I mean, yes, he's not good. And you can say he's not good by observing how not good he is.
Wow, Matt Barkley was getting checks up until 2 years ago?
Yep.
Holy crap balls. He was in the league 2 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
That is upsetting. Good for him.
Go Bears!
10 years of NFL salary.
630 texter says, when you have 3 wins, you're going nowhere. Why keep it in doubt all week about Fields to bluff the opposition? Just say that Fields isn't playing. When they're competitive, you can keep the opposition in doubt. See, let me try to...
You're going to try to get into Matt Eberflus's mind?
I'm Captain Positivity and
you are
and
today.
Reason today. And here's why. Maybe as a first-time head coach, he wanted to practice the half-truthing. Maybe these were reps.
I don't think they were reps.
Maybe they were reps. They're just like, look, this is gonna happen when we're good. We're gonna have a week like this. Let's work through this machinery. Let's train these muscles a little bit.
I don't think he has to train those muscles. I think he is coaching McCoachman man.
I know, but he's never done it as a head coach in a
never
major market.
He's never done it as a head
media.
coach, but this is what he's done.
I have a genuine question about the way that they handled.
You paused on genuine.
I do.
Yeah.
The way that they handled Justin Fields in practice this week, because I saw Mark Rohde post a couple of videos on Twitter just watching Fields in a limited capacity rolling out and making a couple of throws, and I'm thinking to myself, why? Why is it necessary?
Here's why you do it. You do it to find out. It's a diagnostic. How much pain are you in when you throw? When I do it this way, when I'm out on the run, it's not that bad. All right, let one rip. Let's see where you're at there. This still doesn't feel quite right. That's why they do it. That's why, to me, it was super convenient we're going to change tomorrow's practice to a walkthrough so that we can now put Justin Fields as limited participant in practice on a walkthrough because now Robert Saleh has to prepare. He's got to prepare for both quarterbacks. Well, he already had his game plan on Justin Fields. And the game plan for Trevor Siemian, not that daunting. It's not. And even with not knowing at the beginning of the game if it was going to be Trevor Siemian or the Peterman, Robert Saleh's defense took 2 series. And they were like, oh, we got it. All right. So, okay, great. He can't move, so we'll just start attacking the offensive line of this team.
And our front 4 have beasts there that don't need extra help. We don't need to send people. We're fine with 4.
Yep.
Unless Larry Borum. And by the way, apparently not Larry Borum's fault on that one.
That he was blocking down.
You would like for him to at least be aware and maybe wave something or point at somebody. It is on, as it was explained to me, that's the quarterback's responsibility to change the protection.
So wait a minute, Dan. You mean to tell me that Trevor Siemian doesn't know how to slide protection?
In that case, he missed it.
Hold on. You mean to tell me that Trevor Siemian missed open receivers in the game? That's what I was waiting on. Where's all the stills? Where's all the videos? Where's all of that? Look, there was Cole Kmet. He was wide open. There was Chase Claypool. He was wide open. Didn't see a lot of that yesterday. You mean that he can't slide protection either? What type of backup quarterback is this guy if he can't do that? It's your whole bit.
I would also think that regardless of whose mistake it was and regardless of how that happened, even if your assignment was to block down in that case, hit the free rusher instead.
Especially knowing that Justin isn't back there.
Right. Hit the free rusher instead. Just at least throw a paper cup at him or something. Or say some unkind words to him.
Hey, where are you going?
Or something.
Or they could get a 12th man to come off the sidelines like Seattle did.
All right.
And have him block.
That happened.
Yeah, that's a whole thing. And I know what happened. I think that he thought the play was over.
Oh, and he was running out to congratulate guys.
Right.
But you're not even supposed to do that.
Correct. And then he ends up blocked. If you haven't seen it, yesterday in the game, Derek Carr throws an interception, and there's a player from the Seahawks who comes off the sidelines and ends up throwing a block.
That's a great strategy. If you can you can get away with it. That's a market inefficiency. When you can add players into the game who aren't in the game to help block for the players who are in the game.
That's wild.
Yep.
It's just so, like, come on, man. Like there it is. I don't know what the rule would be. I guess would that play go back? Would the ball go back to Oakland?
I don't know.
Because it's an illegal.
It's an illegal everything.
Well, yeah, but I mean specifically, it's illegal participation. 12 men on the field. Even though it's post-snap, I wonder, I don't know what the rule is.
I don't know either. Getting some pushback on the text stream here.
About what?
Saying, I'm listening to those shows you're talking about, guys. This 563 says, you're wrong about this. The fan base is very excited about Fields. They're not looking to replace him. The 630 says, don't cater to a minority. It's projecting. Justin Fields' approval rating is like 90%. Look, I've been to enough of these rodeos where
they're in my mentions on Twitter.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much in this town for enough people to be like, well, I don't know.
You got to win from the pocket.
He's got to learn how to win. I think he'd do well to watch this guy. Watch how this guy waits and looks for open receivers instead of taking off running like a chicken with his head cut off.
Taking off and getting 40 yards on a run.
Yeah, don't. That's apparently bad.
Oh, yeah. Yardage and points are terrible. Terrible things.
Maybe you're right that maybe Fields already has banked enough capital that the undead will have a tougher time.
They hate that too, though. They hate that too.
Yeah, but some of these are
they hate the fact that Justin Fields is like super likable.
Uh-huh. That's part of it. The optics are all part of this.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why we've anointed this Justin Fields.
What is he, Jesus?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Someone just hit me on Twitter and said Matt Barkley is on the Bills practice squad. Now.
What?
He's still getting checks.
Same Matt Barkley?
Oh, my God. Now, look. He doesn't get to go to Chase Daniels land because Chase is
Hall of Fame.
He's at the bank. He hasn't had to play. Matt Barkley has had to suffer.
Yeah, that sucks.
For his millions.
Yeah,
They're still his millions.
If you're doing it right, you never take the ball cap off. Ever. Even when you sleep. Or you have Brian Robinson's giant hat. Did you?
I did.
What the hell?
I love it.
What do you... And then he was telling reporters, like, anybody who needs a big hat, I have a guy who makes big hats.
Yeah, but he never said, like give the website, man. I'd order that.
You would?
Wow.
No, you wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't. Come on.
Matt Barkley's going to make $360,000 this year on the practice squad. That is great.
Good for him.
Oh my God! Now I gotta look at the career earnings because no one is Chase. Like Chase, amount of work done plus money made. No one. Yeah, Matt Barkley has only made $7 million, so he doesn't even get to be. He's not even close.
I believe,
to Chase Daniel and his $50 million that he's made.
I believe actually Chase Bank is named after Chase Daniel.
It should be.
This is a note from Stonecutter who says, I'm beginning to think that coaches don't actually believe they're gaining any sort of edge by being coy about these injury reports. I think they're fully doing a bit. They hate their media responsibilities. They hate fantasy players. They hate the gamblers. They enjoy antagonizing the beat reporters.
No,
I disagree.
Eberflus literally said it in the press conference on Wednesday that that's what he was doing and that's why he was doing it.
John Fox told us, what I asked John Fox about, I was hosting with Olin, and we were in the trailer in Bourbonnais, and it was the most open. Fox was awesome. It was like the most open he's been, and we asked him straight up, like, why do you do this? Why do you do this silliness and all of the not saying stuff and the just harumphing through interviews? And he said it. He said, I don't like giving away any information. I model what I do after what Bill Belichick does. It works for him. I don't want to say anything. I want to get out of there without saying anything. And it's like, what do you say to that?
I'm okay with someone being honest about it, but I mean, Eberflus on Wednesday, he said that's what we're doing. We're doing the thing.
We're doing the football thing because this is what football things are done.
But as we've mentioned multiple times when it comes to the aping of Bill Belichick, people get the wrong stuff from him. And then they go out into the world and they're Matt Patricia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they get all the behavior without being a genius.
Right. And if you're a genius, people will allow for there to be some quirkiness, for you to be grumpy. It's the same thing with Greg Popovich. You can go ahead and model the way that Pop does it. He does it with a little bit more tongue in cheek, but he has all the rings. So he can do that. You don't get to do that, Jim Boylan.
Really?
He was on his bench.
You got to go all the way to Jim. Well, no, Jim Boylan would keep telling you, I worked for Greg Popovich. I work with Rudy Tomjanovich. Rudy Tomjanovich will say I'm not an idiot. Constantly telling you how many people have hired him.
Do me a favor, just kind of sit up and just have a little respect for the process.
Yeah.
Oh, go get fired, you big galoot.
Yeah, as you're sitting there with a half-eaten pencil in your ear. And you're late to press conferences, and you're a clown. But it's that whole idea of, well, that works for, you know what works for Bill Belichick? Him being really smart, detail-oriented, and growing up in the game the way that he did. That's what's worked for him. And the same thing, like him and Saban are basically the same guy privately. Publicly, Saban has figured out, well, I need to give just a little bit to not be and it happened on Saturday. Because Saturday, one of the Bama players was celebrating and ended up hitting Saban in the face with the shoulder pad. Ooh. So he's got like a huge bruise under his eye and a cut that was bleeding for most of the game.
It was like Sean McVay getting smacked in the face with a helmet last night. Yeah.
By the way, speaking of Sean McVay, in the Chunky Soup commercial with Sean McVay,
where he's riding around on the cart?
Well, when he talks to the guy, no one has ever done a better chest bump than Sean McVay does in that commercial.
Yeah, that's satisfying. You're right. I hadn't thought about that.
It is so
great call.
It is precise, and it will make it so that he doesn't hurt the other person.
It's squared up.
He goes straight up and not up and out.
Principle of verticality.
It's really great.
He's entitled to that space.
He's in his space for the chest bump. But no, after the game, Saban says, oh, you should have seen the other guy. Ha, 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 ha. And it's just enough to make him not a complete bag. But he kind of...
Speaking of injuries, let's address a little bit of the attrition. The brutality of the game gave us a reminder real quick yesterday. That's ahead of Anthony Herron, coming up at 11 on The Score.
This is Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on the Score. An entire day of Bears Jets analysis from our team of Bears experts, including Brad Biggs, Tom Thayer, Dan Wiederer, Trent Dilford, and Jalen Johnson. Plus your reaction too. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment's brought to you by Pfizer. When temperatures drop. What we always gloss over, what is the actual truth of the NFL that Bill Polian doesn't mention in there, and what Paul Brown calls the eternal verities, the eternal truths about this game, hustle and speed and the ability to bring force. You know what else is an eternal truth of football? Injuries. Guys are hurt all the time, constantly. Whether they're on an injury report or not, whether they tell you about it or not. The ultimate eternal truth is the physical and human toll caused by not being 100%, and they don't want to talk about it. But that's the real eternal truth. And if you're going to give a guy a loaf or you didn't try hard enough, you know what, coach? My leg hurts. I'm sorry. And I'm busting my ass out there because I'm hurt. And you're going to get in a meeting room, and you're going to stand up there and say, well, Khalil, look at this. You weren't going that hard. I'm in pain, coach. Sorry. You're going to put me up on that scoreboard. You're going to bench my ass. You go ahead and bench my ass. My back hurts. It's the NFL. They're pros. It makes me crazy to say these are objective truths. My ass, they're objective truths. I understand if you want to say, hey, we're going to make this a part of things. We're going to use this as an evaluative tool. But when this is fundamental, when you are so in the church of effort and this principle that guides everything you do, not at this level. An NFL team isn't good because they're not trying hard enough. Or you think an NFL team's not good because maybe they're not good. There's a whole lot of reasons why guys aren't good, and sometimes it's just it boils it down to the most simplistic things. This is how I felt about Jim Boylan's punch clock. It sounds like Jim Boylan's punch clock. This is a car factory, and we're going to pretend this is a car factory, and you're going to show up to work, and this is when you come to work.
We're like, but y'all, we're still going to keep playing hard, though, right?
What happened to that?
That doesn't mean that you don't get to not play hard.
We're the swaggy team, and our legs hurt. We're very swaggy, but we can't be as swaggy because our legs hurt. It's hard to stay swaggy when your legs hurt.
My legs hurt. I'm swaggy. This texter says the new mascot should be Swaggy No Legs.
Yes.
The White Sox have a new mascot.
No shirt, giant chains, and no legs.
He's got no legs.
It's Eddie Murphy at the beginning of Trading Places.
Yes.
I can walk. Right?
It's a miracle.
Right? On that cart with the hand irons, right? That's it.
Oh.
Swaggy McNolegs.
Southside Swaggy McNolegs.
Is he pimping his home run? Well, he would, but but it hurts.
Is the mascot here today? No, he's got the day off today because he's got no legs.
Okay. No, he pimped it, but it landed in the glove of the warning track. He thought it was gone.
I need one of our smart, creative listeners to create Swaggy No Legs.
Swaggy No Legs
as the White Sox mascot.
Yeah.
Yes, he is Mr. Finger Guns.
Where are your legs? They hurt. I ran to first, and now I can't play for a while.
Play.
Yeah, I'd like to play, but Swaggy McNolegs is too sore.
Man, Bernstein and Holmes, best show in radio. I love it, boys.
Middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
Simply the best!
The game of football asks for a heavy toll, and you are seeing that now with the Bears and their injuries. And we'll talk with Big Ant Heron in a couple of minutes about the Bears overall, but inside the game, like that looked like an Achilles on Ejax yesterday.
Anytime somebody goes down without contact and it's clearly that serious, usually
when they say he's out, like when he comes to the sideline and the update is out, not questionable.
The other thing about an Achilles that the orthopedist will know immediately
because
if it's ruptured, because it rolls up like a window shade.
Yeah, like a rubber band. Yep. That's what Doug always said, that he felt that there's like a little rubber band.
Look, anybody who's cooked a drumstick knows that moment when it goes
the pop.
You see it, or when you're grilling leg quarters, and you know that there's that's the Achilles. When that little piece on the back of the drumstick goes doink, that's what that is.
So you have that. The Darnell Mooney got rolled up on. That looked ugly as well.
And maybe season ending.
Yep.
That's according at least to Ian Rappaport, who said that there could require season ending surgery.
You got 2 guys in the concussion protocol. Hopefully they'll be out of it. Hopefully. I don't even mean for them to be available to play on Sunday. I mean,
be okay.
Yeah. Hopefully both Jaquan Brisker and Kyler Gordon are fine this week, and you can see them maybe starting to ramp up. We talked about it, Dan, like how bad this roster is and what it'll look like when you get to weeks 15, 16, and 17. The worst part for the Bears is, I'm not like trying to blame anyone for this, but when their bye is, I just think is dangerous. I think any team whose bye isn't until week 14, you're in a bad spot because guys are tired and they're beat up, and this team is bad. On top of it, you could end up with, they're just trying to make it through this Packers game instead of being able to attack it because they don't have even their healthy players who aren't good to begin with.
They're really not in a position to fan the flames of rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, if Justin Fields were, and maybe he will be, he'll miraculously be available, but if he were playing like he was up until he got hurt, then you would have something. Like we were joking about it a few weeks ago, like we could call a Super Bowl week, them going up against the Packers. But you're probably going to end up with Trevor Siemian in some sort of combination of Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love.
Good luck.
And it'll be hopefully I haven't checked the weather on Sunday. Hopefully it'll be another day where you can go and do stuff.
You want to talk Bears? You should attend the Miller Lite Top Draft Show, joining Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Herron tomorrow at Dunning Poorhouse at 7718 West Addison Street in Chicago from 6 to 9 p.m. While you're enjoying the broadcast, you can register to win Bears tickets and other prizes brought to you by Miller Lite. It's Miller time. Did I say Anthony Herron?
You did.
I think I did, and he's going to join us next on The Score.
Coming up on Parkins and Spiegel this afternoon at 2 o'clock, we try to figure out where the Bears stand after that ugly loss to the Jets and Justin Fields' health concerns with the Packers looming. Trent Dilfer joins us.
I came back in to work with Adam Haugh yesterday, and on the bar outside of the studio here, I saw your chicken carcass. It was still there. 23 hours, maybe 22 hours after you did your chicken devouring. And what the hell, man? What the hell? Why didn't you throw your chicken carcass away?
As we finished the show on Monday, I was about done with the chicken. Gabe Ramirez walked into the studio. I'm about to throw it away. I asked Gabe was, gazing at the chicken, looking hungry. I believe he began to drool at one point.
He was admiring the chicken.
I said, well, Gabe, do you
want
to try some of this before I get rid of it?
It wasn't very voluptuous.
It was, as you said Monday, it was very voluptuous. He said he wanted to have some chicken. I said, all right, I'll leave you a knife and a fork, and I left the chicken right there.
That is new information.
I left it in the care of my good friend Gabe.
Because So what the hell is Gabe doing? Because what
Who was
happened
on overnights that night? Perhaps he passed it along to the overnight person? I don't know.
You think there was a chain of command for the chicken?
Could have been. I don't know. Was Studs on overnights or something that night? I'm not sure.
Because it ended up lasting all the way to the morning, right?
Yeah, it did. Dustin brought it out of the studio when he got in there because he thinks that it's his responsibility to clean for Mully and Haugh, and I don't know why it's his responsibility. I don't clean for you guys. So I'll point a thumb that, hey, I should have checked in with Ant, or at least reminded him, hey, we don't have busboys here. If you're done with the chicken, go ahead and throw the chicken out on your way.
Yeah.
I didn't do that, but there's no way it should have lasted all the way to Dustin.
It's crazy.
There just isn't.
And then Dustin was complaining about it?
So I decided, first I thought, maybe I will put this in Shane's workspace and leave it there as a reminder to maybe clean
Bad
up.
idea. Is that what you did?
I did not.
Bad
No,
idea.
I decided to be a little bit of an adult,
Good
and
for you.
I put it on the bar instead, outside of here, and left it there. And then I took a picture of it, and I sent it to Shane, and I said, not cool. So then Shane blamed the next two producers
He
for
didn't
not
do that.
cleaning up. Then he blamed Anthony Herron for not cleaning up. Then Tannehill had an issue that I put it on the bar and just didn't throw it out myself. And then Haugh said, yeah, that sounds like something Dustin would do. I mean, I've met Adam Haugh like 2 times. And you'd think at this point, based on current events and past events, that maybe, you shouldn't just run your lips.
Well,
really?
That was for Adam Haugh?
Okay.
Saying Haugh shouldn't. Wow. Dustin's got to go all over.
Yeah, first of all,
That wasn't excessive at all.
Wow.
Dustin is a liar. He texted me when we talked about the chicken in transition at 2:08. He texted me, Anthony Chicken out on bar. And I said, yeah, no idea why he didn't throw it away instead, but now we know why.
Uh-huh.
And Dustin said, yeah, not cool to find this morning.
Oh.
Just throw it away, Dustin.
I mean,
send me a picture of it.
You precede yourself with your reputation.
Can I ask a question, though?
Fastidious
Of all the things you just said.
About cleaning, I mean,
can't
the
believe you
fact
went
that it's
there.
an issue that
But-
there's a half-eaten chicken left in the on-air studio,
why-
shame on me.
Why didn't you just throw it away?
Because I mean, again,
a statement needed to be made.
why is it my job? I mean, it's not my job to throw it away. It's my job to clean up the studio. But I mean, like, as an example, Dave Wanstedt might have left a coffee cup behind. I make sure I get that out of the way for Dan and Lawrence. They don't want to come in.
But you throw
and
it
sit-
away. You don't put it on a
No,
bar.
because
Sit.
I was doing, but it's my job to clean up after
Yeah.
the morning show.
Right.
I'm part of the morning show.
We're pretty tidy.
Yeah, we must exhaust him with our filth.
I don't. I mean, I have a lot of paper sometimes spread out, but I don't really have a lot of leftover.
I'm going to
food
need
or
a
drink.
sponge bath as soon as we're off the air today.
I'd like to be fanned.
Up to 3-9 on the season. Keep it here as the score team dissects the loss. Plus, we'll have your reaction too here on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This hour is brought to you by EOC Audio. They make today's home technology simple. Check them out at EOCaudio.com.
Anthony Herron, Score football analyst.
David Montgomery struggled with early in his career. There's a lot of dancing in the backfield. He's gotten more and more effective throughout his time with the Bears at getting downhill.
Former NFL defensive lineman and Iowa Hawkeye.
And as long as that ends up being the case, hey, Bishop, I'm still on the radio.
No, it's all right. He can hang.
Paw Patrol.
I need another Paw Patrol.
Okay, I'm going to come turn it on in just a couple of moments, all right?
Big and Heron.
Mr. Hedden, I want to compliment you. You're doing a fine job.
With Bernstein and Holmes on the Score.
Anthony Herron's brought to you by global biotech company Horizon Therapeutics, where the mission to transform patients' lives is personal. He joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book, and he is on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Big Ant, we are trying to make something out of what that was for the Bears, other than just a brutal meat grinder of injuries and a reminder of what teams look like when December rolls around. And when you start the season with a thin roster, it gets even worse this time of year.
And the amount of injuries that it takes to really compromise your roster when you don't have a lot of competitive depth entering the season, then these auditions, which is what a lot of it has been throughout the year, you basically have a bunch of guys auditioning to see if they can be a part of the future when the Bears are spending money, when they're really attempting to resource the roster in a way that's going to be able to win at a high level. Then the guys who are auditioning, then they get worse as you go. You know, a guy like Elijah Hicks, who has been able to be a special teams contributor at times this season, but now he's suddenly your starting safety because so many guys go down there. And even Dan Cruikshank, was a backup defensive back. He goes down during the game as well. So you're super thin in the secondary, extremely thin on the offensive line. And so you get results like yesterday's game where throughout, because of the approach that Matt Eberflus and this coaching staff have taken, the Bears have been really competitive in games. And then, of course, even just the playmaking ability of Justin Fields has kept them competitive in a number of games where the overall just kind of snap-by-snap execution isn't always there. But then the final scoreboard in the end is like, man, the Bears had a chance in the fourth quarter. The Bears had a drive in the fourth quarter. But the roster top to bottom isn't really at a point yet where it's capable of sustaining any real success against quality teams.
Okay, so who were the players that you were looking at yesterday? Because obviously there's a bunch of the players that you're hoping that are hopefully going to be here when the team is good that weren't available. Kyler Gordon wasn't available. Jaquan Brisker wasn't available. Justin Fields didn't play. So who caught your eye, if anyone caught your eye yesterday?
I did like the way that Darrington Evans looked with the football in his hands. He's wouldn't put him beyond Khalil Herbert or anything like that at this point, but who else as a running back was there, available, and showed a capability to make some plays? Darrington Evans, when he got the ball early, you saw him in the open field, and what I liked about his game in the second half as well was that he wasn't only this guy just looking to bounce the football outside. There's a couple of short yardage scenarios where he was willing to run it in between the tackles and lower his shoulder and try to gain a few extra yards, and even where he was sort of stunted at the point of attack, had some good contact balance to spin off and continue his momentum moving forward. So I really liked the way he looked. And I thought there was, at least early in the game on those initial series before the Jets defense kind of, woke up and were applying more pressure to the pocket. And then Trevor Siemian kind of just, looked like Trevor Siemian. But the initial series where some wide receivers had some opportunities to make plays, I think from a receiver perspective, as Chase Claypool grows more and more into comfort with this system and figuring out where to line up, where to motion, there were still issues with that throughout the game. When it was just line up and have a chance to make a play, it was good to see he got some opportunities at that, looked effective and had some nice contested grabs there. And then there was a Byron Pringle sighting, which is a nice thing
catch.
Also. Yeah, so on an awful pass, but a nice catch, where he had an opportunity to make a play. He snatched a touchdown from the jaws of an interception. So it was good to at least see a little bit of that from the receiver position, where that's been woefully lacking with playmaking opportunities and seizing those playmaking opportunities when they've been there throughout much of the season.
Can I ask a Claypool question?
Please.
It's something I can't shake. If I'm being honest, when I scout him.
Is it his face?
No, it's honestly, it's going to sound weird. I think he's good, but I don't know if he's a natural handsy catcher.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes it looks like he's kind of trying to grab the ball. Sometimes he tries to body catch it or corral it. And everything else about him, all of the measurables, and I do think he's got go up and get it in there. It's just about to the very, very tips of his fingers, if he's got that sort of natural handsiness to him.
I would agree with that. I don't think you're off base with that at all. He's a guy who can catch the football. He hasn't necessarily struggled with easy drops throughout either his collegiate or his NFL career. I mean, he certainly had some drops here and there, but a guy with those just natural, raw physical traits between, the size of a tight end with the speed of a top flight wide receiver and some wiggle. I mean, he's only going to have so much wiggle at his frame, but he's not one of these guys like let's say Calvin Johnson of comparable size, but Calvin Johnson just made everything look smooth. The hands were
he had Alshon Jeffrey. He had all of that and Alshon Jeffrey fingertips.
Exactly. Chase Claypool certainly doesn't have that. But going back to the developmental sort of discussion that we've had a few times this season, that's where you're hoping that maybe a player of his immense physical ability and who's now been in the league for a few years, has made a number of plays in the National Football League. Is he willing to continue to put the work in at the craft of playing receiver? You think of a guy like Terrell Owens early in his career, was not a natural hands catcher at all, but just, whether it was the jugs machine, the additional time after practice, and he's still at times in his career later on, T.O. would still occasionally struggle with a few drops, but he got targeted so much. But you had a guy who had that mentality of just wanting to work at being the absolute best that he could. And the more targets he got, the more work he put in. His hands did improve. A Tiki Barber, who struggled with fumbles early in his career, found little minute details of how to carry the football differently. And as he got a higher volume of touches in the league, what was a problem with fumbles early in his career became a non-factor for Tiki. So that's where, you wonder how much the Bears knew about Chase Claypool from that perspective. If he is one of these guys, it's one thing to be able to consume information at a high level. And then there's so many other factors. It's, in comparing Zach Wilson with Justin Fields, a lot of those mental, emotional, intangible factors. I didn't get a chance to get into this on the post show last night, but a lot of the things that you're not necessarily just born with in your DNA, that's a part of how you try to evaluate talent that you're adding to the roster, because in the end, it's not going to be the physical that separates most of the players from the others. It is that lonely work that guys will put in to be at their best. And I think Chase Claypool, he catches the ball well enough, but I would agree, he's not just one of these guys with sort of naturally quiet hands as the ball's on its way in. And could it be something that you think of the productivity in college was good, but not overly, exceptional at all times? And the same has been largely true of his time in the NFL.
How different is the task of the offensive line when they go from Justin Fields to a more stationary quarterback, and how do you think they played yesterday?
Grading them on a curve against that or against that Jets defensive front, they held up. Honestly, there were times where the interior of the Bears offensive line got quality movement in the run game. I found that to be pleasantly surprising, impressive at times between the center and the two guards, especially with Mustafa and Jenkins being able to move the point of attack. You don't always get gashed with the run because the offense gets legitimate movement where they're blowing guys off the ball. Sometimes it's just maintaining a block well enough and then talented running backs just finding a crease or a hole, or someone fits wrong within a gap at the second or third level, and then someone gets out of the gate. Bears were getting movement on the inside of the offensive line yesterday, and there were some nice moments for Braxton Jones, as has been the case a lot throughout the season, where you get the crack toss play going or a crack sweep where wide receiver motions down, they get enough of that edge defender, and here comes big mobile Braxton Jones out in the open field, and there were some nice moments from a run perspective, pass protection with the quick game where you do have an experienced quarterback in there early. Ball got out of the hands of Trevor Siemian pretty quick, pretty rapidly when you're still in the scripted portion of things. As the game wears on, he gets a little duress, the defense gets a beat on things, then even, the experienced veteran is holding the ball, patting the ball a bit more, and the pass protection up front began to break down more, especially in that second half. And some of it was just in straight one-on-one rush opportunities. Some of it was, as they've seen the Bears at times, struggling with twist stunts up front. And a lot of the twists the Jets had their most success with yesterday weren't necessarily between the end and the tackle. Some of them were the tackle, the Tex sort of stunts on the inside where one tackle is penetrating and then the looper ends up coming around. So, as the game wore on and it seemed like the Jets hit another gear with their front seven on defense, the Bears couldn't sustain what they were doing up front in the O-line.
To what extent are you worshiping in the Church of Sanborn?
I'm really happy for him. He's had for what, 3 or 4 starts or whatever it's been at this point, been very productive. And he was productive yesterday in a different game plan. Philosophically, there were a couple of games leading into yesterday where there was much more blitz than the Bears had been accustomed to running earlier in the season. And part of it is the formula that this coaching staff does seem to legitimately try to go into every game focusing on what is the game plan that suits us against this opponent and not necessarily what's the one thing we feel we execute best. And so against Detroit and Atlanta, the Bears did get more blitz focused, and Alan Williams did have more guys in that front seven and from the secondary working towards the line of scrimmage. Could that have been more effective if they would have blitzed more against the Jets yesterday? Maybe, but then you have to factor in you started the game with 2 of your starters in the secondary out. Then you also lose Eddie Jackson in the game. So if you're compromised on the back end, then you are taking an even bigger risk with the blitz package. And so Jack Sanborn is very effective moving towards the line of scrimmage, a pretty effective straight blitzer. And even when it's not a straight blitz opportunity, just a guy who, as he's moving forward, deciphers things really well and can go and is a pretty sure tackler. So yesterday's game plan, coming up with 15 tackles in that, with the volume of run plays that the Jets ran at them, it's a nice productive game. But I'm certainly, if there's some growing chorus of thinking Jack Sanborn's going to be a Pro Bowler, I'm not there yet. But I mean, he's certainly a guy who has shown himself amongst a number of players auditioning. Jack Sanborn is a guy who's taking advantage of the additional reps he's getting in the midst of a depleted roster and saying, I belong at this level. I can be a contributor, whether that's as a starting inside linebacker in a high-level defense that, I'm not all the way there yet either, but a guy who can contribute, be rotational, be a special teamer. There's not a doubt in my mind. He's at least proven that much.
How did you feel about Jordan Love in the draft process? And do you need to see more of him before you make a decision on what he is as a pro?
I do. I'm very late to the party. I'm very patient with young athletes in general, certainly young football players, in this discussion we're having here, before just kind of feeling like I know for sure. I have expectations of what to expect, but just evaluating prospects going through the draft process, and thinking about comparing Justin Fields to the rest of that draft class, there were not only tangible things that I felt like I had seen that made me comfortable, but also intangibles of the way he had been tested on certain stages in college as a performer, on the stage of just handling scrutiny and all those things, where I say, you know what, you got to be a grown-up at that position to do it, especially to do it well early in your career. And I know what I've seen from Justin Fields along those lines. Jordan Love is just he's a prospect who we haven't seen him have to thrive in the midst of all that level of adversity that some of the guys who competed at higher levels did. And he wasn't even consistently excellent throughout his collegiate career. So I would certainly think, I would love to see a lot more. There's a bunch of Packers fans who are out on Jordan Love because, in the limited action he got previous to now, he didn't look stellar. But then he certainly had some flashes and some moments and limited work yesterday. He made a couple of plays there for the Packers also, but I haven't seen enough of him yet to feel like I know either way if I think he's going to be excellent at this level or awful at this level. There certainly seems to be infrastructure, in Green Bay. How much of it has been masked by Aaron Rodgers and the level he's been able to perform at. But, it's been a long time since we've seen a quarterback play poorly in Green Bay. And thinking back to the early stretch of Aaron Rodgers' career, even before Brett Favre was completely gone from the Packers, there were a few games where Favre got nicked up. We saw a little bit of Rodgers here and there. Packers fans thought he was a bust through his first few years of his career, not only because he didn't start, but because he didn't play well. And then it got to the point where he got the consistent work, and then suddenly he became what we've seen throughout his career.
That's what I think is interesting about it, is that as I look around the NFL right now, I'm seeing like you had little like glimpses of it with Trevor Lawrence before, but you're starting to see like that kid's starting to get it. Like he's like the lights coming on, or Jalen Hurts, where like, oh, well, you can see some of the stuff, and then they gave him more stuff to play with, and now he's an MVP candidate. I just wonder if, as a whole, like the football intelligentsia has done a bad job with the evaluation of young quarterbacks, and maybe we can look at Zach Wilson as a case study too in this, where depending on where you are and where you think your winning time is, you can miss on some of these evaluations because you're not getting that quarterback what they need to succeed.
And I'm not out on Zach Wilson yet either. I do think there are, because comparing Zach Wilson with Justin Fields, there are elements just as a physical specimen. Like Zach Wilson has a more talented arm, frankly, than Justin Fields does, and he's extremely mobile as well. He's not as mobile as Justin Fields, but just kind of if we were doing a tail of the tape, there are elements of just the physical aspects of playing quarterback where Zach Wilson is beyond Justin Fields, just pure physically, let alone the mental and emotional aspect of it. But the mental and emotional is the most difficult portion to evaluate, but in the end ends up being the most important in sustainability, because that position requires so much of you and requires you to be able to affect those around you at such a high level. It's a very dependent position. It's odd, the blend of what makes successful quarterback play and consistent QB play, because it is so dependent on the other 10 people around you on offense, while your influence over them has to galvanize them, has to be magnetic, has to infuse confidence into them. And it's just so difficult to quantify who can handle that and who can't. That's where comfort tends to go with the guys of, perhaps of bigger programs, or, it was odd to me, just the evaluation of Fields versus whether it's Trey Lance or Zach Wilson, or even folks who were assuming Mac Jones was going to go even earlier in the first round, because the intangibles seemed obvious and apparent with Justin Fields. The main thing that held his evaluation back was because he's not, the way he reads and diagnoses and delivers the ball, and I've used the word methodical. I think just in sports parlance, Justin is not a point guard. He's not one of these guys who kind of, who throws some guy open because he's kind of seeing into the future and throwing Peyton Manning style where they're going to be, or Aaron Rodgers style where they're going to be. Josh Allen isn't necessarily a true like just point guard with that type of anticipation. So you don't need that to be successful in the league, but it can negate the evaluation of certain guys who aren't throwing with that anticipatory kind of accuracy like you'd like to see at that level. But Justin's got so much of the other things and is a very gifted passer as well. And that's part of what gave me comfort and confidence in his success. But there's just so many things, both the physical, the raw horsepower someone brings to the position, but then also the intangible, and whether or not they can sustain their confidence, infuse that into others, be willing to put that lonely work in, like I was talking about earlier, to truly enhance your skills and be great. And that's why we're seeing Jalen Hurts, who also is more of a shooting guard who can distribute than a true point guard, as I would term. And I think Justin Fields is along those very similar lines.
I saw something I felt like goes into the intangibles column with Justin Fields last week, and it was his ability to understand that this is his career, that him talking about seriously, like, look, this is what's actually wrong with me. I don't know what they've been telling y'all, but this is what's actually going on. That's a level of security in position and maturity overall that I think that sets him apart. And you know what I kept thinking all week, and I tweeted about it, Big Ann. Like, I'm like, how did this guy drop? Right. Like that's what I kept thinking. All like when the connection between him and Trevor Lawrence has been going on, they've been chasing each other around since 7th grade. And I'm just sitting there going, how? Like all the physical stuff that you can see, and then clearly this seems to be a guy that people like, that he puts in the work, and he seems like he's more mature than some of his counterparts. And I just kept going, how?
It's in my estimation will end up being seen as a big miss by a lot of the draft cycle here. because, you know, as they came out, I did, and I still do view Trevor Lawrence as the number one QB prospect in that class. I thought Justin Fields was a close number 2 in that draft cycle, and it feels like that's what's playing out early in their careers here as well, where Trevor Lawrence does have a little bit more point guard, a little bit more anticipation, kind of passing into the future. He's got more of that comes a little more naturally to him, you know, Mahomes style, you know, obviously compared him to maybe the greatest of all time, but there is that difference there in their, you know, in their evaluation, while at the same time, every time that Justin Fields competed on the same field with Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields outperformed Trevor Lawrence. He did it at the Elite 11 in high school. He did it in successive back-to-back college football playoff appearances, even though their teams were 1-1 both times that Ohio State met up with Clemson. Justin Fields outperformed Trevor Lawrence. So, I mean, that to me just speaks to a little bit of that additional competitive juice. But Justin Fields is an adult, you know, like and he's not. There's not sort of false bravado that comes with it. He doesn't overreach with it. He's just very comfortable and confident in himself. He's very comfortable and confident in what his role is as a leader on the field. He doesn't sort of force it upon anyone else, but it is in a way where he carries himself in a manner that people respect him. And I think you even heard an aspect of that even in Matt Eberflus after the game last night, when I think it was Patrick Finley had a follow-up question just asking about how close was Justin to playing, and Matt Eberflus made it a point to point out that it was Eberflus himself, it was Ryan Poles, it was the medical staff, and it was Justin who had a role in determining that he wasn't quite ready to play yet, didn't quite have the strength to be able to play yet. But for anyone, any athlete, let alone a young football player, to be willing to go to the podium in that scenario that Justin was in last week and have the team do what teams are going to do and just kind of be, you know, very sort of general and vague about an injury with a prominent player, and Justin say, you know, I got a separated shoulder, we'll kind of see how it goes. But he's very public with that. And it's a guy that as a teenager was on Good Morning America, being interviewed by Michael Strahan about COVID and wanting the season to come back and talking about it in a very nuanced and adult sort of manner. So he's been a grown-up at every public, prominent stop that he's been at and always handled himself really well. And so that's a part of what, you know, I don't think he's there yet, but this, like I keep saying, this isn't the finish line for Justin Fields, like he keeps reminding everyone else of, but it just gives me so much confidence in what he will become.
Anthony Herron, thank you as always. Appreciate it.
All right, fellas.
That is Anthony Herron.
All right, Dan, do the thing.
I push the button, and the phone lines are open.
Oh, Lord.
312-644-6767. Our Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday gets going in earnest with your phone calls next on The Score.
Bears lose. They fall to the Jets for their 5th straight loss. Keep it here for full reaction to the loss from all of our shows and team of Bears experts, along with your reaction too. Plus, we'll look to their next matchup when they take on the Packers back at Soldier Field. We're talking Bears.
It takes a long time for a receiver to learn an offense and come over midstream.
Not this offense. Listen, I could learn this offense in 24 hours.
Okay.
The passing game.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, should we be concerned that if you can learn it in 24 hours, let's say you're of above average football intelligence, like Claypool should have it down at this point? He should be more involved than he's been?
Yes. And yes. And I like Pringle as a blocker.
They're all blockers. St. Brown's a blocker.
St. Brown, yeah. One thing, you're not going to be able to attract anybody. You're going to have to draft them because you're not going to get a free agent when you're tilted this one direction run pass, because they all want to go where they're going to get fed the rock and make Pro Bowls and get their incentives, as they should. You won't be able to sell the quarterback is going to be a great player because any agent and free agent is going to be like, no, the proof's in the pudding. You guys ran it 66% of the time. I ain't going there. I didn't sign up to be a tight end, right? So
yeah,
you're gonna have that issue. And yeah, I think I don't know what you have in Claypool because you don't throw it enough, right? And then the ones you're really trying to throw, and I don't blame him. I design every play for Mooney as well. I think the kid's special. I think he's the next McLaurin. You know what I mean? The kid at Washington that came out of nowhere has become one of the best players in the league. I think Mooney could be as good as anybody. Komet's awesome. So you have two really good players. Why not try to develop another one? The backs are good receivers. That's another thing. We're talking about throwing the ball. You can throw the ball to the backs. Like, there's no rule against, Bill Walsh did a pretty good job throwing the ball to Roger Craig 100 times a year. Like, you can get the ball out quick and throw the ball to the back. Like, there's a lot of things you can do in the passing game that basically are runs that protect a bad offensive line. So, again, I don't want to be the one that's just pouring on Getsy. I think he's really good. I think he's going to be phenomenal. But at some point, the head coach has to say, bro, just quit worrying about all these design runs. Go up there on a Monday and be like, I want to see triple the catalog in passing. I want to see it throwing twice as much in practice, and I want more than 30 throws in the game. And we'll deal with the rest.
Stonecutter writes here, I'm already tired of the whinging and hand-wringing over whether or not Fields' style of play is sustainable. Steve Young carried 70 times for 454 yards and 6 touchdowns in his age 37 season. Aaron Rodgers had 63 carries in his age 33 season. Michael Vick had 100 carries at age 30 and played until he was 35. Randall Cunningham had 65 carries when he was 31 and played until he was 38. Justin Fields is 23. What is the expectation here? What should the Bears be doing right now, if not maximizing his ability to change the game with his arm and his legs? Yes, you should limit how often he gets hit. Yes, he should run out of bounds and slide rather than run to contact. And save one play versus the Cowboys, that's what he's done. The worst hits he's taken the last few weeks have been inside the pocket. If the concern is Justin Fields' long-term physical health, then we should just hope he retires from football immediately. But if the worry is that you're somehow using him up too fast or whatever, you have to be thinking, you're acting like he's a first edition Chewbacca action figure that must stay in the original packaging. Football's violent. The Wookiee's going to get bent. That's okay.
lets the routes develop. One of his first downfield shots has Darren Wilson. Makes Vildor miss. Turns on the afterburners. He's gone. Touchdown Jets. New York takes the lead.
You can see Eddie Jackson right there. He would have been your safety that would have been able to come up and make a play on that ball to help out Kindle Vildor.
And you feel for Jackson, but when you think about the Bears as a team already down Jaquan Brisker, down Kyler Gordon, and now looks like going to be down a third starter in the secondary.
Not great. You really can't put lipstick on this pig. There's just nothing good that comes out of that, except for Jack Sanborn tackling people. If that's your jam, if you like that.
Apparently that is people's jam, man. They can't wait to tell you how bad Roquan Smith was.
Do not click on the Twitter trend that says Roquan, because all that is basically people saying that Jack Sanborn is a better player than Roquan Smith, and those people are wrong. But that's not why you called, because this is the time where we take phone calls at 312-644-6767. Here on a Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday, we begin with Steve on the Bernstein and Holmes show. Hi, Steve.
Hey there, Dan and Lawrence. I got two comments about Justin Fields. And one is, I can't see how these people are bashing him when I'm comparing at his point in his career to Aaron Rodgers, okay? Aaron Rodgers wasn't even on the field at this point of the career that Justin Fields is already at. It was about 4 years or so that Aaron Rodgers got into the first string. And so how these people can say, oh, he's a bust.
Wait, whoa. Rewind it.
I don't think anyone's bashing Justin Fields.
I'm not hearing the bashing you're talking about, and I don't hear people saying he's a bust.
I'm seeing it on, I don't know if you're looking on Bears Nation or anything like on the Facebook pages.
No, I don't have. No. I'm not. I don't have Facebook, and I never have had Facebook. I've never been on it, and I would say get your Bears conversation elsewhere.
Look, I understand when we're talking about the development of quarterbacks, people seem to be in a rush. This is one of the great things about where the Bears are at right now, is that you don't have to be in a rush. And even inside of that, Justin Fields has shown you enough where you go, wow, that could be really exciting if it all comes together.
Frank in Oak Park is next on Sports Radio 670. Hey, Frank.
Hi, guys. Before I get into my stuff, just Trevor Siemian is so much better than Matt Barkley. Trevor Siemian's a low-end starter. Matt Barkley's a guy who will kill a good team after the 15th snap. That's how bad that guy is. So, just getting that out of the way. Well, Bernsey, I read your piece about the latest Bears disaster, and it got me thinking, when will it matter to the folks who write the checks at Hallis Hall? I came to the realization that for his job security, Ryan Poles needs to have a 9 or 10 win squad by 2024. You might ask, why is he on such a tight time horizon when his predecessor was given 7 years to go through 2 coaches and make only 2 playoff appearances, both of them one and dones? Well, Poles faces certain challenges Pace never had to deal with. Specifically, if the Bears are to open a new mega stadium by 2025 or 2026, they'll have to be hitting current season ticket holders for a new round of PSL funding by 2024. Soft soundings I have with some of these folks say they're anticipating these fees to climb 60 to 100% over what they paid for the Soldier Field upgrades. Yep. For some people with multiple seats in prime locations, the price of entry could be as much as the cost of a luxury automobile. Now, some might be rich enough that if they weren't buying PSLs, they'd be burning that cash in crypto exchanges. But I have to think that even for the idle rich, hitting that transfer funds button comes a lot easier if my brain is full of all the great Bears Poles has added to the roster, riding in a future Super Bowl parade, and not offensive linemen with chronic disc issues or wideouts whose leg bones shatter in warm-ups. For Ryan Poles, the goal is deceptively simple. When it comes to replenishing the Bears' talent pool. Don't fall behind the sticks.
Yeah, that's an interesting angle. That is the
there's added pressure to the job of GM of the Bears, considering I was thinking 27.
Yeah,
at the earliest on a stadium.
If that was just going to say, if that's where you're sort of planting that flag, I don't think it's quite as accelerated a timetable as you described, because
they haven't even closed on it yet.
And there's a lot of lawyering to do and a lot more meetings to be held. They're moving inexorably, I believe, to that acquisition.
No doubt. Like they're going to Arlington Heights.
They've got to run the playbook. And I think that's all going to take. And who knows? Once you break ground and anywhere and you find out, oh, there's this in the soil and we got to backfill this and this, there's a lien on this. There's going to be all kinds of hiccups.
I was watching 60 Minutes last night after the games. I was kind of prepping the show, and I didn't want to watch any of the pregame for the Sunday night game too early. They did this story last night that was incredible, and it was about how there was a cemetery that people had been told the bodies had been moved, and they hadn't been. And there had been all this building on top of the cemetery.
That's how you get poltergeist.
Well, right, but
you don't want poltergeist.
And I mean, there's a big like racial component to it too. That this was a black cemetery. A couple of the bodies had been moved, but there were like 500 bodies that had not been moved. And there's this corporation that has its headquarters there, and there was a school that was built on top of it. All this stuff, like that's stuff that the Bears have to do. Like they've got to go through all that, make sure it's not toxic. Make sure that there isn't a cemetery under there. All
the horses that died are buried under there. Who knows?
I mean, yeah,
right.
They've got to do all of this stuff.
And you don't want a horse poltergeist, because that's the worst.
I think you've just given me an idea for a movie.
Horse poltergeist.
Well, wait. If the car can be a poltergeist in Christine, why can't a horse?
The car was just possessed. It wasn't a poltergeist.
Well, if Pet Sematary had poltergeist, kind of.
Well, those were the Micmacs. That's different. The different rules of the
Chicago.
The Danny Macs.
Oh,
different tribe.
Oh,
you bury your cat there, it comes back and smoking. Cody in Peoria, you're on the score.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hello.
I am just concerned. The national media doesn't seem. I mean, they spent most of the time talking about what Justin Fields doesn't do.
Wait.
Not what he does do.
Let's be real specific. Who are you talking about?
Moose Johnson.
Okay.
And I forget the other commentator. I mean, they were.
I mean, but I think Moose is actually kind of isolated. Most of the people that I've seen nationally are talking about Fields in a very positive way.
Right. Yes. Okay. I'm talking about the Bears' scope for the future in a whole. So they keep saying he didn't surround him with anybody. They don't have the offensive linemen or the weapons. I get it, but there's a reason why he didn't. One, for this year, you want to make sure you have QB. I think that you can check that mark, right?
I think so.
I'm
there with you, but I would understand if Poles isn't. Like if you're Ryan Poles, the argument, and I hate making an argument for him, but the argument you could make is that if Fields doesn't finish the season because of this shoulder injury, the grade on him will be incomplete. The evaluation will be incomplete. It was trending in the right direction, but maybe you don't have enough evidence to be sure. I feel like there's enough evidence. I think you do too.
Yeah.
And even Dan, who hates everybody, Dan even feels like there's enough evidence.
Yeah.
So, but I would be okay with him being like, man, it's incomplete. We still don't know, but there's still plenty of time on Fields too because of his rookie contract.
Yeah, and I get that. My thing is that, hey, this is perfect for us, right? Or you have your quarterback now that can do these things with his legs. Get him a line. The guy is he's a smart quarterback. He can throw the deep ball. He can do those things. Now you get a line in front of him. Now, guess what? He's even more dangerous when he has time. He can run and he can hit his receivers. Not to mention, you have a very good secondary. Obviously, they're all hurt right now. But we need a defensive line that gives that secondary some complimentary effort.
Well, here's the thing: you might need a free safety now too.
Right? We don't know how bad an injury this is to Ejax. I understand that all fan bases get frustrated with national broadcasts. All fan bases do, and I don't care how accomplished the broadcasters are, what time of the season it is, how big a game it is. All fan bases. It is part of football that you don't have local television. You don't have Jason Benetti doing all of your games, or Adam Amin, or
because Jason Benetti's out here traveling the world.
Yes, so they've got to just call a game, and their job is to keep people watching that game. It isn't necessarily to tell the truth about it. They can't tell you it doesn't mean anything. They can't.
Right.
They can't tell you this outcome one way or the other. Bleh.
And part of the reason that they can't is because they've also talked to the head coach that in most cases is selling that. Like Matt Eberflus, as much as he probably understands that in taking the job, that this was a process that was going to take a while.
And he's doing a great job sort of shepherding this team through the teardown year. That's
from
what he's
week
doing.
to week. He has got to go into the room and convince the 53 men that are in front of him that they have a chance to win. Even though he knows that there is a value in them losing because it will make them better down the road, he can't coach like that. They can't look at it that way. They've got to be honest with those players and say, hey, we're devising a game plan to win the game. And when the coaches talk with the broadcasters, that's part of what they're selling. You know, that this is how we think we can win this game. To the point, though, on Moose John, I didn't think that Moose had his best game yesterday. I didn't think he was very good.
Roquan Williams and DeAndre Houston Carter.
There's a lot of that, but even just some of the big picture stuff, and we'll get into it later on in the show. But I would say that for a team that's only won 3 games, most of the people who are talking about the Bears nationally seem to get it, and they're high on your quarterback. I even think Moose is high on Justin Fields. Overall, I think that he's got some questions about mobile quarterbacks, which do seem to kind of feel a little
antiquated.
Yeah.
We'll get to that at 1 o'clock. We're gonna broaden the quarterbacking discussion a little bit later on in the show. More phone calls coming your way next on The Score.
This is Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on The Score. An entire day of Bears Jets analysis from our team of Bears experts, including Brad Biggs, Tom Thayer, Dan Wiederer, Trent Dilford, and Jalen Johnson. Plus your reaction too. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment's brought to you by Pfizer. When temperatures drop, COVID-19.
David Montgomery's future is interesting because of what he means to this offense and his leadership and all the intangibles, what he means to this organization. He's out of contract. I applaud him for not making that an issue. I like the fact that we didn't have a holdout or hold in, and he really has just wanted to play and frankly came back from injury earlier than people expected, knowing that this is a contract year and knowing that he probably is in his best interest to maybe preserve his health. That said, you have declared, do you think when you asked Tom Thayer, you said you want to bring him back, they should give him a contract?
Yeah, I do believe that.
You think that's in their best interest?
Yes, don't you? I mean, listen, first of all, running backs don't get paid a ton of money, all right? I'm not saying break the bank, but let me ask you this. Do you want that guy on your team? If David Haugh's putting together a professional football team, would you like that guy?
I do, particularly if I'm
Me too.
If I'm Matt Eberflus and I'm a new coach, valuing the kinds of things that he has valued so far. The intangibles, frankly. I mean, when you talk about the hits principle, when you talk about commitment, my God, the Bears are practicing Wednesday, okay? The Bears are practicing Wednesday. They've got how many days between kickoffs? And so that tells you about the kind of organization this is going to be under Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus.
Right.
That's related to the Montgomery conversation because that is the kind of guy that you have.
That's right.
You have a guy that's not going to resist that emphasis. And I think that depending on his price, I would be in favor of bringing him back, because you look at a team, though, the only reason I hesitate is because
the value of the position.
The value of the position.
There is no value to the position.
They really don't. I mean,
way.
the Bears are only spending $6.6 million on the position, according to Spot Rack this year.
Yeah.
There are only 8 teams that have invested less than the Bears. The league average is $8.8 million. So in a league where running backs are valued less than ever, the Bears are even below average.
Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com in Odyssey Station.
On a Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on the Bernstein and Holmes show, we take phone calls, usually for a couple segments we set aside. And that's what we're doing right now, ahead of Dan Wiederer, who's going to join us at the top of the hour. Next up is Mark in O'Fallon on the Score. Hey, Mark.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, how are you?
Good. I love your show. You guys do a great job. I just, all the Bears fans want a winning season and a winning team, and we're all looking to next year. But I tell you, there's so many gaps to fill.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking it's going to take 2 years.
I
mean,
think
right.
that you have to probably rebuild an entire defense for this team.
Yeah, and not only that, but offensive line. And I still think we need help at wide receiver. I still think we need linebackers. I mean, you just can't. I mean, Eberflus and Poles are going to have to really do their homework just to build up for this year, and then they're going to have to do it again because this isn't going to happen overnight.
I think that if that's your expectations, you have the right approach to looking at what the Bears do. Now, the only thing is that the NFL does allow for teams to turn it around quickly, and the Bears do have a lot of capital, both in draft picks and in money for free agency. But considering the holes that are on their team, I think that you're right. This could take a little bit unless they're really smart and very lucky.
That $127 million is not all going to be burned away in this offseason.
Correct.
It's not, and that's okay.
Yeah, it's totally okay. And they've right now, if the draft were held today, they'd be number 2 in the draft, right?
Until they trade down.
That's what I'm saying. You got an opportunity to really help your team because seemingly you won't be drafting a quarterback.
NIU Dave, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. To your point earlier about poltergeists, let's just hope that they don't unearth the wary horse poltergeist.
Whoa.
That would be bad.
That'd be bad.
I have optimism for the Bears, though. I saw a couple catches yesterday that I hadn't, frankly, seen from a Bears receiver in a long time. That catch by Pringle over the middle was amazing, and I think didn't Claypool have one by the cones or something? I mean, he had a couple great.
He did
catches.
against Sauce Gardner.
Yes, exactly. So just if they can upgrade the offensive line to any degree and bring in one more receiver. I don't know what Mooney's going to be like after his surgery, but if they can bring in one more receiver. They've also shown that running back doesn't matter as much. That kid Evans looks pretty good. I know it's a small sample size, but Montgomery is still chugging along. This offense could be upgraded pretty quickly and really look a lot better even next season. I agree with you completely, though, Lawrence. They need to rebuild that defense completely. But I'm optimistic about the offense for next season. Thanks a lot, guys.
I would be, and thanks, Dave. You know what they need? They need a center.
Mm-hmm.
They need a kick-ass center. When you watch what the Eagles do, they're running the same stuff.
Yes, they are.
But this stuff with Jason Kelce as opposed to Sam Mustipher is night and day. And Jason Kelce is appointment viewing. Watch what they do with him. Look at what his athleticism, intelligence, strength at the point, everything he does, it changes all of their offense because of how great he is. And I'm not even talking about the tackles. And you've got two great tackles.
Tackles are real
good. They're great, but this is why I asked Tim Jenkins about it last week. This is why I asked about how to rebuild an offensive line for this offense.
And he said in, out.
Yep. He said guard, center, guard. And whatever you think of Lucas Patrick, I don't know what they think of Lucas Patrick. What we saw, he had one good half, is what I saw. But I want to start with an absolute stud center. And then I'm going to feel...
Finding those guys is really difficult, though. Like, finding great centers...
I know.
...is hard. I actually think it might be the hardest position to scout. Because if that guy is a great center, he's usually... in recent years,
in
that
college,
guy is
he's usually
gone.
Or he's more valuable to a different offensive line position.
Someone's moving him to guard or... something like that. I think it's a hard position to scout. I think it's a hard position to know and say, all right, we're going to put some resources into it, like finding a great center and valuing, like if you're thinking the draft, what type of pick would you be okay with? Like if the Bears end up with 2 high ones, for example, because they traded out, are you okay if they were to take a center?
If
with
it's
pick number 18
if it's
or
a
something like that?
generational difference maker. I know that last year it was Tyler Linderbaum, the kid from Iowa, who was just ridiculously fast. And I haven't followed him this year. I don't know if he's going to be the all-rookie center or not. I agree with you that it's a difficult position to scout, but I want Ryan Poles. I trust that he knows what he wants and that he understands what I'm talking about, that when it comes to the center on offense and the 3 technique on defense, that you're really talking if you think you've got those guys.
Well, there is an opportunity to find that 3 technique. He's there. And even if the Bears stay at 3, they could take him. So there's some opportunities that, like, I wonder what. It's easy for us, and I think it's probably the right thing to say that the Bears should ransom their pick to make it so that they have either multiple ones in this season or multiple ones going forward. But there are a couple of players at the top of the draft that could help the Bears. And you go, all right, if you're thinking Carter or Anderson, do you want to take that pick? Or do you want to hope that those guys slide so that you can get them at a better value? or does it matter if you get the player that you want? I'm sure that they're going through all of this stuff.
We will bounce this off of Dan Wiederer, who joins us next to talk Bears on our Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on The Score.
Bears fans, check out Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson live with Parkins and Spiegel coming up today at 5 p.m.
And this radio show gives me the platform and me the opportunity to.
Do you feel like he is seeing what he needs to see as he's dropping back and is ready to make those quick throws?
Yesterday, yes. The only flaw that PFF has, they don't understand the why of the play. They're doing data analysis without knowing the why on some of the plays and the what. You know, who's supposed to be where? Why is he supposed to be there? What is he supposed to be looking at? Based off TV copy yesterday, I can't think of one play that his eyes weren't in the right place. I'll give you a great example. When they're backed up and he throws the ball way to his left, they get double A gap pressure, which, by the way, is terrible by the center. Well, let's get into this because teams are picking on the center and right guard. So, and that's a tough thing when you're a quarterback, when you know your center and right guard are square players and they're asking to play a lateral game. So teams are asking to play a lateral game and they're square players. So he gets inside pressure, a basic Mike Will stunt inside that should be easily picked up. But the Mike has a right slide call. There's nobody to slide to. He should drop straight back, stone the first guy, back comes in, stones the second guy. Clement does a really good job of poking the one high coverage safety to his outside leverage, crosses his face. Justin's eyes are right there, ready to put it on his outside pad, and the guy's up in his grill. So, yeah, this is what the guys on local talk radio aren't watching. This is what PFF doesn't understand, is that, and you watch him based on what his job is and what he's being coached to do. This is yesterday. Yesterday, his starting point with his eyes, his progressions were right on point. And he just, I mean, it's nearly impossible when you have inside pressure all day long. I don't care who you are. This same type of pressure melted Tom Brady. It's melted Aaron Rodgers. It's melted Peyton Manning. I said it every week is on ESPN when I was there for 9 years. The kryptonite to any quarterback is immediate A-gap pressure in your face. I don't care who you are. When that pocket gets pushed back or there's free runners inside, your number one job is to protect the ball. If you step up and try to throw into that, you're risking ball security. So he's actually doing a great job, or did a great job yesterday, navigating some waters that were incredibly muddy.
line on the season. Keep it here as the Score team dissects the loss. Plus, we'll have your reaction too here on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by CarX Tire and Auto, online at carx.com.
Dan Wiederer, on-air contributor for 670 The Score.
You're going to be relying on a lot of young players, guys that have to materialize into who they thought they were.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
When either they drafted them or guys that they believe in that were already here. That's guys like Justin Fields.
Bears beat reporter and enterprise writer for the Chicago Tribune.
Matt has pounded it home from the day he took the job with the HITS principle and the acronym there, and just saying repeatedly, we are going to be an effort-based football team.
Dan Wiederer.
Get your track shoes on.
With Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Dan Wiederer is brought to you by Horizon Therapeutics, a global biotech company going to incredible lengths. Dan Wiederer can be found on Twitter at Dan Wiederer. You hear him right now on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. And you see him on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670, The Score. Well, what do we make of this? Now, other than the actual big impact story is probably injuries, does that end up really being the headline?
Did we lose Dan?
Dan, we got you?
Silence got him.
I don't know. I heard something.
I hear you breathing.
Yep, there was definitely something out there, but with every hour that goes by, we don't get updates on. And apparently, someone said that Chris Emma reported that Eddie Jackson was walking in a walking boot and did not report that he was on crutches.
Okay,
so I don't know.
But people with popped Achilles can walk very slowly and painfully, but they can,
especially if it's immobilized like that. We have Dan Wiederer. Dan, hi.
Hi guys, how are you?
Good. I don't know if you heard the question, but beyond the injuries, what's our takeaway from this game?
Yeah, I don't know that there is much. It's just that this team is just so far away from having a roster that can compete on higher levels, right? I think you see that not only is their depth minimal, right, and unable to keep you in games when you have some of those injuries, but you just need so much help across the board. So that's my biggest takeaway. But I do think the injuries is the headline, because you lost not only two primary starters, but guys that are very important locker room leaders. And now you got to try to get your arms around how long each of those guys will be out.
Walk me through what it was like for you yesterday to figure out who was starting at quarterback.
Lawrence, I've covered this team for 10 years. And so when the circus organs start playing, you're just kind of like, okay, this is one of those days, right? Like, and it was one of those days where, you wake up in the morning pretty much certain that Trevor Siemian is going to start, but you get to the stadium early just in case there's something that you see in a workout with Justin Fields that's notable. And then 90 minutes before kickoff, you get the official declaration that he's inactive. And then about 40 minutes after that, you get a Bears PR staffer calling everyone together in the back of the press box to tell you that Siemian strained an oblique and that it was going to be Nathan Peterman starting. And then poor Nathan Peterman for about a half an hour takes shrapnel all across Twitter as this emergency third starter, and everybody starts revisiting how bad he was the last time he made a start, which was for the Bills against the Bears in 2018. And then you get about 10 minutes before kickoff, and you get another announcement from Bears PR that says Trevor's going to give it a go, that he took some medicine and he feels like he can gut it out. And so you're just kind of finishing a week where there was a lot of quarterback dancing and charade being played. And you're just like, okay, well, this is just what it is today. It's rainy. They're going to go with an injured backup quarterback to start against a pretty good defense, and we'll just buckle in and see what the day offers.
Retroactively, what do you make of the way that Eberflus handled the field situation? He was never going to play, and it's clear that those were all the games on Wednesday of, well, he was cleared, he was limited in practice, but it just happened to be a walkthrough and nobody was actually doing anything. I imagine it's more of the same this week, because I don't really think there's any good reason to play him with the bye coming up and just let him get healed.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where their mindset is, Dan. There's two different questions there, because the first one is last week. And for me, I just roll my eyes at the charade and the games that are being played, because it never results in anything. The Jets didn't seem caught off guard, really, did they? They won by 21 points going away. And so you ask yourself, did the Jets spend more time last week preparing for the possibility of Justin Fields playing than the Bears did, wasting energy to try to scheme up situations where they could make it seem like Justin Fields was going to possibly play up until the last minute. And it just feels like wasted energy to me. And so that's just Matt Eberflus's prerogative. And it's the decision that he's made and the philosophy he's going to go by. As far as whether Justin can play this week, I think there has been significant progress that he's made in the last 7 days. And if it trends in the right direction, really up until Wednesday, and they can try to get him in for some more team reps in practice, I think there is potentially something to be gained. One, you want him to get as much experience as possible. Two, division opponents offer you an opportunity, right? Like to see things that you might see again. And you want to be competitive in your division. You got to be practical and you got to be safe and you got to err on the side of caution. But I don't think it's a foregone conclusion right now that you just shelf him until after the bye if you feel like things are trending in a direction where he can play and protect himself.
I understand that you probably can't report on anything yet because maybe you haven't heard definitively, but what are you hearing about Mooney and Ejax?
Yeah, so the initial word on Mooney is not so good, and we'll see what comes out as the week goes on. I'll tell you that my first reaction, rewatching it, right? Like you see it happen in live action, and then you get a couple replays, and then I rewatched it a couple times after the game. And the way that I think it was Jordan Whitehead that fell on the back of Darnell Mooney's leg reminded me of when Kyle Long took friendly fire on that shovel pass in Tampa Bay. And it was awful, right? It was an awful injury where we didn't know for a long time, but Kyle had shredded his deltoid ligament. I think he severed his peroneal tendon down there, and the rehab process was awful. It was grueling. It was testing. He was never quite the same player after that. And so you cross your fingers and you hold your breath and you say your prayers that Darnell Mooney's not dealing with any sort of surgery and rehab that's as intense as what that was, right? But it was just one of those full weight on the back of a leg while you're engaged in a block that it was just eerie to me. And we'll see which direction that goes. I heard you guys saying a couple minutes ago, Eddie Jackson did indeed walk out of the locker room yesterday in a walking boot. I just talked to him for about 4 seconds as he was leaving. He said, I think I'll be good. What that means, I don't know. Does that mean that he avoids surgery and it wasn't a significant injury? But he seemed to be in better spirits than I was expecting him to be in as he was leaving the locker room. So again, that's another one you cross your fingers and you say, man, you just hope that you're not going into 2023 with some of these grueling rehab processes.
Yeah, and I mean, in Eddie's case in particular,
if we're ruling out Achilles already, that's huge.
Yeah, right. Like, because Dan, like that's the first fear, right? The way it happened, and,
Yes.
and the way you see a guy look like he got sniped from up above. So right, like I would hope that Matt Eberflus won't give us the Wednesday after practice staple answer today. I would hope that he'd be a little bit better, particularly with these two guys, of sharing some information. But we'll see if they share anything today. Otherwise, we'll keep digging around and figuring out what we can dig up.
So when you're watching yesterday's game and you're seeing this defense get run up on by Mike White and them boys, I'm curious on they know, right? Like the Bears themselves know what type of overhaul they're going to need on the defense. Is there any player that you thought, even inside of that loss, looked like a player that you could see being here when and if the Bears get good?
Yeah, look, like I think that you found something the last month in Jack Sanborn that tells you if you've got a guy on basically an undrafted rookie contract that you can count on to be a starter, and now you can use some of your resources in other directions, you have to feel really good about what he's shown with the increased opportunity over the last month. I've been consistently impressed with the motor of Justin Jones. Not a lot of splash plays yesterday from him, but he's a guy that should probably be a part of your plans going forward. And then, like you said, you're missing Eddie Jackson, you're missing Kyler Gordon, you're missing Jaquan Brisker. You're not getting a great look at what you have there. And so this goes back to some of the things I was saying a few weeks ago, and it felt like I was, raining on the parade because Justin Fields' fever was at such a high pitch. But this roster needs so much help: offensive line, defensive line, receiving core, linebacking room, secondary depth. Right, like you just need so much help that it just feels like you're so far away from being able to maximize it. You're going to count on Ryan Poles and his staff hitting like 750 in the offseason between free agency and the draft just to get competitive again and be a team that is around 500. And it just feels like a really steep climb. And yesterday was a little bit of an illumination of that with Mike White just carving them up the way he did.
did you take any meaning from that? I mean, really, where if you read the New York paper, the coronation of Mike White,
they've been waiting to coronate Mike White, though.
But it's like I know that he did that against that, not just the Bears, not just the Bears.
Right.
That's Elijah Hicks at safety. Like, I wish I could tell. I mean, I know Jets fans are not the most logical of beings, but it's like, dude, do you know what you're seeing? Know what that was? I do.
Right. No question. But like, I will say that, in my rewatch today, first of all, the offensive rewatch for the Bears was some of the most boring rewatch that I've had in 2 years. And I was just like, man, like, this is a testament to what Justin has done here in the last 6 or 7 weeks that I was just sitting there going, man, this is really like watching paint dry. It was just, after the first quarter, there was nothing. It was just so unnotable and ordinary. But there's things that Mike White does within the game that if you're trying to bring along a young quarterback like Justin Fields as a passer, you can say, hey, watch this play where pressure comes up the middle and he's able to just slide to the left and make a really quick decision to get the ball down to his running back. The running back picks up 7 or 8, gets the first down, the chains move, we get a new set of downs. Let's try to remember that I think Robert Saleh said after the game that Mike White made the easy look easy, right? And sometimes that's a big deal for a quarterback to just like take what's there, be calm, show that pocket presence, understand how to get to your check down quickly if there's pressure coming. And so there are things that you can pull from that a little bit to say, look, this is how this position can be played at times from the pocket with pressure coming, and then just take it from there.
Outside 30,000-foot view of the Packers, in from your point of view, what's gone wrong, and what do you expect coming up this weekend?
Look, like they've got decisions to make now, right? Because their clock is ticking, and they've got to figure out, is this the time to audition Jordan Love to his fullest and figure out what you've got there to see what you've got for your own future or what you want to do otherwise. They're in a bad spot right now. And I've been stunned at how poorly Rodgers has played for most of the season. You knew Devontae Adams' absence would be felt, but not to this extent. And to just see the way they're reeling, I mean, like if there's anything that comes out of the 2022 season beyond Justin Fields' breakthrough for the Bears, it's that the Packers' slide has been so significant and so rapid that all of a sudden you go, okay, right? Like that door is not guarded by, some intimidating bouncers anymore. We can get through there if we just get our act together a little bit and figure out ways. Man, I don't know what to expect this weekend, Lawrence. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see this week play out, to hear from Rodgers in the middle of the week, to see where he's at with his, array of injuries now with the ribs and also the thumb. And to see what kind of decision that the Packers want to make with this, because I think at some point you have to try to figure out what you've got in this quarterback that you drafted in the first round just a couple of years ago.
Dan, I've been talking about this a little bit, and you're a lot closer to it, so you can get some intel on it. How do the Bears feel about how late their bye week is?
I don't know that anyone's really talked about it very much. I got to say, as a reporter, I've never had a December bye week, and so it's honestly like your brain doesn't compute that like next week you're going to be in a bye week.
Right.
It's like, it's honestly really weird. Like you can't even make that connection. The biggest thing I worry about here, Lawrence, for this team at this stage of where they are in the season is a full checkout, right? Because yesterday was the first time you walked into a post-game locker room and guys seemed both defeated and fatigued, right? Like just worn out. And it just looked like a team that was just spent. And now, if you understand you're not playing for anything anymore, and you're 3-9, and say you lose again at home to your rival on Sunday, now you're 3-10, you go in the bye week. It's going to be hard to regroup and come back for 4 more games after that with the level of focus and concentration and investment that's required. I understand this is a meaningless season for a lot of people, and everyone is celebrating every loss because it gets you closer to the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick. But, man, you've got to find ways to squeeze meaning out of this last month plus. I mean, there's still 5 games in 6 weeks left.
No, we do. They don't. We do.
Well, some guys do, and you do want to identify guys that can be here. To your question, but you're right. I mean, it's going to be a slog for us, and bowl season's coming, and with the litany of draft picks that the Bears should have, it's probably time to start making that list of other football to watch that means something potentially to the Bears in 2023.
I just think it sucks too, just because of all of the injuries that you keep wondering, like, could any of these injuries have been avoided? because
meaning what?
Like I always wonder if is it better to have is it easier to keep guys healthier throughout a season if your bye week is a little earlier than December?
I don't know. I mean, because the Bears have been
pretty healthy,
metrics pretty healthy most of the season, and so it's not like, and I mean, like Darnell Mooney just got
rolled up on
a freak occurrence, right? Like from behind. Jaquan Brisker took a couple shots to the head last week and returned to play after both of them, by the way, which is another story that kind of got lost in the holiday week last week. But I don't know, Lawrence. I don't know if there's any correlation to that. It's worth asking about, and I'll peek around in the locker room this week and see if guys have any thoughts on that. But I don't know that it's really factored into their health for this season at all.
With the injuries to both Reif and Borum late, is it possible that we're talking about signing a street free agent to be a swing tackle?
I mean, you would hope you have somebody in house. You still have Alex Leatherwood, who you have not used at all.
Dieter Iselin, can he?
Well, he's more of an interior guy. And look, like they'll have to play around. And we never got a word on what body part it was for Larry Borum yesterday. That's another guy that if it was a concussion, I don't know if it was or wasn't. That's not good because he's had previous history, and you want to make sure that those types of things are taken care of very sensitively, right? And so. Hoping to get more information on Borum today as well. But man, like you're just beat up. You're just beat up, and you're beat up in bad places. And again, like I think you guys would agree with this. The depth that has been tested hasn't tested out favorably, right? I think probably there were a couple bright spots yesterday. I thought David Montgomery, particularly on the rewatch, you go, man, that guy still left it all out on the field for you and got you, more than 100 yards from scrimmage and was playing every down with ferocity. And Darrington Evans took advantage of the opportunity that Treston Ebner couldn't. Right. And remember, we talked last week about how we thought there was going to be an opening for Ebner to show who he was. Well, that got taken from him pretty quickly. And Darrington Evans got out there and showed some things against a good defense and talked to him a little bit after the game. And he felt like, man, this was really a performance to build on because I got used to the speed of the NFL game. I was able to catch a pass out of the backfield, get in the open field, get 30 plus. And all of a sudden, you show your coaches, hey, I think I might deserve a few more opportunities. And that's how you find your way to a longer-term opportunity.
Dan Wiederer, we appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right, guys, have a great week.
You too. Next up, James Fegan.
Baseball!
You say, well, it's a Bears Monday. Well, it's official now. The White Sox have signed another starting pitcher, Mike Clevenger, on the back of their rotation, coming off kind of a year after
he's interesting.
Tommy John surgery, and he's kind of a penis too, but he's a $12 million. So now they've got $10 million left from their budget.
Yeah,
I mean, that's it.
Maybe they're gonna surprise us all. Maybe it was bait and switch, Dan. Maybe Rick Hahn was out here like we got to make trades, but really he knew that he was gonna spend them dollars on a fifth starter.
Well, we'll talk next on The Score.
The Bears lose. They fall to the Jets and have lost 5 in a row now. But was it a moral victory? Matt Spiegel here from the Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons 2 to 6. Keep it here for a full breakdown of the loss and an official ruling on the moral victory as we go inside the locker room with our team of Bears experts, along with your reaction, of course, as well. Plus, we'll look at their next matchup.
They can get better by paying attention to the little things. We talked about it a lot during the course of the year. The game of baseball, when two teams are evenly matched, or when two teams are playing in a very close game, the game of baseball is won and lost 90 feet at a time. You give the 90 feet away, you probably lose. You take the 90 feet, you probably win. The White Sox make an inordinate amount of mistakes in close games. That's one of the reasons why when they hit multiple home runs, if you look at the numbers, they're startling. When the Sox hit multiple home runs, they win probably, I would say 85% of the time. I mean, that's some pretty big numbers. When they don't hit multiple home runs or where they don't hit any home runs, then you have to beat another team with execution. The Sox weren't able to do that very often. If I had $1 for every time they missed a cutoff man, I would be a very wealthy man. You cannot allow that consistently. I watch Eloy Jimenez miss a cutoff man almost every throw, and you wonder, wait a second, what is this? Why is this going on all the time? And it's not just Eloy. It's just that he seems to believe that he can throw through and get everybody out. Well, when you do that, the trailer inevitably takes another 90 feet. Sometimes it takes you out of the double play. Sometimes it puts you at third base and means you can score on a short pass ball or wild pitch. We have seen the Sox having some problems defending against that. And it's not just Yasmani Grandal, although he was the number one catcher. It's every one of the catchers. They do not block balls well. And so consequently, what happens, and I think this factored in, one of the biggest hits of the ball game yesterday was watching Carlos Correa on an 0-2 count swing at a high fastball, and he drilled it into left field, drove home a couple of runs. I believe that the reason why that pitch was thrown is I don't think that Carlos Rodon was confident that if he buries a two-strike slider, it was going to get knocked down. That's just me. But I know that if I didn't have confidence that my catcher was going to be able to stop everything, it would change the type of pitch I would throw at 0-2. I wouldn't give you my best slider, wouldn't give you my best curveball. I think sometimes that comes into play. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but I do know that, and I think they're going to continue with Yasmani as the number one catcher because he can really hit. We saw how effective he was as an offensive player. But if that's the case, you better get a backup catcher who can really catch. You better get a catcher who can throw somebody out stealing. And that's not just on the catchers. That's on the pitchers. We've got a whole staff of pitchers that completely ignores base runners. And consequently, when that happens, Lawrence, you steal an extra bag or you steal two bags, and then you can score in a sacrifice fly or a chopper in the infield. I've never seen a staff, as a staff, ignore base runners as much as I see the Sox do that this year. That's a big problem because close games, teams will beat you by taking that extra base, by stealing a base, by stealing sometimes two bases. Even guys who don't run very fast are stealing bases. I've seen pitchers completely ignore base runners, only look back one time at second base. Before you know it, the guy's standing at third. That is inexcusable, but I do believe in talking with the coaching staff. That's going to be addressed a lot this spring training.
They're going to figure this out, and then we're all going to celebrate at the end. No, we weren't wrong. We weren't wrong when we started to ring alarm bells in the first Cleveland series. We weren't wrong when we saw Baltimore come in here and run you out of your own building. We weren't wrong when you end up getting a 8-5 triple play on you because your players lost concentration. We weren't wrong when Oakland came in here and played a really good series against the White Sox. And you're going, wait a minute, Oakland sucks. We weren't wrong when we're watching Cleveland just grow and going, they should probably be worried about Cleveland.
Got swept by the Diamondbacks.
We weren't wrong when they got swept by the Diamondbacks. We're like, this is awful. We weren't wrong when they decided to walk a hitter 1 and 2 in the Dodger series and then do it again. Do it again. We weren't wrong about them. They don't get to as an organization because this is what they were going to do. What they were going to do is if they were able to climb their ladder up to the American League Central Championship, they were going to tell us that we were all wrong. And then they were going to change their behavior.
So who was wrong?
They were. They're wrong. And my hope is that because, like, now I almost kind of want Cleveland to run it up on them. To me, it's almost not enough that they're going to win this division. I want them to win the division by double digits because I want it to be right. I want to rub the White Sox's face in it so that they have to actually make change. That they can't just sit here and go, well, you know, guys. I'm going to do the Tony Gill sad voice.
I was just saying, Dan Zampillo in there.
Well, he's talking about something else. Guys, we had so many guys that were hurt, and then the manager got sick. No, rub their face in it. Rub their face in it so that they understand that things have got to change. And it's not just Tony La Russa, although that's a big portion of this. They've got to change everything. They've got to strip this down to the studs in their evaluation of who they are as a franchise. And if they don't do that, then they ain't learn a damn thing about what happened this year. And it's right there in front of them. I want their face rubbed in it.
Fegan.
Yes, James. James Fegan's got some branding on his laptop, making sure everybody knows that he's joined the Athletic.
Can never get too much exposure.
On Twitter at JR Fegan.
I can anticipate this question is probably way too early, but excellent. Too soon. Too soon.
Asking the questions to get the answers you need.
If you knew that Abreu was available to be the runner there, would you have gone to him instead of Hendrick?
Yeah, if I'd known that, I didn't know that. Let's check the rule. I'm guessing you know the rules better. Now I know.
James Fegan with Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
What are you guys doing having James Fegan on a Bears Monday? Well, the White Sox did something. They went to the back of the free agent store. They went to the rack.
I don't think they went to the back.
It said clearance on it. And they said,
I don't know if they got it in a clearance either.
They said, this doesn't fit. This doesn't fit just right. This one, this one kind of maybe. We'll wash it a couple times. Maybe it'll shrink. Maybe it'll fit. And they end up with a back-of-the-rotation starter in Mike Clevenger. Here to talk about that is our friend James Fegan, who's on Twitter at JR Fegan, the beat reporter for The Athletic. Joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Hello, James.
Hey, how's it going? You guys seem to be of two different minds about this signing, it seems.
Well, where are you at on this? Because I don't find it to be a bargain basement. If $12 million is the price tag, I see that as a guy who's your fourth or fifth starter. I'm not saying that they broke the bank. It just doesn't seem like a bargain bin for me.
Yeah, I guess it's not a pure bargain bin in the sense that it's a high upside play. Like the idea that sure, like when they announced this is going to be, this is a guy who was probably arguably a number 2, number 3 starter at his peak a couple of years ago. But as Dan rightly points out, the reason that they're able to do this, the reason why Mike Clevenger is an option for him is that he's he's a buy low candidate. He's down here. If he's a free agent after his 2019 season, the White Sox probably aren't in this market, especially not for the last slot of the rotation. It's the fact that he's coming off a stretch where he's been injured and ineffective as a result that they're able to do this. So it's kind of a mix of both. Obviously, if it works out, obviously they're able to reclaim his stuff and he throws 97 again, then it's a high upside play. But it's not just getting an innings eater, but there's a reason they're able to do this.
Has his reputation among players recovered from the incident in Cleveland when he and Zach Plesac skipped out on what the protocols were and then lied about it?
I think that players are pretty good about what they do is that they usually give guys a fresh slate as far as coming in. It's just such a different kind of point in his career at this point and what he's coming in on. That's when he was kind of the star player of that team, and the level of moral injury it kind of wreaked upon that clubhouse is probably different than trying to accept a guy who's coming in on a one-year deal who's really trying to reclaim his career. So I imagine he'll get a fresh slate from this group, which has been kind of prides itself on being able to take in different new entries. But it all depends on how he approaches things from here on out.
When he's at his best, what works for him?
Well, when he was at his best, he was really able to dominate off the fastball. Like, the best numbers that he had, like when he really looked at his best in 2019, he was somebody who sat in the mid-90s and also used it over 50% of the time, and it was really that over anything else. And he had a really strong slider go with it. Both kind of took a step backwards last season when he was pitching through, the knee issue and, saw his velocity creep. But it sounds like an oversimplified way to see it, but looking at it today, there wasn't a huge dip in his spin rates. There wasn't a huge, change in his release points because it's kind of moved all over the place over the course of his career. I think if he's throwing hard, he's probably good because that's been the biggest bellwether for him over the last 4 or 5 years, I'd say.
His StatCast percentage of barrels surrendered jumped. His career number is 6.5%. He was at 7.4 in 2020, 9.5% barrel rate last year. His hard hit percentage, also a huge uptick, up to 38.7% over his career number of 33.5. How alarmed should I be from that?
I think it tells you, the story of him is that he wasn't healthy, that he had a knee sprain in spring training and basically pitched through that discomfort all year with, varying results to the point where he was kind of really out of gas by playoff time. On top of that, it was his first year after Tommy John surgery. I know, Cueto's camp was really big on the reason he was so good last year is he's finally back up to full stamina and full strength after TJ. So it can be a little bit after the first year back for him. But I think the knee is the big question mark, the big thing to ask going into spring, and how much he's able to have a normal offseason, because that's really what seemed like was dogging him down the stretch of last year. So all the stuff, all the numbers really just indicate, is he healthy or not? It makes the question as he enters the team.
Speaking of normal off seasons, how would you describe what Michael Kopech's off season is going to be?
It seems like a really similar situation, right? It's the same guy who's dealing with kind of the knee issue that is now trying to rehab it during the year. He got the surgery, I want to say it was right before that last series in San Diego. I think they kind of felt, that it would be a 6 to 8 week rehab and then he'd be able to go back to normal. Now it seems more like something he'll be handling gradually the course of the year. But, Katz was pretty confident that he'd be up and he wouldn't be like an opening day guy or even maybe the first series guy, but they could get him up to 85 pitches by the end of spring. So that's something that they're going to have to stick to, improve over the course of spring training. But yeah, it's not going to be the normal offseason that, I can imagine that being a narrative if he's slow out of the gate, that this is not somebody who was able to throw and work on things in the normal way that you'd want after their first full season in rotation.
Is there room for Johnny Cueto still on this team, and would he have interest in coming back?
I think, from the last time I checked in on it, was that Cueto felt like he proved to everybody he can still do this, and that he's in a position to say like, hey, I'm a mid-rotation starter, I can command this type of deal. They got him for a really buy low situation, and they kind of benefited from that in a way that I don't think is necessarily an opportunity for them again. I think he's going to be looking for a guaranteed deal in multiple years if he can swing it. And with the way they've kind of committed to the five guys in this rotation, at least financially and for their future, I don't see them making a similar level investment. I think there'd be more minor league deals to fill out depth or guys that you kind of stash in AAA, but I don't think they're going to tack on a sixth starter who really, is going to start the season in the majors at this point, unless, something new happens or somebody gets hurt in some way that hasn't happened yet.
All right, so where's the budget now? Their quote-unquote budget. We keep hearing, Cody Bellinger's name as a possibility, even though he's bad. And it doesn't seem to think, with this 12 taking a bite out of it, I'm not sure that they're going to be able to cobble together enough for an impact free agent of any kind at a position. Does that mean Oscar Colas is going to make this roster now?
I was already operating on the assumption that he was going to make this roster, both on the way, Rickon talked about him in Las Vegas and just looking at their budget and what they need. I don't think they can afford to add two more corner outfielders. I think they need to give one and, figure out second base, and then basically more or less entrust. I don't know if it's from open day on. I would assume it would be, but basically entrust that Colas is going to be able to hold down one of those positions, because they don't have the type of room or the resources in trade to go out and find a starting left fielder and starting right fielder, on top of the fact of, Eloy Jimenez probably DHing more than playing the outfield, and, Andrew Vaughn shifting over the first base. So I think they kind of need him to be that to soak up one of their offseason checklist items.
But what if I said your first baseman is Yasmani Grandal and Andrew Vaughn plays left field?
Who's kept? Well, one, I feel like this is going to keep running into the same problems with Andrew Vaughn. Two, that's putting a lot on Yasmani's bat to come all the way back to put him out there in first base. And then,
but I've been seeing the workouts, James.
Catching.
James, I've been seeing the workouts, and he's been working out with the Blackhawks, and he feels better than ever, and all this stuff. And just put him out at first base and have Sebi catch every day or something.
Is that a better offensive solution? I guess.
I don't know.
This is a team that's always tried to squeeze out the most offense they can. They've been willing to sacrifice, defense from the catching position for time eternal.
Well, here's my question: can you keep Grandal healthier at first base than you can behind the plate?
Probably, but even throughout his prime, I don't think he was a top elite level offensive hitter to put at first base. I think he was always kind of a 115 to 120 WRC plus guy, which is fine at first base, but it's a step back from Abreu, and it's a step back from what you think Vaughn would do eventually when he reaches his prime, if you put him there and don't ask him to run around for 6 months at a time again.
What did you mean by what you said about putting Vaughn in left would continue? I forgot the words you used, some of the problems or some of the issues with Vaughn. Because left isn't right, and even if he has the exact same defensive year, the damage that it does is certainly mitigated.
They think it's been holding back his offense.
Do you?
I can certainly see the argument. He's been dealing with, at certain points he was on that, team don't run hard list, and I think it is something that affected him during the course of last year. I think it could definitely be a reason for you're wondering a guy who you thought had 20 to 30 home run power to not get it, playing him in a position where you're not exhausting him or not running out of his legs in a way that he's feeling over the course of the year. Yeah, I think it could be something. It would definitely be something you should consider for why you're not seeing necessarily the guy from the first half of last season in the second half.
What's been your overall impression of Pedro Grifol to start things off?
I feel like I'm the worst person to answer this question because I think you could, throw like any generic manager in front of me, and I'm like, whoa, this is really different. This is so much more like direct answers to these questions. This is so much more like explained out. So everything seems really impressive to me. There's a lot of energy. He's a lot involved in a lot of the acquisitions and the coaching hires in a really collaborative way. And everyone talks about him very impressive. And he talks about, a level of analytical understanding that he wants across the roster. That sounds like, wow, this is a breath of fresh air. But again, I used to watch manager interviews of other teams, over the course of the season when I was flying home or something like that. And I was like, man, this is really different than how my life is. So I feel like I'm still in that kind of post-hire haze because it was always going to be a lot of change from what they had before.
Well, what do you make of his staff? Because
when is it final?
I'm expecting something tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
And what does a major league field coordinator do?
That's one of my top questions because you've seen that title used before in different ways, and it's often usually referring to defense and fielding. But obviously, Tozar brings a lot of expertise and past success in hitting as well. So I wonder how much it's going to be blended in with other functions. I have a lot of questions on the Google Doc for when we go over this week.
All right, good. If your questions are similar to my questions, it makes me feel like I know what I'm doing. Then
or we both don't know what we're doing to the same degree. I guess it's comforting as well.
Yeah, it might be that might be the case because look, we know. I mean, I sent a DM to James's sister because she had posted this beautiful picture of them when they were little.
Oh.
And I was just sitting there going, oh, James is kind of in the same boat I am, where like you've got the artist sibling and like the brilliant parents, and then you're doing sports. And I felt some kinship with him. I was like, oh, yeah, I know exactly how that feels. Mm-hmm. Other people out here doing important stuff, and we're worried about Pedro Grifol.
I'm like in big league locker rooms and places I never thought I'd be, and no one at family gatherings ever asked me about my job, like ever. It's always like, what piece did Angela just do?
Yeah, well, I mean, she's out here doing important work, so I get it. But I mean, between her and your mom, like, do you slink into the darkness and just enjoy it, knowing that you don't have to talk about some of that stuff? You're like, come on, someone asked me about Jose Abreu.
I just get into arguments with my uncles about the Bulls eventually.
That's true, because I know that's the team that you actually care about. They're not very good this year, James. I don't know if you've...
It's a source of distress.
James, as always, man, thank you so much for being on. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks for having me.
That's James Fegan. We need to talk quarterbacking.
Yeah?
Bigger picture, NFL, there's a lot to do. I think we should start by coming back with marveling at the number of outstanding quarterbacking performances that were going on yesterday.
Yesterday was quite the day around the league, and you saw it from different quarterbacks on that different sliding scale of mobile QBs. It was awesome. So let's talk a little football, big picture, next here on The Score.
This is Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on The Score. An entire day of Bears Jets analysis from our team of Bears experts, including Brad Biggs, Tom Thayer, Dan Wiederer, Trent Dilford, and Jalen Johnson. Plus your reaction too, only on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment's brought to you by Grand Appliance.
You know how it looks when a quarterback has a game on a string, like he's the one in charge? Felt that way with Justin in the second half in terms of the pocket presence.
I totally agree. I thought it was phenomenal. Not just good. Like this is how I articulated it. He looked and felt like the best player on the field. And isn't that what you're really looking for? Like when you combine the crazy touchdown run that gets called back and his fourth down conversion scrambling and his extending a play that's broken down and the big throws he makes and you're like, wow, this is like, I remember watching Aaron Rodgers in his second year and going, okay, that guy's going to be the best player on the field here pretty soon. And that's kind of how it felt if he can maintain this be quick but not in a hurry mentality, which is the hardest thing to do when you're not being well protected. It's not hard to do. Like Baltimore, that wasn't hard for me. I had Jonathan Ogden. I had Harry Swain. I mean, it was not hard to sit back there and be like, oh, I'm chilling.
Give the ball to Jamal Lewis.
Yeah, we're going to hand it off 30 times. I'm going to have 3 seconds to throw. This isn't going to be that hard. But back in 96, 97, 98, when we're scrapping together on the offensive line and, you're playing Reggie White and it might be a second and a half before you get hit, it's really hard to play with your own rhythm. And it takes a conscious effort. It takes a mentality of I'm a big badass dude sitting back here. And just because they get home doesn't mean they're going to tackle me. And that's what it felt Justin had. He had that Ben Roethlisberger physical confidence that was like, you know what? I don't even care if they rush. I don't care if we get beat. I'm going to go through my process. And if I have to go do something with my feet, I'm going to go do something with my feet. But I'm not going to let it hijack my ability to run the show. But when you watch it, and like you guys said, you felt it yesterday. You could feel the, holy crap, if he continues to do this, he's going to be the best player on the field. I really think we're looking at a great player in the near future.
Oh, God, I've wanted it my entire life watching sports.
Don't tease us, Trent.
I just want the Bears to have a quarterback for 10 years.
670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
So, Dan, I'm thinking for Hanukkah, I'm going to get you one of those big hats.
No.
Because it'll count for all 8 days because it's so big.
Please do not get me one of Brian Robinson's big hats.
I think that's what you need in these streets. I thought it was a joke.
It's not.
I was like, oh, someone took Pablo Sanchez's hat and they put it on Brian Robinson. And now it looks like backyard baseball. No, it's a real. It looked like something out of I'm Gonna Get You Sucker.
Yes, it looked like a bit. He wasn't doing a bit. He just has a really big, it's a baseball hat, but you could fit like 6 human heads in that.
It's hilarious. Look, considering what that man has been through, I'm going to let him do whatever it is he needs to do. It just is like the pictures of it. He had to know. Like, you know what that tells me? That he's a great friend. Because his friend's business, and he was like, look, give me this giant hat. I'm going to wear it. People are going to take pictures of it. There's going to be video of it.
Don't wear a soup tureen on your head.
And we going to be out here. I'm going to help you live your dream of being a big hat designer.
If you want to see him, I'm going to give out the website.
Do it. Oh, wait, there's a website where I can get the hat?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Nogginboss.com.
Please tell me that there's a Bears one.
Noggin.
Oh, it is trending.
BOSS. Nogginboss.com.
Oh, man, they have a shop in Phoenix? Fam. I'm legit coming back with a hat for you.
They apparently were on Shark Tank.
Oh, my God, these hats are amazing.
No, they're not. I would love to have heard the pitch on Shark Tank. But
I'm pretty sure we can find it.
Come on, man.
I don't get why do you want one? Is it just for fashion or?
It looks like you can get any sports logo on there. I guess they've got the licensing. I think if you want a Bears big hat.
All right, wait. Here it is, their story. Founded in 2019, Noggin Boss was formed by 2 best friends who love all things faith, family, sports, business, and charity. Sean and Gabe are former college athletes, club team coaches, and have a strong history of building successful businesses. They saw an opportunity to create something fun and innovative to help you promote the things that you love and are passionate about. So that's what it's for. You get a big old hat for your big old noggin.
No, your noggin's normal. There's a ring inside that your head actually fits into.
Oh, this isn't for people who wear size 8 or above?
This is like a size 100.
Oh.
I don't know. How did they... Hey, more power to them.
Dan, I am 100% coming back with one of these.
If they found a way to build a viable business over making people look like this...
They've got Ludacris in one of these.
Seriously?
Yeah. Unless this is Photoshop. They got Luda with a big old hat.
And this isn't even like Pharrell's hat. Because Pharrell had the big, like, fedora.
No, it wasn't. It's a specific hat.
What was it?
It's not a fedora.
It's not a trilby. It's not a derby.
This is legit Ludacris.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right.
It's from his Instagram. The gorilla of the Suns has one, but that actually makes sense for him.
He's a mascot.
Right.
He's supposed to have a big hat because he has a big fake head.
Big hat, no cattle.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were going to talk about quarterbacking before we got pushed off the road to big noggins.
Noggin boss.
I need that T-shirt. I just need a Noggin Boss T-shirt. I'm not going to wear the hat. Dan is, because I'm going to bring him one.
If you bring one, I'll wear it here.
For real?
Not out of the building.
Think I can get a Duke, like Noggin Boss cap?
Then I definitely won't wear it.
All right. Blackhawks.
Oh, Blackhawks. Yeah.
Oh my God. Look at all of this. They have apparel.
So bad.
Actually, the Noggin Boss logo is that kind of dope.
Yeah, the logo's cute, but as long as you don't actually wear the hat.
It's funny because I feel like on the logo, the hat is not proportioned the same as the actual hat.
It's not. The actual hat's way bigger on a human head.
I'm getting this Noggin Boss like hoodie.
Okay.
That's perfect for your boy. And it's like $40. Yeah, I'm getting that.
Oh, they've got the Shark Tank appearance linked on here. So they came out wearing those things, and they sold. It doesn't say they sold them.
Mike Rankin, I need a couple minutes of their pitch to the Shark Tank before we're done. You know what? It doesn't even have to be today. It can be tomorrow. I'm totally fine with it. But I need to know what they were selling. But I'm getting that hoodie, and I'm gonna get Dan a hat. We need to take a break though, and we'll put in our conversation about quarterbacking in the NFL. It actually fits with what we're going to do next. We are going to look at some older attitudes about quarterbacks who move and some newer attitudes. I got a new attitude. We'll do that next. It's Bernstein and Holmes with Big Hats on The Score.
Bears lose again. That's 5 in a row if you're counting. I stopped a long time ago. They fell to the Jets, and the losing streak continues. David Haugh here from the Mully and Haugh Show. Mornings 5:30 to 10. Keep it right here for full reaction to the loss and all of our shows and team of Bears experts. Of course, we'll have your reaction too. Plus, we'll look to the next matchup.
The Bears have a new head coach, Flula, and we don't know a lot about him, but we know his name is Matt Eberflus, and everybody agrees it's a really fun name to say. So we were like, who should we get to just say Matt Eberflus's name? Our favorite guy, Flula Borg.
And now coaching the Chicago Bears, Matt Eberflus.
Yes.
So good.
See you guys. Bye.
We don't even think that Matt Eberflus is German. He's just a white guy from Toledo. I don't know.
Oh. Did he just make his name sound German so he will get free schnitzels from people like me? I'll mail him all the schnitzels he wants. Matt, give me a ringy and a dingy. Let's do this.
Do you like football, Flula? Do you like football as a sport?
Yes, I love it. It's very confusing. Everyone is always in a large mountain, and they're screaming at each other, and then they go into two lines, and then they scream at each other some more, and then the man with the zebra man looks under a strange hood and stares at things for 4 minutes. It's very confusing. Your ball is not round. Who knows where it will bounce? Nobody. When these people, what they call flambles, when the flamble happens, everyone's just running around trying to recover the flamble. I love it.
We've bonded with you many times, but certainly over your love of the Chicago Bulls. Our team this year has been amazing. Have you enjoyed watching the Bulls?
They are very fun to watch. I love your two very defensive-minded guards. I'm very sad that they have received injuries. I feel like you guys are so decimated. I'm waiting for Ed Neely and Ricky Blanton to come into the game. Perhaps some Scott Williams minutes will be needed. Maybe Will Perdue will start at PG. I'm very excited.
Oh yeah, the injuries that were given to them. Yeah, I mean, but one of them was dirty. Did you see Grayson Allen's play? You see that dirty guy, Grayson Allen?
I'm not a fan of this man. And there's a there's a word in Germany called Backpfeifengesicht, which means a punchable face. And I hate to say it, but Grayson Allen just has a Backpfeifengesicht. He just has it. It does not help. Also, he went to Duke. This does not help.
That's true.
You say that word again. It's so beautiful. It's so how it just rolls off the tongue. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a Eberfluss. It's Backpfeifengesicht.
Season. Keep it here as the Score team dissects the loss. Plus, we'll have your reaction too here on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! Sanders lines up to the right of Hurts in the gun. Here's the snap. Hurts takes the handoff, looks right, throws right. End zone, caught, touchdown. It's A.J. Brown. 6-yard touchdown strike from Hurts to Brown. He beat Rasul Douglas, and the Eagles extend the lead. Now Hurts can take a knee, and that will do it. The Philadelphia Eagles, with an impressive running performance here tonight, run their record to 10-1 as they beat the Green Bay Packers by a score of 40-33.
We were planning on talking quarterbacking and football in this segment, but sometimes the news intrudes, and breaking news on 670 The Score is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com today. This is the Bernstein and Holmes show. As first reported by Bob Nightingale and now confirmed by Ken Rosenthal, the Astros have finalized a deal with Jose Abreu.
Okay, well, that was one of the places where you thought he might end up being. The Cubs was another place that I thought made sense for Jose Abreu. I guess we have to look at this now when we're talking about Jose Abreu in the context of what did he mean to the White Sox as a team and as an organization and to the fan base? You know, because he ended up on a lot of the top 10, top 5 lists. But I actually think that I don't know, like there's something about him. Like I remember when he first came up and you're going, I remember Kenny had done the scouting work on him and it had was really big into getting him to the major leagues. And then he gets here and all of the things that people had said about him ended up being true.
It's an amazing success story.
It's unbelievable. It's a harrowing story too.
Eating the passport and all that.
Yeah. And now look at him. You know, he's been a success. He's been an MVP. He'll now be in a position to win a championship with Houston. And I think that he was a great White Sox and should be. I think he is appreciated. I don't want to act like he's not. I think that Jose Abreu has been someone that people have felt has been a worthy successor to Paul Konerko.
He finishes his White Sox career 7th in franchise history in offensive WAR at 32.8. Behind only Frank Thomas, Luke Appling, Eddie Collins, Minnie Mignoso, Nellie Fox, and Paul Konerko, and ahead of Carlton Fisk, Robin Ventura, and Ray Durham. It's pretty cool. As far as slugging percentage goes, those only ahead of him in White Sox history at 506, Frank Thomas, Jim Thome, Jermaine Dye, Mags Ordonez, Zeke Benura. Behind him, Carlos Quentin, Shoeless Joe Jackson, Carl Reynolds, and Paul Konerko.
Yep. Konerko, for a lot of White Sox fans, like he is the avatar for that time in White Sox history. Tough guy, hard worker, also good. Abreu similar, probably more talented than Paulie, like as a hitter, maybe not as a slugger, but as a hitter, more talented. And I don't know, like I just always got a real solid vibe from him.
And this is amazing. Where do you think Jose Abreu ranks on the White Sox all-time list in home runs?
On the White Sox all-time list, he's 7th.
He's 3rd.
He's 3rd?
Frank Thomas had 448 as a White Sox. Paul Konerko had 432. Jose Abreu had 243.
I would have thought that Robin had more than him.
Nope. Those behind Abreu were Harold at 221, Fisk at 214, Mags at 187, Ventura 171,
Wow.
Jermaine Dye 164, Bill Melton 154, and Carlos Lee 152. Third all-time in White Sox home runs.
So let me go back to September, or I guess technically October, when you have this weird thing where Jose Abreu isn't in the lineup. And then there were questions asked of Miguel Cairo like, what do you mean he's not playing tomorrow? Because if that was it, then that was it. And then the White Sox being like, hamana. And then Jose being an adult and being like, no, I did this. I wanted to watch Miguel Cairo manage. That's why I'm not in tomorrow's lineup. You know, like that feels a little worse now that he's actually going to another team. Now that we know that he's going to another team, feels a little worse.
Especially that team. Because you know what he's going to do there with where the Crawford boxes are and everything else.
Man.
Like that's...
There's an opportunity for Pito to... Pito could have like 75 extra base hits next year. And here's the other part, and we've been discussing it since we got to the end of the season. 3 guys on that team last year that you would hope would be a model for the other guys that are on the team because they embody the hits principle. Smart guys that play hard and play hurt. Cueto, Andrus, Abreu.
And you had to lose him. That's
and that's my point. Like, you're likely not going to have any of those guys coming back to your team.
Yeah, the shame of it was the construction of the roster, the commitments that you made to other hit first, can't field guys who lack versatility. You were forced. You had to do it. I'm not mad at them for parting ways with Jose Abreu.
No, neither am I.
Because they really had no choice. It's just too bad it was almost by their own doing.
Yes, it was absolutely by their own doing that they had positional redundancies that then forced them to move on from one of the best players that's ever played for them.
They had positional redundancies at the wrong positions, at the wrong end of the spectrum. You know where you want redundancies? Shortstop and center field.
Yeah.
You want your outfield to be all center fielders. You want your infield to be all shortstops. Those are the positions.
And there would be, I wouldn't be, but there would be people that would argue that they still don't have a shortstop. Now, the great thing is that Tim could be one of the redundancies. You're like, oh, well, that guy can play shortstop. Then he can play anywhere. But think about that. Like, you have all these guys that were really good, like actual baseball players. And the White Sox were desperate to have actual baseball players on the team.
Ballers.
And the 3 best baseball players are probably not going to be on the team.
And I can't speak to Oscar Colas. I don't know where he fits in that description. But you're right. It's too bad. And it's I don't know. I knew it was coming, but it still doesn't feel any better. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier to get my mind around the fact that he's gone and there wasn't nothing they could do.
Text there, White Sox fans didn't even get to say a real goodbye. That's my point.
Yes.
That's my point about the way that the season ended, where you have this bizarre set of circumstances that somehow in the day before the last game, it gets announced that he's not playing, and White Sox fans are like, what? Like, we would have come to the ballpark. for your bleepy team. We would have come to the ballpark just to say goodbye to him. And now we'll get the chance when they come to town, right? Because the game between the first series is in Houston, right? The champs will start at home, I'm guessing, because that's the White Sox first series next year is against the Astros, but I think it's down there. But yeah, it kind of sucks.
Not supposed to be like that.
In a season where you were looking for any sort of feel good moment, you can't have that one. Like a guy that people like and respect and want to show love to, not really allowed to do it.
And who was considered a clubhouse leader, particularly for the Spanish-speaking portion of the team. That's a void now that'll need to be replaced. And maybe there are people who are ready to step into that role. I knew it was coming. I knew they had no choice. It's just too bad. Believed to be a 3-year deal.
That's a little rich for me.
For Jose, 36.
Man.
Be able to get 3 out of it?
Man, that's great.
Good for him.
I was thinking he'd get a 2-year deal someplace. Good for him.
The 847 says, let's be honest, they wouldn't have come to the ballpark.
I mean, they wouldn't have filled the ballpark, but I think
a couple extra thousand walk-ups. Sure.
Yeah, I think if you would have said, hey, Jose's playing his last game here, or even like, people kind of mentioning it to us because we kind of knew that was the case once we saw that he wasn't in the lineup, people would have come out, and they'll come out when he comes back.
You can totally tell why they canceled Sox Fest now, right? Because they knew they'd have to deal with this. They have to deal with the fact, you're right, the Cueto's gone, that all these, let's just not do Sox Fest this year.
But why, like, if you're...
Of course you should, because just the insecurity is manifest.
You should do it because you feel like you're moving in the right direction, and it would then give Rick a direct line to the fan base to a certain extent to be like, hey, this is the thing that kills me about like Rick kind of hiding over the last 2 years, whether it's from us or particularly from the fans, is that he's adept at actually talking. This isn't Ryan Pace, who might be afraid of speaking publicly. This is a guy with a law degree. It's just,
and an MBA.
Yeah. He can handle big boy questions. At least that's the way it's been in the past.
I don't know. It's just when you can sort of get in their headspace.
I don't want to go in there because I do understand their stuff that they got going on.
It's just the finality of it. We knew it was coming, and there it is. 3-year deal for Jose Abreu to join the Houston Astros. So now you've got Alvarez, who's your DH.
Right. Jose's your first baseman.
Jose is the first baseman.
Yeah. I can't believe he got 3 years. But hey, if they paying, might as well.
Take it. Boy, he's going to just feast in that park.
Did Alvarez play any outfield?
I don't know. That's like Eloy level, isn't it?
Just trying to think it. And now you don't even, the way that he hit in the playoffs, like you can forget about your lefty stuff too. Man, that guy. Talk about a baller.
I wonder how quickly is Tannehill gonna work on his.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's got
his goodbye.
He probably has one.
You think it's already half in the can?
Yeah, because the writing was on the wall. I can't imagine he doesn't. I'm guessing the Goodfellas treatment is a thing that happens.
Looks like Alvarez played 56 games in left field last season.
There you go.
Okay, well then you can stop rolling and he can pick it up and it's a double.
There you go. Left field being a place where you can put someone who's primarily a hitter.
Did he play? The 847 said he played left in the World Series. I guess he did. Okay.
So see, now there are some DH opportunities for Jose Abreu too.
773 says what this does is puts an exclamation point on how weird and stupid last year was for the Sox.
Yeah.
And just what a waste of, not just that. what a waste the last 2 years were.
Well, think about that.
Because you made it so it kind of had to end like this.
Yeah, but think about that in connection to Jose Abreu. If we go back 2 years, what are we talking about?
Age 34 and 35.
We're talking
MVP,
about him being the
MVP.
You're coming out of Jose Abreu's MVP season.
Into Tony La Russa.
God
darn it. God, it was so dumb. It was so avoidable and so dumb and such a waste. God, I hate it. I hate the last 2 White Sox years.
Yep.
And they're still... Every time they do something now, it makes me think about it. Every time they talk about their budget, and every time they talk about what's left of Yasmani Grandal.
Playing first base.
Darn it. I'm going to do this to myself again. I'm going to talk myself into another snit over this, and I don't want to.
Well, that's why they canceled Sox Fest.
I have to have my own private Sox Fest.
Dan, come on down. Come on down.
Go to the 108?
Yeah.
I wasn't invited yet.
I'm inviting you.
Okay.
I'm on the panel.
Oh, okay.
So I'm inviting you.
Okay.
It's Saturday, January 7th at Reggie's. Come through. I'll buy you a beer. I mean, I owe you a glass of wine, so.
Yes, you do, actually.
So come on through.
All right.
Herbie's on the panel, too. You get to see the dear boy himself.
The dear boy himself.
But yeah, we'll do our own thing. But here's my hope.
Got our own thing.
Shout out to Heavy D and the boys, RIP. Trouble T-Roy too. If the White Sox continue to hopefully improve their team, then maybe we can forgive them. But you're right. Anytime that you talk about the White Sox, it's hard to get over the wasted opportunity that was in front of them.
There's no way to feel better about it. None at all. There's no way to feel better about what those last 2 years were.
No. And you know why it hurts so bad? Shout out to Lauryn Hill. It hurts so bad because we all saw it coming. Everyone saw it coming.
Everybody called it.
Including
immediately.
the general manager of the White Sox.
Immediately.
We all saw it.
And then we had to live it. Everything crumbling around us. We had to live what we knew was coming for 2 years.
And then the White Sox as an organization started to be gaslit and then started doing some gaslighting. They were like, oh, well, I guess this is the world that we live in now, so we better start acting like it's great. It wasn't great.
All for that guy.
For that guy.
The 309 says, sing it, Dan. Happy holidays.
We haven't sung it enough.
No.
Hey, isn't the Yule log supposed to be out now? Isn't Terry's Yule log out?
I think the Yule log is out, and then everyone gets Christmas drunk. Speaking of which, when I told my story about the Lucky Charms that I had with heavy double whipping cream instead of milk.
I can't believe you did that, but I also can totally believe it.
That's how I felt eating it. And someone texted in, when Christmas Crunch comes out, and it may be out, that's the Captain Crunch Christmas blend.
He's capping. He never served Stolen Valor.
Captain Crunch said, instead of milk, eggnog on Christmas Crunch.
That's a lot.
I'll try it.
Just put the rum in there and be done with it.
I'll try eggnog on Christmas Crunch.
Oh. Dan, after I made it home from my parents' house on Thanksgiving, in between games, I was flipping around and Top Gun was on. How many Top Gun caps did Viper have in his house?
Oh, all of them.
I feel like there was one for every room.
That's like that Tribune piece about Bill Wirtz when they show that room in his house and there's a little stand in the corner with a blender on it.
Yeah.
And we decided that every room of... And it was Pulford. It's Bob Pulford. We decided that every room of Pulley's house had a blender in it. Just in case he needed a daiquiri.
I feel like Viper had a Top Gun cap on, also had one in his hand.
And he had one of the big caps, too.
Dan,
that's the one to get. That's the one you got to get.
They'll make it.
Yes.
They'll make
that's
that.
What you need. A Viper noggin head, whatever it is.
Noggin
boss. Yes. If you get that, that would be awesome.
Oh, my God.
And I'll get a MAGA one. I'll get a bright red MAGA noggin boss.
I don't want anyone to hurt you. That would be bad.
No, that would protect me.
Oh, yeah, you're right. From the crazy people. I'll just get you the Top Gun, and you can be like Viper, who has them all over the house. Oh, my God. So you want to save this NFL topic and do it tomorrow? Do you want to do Bulls?
Yeah, I guess we got to say there's plenty of meat on this bone. We already have the sound edited for it.
All right, we'll save the.
It's a good Tuesday topic.
Yeah, look, we have an NFL topic that we want to do with some really good sound, but obviously with the breaking news that Jose Abreu is going to be a Houston Astro for 3 years, we have to shelve it. And Dan's got some stuff that he wants to talk about with the Bulls because they play tonight against All-Star Lauri Markkanen? Yeah, we have to discuss that next.
I also want to point out Mark Shanowski had an incisive play-by-play moment during the Bulls Thunder game. It was very understated, but it was really good. And he made a point that it's the kind of thing you don't normally hear during games, that he just told the truth.
I like that. Let's hear it next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Bears are really bad. Is this the right quarterback for this team to rebuild?
When do we get to say goodbye to Jose Abreu? Then?
Right. Like,
don't you owe that to your fans?
And him. Like, there was a sign I saw, I think it was Vinny Duber who posted it. There's a sign put on one of the statues leading into the ballpark after the game yesterday that says, if Jose leaves, I leave. Like,
he's leaving.
I think he is too, but there's clearly a lot of fans that would have liked to show their appreciation to him at least one more time if he's going to leave.
He's been an important White Sox player for a long time. He's on a lot of their all-time hit lists.
And it was, I guess, so upsetting that Jose himself then had to tell everyone, no, it wasn't the White Sox that did this. It wasn't an oversight. It was my decision. I wanted to see and watch the game.
What?
Right.
They made him do that?
I don't think they made him do it. I think that, as per usual, the adult in the room adulted in the room.
The only people ahead of Jose Abreu in all-time White Sox offensive wins above replacement, Frank Thomas, Luke Appling, Eddie Collins, Minnie Mignoso, Nellie Fox, and Paul Konerko. That's it. And those behind Abreu, Carlton Fisk, Robin Ventura, Ray Durham.
So Layla yesterday was talking about how she actually has a couple days off during the week, which is weird. And she had yesterday off. And she's like, well, it'd be perfect to go over to the ballpark. It was a great day. And then she goes, wait, Jose Abreu's not in the lineup? No, I'm not going over there for that. I don't know. Like, I am glad that it's over. And I hope that now, like, they can go to work on fixing some of their overarching problems. And I guess the question is, do you trust them to do it?
You said that they should make an E60 out of Jose Abreu as a teammate. Why is he such a good teammate?
Yeah, I mean, he's just the best. Every day he shows up, does his thing, you know. And as a young guy, my first spring training, got to come in and watch him work. He's the first guy to the field. He's always in the weight room, getting his body ready. And I mean, he plays every day, no matter what's going on. He's the same person, and you know, he's there for you. He's there to pick you up, there to tell you something. If you got a question, you can ask him. He's going to shoot you straight, and you know, it's just special having him around.
Can you give us a specific on something that you maybe asked him at any point that he helped you out with?
Yeah, it was last year. It was actually early in the year, and we were talking, and it was freezing cold here, and he was like, April's for the pitchers, man. It's we're just getting dialed in, but as soon as it heats up, like, be ready, keep your body ready, and we're going to turn the corner. And all of a sudden it was May, and he was raking.
And it helped you deal with any early season cold weather struggles that you might have, like that perspective?
Yeah, just because, I mean, he's been doing it for, 8 or 9 years, and he knows. And when he talks, it's a good thing to listen.
Frank Thomas, 1990, into Paul Konerko, into Jose Abreu. These are all White Sox legends, baseball Hall of Famers, certainly White Sox Hall of Famers. Andrew Vaughn, you ready to be next and carry that mantle at first base?
You know, it's a tough task because those are all phenomenal names. But I just want to go out and play, no matter if it's first base, outfield, DH. I just want to try to make a difference and help our club win ball games.
What about Konerko? He's still around the team. Have you picked his brain at all?
Yeah, I have. Got to see him a little bit this off season. He's out in Arizona, and we were actually working out at Grand Canyon, and he was over there. We got to talk for a while. Got to talk to his son, and just talk baseball. It's soothing almost, just because someone with such a big name, and you can just have a regular conversation with them, pick their brains, see how they did things, and it's cool.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score. And 670thescore.com. And Odyssey Station.
Gilgeous Alexander.
Where's your defense? Where's your help at?
Trying to come off the screen. DeRozan switched on him. He's cut off. Good work by DeMar on the defensive end. Shot clock down to 3. Gilgeous Alexander. Oh, he draws the foul. He gets bailed out. He had nothing going there, but unfortunately DeMar good on the shot fake.
Yeah, he got DeMar with his own fake.
You know that DeMar got hit on that shot, but he also was lying on the ground in pain because he knew he got beat on his own fake. Something he's been doing for the last 14 years.
Yup. Mark Shanowski in for Adam Amin doing play-by-play with Stacey King on NBC Sports Chicago. And I sat up from the couch, and Jason and I looked at each other immediately like, he just said it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like, usually we think, and we're like, okay, DeMar, get up. It's enough. He did get the old testicle tap on that one because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, it's not a full Reggie Miller, like, get out of here kind of push off, but he does use that hand. He will sort of sword fight with that a little bit, and he gave DeMar the old little doink right there. And but Mark's right. It wasn't a death blow. He was lying around because he got got. He got got.
You know that DeMar got hit on that shot, but he also was lying on the ground in pain because he knew he got beat on his own fake. Something he's been doing for the last 14 years.
Look at Mark out here being prescient.
Hey, man, he's right. That's exactly what happened. And SGA is tough to guard. That he is a star. He is a star.
I look at the Bulls, and whenever, like, if you look at their last 3 losses, I see young and hungry beating them. Thunder, Magic, Pelicans. Young and hungry.
Teams that can attack. And if the Bulls are having an off shooting night, they got to do everything else right because their offense is just so clunky. Everything they do on offense is clunky. And
when you say clunky, what do you mean?
It's just it doesn't flow. They don't get threes. They don't get good threes easily. And because they're not a terrific three-point shooting team, any one of their big 3 is always facing an extra defender. Sometimes DeMar's bracketed instantly. But even then, if you're on the same side of the floor as Io, they'll give that shot up. They'll let Io shoot threes. They'll let Caruso shoot threes. Or they know that the doubler will be able to get back enough to defend enough, even with Patrick. When Patrick's deciding that he's going to have one of his good games because he's trying hard and he's confident. Even then, even if he's in the corner, I know that his percentage is better this year. I think he's like 46%, something like that. But even then, and the Jazz will do this too. The Jazz have some young and hungry out there.
Well, I mean, if you look at the game that they have, well, they have a lot of young and hungry, including the guy that might end up going to the All-Star game. But, like, look at the game they lost to Toronto, for example.
Yeah, Ainge is going to start trading some of those guys because
they're too good?
Yeah, he doesn't want them winning. And when you think about it,
losing to the Wizards, like, you losing to the Spurs.
Yeah, they just got live wires.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing they can do sometimes against these teams because they still don't protect the rim well enough. Still. They had an off season that they went into needing 3-point shooting and rim protection. They still need 3-point shooting and rim protection.
It's amazing what people are saying about the Bulls, too. Like, we've been saying it, but I feel like people have caught up. Like, they've seen 20 games or so of the Bulls, and they're like, oh, this doesn't look like it was advertised to be. And it puts the Bulls in a really tough situation. Like, if you thought that having an MVP candidate and for a majority of the season, that's what DeMar was and what he was playing like, put you in a position to be a winner immediately if you're the Bulls, and then you have a guy that you gave max money to that deserved max money. I don't know if I would have given it to him. Actually, I do know. I would not. I would have been like, go find it. Go find that money. You kind of feel like, and the trade that you made for Vooch, if you add all of that stuff up, doesn't that add, and the money that you paid to Caruso and the money that you paid to Lonzo Ball, that's you're trying to win right now.
Yeah, that's kind of shot right now.
If the objective is to win right now, when you look at the Bulls, you go, I can't see anything where that would be the case.
You've been outflanked by some of these teams who have found faster, quicker, more athletic guys. And every team you play is going to have at least one guy who's going to be able to get to the rim. Now, that win over the Bucks was a terrific win.
They were great in that game. And their win against the Celtics was great.
Yeah, that was also the Celtics just couldn't hit the broadside of the barn.
53 pointers.
Yeah, that was they shot 53 pointers. Couldn't hit
Chicago flew.
That was
my favorite team.
I was much more impressed by the Bucks win than I was that. But then you Lou Dort and SGA and
Giddey
and Giddey should not be getting whatever they want like that off the dribble.
And they all night, Dan. All night, those guys were like, "Oh, you're gonna give me some room at the top of the key. I am gonna take you to the rim immediately." And whenever they want it, they could do that. And the Bulls, I swear, the Bulls sometimes they act like they're the Warriors. You know how like when you're watching a Warriors game, you're like, "Oh, the Warriors are down 16," and then the Warriors are down 4. The Warriors are up 10.
Well, that's because the possessions to them, a 9-point lead or deficit for them is the same as a 3-point plus or minus for another team.
But that's what it feels like the Bulls think they are. that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many points we're going to get down. We're going to rally back. And they use so much energy to get back into these games.
And then when you don't have the clutch things breaking your way, when your shots aren't falling in these closer games, they're 1-8 in games that are within 5 with 5 minutes left. And look at what last year, that number was flipped. They won all of those. They pulled away in all of those. And they've shot into some bad luck this year. Like there are stats that sort of show it's almost like BABIP. Like they should have made more shots on average than they have. It doesn't if you feel as you've been watching the Bulls, like God, it just feels like they've been running into some bad luck on some of the in and outs and all that. They have. But even so, this is regression also, where they were getting the benefits of some of those late DeMar shots last year, the famous back-to-back games and everything that was falling.
Billy said it.
Yeah.
Like Billy said that there was a false sense of security because DeMar was bailing them out of these situations that he was in. That's why when guys started to come back, like Zach came back, he was harder publicly on them. And also, I'd like to point out that you were right about the messaging that was going on with Billy Donovan, because those guys said it. Like they said that, Billy wanted us to start better in games, specifically Levine and Vooch and DeMar. So he was using one of the weapons at his disposal, which is, I got to say something publicly about all of this. And it ended up, at least in the short term, working. In the long term, it may have done damage to his relationship with Zach LaVine and maybe makes it easier for Acme to fire him because they're not getting the results that they thought they'd get when they put together a roster that clearly isn't championship worthy.
You can interpret it the other way. It might make it easier for AK to make some trades if he believes in Donovan. Because
why not both?
You might be better served seeing if you can get Wembanyama.
Yeah, but I mean the percentage and chances on that are so like that you really have to bottom out, and even then you're not guaranteed of anything.
Nope.
That's
what 14% improvement.
Yeah, like that's the hard part. Like it's you can't do any of the frozen envelopes. So I guess you could still do the frozen envelopes. Do some of that. That would be fun though. But here we are again as Bulls fans. Like we're like, oh, our team's just kind of, and they spend a lot of money for them to be,
Mm-hmm.
And it's too bad because
312 texter. Did I just hear Dan say clutch? It's defined by oh Jesus. Yes, you heard me say it. It is a term that's used, a game that is within 5 points or less with 5 minutes to go.
It's an actual statistic.
It's just a stat. Close. Call it what you close games.
Close and late for baseball.
There
you go. It's the same type of thing. So you're good to go. Let's take a break. When we come back, I had some deja vu yesterday while I was watching football. Something that I saw, I was like, hey, I've been through that.
A little flashback?
Yeah. You'll hear it next here on The Score.
This is Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on The Score. An entire day of Bears Jets analysis from our team of Bears experts, including Brad Biggs, Tom Thayer, Dan Wiederer, Trent Dilford, and Jalen Johnson. Plus your reaction too, only on Sports Radio.
I think where we can get better is we have information on our group playing together. With the additions of Dragic and Drummond, it's only 2 additions in relationship to last year where it was like an entirely new team. So where we've got to get better is last year shined a light on things that we have to improve upon. And the reason it's going to be more challenging this year, to your point, is the East is better also, but there's also things we have to overcome. There was this freshness last year that we just didn't know what this would look like, and we thought it would take a lot of time because all these guys were coming together for the first time. But, they sacrificed and gave up a lot to try to do what was best for the team. And I think to Artur's point, last year and even in this press conference, we really don't even know what our team whole looks like. And we're starting this year, not without Lonzo. So I do think we have information collectively as a team that we didn't have a year ago. Now you take that information. Now, how committed can we be to get better at the things that, I don't want to say held us back, but things that were challenges that we have to overcome collectively as a group.
Is Patrick Williams, do you think it's a breakthrough type year? If he's had that good enough season, can he be more aggressive in his personality?
I think the biggest thing that has been challenging for Patrick, that's been difficult for him and his development and growth. One, I think coming in as a rookie with COVID, having a shortened preseason, going into his rookie year, there was no summer league. Everybody was isolated. People don't even realize this. My first year in Chicago, I did not have a coaching staff in-person meeting during the season until like April 7th. We never met as a staff because we weren't allowed to be in the offices together. So this really impacted Patrick. I do think this year and the experience he's had the last 2 years can help push him to take another step. And knock on wood, he's been healthy, for the summer. I think he's had some different experiences with workouts, playing against different players, and that's really what he needs. And everybody knows that he's got the ability and talent. It's a matter of him, being aggressive and getting the skill set that he has into the game.
Days 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey station.
Lawrence.
So yesterday, I'm out here watching Red Zone, and I'm watching all of the early games get over with, and there are the Texans at 1-9-11. And as you can imagine, things weren't great in the press conference. And one of the Houston reporters was in a situation that I found myself in quite often with Lovie Smith.
we made a couple plays while we were out there against a pretty good offensive team. I'm going to say that also. Let's have somebody else. We can turn this into you and me forever. Let's let someone else ask a couple questions, and then we'll come back to you. How about that? We'll get you. We're not going to leave until you. Let's let everybody else, and we'll come back to you. All right? And, Jonathan, I can figure out who I want to answer to. I don't need your help with that. Thank you. Does anyone else have another question first? I got a question. All right. And then we'll come back to you. How's that, Brooks? Is that okay with you, John? Yeah. Thank you.
Now, first of all, is Jonathan the PR guy? Is he talking to his own PR guy? Like, I don't need your help to tell me. Usually the PR person is walking around holding the mic, pointing to the next person.
I don't think so.
Okay. Because it's...
I think so.
I think
you do?
I do too.
That'd be super bad.
Yeah, my first thought was Lovey was telling his own PR flack, I don't need you to tell me which question to take.
Maybe. That would be a twist on the story.
That's what I thought.
Maybe he's one of the final Easterby holdouts.
We made a couple plays while we were out there against a pretty good offensive team. I'm going to say that also. Let's have somebody else. We can turn this into you and me forever. Let's let someone else ask a couple questions, and then we'll come back to you. How about that? We'll get you. We're not going to leave until you. Let's let everybody else, and we'll come back to you. All right? And, Jonathan, I can figure out who I want to answer to. I don't need your help with that. Thank you.
I'm unsure.
Okay. He said the guy's name was Brooks that he was sparring with?
Boyer? Is that what Brooks is doing in the offseason? Causing trouble for Lovey?
That's why they had to cancel Sox Fest.
That's why, because Brooks is on the Texans beat.
Right. No, it sounded like that. Hey, if you're Lovey and you know that you're just sort of like Slim Pickens at the end of Dr. Strangelove on this thing, you're just riding the bomb down, knowing that you're probably going to take the Ziggy at the end of this season, and then they bring in Josh McCown and get on with everything.
I mean, it was a business decision and a good one, I think, for Lovie Smith. He wanted to be back in the NFL, and he's getting NFL head coaching money. Unfortunately, the job itself is one that you need a garbage man, because that's a garbage job right now, considering everything. And, of course, on the flip side of it, guess who's back this week?
Guess who's back?
Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Just don't over-celebrate it, please. There's no low. Every time you think that fans have sunk to a new low,
don't worry, Dan. They're going there.
They always get lower.
But
just like you're not.
Oh, by the way, I got to send you a cover. Maybe we'll do it for High Noon tomorrow. Speaking of low, that was just great. Jacoby Brissett looks like Tony Gill.
Yeah, you're right.
Like maximize Tony Gill. You know how we would say like Andrew Seligman is Zach and a half.
Double Zach, yeah, 2 Zachs.
That's what we got with Jacoby Brissett and Tony Gill.
No, I get it. Hey, if you're looking for something to do tomorrow night, the Miller Lite Top Draft Show is for you. You can join Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Herron tomorrow at Dunning Poorhouse, located at 7718 West Addison Street in Chicago from 6 to 9 p.m. While you're enjoying the broadcast, you can register to win Bears tickets and other prizes brought to you by Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
You're damn right it's Miller time. Never had Lovey on the Miller Lite Top Draft Show. Then it could have just been me and him. I did have him on the show, and he was great. And I'm like, we could have done this for 10 years.
No, but you were a reporter and you were antagonizing as you should.
I was.
Why would you ask a question like that anyway?
He wants an answer.
I want an answer. I think I'm entitled. I want the truth. And I can handle the truth. Parkins and Spiegel are here. We'll talk to them next here on The Score.
How about football? Should we get back to football?
The Bears lose. They fall to the Jets and have lost 5 in a row now. But was it a moral victory? Matt Spiegel here from the Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons 2 to 6. Keep it here for a full breakdown of the loss and an official ruling on the moral victory as we go inside the locker room with our team of Bears experts, along with your reaction, of course, as well. Plus, we'll look at their next matchup when they renew acquaintances with the Packers on their home field. We're talking Bears here on Sports Radio 670.
Everyone who I'm going to call out here by name, I consider them friends. So I believe that they all can take it. Okay?
Okay.
Adam Haugh. They have to learn how to win. David Haugh. He wrote about experiencing winning being an important part of quarterback development. I'm not sure I could call Patrick Finley a friend, but I respect him. I think he does very good work. Careful, Bears Twitter gets mad when you point out that winning is better than losing. Dan Wiederer. Eventually, they have to take a step in the direction of where they can win a game through the air late. So my question for all of these Bears writers is, have you lost your mind? Do you watch football? And not just the Bears, because, yes, it was a bad pick six. Yes, in the micro, it was a bad loss to a bad team who they, by the way, weren't that much better than. But there is no evidence that suggests you have to learn how to win in order to one day be a winner. There's no evidence that suggests that. Peyton Manning was 3-13 as a rookie. He was 500 through his first 4 years in the NFL. Guy went to 4 Super Bowls with 4 different coaches, has a couple of rings. Troy Aikman was 1-15 at the beginning, won 3 Super Bowls. Justin Fields has made 20 starts. The team sucks. They are terrible around him. The season is a massive, overwhelming success already. So this idea that lost Sunday was anything more than a lost Sunday is so ridiculous and not founded by any. The only quarterbacks who come into the NFL right away and win at the beginning are quarterbacks on good teams.
Like Russell Wilson 2012 with the Seahawks.
Ben
They have the Legion of
Roethlisberger
Boom.
with the Steelers.
Yeah. Pat Mahomes, he inherits an 11-win team.
Joe Flacco.
And people now holding him to the standard of, well, you got to win the games late. Right now, throwing to these guys, with those guys blocking, with that front seven against these opponents, the standard is wins and losses in year 1 in this system, year 2. And the guy's played 20 NFL games.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like, well, we're the big bad Chicago media and we're market 3, and so we gotta hold you accountable and hold you to a high standard. A+. I'm out of here, but I just remember how much that 2018 season really taught Mitch Trubisky and the Bears how to win.
These takes had to get off.
Yeah.
Danny had to get them off.
Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This has been our Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday, but it became a whole lot more than that. We thank Anthony Herron, Dan Wiederer, and James Fegan for joining us today. Thanks to Diaz, Rankin, Fryer, and O'Donnell. Because when the Jose Abreu news came down, things certainly changed a little bit because that's a big deal. And we knew it was coming. We knew it was very likely. It's still just too bad. It's just too bad. I knew they had to do it. They sort of painted themselves into that corner that made them have to do it because they had too many DHs and first basemen on this roster. But it just sucks. It sucks that on the very first day, he's going to be there in an Astros uniform and the White Sox will be standing on the field as a banner gets raised. That sucks.
Yeah, it's not a fun moment. That's not a fun fan moment.
No,
I can't imagine wanting to make that trip.
Oh, let's go there as a White Sox fan. Go visit that.
Won the World Series and took the fan favorite. Here he is.
Yeah, the team that we can't beat. That's the gold standard in the American League and the sport.
And now they have one of your all-time greats.
Yeah.
He's still good, too. He's still good. I know the power dropped off, but the average is there, and dude works hard. Good for him for getting 3 years, man. No way in hell did I see that coming.
I'm shocked by that, Speaks. I thought an outside opportunity for him to get a great 2-year deal. I didn't think 3 years was even in the cards for him.
But we'll see what Andrew Vaughn can do. But going from Frank to Konerko to Abreu
to Yaz
is an all-timer. It's funny that you say Yaz because I always say going from Ted Williams to Carl Yastrzemski to Jim Rice to a few years of Mike Greenwell. You know, but take Greenwell out of there. I mean, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about like DiMaggio to Mantle kind of stuff here in terms of the history of the game. And the White Sox at first have had
Favre
that.
to Rogers.
Yep.
To Love.
Maybe so.
Hey, you look pretty good.
Lawrence.
I'm
not ready.
You saw it last night.
I did. He looked fun. Yeah, if they
hit on this guy too,
it would be so sickening.
They said he cleaned up his fundamentals, and you could tell he was like more accurate, and the throws are quick.
Well, maybe I feel like we're going to probably see him on Sunday.
I think we probably will.
Do you think the internet would be able to handle Jordan Love against Justin Fields?
It's not going to be Justin Fields.
I know.
Come on.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be Jordan Love. I think it's
it'd be Rodgers going back out there and
yeah, man, like they signed him to $1 billion deal.
Well, what he said last night, Rodgers, was that he wants to play until they're mathematically eliminated.
He's just broken. Like he can still make great throws, and he made a bunch of them last night, but he's a broken dude.
Yeah,
physically.
Were they putting his broken thumb
and spiritually
on the injury report?
He revealed it. I think it was a late ad because he kind of hinted at it with McAfee last week that, you know, like the injury was like a little worse, but it was, you know,
it's funny
I got to
because
play through it.
We all remarked on it. Remember, like the next day, all four of us were like, did he get hurt at the end of the game?
Yeah.
And it was like, I guess he didn't, but it did seem like he got hurt. Now we know he got hurt.
Yeah. And everyone rushed to bury him. There's still good football in there. Like,
no doubt.
You know what I mean? Like I know it can happen.
The Cowboys game.
Right. But we talked about it. I remember the four of us talking about like how it can happen where it just goes like that. But the guy still, like you said, has crazy arm talent and is a back-to-back MVP. It didn't make a lot of sense that guy would just completely fall apart.
How about Russ? How do we feel about Russ? I thought there was more good football left in Russ. Remember saying that to you about 6-7 weeks ago? Yeah. It's looking a little scarier.
It's the worst situation in the league, and it's not close.
I mean, across the board.
You got an incompetent head coach, a lot of money poured into a guy that you brought over.
And a lot of draft capital you gave up to get there.
The only thing that's good is you have new ownership who has unlimited money, but it's not baseball.
I saw a stat this morning. Carson Wentz has more touchdown passes than Russell Wilson, and he hasn't played since week 6.
That's an amazing stat. I thought this one was good. All qualifying players, all players with 300 pass attempts or more this year, there are 20 of them. Russell Wilson is 20th in touchdowns, 20th in I want to say yards, and 19th in quarterback rating. The only guy lower than him is Davis Mills. And
who just got benched.
And they have $104 million of real money.
Is it 32 dead cap? Something like that?
In 2026. So, like, if they wanted to move on from him next year, it would be $107 million dead cap hit.
And the Bears wanted to trade for him.
2024, it would be $85 million of dead cap. In 2025, it would be $50 million of dead cap.
I don't think you wanted to give up your dog for Russell Wilson,
I didn't.
Danny. But Deshaun Watson has been reinstated today. So that,
he's
that
25.
ties in.
He's 25. So a franchise was willing to sell its soul for a 25-year-old. The Broncos sold everything else for Russell Wilson, and their only decisions basically are play him or play a guy for the minimum. Right? Like if you could play a real cheap quarterback and just bench him at some point. But
I mean, you might have to do that, but
that's years away still.
It's at least 2 years away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's bad.
It is a bad, but they'll fire the coach.
As they should.
They'll fire the coach. They'll pay the coach. Someone will convince themselves, hey, I can go to Denver and turn around Russell Wilson. But that is a terrible situation.
Broncos country?
Yeah, that's right.
Speegs, are you still fighting people off for your thoughts on Mike Clevenger?
No, I've left that
I missed
one.
this Twitter kerfuffle until
I left that one
Apparently
behind. By the way, you're listening to Sports Radio 670 The Score, WSCR HD Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, an Odyssey station.
You see what he's doing, right?
I hate the Mike Clevenger signing on every available level.
Well, once I found out,
every single one.
Once I found out it was $12 million.
$12 million? Dudes,
I'm thinking it's a fine deal between 8 and 10.
Even then, and because look, he was terrible last year, and he's had Tommy John twice. Do you know that I have the total list of starting pitchers who've been good again after Tommy John twice? Nate Eovaldi, Chris Capuano. Good night, everybody. That's it.
And Chris Capuano was a soft tosser.
Correct. Eovaldi is really all you have for Tommy John twice. Walker Buehler just had it for the second time. Dodgers are praying that this is something that can get better as we go here. But everything else is like Daniel Hudson or some other big arm that turned into a reliever. And, I mean,
not to mention
Clevenger was awful last year.
He's also a wanker.
Yeah, that's another level.
This is the thing that people didn't get. Like, Speegs was trying to explain that the guy's a wanker and that he was a bad teammate, and he wasn't a bad teammate because he didn't like the COVID rules. He's a bad teammate because he lied about everything.
He lied to the entire team.
And put his manager in danger.
Yeah, put his manager and his health risk in danger. He lied to the entire team. They all were furious at him. They demoted him. Dude was one of their best pitchers, and they set him to the equivalent of the minors. But whatever, COVID just means
what was that called?
A polarizing debate.
Alternate site? Was that what it was?
Yes.
Speaks came in today, though, and he was like, I didn't really see it coming. I'm like, you talked about COVID on Twitter on Thanksgiving weekend. What do you mean you didn't see it coming?
To me, it wasn't even about COVID. It was about...
You said COVID.
I know.
You said COVID.
I should have left that word out.
You could have said bunnies, rainbows, ice cream, COVID.
Right.
Happy
All those things
Thanksgiving.
sound great.
People would be like, screw you.
Especially this Twitter when they've all been released.
He was like,
We're all back from the Phantom Zone.
He was like, I just thought I would go on Musk's Twitter and talk about COVID, and it would be fine.
That was an unpleasant experience.
Meanwhile, your guy Elon's having himself a day, boy. He's on one
right,
today.
Listen,
let's yell at Tim Cook.
All I said about Elon was I wouldn't bet on Twitter going away. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that there is a place for billionaires, like Bezos with the Washington Post. Like, it's not going perfectly, but
This
it's
guy,
going horribly.
This guy can't wait to step on his own dong.
Yeah, it's going way worse than I could have possibly ever imagined.
I hadn't realized how the descent into crazy had accelerated for Elon. Just like that memo that got leaked the other day, which was just this diatribe of nonsense in 50 different directions consolidated into one paragraph.
He's calling
what
CEOs
are we doing?
to berate them for not advertising.
Yeah.
How's that going to go? Like, where's that in the business playbook?
Well, especially because
spend money with me, you.
Right? Well, Twitter's not great at like the click-through stuff. Like that's still Facebook and the other sites. Like Twitter is a tool. It is it is, you know what I mean? It's an aggregation tool. It brings the internet to you.
It was probably overvalued by Wall Street and projections for a long time.
That's why they jumped at his offer. They're like, absolutely, here you go.
Because
and then held him to it.
Because it really would take, it doesn't take much to explain to somebody that what it's used for. It's a news feed.
It's a news feed.
It's an informational entertainment news feed.
We all do it because all of our bosses and the corporate overlords are like, tweet out the link, tweet out what you have going on, and then you ask them for like the metrics on like how many people click through on those links. Nobody, and either I don't know or nobody does it. Because like, when's the last time you were like,
never,
I want to leave Twitter?
Promoted? I hate you. Move on.
You hate it. It's a scrolling mechanism while you're on the job.
Promoted.
You're promoted.
Jennifer Aniston wore what? Promoted.
Yeah, 44 billion. Yeah, must be nice.
And they're like, so long, sucker.
Yeah, and he had no plan. So could you imagine? Like sometimes I buy like something at a gas station and I have really no plan of like when I'm going to eat it. He bought Twitter.
It's a Slim Jim. You don't need a plan.
Yeah, well, I understand that. But like,
eat it immediately.
He bought a 44
as long as they're not fried mushrooms from Brown's
thing.
Chicken.
I mean, Dan, I have a plan for the noggin boss.
Yeah, you do.
I got one now.
Yeah, you do.
Noggin boss?
You see Brian Robinson's.
Oh my God, it's the best.
You guys getting one?
Yes, Top Gun.
Oh, I like that.
The Viper Top Gun head. I'm getting a MAGA one. I'm getting
that would be good for you.
A giant bright red, 10 times size baseball MAGA hat.
Are you Larry David in that season of Curb where he wears the MAGA hat because he loves that people stayed away from him? He was like, it was totally worth it.
Oh, by the way, while we're here, since none of you asked, I need to revise my Mike White rankings. The filmmaker is still number one as we approach season 2 of The White Lotus, School of Rock, Enlightened, and he was a runner-up on Survivor. That Mike White. He's still number one.
Okay, where's the former Illini coach?
Number 2, football coach at U of I for 8 seasons, Coach Tony Eason and Jack Trudeau. Jets quarterback Mike White. Up to third.
Up to third.
Congratulations to him.
Against that defense?
Michael Jai White has dropped to 4.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Actor played Spawn, the first black comic book superhero, and then Black Dynamite, and then the British theater and film producer who did Rocky Horror Picture Show and The Holy Grail.
You're missing one.
Who's that?
The famed New Orleans clarinetist, Dr. Michael White.
I know, I dropped him out. Dropped out of my top 5. I put the film
Jets
producer in there. Yeah, well, no, the Jets quarterback jumped to 3, and I want to get the film producer in there.
Wow.
I know.
Wow. Dr. Michael White is out of the rankings. Others receiving votes.
He'll be distressed. And there were an enormous number. But give it up for Jets quarterback Mike White, who at least was accurate as he threw to receivers.
That were wide open.
They were 300 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Yes.
Because guys were wide open and there was no pass rush.
And he didn't miss guys. Like Zach Wilson was missing guys.
Yeah,
like
he
crazy.
Was missing
so
people.
is Trevor Siemian, by the way. He's not accurate either.
Yeah, we were going to have a QB2 party today.
For the Peterman?
Little tiny balloons.
Yeah, just indifference. People scrolling off in the corner.
QB2 party.
You show up late, leave early.
Oh, I forgot to get the balloons. I don't care.
Yeah, no
It's
one
fine.
cares.
Yeah.
What should we drink? I don't care.
Whatever is going to let us forget about the fact that Trevor Siemian is the quarterback.
Are there snacks for the QB2 party? Is there anything on the bar? No. Fine.
Anything in the couch?
Like a vending machine and like Doritos. Yeah, there's not really much to take out of the Bears game other than season-ending injuries to critical players.
That was the thing. Like, they had been a healthy team. I feel like I had heard Dan, you say multiple times, like, just wait for the injuries, because they're not a talented team. So when they get hurt, they're going to be a really not talented team. But they weren't really getting hurt, but they were still losing. It was like a best case scenario for the season. They were losing games, but being entertaining, and their young guys who matter for the future were getting valuable experience in situations where they probably shouldn't be. And then
the Justin Fields injury acts as like a harbinger
Yeah.
of what's to come. Justin Fields is out. Oh, Jaquan Brisker's out. Oh, Kyler Gordon's out.
Oh, Eddie Jackson's out. Oh, Darnell Mooney's out.
Feels so
And Khalil
bad.
Herbert is still out.
Yeah. Yeah, not Not a great 8 days for Bears fans.
So they saw what we saw with young Ebner, the running back. Saw the complete and utter lack of burst.
So they too have eyes.
They're like, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, I probably missed on that one too. Hey, practice squad, Darrington Evans, come on up here. He looked better. He looked more functional.
Sure. That's
Guys,
not a win.
Nobody wants to talk about anything.
Practice squad
Bears
running backs and 21-point losses to the Jets, quarterbacked by Trevor Siemian? No, I don't. I'd rather talk about White Sox
I would
signings.
rather. I think they should go with some of the guys that Moose Johnston keeps making up, who are also hurt.
Roquan Williams?
Hurt. Roquan Williams is hurt, and DeAndre Houston Carter also hurt. Even the made up guys are hurt.
I got some time. Williams. I got some time for that broadcast today at 4:00. There were some bad sports thoughts that were shared by that broadcast
About quarterbacking. We didn't get to it today.
I want to do the whole show on it. Like it is insane what they were saying
It's
in the
wrong.
third and fourth. Yeah, I know it's wrong.
It's wrong. It's like objectively wrong.
They're going to be real disappointed the next 20 years of football.
It's funny, Danny.
I was yelling at my dog. Like I was alone watching the Bears game. I'm like, Omar, can you believe what these guys are saying on national television?
We were talking before the show because it's interesting to me that Collinsworth and Tirico over the last couple of years, I think have done the best job of talking about the football at large. Like, what are the trends? Like, Collinsworth has been really good at that, whether he's with Al or with
Pro Football Focus.
But, and I mean, he's talking about like the big picture stuff. So here you have Moose like hitting all of the notes of the get off my lawn guy. And then this new on the nighttime side, like you had those guys having a nuanced conversation about what they were seeing with Jalen Hurts.
Had 100 yards in the first half.
Right. And how this is like, don't you need a quarterback that's got at least a little bit of this in their game so that they can protect themselves and that your offense can be more dynamic?
But isn't there a difference between quarterbacks who have at least a little of this, because that should be everybody
I
now,
agree.
and guys who you design runs for and put out there into harm's way as much as you do?
There's a spectrum. There's a sliding
and even
scale.
in that, even like in the amount of designed runs, it's the style of design runs.
Correct.
And how they're taught and what they're doing.
And what they do with those design runs and how they keep themselves from being harmed. It was amazing to me to hear Moose, and I was just like, ugh. I literally wrote a column about this like 2 weeks ago. It felt like most people around the league were starting to get it and understanding that this has been building for the last 20 or so years at the prep level and at the college level, and now it's here. And you're seeing, you know who's going to play quarterback? You know who I'm going to give the ball to on every single play? The best player. Yeah. So I'm not gonna move Jalen Hurts to tight end or receiver. I'm not doing that. He's gonna touch the ball on every play.
They were doing a talk show, and they were doing a blowout talk show, and they were out of Mike White stuff, and they should have consulted me. Frankly,
you had the list ready to go.
Seriously, they had exhausted all the Mike White, Zach Wilson angles. They had enough shots of him
sprinting into the broadcast booth like reams of paper, slamming down your Mike White treatise.
I have a clarinet, even though he's only receiving votes.
Trent Dilfer will join us today at 3:00, not to break down Justin Fields, but to discuss some more at-large topics like that and as it relates to the Bears going forward. Jalen Johnson at 5, Mark Grody at 5:30. More on the broadcast, the moral victory number, what Justin Fields can learn from Trevor Siemian, and more.
And what
Did
else
Tanny have enough time for the Goodfellas treatment?
It's tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean, there was already stuff prepped, but
I figure
it's tomorrow so that we can do the Bears Monday. Everyone can sit with it, and then we'll do the treatment tomorrow.
All right, I'm looking forward to it because I know he's going to throw everything he's got into
Hey,
that.
if you guys want to slide back around and hang out for some of the QB2 party, we don't care.
No thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan, you still have your red Cuban baseball pants you can sport tomorrow? For
I
the
do
ceremony?
have them, actually. I saw them the other day. In the back of the closet, there they were. They're hard to miss, but yes, I have my Cuban baseball pants.
So it's a Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday. Tanny's open for that. Kicks us off. First time the four of us have been in studio in weeks, so we're excited to get back together.
Yeah, whose fault is that, man?
Mine. Mostly mine and my father's. Yeah, we're back.
We're so back. We're so back.
We are back. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Quick shout out to my Badger fam, Luke Fickle. That hire comes out of nowhere. Nowhere, because he has been one of the hotter names for big-time gigs for years now.
Luke Getsy interviewed for a head coaching job this past cycle. He's doing a great job, clearly, with Justin Fields. I am worried, Boomer, about Getsy taking a head coaching job, so much so that yesterday I suggested I would fire Eberflus to keep Getsy for continuity for Fields. People hated that.
Yeah,
they hated that take.
That didn't go well for him.
I hate that too, Danny.
Yeah.
I hate that too. That's a Narpian take, just so you know.
Narpian?
Yes, yeah, non-athletic regular person.
Yeah, well, that's exactly who I am. That's exactly
so
what I am.
good. I've been calling him. He's also an anti-defensive coachite. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't.
Narpian rolls better off the tongue. Though.
Sure, maybe, but you can be both. But like he does. He didn't give Pete Carroll any credit before or now. Really, it's all about Geno Smith.
Bill Belichick's a defensive coach.
Yeah, look what he's doing without Brady.
See?
Gee, I don't know. He just passed Papa Bear Hallis for second all time. I don't know what to tell you. I think it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, he's fine.
Narpian is outstanding. That's just.
Look at
I call
Tom
my
without
guys that I work
Roethlisberger.
with in the morning. I call my guys in the morning that I work with a bunch of narps, and sometimes their take on things like Danny's is Narpian. So, and I think that's a very Narpian take on your behalf, there, Danny.
But you saw guys that you expect to be here if and when the Bears get good, have good nights. Most importantly, Fields. If you were one of those people that's like, I don't know, like I haven't seen enough, or it hasn't happened in enough games, or there hasn't been one signature performance that from start to finish, the quarterback looked great, for you to kind of wrap your arms around and say, yeah, here we go. Now you have that. There were moments, the second half against Minnesota, for example, the fourth quarter versus San Francisco. You have moments, but you had a whole game of Justin Fields doing Nintendo stuff out there to grab onto and hold on to until the talent around him gets better.
3 words. Win because of.
Mm-hmm.
Not win with. Not win while he's out. Win because of. And you can say, would quarterback X have won you that game? No. It may not look like other quarterbacks. It's not necessarily always conventional, but that's a win because of game.
Quarterbacking itself has continued to evolve. And because of it, there are people who stake out ground of what quarterbacking is supposed to look like. And they think that it's only supposed to look like what Drew Brees and Tom Brady and Peyton Manning did at the position.
Well, that starts to blind you to Lamar Jackson.
Right.
And it changes, or Jalen Hurts even, and it changes your aesthetic in a way that's probably unfair.
Now, to the credit of people who worry about having quarterbacks available, you're right. You don't want Justin Fields taking unnecessary hits. And quite honestly, he still took too many of them last night. There's still the plays on the sidelines where he's got to, even though he is capable of taking negative plays and turning them into positives like he did for most of the night, sometimes the defense wins. Throw the ball away. Don't take a sack. Don't take a hit.
Save big money at Menards.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Quarterback, the big discussion for both these teams this week. Let's start off with the Jets. They're going to make the change, and they give it to Mike White today.
Who the hell is that?
What have you learned about Mike White, their quarterback?
Nothing. Nah.
All right.
Mike White, he wants to end this drought. Mike White gets the opportunity.
We roll Mike White.
You know what you should do? You should take a chunk of that and put it on the Jets.
Oh, okay. Yes, very funny.
I'm serious, we can't get hurt.
So Mike White has made 3 starts in the NFL.
What are you doing in here, cutie?
Watching football.
Who do you want to win?
The damn Jets.
Ty Johnson in the game for the first time, a running back. He angles out, throwing the end zone, and Dan Wilson has a touchdown. What a start from Mike White and the Jets.
What in the name of Mike?
White's given time, threads the needle for Elijah Moore, breaks a tackle. Big gain on his first touch. A gain of 42. Fake. White will dump it to him. First down for Johnson. A deep drop lets the routes develop. One of his first downfield shots has Darren Wilson. Makes field goal miss. Turns on the afterburners. He's gone. Touchdown Jets. New York takes the lead.
Mike White. You heard that coming from the fans in this stadium.
They'll be feeling good about what Mike White's done today. On 3rd and 4, he'll look to throw. End zone Moore. Touchdown Jets. Mike White. How about him?
Doug in Rockland County. What's up, Doug?
The Jets, I mean, is there any possibility we can possibly get a free agent?
Now? You mean for this year?
Yeah, for this year.
Well, who is it you're talking about?
We all know who's the biggest guy that's out there. It's Jason Giambi.
Jason Giambi? Okay. You think he was being an idiot, or what was your first clue? That doesn't bother me. If you want to come on and say that Jason Giambi plays quarterback for the Jets or something, you know what? I just go to the next call. I'm here for 5.5 hours. I'm not going to worry about it. You sat on the phone for an hour to do that.
1, 2, 3. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, Ted. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Height of our profession, right there. Waiting on hold for 90 minutes to suggest Giambi, quarterback of the Jets. Think Giambi scores more than 10 points for the Bears?
No.
Probably not.
No. I think Trevor
not.
got the most he could get out of that roster with that offensive line yesterday. That wasn't fun, Danny. We've had some fun this season. You remember those Bears games where we've had some fun?
I do remember those.
Watching the quarterback break out, showing you unbelievable running skills and a developing eye for the passing game. That was not yesterday. Bears Jets, not fun.
It's not fun. This is not fun.
No. I was off, Speaks. My apology. I normally, as the experienced longtime sports gambler on the show, I like to bring some level of expertise and set good odds. I set the over-under at Bears points at 2.5 if there wasn't going to be Justin Fields in that game. They shattered that number with 10. Of course, there were 0 in the second, third, and fourth quarters. So, it got there, but early on, Trevor Siemian was proving me wrong, but then it got pretty pathetic. Which of the 4 third down conversions that they had all game was your favorite?
Oh, man, no, that was brutal. I know a lot of people bailed and stopped watching. We, of course, did not. When I say we, I mean you and me. I can't speak for Shane and Tanny, but boy, it's nice to see them. Nice to have all 4 of us here back together.
It is nice.
Happy Thanksgiving. Did you guys watch the whole game? The entire thing? Good job.
Yeah, it was the ideal way to consume it as far as I'm concerned because I was just getting off the airplane from Florida, and so I got to skip through. I caught up by the end of the game, but I got to skip all the dead spots, which is basically every time the Bears had the ball. I got to skip through commercials. It was the ideal way to consume that game yesterday.
Tough to define the dead spots in that game yesterday.
I think the game really were the dead spots.
Oh no, the Jets offense looked good.
Tanny, how was your dinner with Ron DeSantis?
That's why you're down there?
Congratulations on that, too, by the way.
Absolutely.
See, Tanny spent Thanksgiving with the DeSantis family.
Yeah, Rhonda was good. Ron, not so much.
Perfect.
DeAndre Houston Carter.
Yeah, there's
Love
so
the
many
way
of
that
them.
he played.
Yeah, I watched it, Speaks. I'm trying this year. So.
Yeah, it's good. As a show, congratulations, everybody. We watched the Bears game.
Yeah, congratulations.
I do think though, we talked about it quite a bit last week with the Fields injury news because we didn't think he was going to play, and then as soon as Fields gave the details of it, we knew he wasn't going to play. That was an amazing day. Like Fields gave the information of what the injury was. We said to Boomer Esiason, he's like, "Oh, he ain't playing. If he plays, I'll buy you guys dinner next time you're in New York." I'm like, Boomer's never asked to hang out with us in person ever. Like he must be sure. And then we told Wani what it was. He's like, AC joint, he's not playing. And so like these guys, they knew there was no hiding it. The Jets knew, the Bears knew, Fields knew, we knew, Boomer knew, everybody knew.
Oh, God.
And so then it really just comes down to like, I'm not saying that Justin Fields is perfect. I'm not saying he's a finished product. But I do think you got to be a particularly cynical Bears fan to have seen what you've seen in your lifetime at quarterback in terms of specialness, no matter how old you are, whether you're 15 or 55 or 75 or whatever, and then to see what they've done this year with those players and then see what they did without Justin Fields and not marvel at the guy.
Oh, I think that is true. I think the amount of blood that Justin Fields' athleticism and excellence has pulled from the stone of that Bears offense is remarkable.
Without Justin Fields, they are the worst team in football, period.
Especially having traded away Roquan and Robert Quinn.
The team that we just saw.
That was without Justin Fields. You telling me that was the worst team? That's worse than the Houston Texans yesterday?
I think so. I think Dameon Pierce runs the ball, and they have a more competent offensive line to execute a few things for that team. Now they
rather have Brandon Cooks than Byron Pringle.
Yeah, it's
sure,
it's close. Sure. And listen, by the way, they got the second pick in the draft, so it's not like an outlandish statement to say that they're the worst team in football.
Yeah, no, I think we just touched on the team that they might be competing with.
Right. It'd be the Texans, but like, yeah, man. But this season has been entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
They beat the Patriots on Monday Night Football. They scored 29 points against the Cowboys team that held the Vikings to 3.
No, without a doubt, Danny. There have been games that have been fun. This was not one of them, as we know, and we'll see how many more we actually get. But it has been fun, and that's why I do think the Justin Fields hater that's out there, and you want to question whether the guy's going to get hurt or talk about some of the things that he still has to do and learn, that's all fine. But the Justin Fields haters out there, that's a special brand of cynical. And yesterday, the absence of him was just unbelievably damaging.
It felt like it should have been instructive. It should have been like, oh, right. This team is really bad by design. The games have not been bad. The results have been, if you're caring a lot about wins and losses, because that's just how you're programmed to do it, that's fine. But like the week in, week out entertainment product of the Chicago Bears, best we've had since 2018, and that was led by defense. And there's been a playoff year since then, where they snuck in as the 7 seed and lost yeah, kind of, right? Like technically, Tanny's face.
Yeah, I don't know if Bears fans, if anyone should think of that. I know technically you're right, Danny,
it was a playoff
but just when you say playoffs, it's just a visceral reaction to thinking about that game.
It was gross.
It's like I gave a baby something sour. I looked up at Tanny, was like, technically.
Is that Nickelodeon year? Is that when Mitch was like...
Yeah. Mitch was the MVP,
yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Texter says, I love the way you guys are pretending that Justin Fields hasn't put up only 10 points this year. He did it 3 times in the first 6 games. Yeah, and then they changed the whole offense around. You remember that, sir?
And then I watched the next 5 games.
The next 5 games also did happen when they changed the whole offense, which was kind of a big deal. The whole league talked about it for a while. Sorry if you missed it.
33 against the Patriots, 29 against the Cowboys, 32 against the Dolphins, 30 against the Lions, 24 against the Falcons. And then he got hurt, and the team scored 10 against the Jets.
I do feel like the Bears and Fields have become, is it the fulcrum or the emblem? I don't know. The center of this kind of age-old football conversation, which comes and goes in cycles and is right now at the heart of things, which is is everybody okay if your quarterback is like this? I know we'll talk about it later, but like all these conversations going around and there are smart people talking about it, not smart people, informed people, not informed people. Like everybody's kind of talking about it because it's unbelievably obvious to notice when Jalen Hurts has 100 yards in the first half last night and Lamar Jackson is your MVP. And right now our guy is in the middle of all of that.
Yeah, he's amazing. And it's where the league is going. And that's part of what's so damn fun about it is whether it's going to work or not, or they're going to win a Super Bowl or not, and like do they have Josh Allen or do they have Kyler Murray? Like I don't know where on this scale of mobile franchise improving but flawed quarterback they have. I don't know yet. Like time will tell.
But there's so many that we can talk about the whole scale of them.
Yeah.
Can't we?
Well, like Lamar Jackson, right? I don't know how much of that game you watched yesterday. Wildly entertaining football game. Lamar Jackson made a throw late in that game to Deshaun Jackson, who's 35 years old and still getting behind double coverage safety help over the top. Unbelievable. It was 65 yards in the air on a rope. And that was a big throw that Lamar Jackson made at the end of that game to respond to one of Trevor Lawrence's fourth quarter touchdown drives. And so the question has been like, well, is Justin Fields going to be able to throw in a big spot to do it? And I don't think there's much doubt that Justin Fields can make that throw. Like he's got a strong arm, got a good deep ball, looks for those types of things, but he's got to evolve there. But Lamar Jackson, not a finished product as a passer, completed 50% of his passes yesterday. You know what I mean? Like we don't know where this is going with Justin Fields, but I can tell you this: Lamar Jackson's been to the playoff 3 times.
Right.
He's won an MVP. He's won a playoff game. Like Lamar Jackson is on any given Sunday the best player on the field and capable of beating Josh Allen or Pat Mahomes or anybody. And he's a franchise quarterback who's going to get $50 million a year this offseason, and then you like, all right, we got our guy and we hopefully build around him and we hope he develops and we'll see where it all ends up. Like there's no guarantee of a Super Bowl or an MVP here, but like you see what they can do, what a special quarterback can do, what kind of deodorant it can be for the rest of the thing, man. Because everyone's talking about like, oh, they got so many problems. They got offensive line problems and receiver problems and defensive line problems. And it's all true. But you're not that far away if you've got an MVP at quarterback. You're just not.
Not that far away from what? From being a playoff team?
Yeah, from being a contender. The NFL playoffs are single elimination. The 1 seed does not win every year. There's only one team that gets a bye. If you have an MVP at quarterback, you are a contender.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting. I think I'm more with you than against you on that conceptually, because I've been thinking about it and I find myself thinking, if I were going to really help him, Justin Fields, as I look at this Bears team, I would help the defense more than anything. Like, get yourself a good, if you can, defense. The Bears don't have one, because if Fields is going to help you somehow, some way, come up with 20, 25, 30 points and overcome the inconsistencies of your other talent groups on the offense, just get a defense that could stop, I don't know, anybody, and you'll have a shot to win a lot of games.
You and I this is going to be a big conversation, because you need to do it all, right? The best teams have, it's complementary football, right? Of course, a better defense would help him, get him the ball back more. You could score 24 instead of needing to score 34,
right?
All those things. But help your quarterback, man. Protect your quarterback. That play that Byron Pringle made for Trevor Siemian, there's a few examples this year of guys making plays like that for Fields.
Very, very few.
Yeah, like 2. Darnell Mooney's catch and Cole Kmet's catch. Pretty short list. And so it's like, oh, wow, it would be nice to see him be better as a passer. Well, if he had some dudes who could make some, difference-making plays for him all of a sudden, that helps.
Well, that was my first moment of saying, oh, Byron Pringle might be okay. Byron Pringle might have something truly to offer. Because the idea that none of the wide receiver ads, were going to separate themselves as feeling like anything has been pretty scary. So if Byron Pringle's a guy who shows the will, desire, and strong enough hands to go up and get that one, okay, that's nice to see.
Maybe, and polls should know, right? Coming from Kansas City, so
that was the idea.
You hope that it's a super informed signing and scouting choice. And Claypool at some moments, and we will talk about him more as we go today. But you need it all.
I know you need it all, but man, that defense, Danny,
they're atrocious.
They can't stop anybody.
I know, but Matt, that offensive line, like you know what I mean.
I know, but Danny, that defense,
yeah. Like we can go right around, but that
Danny, the punter, man.
But Trenton Gill had himself a game, didn't he?
Kickoff specialist, baby. That's right, Cairo. You take a seat. Trenton Gill is your kickoff man.
Yeah,
his name's Trenton.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Trent the whole time.
Yeah, no, it's Trenton.
I've always thought it was Trent.
Got the whole thing.
Trent Gill.
Trenton makes the world takes. Bears have 7.5 sacks, Danny, as a team, right?
It's not enough.
There are 15 individual players in the NFL who have more than that.
It'd be cool to have one of them. Some teams even have 2.
Any of them.
Any of them. Well, that's the thing. People are going to be like, you want Will Anderson or Jalen Carter?
Yes.
You want the best edge rusher or the best 3 technique in the draft? Either would be fine.
Why, yes, I do.
Yeah. Either would help tremendously.
Seriously, man. Like that, Jalen Johnson broke up a pass. That was the first pass defended in 3 games by the entire team.
Right.
That's how do you do? That's amazing.
It is. How many starters on next year's offensive line are on this year's offensive line?
Oh, well, I mean, how many starters that they will start
that you want to be their starter?
I think they might believe that they can scheme it up. I don't know if you're going to get the offensive line investment that you want.
Don't make Justin Fields be Superman. Like some things for Superman, he could also use a little bit of help. I'm not a comic book guy, so I'm going to stop the analogy right there, but I'm assuming there were times
where Superman got help. Very rarely.
I'm assuming he occasionally
very rarely
got some help from Lois Lane or a disguise, or there was like a team up. Did something ever happen?
I know Superman died. I don't know who was on the football field, though.
Yeah, he was protected by Braxton Jones.
If Larry Borum was protecting him on the edge.
That's how Superman died. It wasn't kryptonite. It wasn't the guy who looks like Ryan Porth.
No, I think most of the time they just expected Superman to just do his thing. Yeah. Do that thing where you pick up the earth and you spin it backwards to send time in the other direction.
Yeah. Give Superman some damn help. Oh, we need a lineman. Okay. How about an offensive lineman? 312-644-6767. Lines are open. Speaks has something that Fields can learn from Trevor Siemian. Just one thing, though. And then Trent Dilfer at 3 o'clock. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
This is Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on the Score. An entire day of Bears Jets analysis from our team of Bears experts, including Brad Biggs, Tom Thayer, Dan Wiederer, Trent Dilford, and Jalen Johnson. Plus your reaction too. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When you're watching the film of Justin in the pass game, is the clock speeding up or slowing down? And what's the good and bad of either?
I think the clock is speeding up. I think you're seeing gradual improvement from Justin Fields. If you go back to week 1 till now, there's major improvement. And what he's doing as a pocket thrower. There's times in the tape where he's getting through all of his progressions and working through the backside. There's times in the tape when he leaves plays in the field. I mean, that's part of being a young quarterback. There was a play in the game the other day, was turned into a second reaction scramble throw that he completed, but earlier in the down, you had, I think it was Darnell Mooney open on a fade route versus 2 deep coverage, and there was a window there to make that throw.
And he hit the secondary window with Mooney, right?
Right, he did. So there's times where he can be faster, and again, that's going to come with more reps, more experience. We understand that, but see, those are things, in my opinion, guys, that you can teach. I think you can teach that. I think you can develop that with a young thrower in terms of where they're putting their eyes, how to keep their eye level consistently up. And that's going to be a challenge for Justin. I mean, that's one thing I would say that's going to be hard to coach, because he is so dynamic as a ball carrier that when he sees an opening, his eye level drops and he goes, right? And he makes phenomenal plays. But there's going to be times we want him to keep that eye level up and say, you know what, just wait a little bit longer. That window's going to come open. That's how the scheme is going to work. And that's going to be the challenge of coaching. And then look, everyone who has been around a high-level player, doesn't matter what level of the game you're talking about, what sport you're talking about, they're much harder to coach because they can do things that you cannot teach, right? They They can do things you cannot teach. So how do you blend that to play within the structure of your offense or defense on a football field? That is a challenge at times, but that's a challenge. Look, if I'm on the Bears coaching staff, I can't wait to get to the building, right? You can't wait to get to Haugh to work with Justin Fields because he has those traits that you can't teach. So you want to get him on the field to work on the things you can coach. And in my opinion, you can coach a thrower. You can, in terms of being in the pocket, reading it out with speed, going through progressions, and putting the ball where it's supposed to. That will come with more coaching, more game reps.
Yeah, and he's the eraser, right? He can make a play that should not have been successful. It should have been a negative play. He can turn it into an explosive touchdown run.
Talking about Moose Johnston and Joe Davis's commentary on Justin Fields and the quarterbacks more in length coming up at 4 o'clock. Trent Dilfer joins us in 15 minutes. Get to your calls momentarily. But you had something that you want Fields to learn from Simeon.
One thing, literally the only thing. You know, we talked about this beforehand. Is there going to be anything that we can take away from it? I thought just this. This is Trevor Simeon after the game last night talking about how he went into the week of practice and went into the game knowing he was going to be looking for Chase Claypool.
You gave Chase a couple shots on fades early in the game. You guys were able to hit one, got a PI. Is that something you guys had to put in? Was that something you were able to check to? How did you guys get to those one-on-one fades for Chase specifically?
Yeah, something we talked about this week, and then as we got closer to the game, I just told him, "Hey, I don't care who's over there. I'm gonna throw it to you." You know, so one of those things. I think he's a great player. Got a big body, huge catch radius. He's a good player, so just wanted to give him a couple chances.
I love that he decided to do it. Now, he doesn't have the escapability and the playmaking skills of Fields, obviously.
Yeah.
But here in the NFL, don't wait for your guys to get open every single time. Sometimes you'll have to throw them open or trust them to go up and make a play. Now, whether Claypool is that guy or not, we don't know, and we can debate that, and we'll have time to. But if that's supposed to be your guy, and he was acquired to be your guy, and, hey, these 50-50 balls are in there, give him a shot. You watch it. It happens all around the league, right? Like Cousins gives Jefferson a chance to make a play. Dak gives both Gallup and CeeDee Lamb a chance to make a play. DeAndre Hopkins all the time for Kyler Murray.
Sometimes you got to just throw it to your best player.
Correct.
Mahomes looks to Kelsey. Burrow yesterday very clearly with no Mixon and Chase. It was very T. Higgins.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to kind of force feed your guy and say, yeah, he's covered, but go out and do it. So that play where he gets the ball against Sauce Gardner might win Defensive Rookie of the Year. A very nice moment for Chase Claypool.
Right, and so Justin's got to learn that, and we'll talk to Trent Dilfer a little bit about it as well, because Dilfer has kind of hinted at that as well. And I do want to talk Claypool with you at some point later on, because I have concerns about him, but we know about those. We have calls. It's a Bears Monday.
We do. On the Northwest side, Gail is on Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday. How's it going, Gail?
Real good.
Thank you, Gail.
We're 6 games less than a touchdown. So if we had a better defense, wouldn't we be 9-3 instead of 3-9?
That's kind of my point, Gail.
Yeah, in theory.
Is that if Justin is going to lead an offense that's capable of scoring points like that, then just get a defense to hold him down to 20, 21, win some games.
Yeah, maybe not, but we can play that game all day. If they also had a better offense, they'd score more points.
Hey, Speaks, quick question.
Yeah.
Why'd you thank Gail?
It's a good question. It's a fair question. I was thanking her for calling, really, but I realized after she didn't say anything nice. She didn't say anything about us. And it was a knee-jerk thank you.
Danny asked Gail how she was doing, and she said, real good. Speak says, thank you, Gail.
I'm glad that she's doing that good. I'd like to think we're a part of it.
We died back here.
Yeah,
it's an odd sequence. Yeah. Although I said how you doing to Aunt Heron as he was leaving, so I don't really know how common conversation goes.
We all have our moments.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Marta. Oh boy, yeah. See,
that's
Happy
incredible.
Birthday, Daddy.
Happy birthday, Daddy.
Don't love that. Zach in Irving Park. Zach, what's up? You're on Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Hey guys, I brought it up before, but Danny, man, like,
Thanks,
you're
man.
welcome. The MVP talk with Fields, like, he has shown all kinds of potential, but like, I just don't get the leap from running quarterback to like comping him to Lamar's MVP season. Lamar Jackson broke the single season quarterback rushing record that year and threw 36 touchdowns and won a bunch of games. Like, Fields has had some opportunities that throwing the ball at the end of the game to
Amir Smith-Marset.
Yeah, take the wins away. It's fair to take the win possibility away.
You just brought up too that Lamar's throwing deep balls to 37-year-old Deshaun Jackson. Like, you got Darnell Mooney, you got Chase Claypool.
Well, he's had Claypool for 3 weeks, and Mooney has been disappointing based on the expectations. And listen, man, it's next year. This is what happens. It's you either break out in your second year or in the league, or your second year in the offense, third year in the league. So next year, I mean, because this is a breakout stretch for Fields, but next year it'll be the second year in the offense. Like, so what leap does he get to next year? Lamar, you're right. He had 36 touchdowns against 6 interceptions, but he only threw for 3,100 yards. He completed 66% of his passes. Like, those numbers are attainable for Justin Fields. 3,100 passing yards, completing 66% of his balls. That's attainable.
Right. My only point is to just wait until he starts attaining those to throw the MVP thing out there, because there's still a huge gap.
All right, I mean, there is right now, and Zach, thank you for the call.
This is a great starting point.
Well,
it's a dream starting point,
and
an acceptable starting point for the league these days.
And Zach mentioned like the single season rushing yards record the year he won the MVP. Fields was pacing for it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he didn't run early in the season, and then he ran at a historic rate for a 5-game stretch, and then he got hurt. And if he would have not gotten hurt, he had a real shot at Lamar's single-season rushing yards record this year. Now, I know some people are yelling in their car saying, well, of course, because if you run that much, that's why you're going to get hurt. And that is debatable, and we'll see where it goes, and if he ends up being injury-prone or not. We don't know that yet, but there is the talent in there for him to become that potential. Like I said, maybe he becomes Lamar, maybe he becomes Kyler, maybe he becomes Josh Allen. We don't know where this is going to end.
There are so
Jalen
many.
Hurts.
Hurts is the one that I keep thinking about as an attainable thing because Hurts was a second-round pick. Hurts was not a clearly obvious pocket passing top 5 quarterback who could also run. He's a second-round. Was he fourth quarterback in that draft? Fifth quarterback in that draft for Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, Hurts was I believe the 5th quarterback in that draft, top of the second round.
So fairly similar in that regard, and showed you all the running possibilities. Renowned as a high character person and teammate in the same way that Justin is.
Yep.
And then they went out and got him help. They had drafted Devonta Smith. That's nice. And then they went out and got A.J. Brown.
And he's got an all-pro center. He's got a top 5 pick at tackle.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They got the best offensive line in football.
Yeah, so
they got the best offensive line in football.
But like that is, there are so many possible ending points for where Fields is so clearly starting from. So dismiss it as like not being a great place to be starting with this. We haven't been at a place that starts this good. We haven't.
No, not even. Yeah, 5th quarterback taken, 53rd overall, Jalen Hurts. Quarterbacks taken in front of him. Joe Burrow 1, Tua 5, Justin Herbert 6, and Jordan Love with the 26th pick in the draft. Then not a quarterback taken until 56.
It's possible that all 5 of those are going to pan out. It is still conceivable.
It is still or 53 for Hurts.
Yeah,
still conceivable.
4 out of 5 you feel pretty damn good about.
Yeah, and Jordan Love will see, and it would be nightmare for the entire city of Chicago. But not as scary if you also have your quarterback. Like, it'd be really fun to have a Packer-Bear rivalry with the Bears actually having a franchise quarterback. But I don't know. I'd like to try for a decade or so with the Bears having a future Hall of Famer at quarterback and the Packers having to go through their own graphic of like 17 starting quarterbacks.
Oh, great.
You know what I mean? In a short period of time. That would be really fun.
I want to see them start Davis Mills for 5 games out of necessity in 2026.
Yeah, that'd be a fun experiment. They don't know what that life is like in a couple of generations of their fans. Trent Dilfer is not going to be evaluating Trevor Siemian for us.
Oh, man.
We will get opinions from him on the idea of if a player like Fields could win the Super Bowl, stylistically where it goes from here, and some lessons from his career and stories that we haven't gotten to publicly yet that are going to be instructive in how we talk about quarterbacking going forward. Trent Dilfer next on The Score.
Bears fans, check out Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson live with Parkins and Spiegel coming up today at 5 p.m.
And this radio show gives me the platform and me the opportunity to talk at my own leisure.
Jalen Johnson coming up today at 5 p.m. on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The Bears have an extra second-round pick, an extra fourth-round pick, $125 million in cap space. It feels to me like this is a survival year for Justin Fields, and then next year, second year in Getsy's system, third year in the league with resources is when we feel like he can maybe soar a little bit.
Yes, and that's what I would do behind the scenes. Here's the one caveat to it. And my assistant just put this note on my desk before we got on the show. Make sure they understand Justin's competitive temperament. That sounds great, except you're dealing with somebody that wants to be an MVP. You're dealing with somebody that wants the burden. He wants the responsibility. He wants to go out there and try to throw his team to a victory. He's known nothing else his entire competitive life except being the dude and putting on the cape and fighting to the bitter end to go win a game. So I bet they better have some real conversations with him behind closed doors on the why behind all this to get him bought in. Otherwise, he's going to be pissed. And you don't want to piss franchise quarterback in the offseason because no matter how much talent you go get him, he's still going to be a little bitter about how this season went. I mean, there's a reason we're professional athletes. We just compete more than the rest of you. We just fight harder than you do. We endure more than you do. Mm-hmm. We wake up. We eat differently than you do. We go to sleep differently than we do. The hair on our arm stands up different than you do. We just do it differently. That's why we're at where we're at. And Justin is elite with that competitive nature. And I'm afraid that, I'm not nearly as good as Justin. I would argue as good a competitor. I would have been furious down 21-0 that I'm handing the ball off instead of getting a chance to throw us to a victory or throw us back into a game.
line on the season. Keep it here as the score team dissects the loss. Plus, we'll have your reaction too here on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
That is a great question. And by the way, Shane Reardon, good get on Trent Dilfer.
Trent Dilfer.
Dilfer from his end zone, over the middle. That's complete. Shannon Sharp, room to run. 96 yards, and the Ravens are on the board.
14-year NFL veteran.
For the team to look me in the eyes in the huddle and see 10 guys staring back at you that had ultimate faith in you.
Pro Bowl quarterback for the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Let's look at the offense for the Buccaneers, led by Trent Dilfer.
Touchdown, Tampa Bay! And Dilfer is throwing perfect strikes.
Boy, did Trent Dilfer drill that into Horace Copeland.
Super Bowl champion.
Dilfer going deep, and he's got Stokely, and he's in for a touchdown.
The Baltimore Ravens, for the first time in their franchise history, are Super Bowl champions.
Breaking down Justin Fields' tape after every Bears game.
I see Favre and Mahomes and Fields.
Damn it, Trent! God almighty, Trent!
Trent Dilfer with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Our conversations with Trent Dilfer brought to you by global biotech company Horizon Therapeutics, where our mission to transform patients' lives is personal. He's on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. It's state title game week. We're coming off Thanksgiving. You're grading or offering to grade Trevor Siemian for us.
We're declining that offer.
We are declining the offer. How you doing, Trent?
I'm good. I actually graded it still. I was curious, but
oh
yeah, busy week.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
You worked hard to grade Trevor Siemian. Well, no,
I feel compelled to ask now.
You get a good look. You get a good look at the offense. It was 4 negatives, 1 double minus. So 4 minuses, 1 double minus the interception. And I think it told a story though.
So yeah, what'd you learn? The grade's not really mattering. What did you learn about the offense or Fields or anything relevant?
And I get it. This grading system's not like rocket science here, obviously, but I think it's been helpful for people to kind of get a global look at it. And what we noticed with Justin was an amazing amount of pluses, double pluses. Minuses didn't hurt as much because you make up for them with these positive plays. And to have 0 pluses, to have 0 double pluses, and you don't score points. And that's what happens. You need playmakers in the NFL to score points. And it showed up dramatically on 3rd down. It showed up in the red zone, the tight red zone, where Justin has been at his best the last 4 or 5 weeks. And now you get just a normal quarterback in that offense, and you're not going to have nearly the success. So I think it was for Justin not playing, it was one of his best games, because I think any doubters could sit there and watch that and go, oh gosh, he is their offense.
That's how I led the show.
Yeah, he is the reason we're able to score points. And now you put Trent Dilfer back there and they score 10 points and they're lucky to get the touchdown. That should be the touchdown should be an interception that ends up becoming a touchdown. So not ripping Trevor. He's a good kid. He's a solid player, but I think now you get a flavor for how dynamic Justin is and the gasoline he pours on whatever offense you have.
Yeah. It's
what dominated our first hour of conversation before you, Trent. We ended up feeling that way about Fieldslessness. They're like, oh, look what we've missed.
And it seems so obvious to me, Trent. Like I said last week that I put the over-under at points for the Bears offense at 2.5. And everyone was like, oh, you're just being a hater. You're laughing. I'm like, no. Without Superman, this team is terrible. And we saw it. Like, schematically, you said that you could learn the passing offense in a day. They targeted Claypool some more. Did you anything game plan wise that you learned from your rewatch?
I was really encouraged by Pringle's 2 huge catches, right? He makes 2 giant conflict catches. And Claypool makes the 1 conflict catch down the boundary on an underthrown fade route. So I thought that was a positive takeaway. The receivers made plays. They took a lot of shots. They took a lot of what I'd call pick and stick, man-on-man, boundary shots. Komet on a wheel, incomplete. Jones on a wheel, incomplete. I can't remember if it was Pringle or Claypool on another vertical ball, incomplete, but at least they took some shots. People have said for a lot of years now, Ron Jaworski used to say it, and Doug Peterson kind of stole it, but, you throw to score, run to win. I don't think it's that simple. I think you make plays to score. You need playmakers and explosive plays to score. They can be on the ground. They just have to be a dynamic running plays. And then you run to close out games. And this was just another example. They just can't make plays without Justin. He is the playmaker. Mooney has made some plays. By the way, tragic news on that. I really love that kid. I think we'll talk about that later. But, he is a playmaker. That's what he's always been. And you take that out of this offense, and Montgomery still plays well. He's a great running back. I thought 24 played pretty well. Is it Evans? He ran hard. They block hard, but you don't score points in the NFL that way. This is not 1986 anymore. Like, that's just not the way you score. Again, I'm just being a dead horse, but to me, I'm sitting there watching it going, holy smokes. I knew he was good. I've been trying to convince people he was good. But this is evidence. This is visual evidence of how dominant Justin has been the last 4 weeks.
Trent, we were talking about Claypool and how Trevor Siemian had said after the game yesterday that he decided he was going to target him. He said, I don't care who's over there. I'm going to throw it to you. He's a great player, got a big body, huge catch radius, wanted to give him a couple chances. Is that something Justin needs to do more? Throw to a weapon, even if he thinks the weapon is theoretically covered?
No, I think that's a terrible approach. It doesn't get guys very far in the league. That's the butcher approach. Have I used my butcher surgeon analogy before?
No.
Oh, gosh, I've worn this one out for 15 years, but I think it paints a pretty clear picture. You have a butcher and you have a surgeon. Both use sharp tools, right?
Yeah.
The butcher has a sharp knife and he chops up meat and he makes you a pastrami sandwich. A surgeon takes a little scalpel and he saves your life. Butchers are quarterbacks that have that mentality. Pick a guy, let it fly, jump ball. My guy's better than your guy. Make the decision before the ball snapped. That's the butcher. Very few butchers, if any, win Super Bowls. The surgeon, the guy that has the same tools, says, you know what, I'm going to dissect the defense. I'm going to be precise. Everything in every play matters the same. Now, if it takes me that direction, sure, back shoulder fade sometimes can be a surgeon play, but it's because a lot of other elements led to that. It's not you go to the line of scrimmage saying, oh, my guy's 6'4", 220 and can jump, I'm going to throw him the ball. Without a doubt, the stupidest offensive approach in America. You see it in high school, you see it in college, you see it in the NFL. It just has a very short tail.
Interesting. But we see around the league, this does happen where quarterbacks throw to their prime targets and give them a chance to make a play. And you've talked about how Justin needs to throw guys open from time to time. So
when the defense takes you there, when there's not something else that's more precise taken away from you. Absolutely. We throw them. I mean, I love them. I love these one-on-one isolation matchups. If the defense is playing one lurk, they're hard inside on your Z receiver, they're clamping your Y and you have a ZY combination, you got your X on a back shoulder, on a fade matchup, then yeah, the defense took you there and that's your best option. But not to come to the line of scrimmage and say, my guy's better than your guy. That it works sometimes. And when it works, the people that like it go, it's told you it worked. I told you. But if you look at the percentage, like 50-50 balls, you hear that all the time.
Right.
The actual percentage on those is like 28-72. So again, another lie. It's some announcer years ago called it a 50-50 ball, and every other announcer goes, well, we'll call it a 50-50 ball. It's not 50-50. It's 28-72. Like, it's your odds of success are not very high on those throws.
We're talking to Trent Dilfer, Parkins, and Spiegel on The Score. The broadcast got away from the game. It was a blowout. Joe Davis and Moose Johnston, and it was clearly produced. They had graphics and stuff to back it up. They spent the end of the third quarter and the first few minutes of the fourth quarter, a pretty considerable amount of time, having the conversation of, could you win a Super Bowl with a running quarterback? Could you win a Super Bowl with a quarterback like Justin Fields? I was very disappointed in the lack of context around the conversation. They showed rushing attempts as the metric. They had a graphic that included Roger Staubach in it. Felt like the game's changed a few times, or 17 times since his era, and it's just clearly the way of the world now. I'm curious, but then there's a lot of Bears fans who say, well, no one has one, and the proof is in the pudding here. Justin just got injured. So what would you say to the idea of it being a debate on whether or not you can win a Super Bowl in 2022 and beyond with a quarterback like Justin Fields, with a running type quarterback.
Steve Young won a Super Bowl. Did they mention that?
He was on the graphic, but again, it was a different era. Like the number. Do you know this blew my mind, and I'm stepping on my topic at 4:00 a little bit here, but do you know what Steve Young's career high was for rush attempts in a season?
It wasn't a lot because they were scrambles.
It was 76.
Yeah, Steve and I worked together. He said it would have been unfair if they did zone reads when he was playing. Like, it just would have been unfair.
But Justin Fields has 122 in 11 games. Like, it's just a different league now.
Yeah, I think both sides are right here. And what happens in TV, and I did this for 9 years, is you're forced into a black-white conversation, right or wrong. And I think it's a both conversation. It's a great conversation. I think the way he ran it the week he got hurt is not sustainable. And we talked about that last week. I was pissed, right? I came on the show pissed because I'd literally just stopped watching the replay, finished my grades, and dialed in. Yeah. So I was emotional about how they ran him. The game where he busted the 70-something yarder, was that the line? I can't remember who that was against. He never got touched in that game.
Right.
I mean, he slid when he didn't get when he was in traffic. They were outside reads. A lot of them were scrambles. He got out of bound or he piped them. He didn't get touched, so who cares? You can rush for 38 times in a game. If you don't get touched, it's just running. It's like doing wind sprints. So I think there's context to this. It's how you run him, when you run him. What does he do when the run doesn't fit or isn't called at the right time, and they scheme it up. Again, it's not a black and white conversation. I think it's let's see how this thing evolves as he grows as a passer. There might be games he has to run it 17 times for 122, and he takes 2 hits. No big deal. And there's other games I ain't running against this team. Like this, I wouldn't run against 49ers. They're probably playing the best defense in football right now, and they have hard edges on the outside, and they have team speed, and they shed blocks, and they're gap sound. Probably wouldn't run them in that game. Except for a handful of times where he's not going to get hit. So, again, I think you have to this has to be a contextual conversation.
And that's the stuff that people usually don't have time for in the conversation. Fortunately, we've heard Ryan Poles talk about it with that context, and we've heard Luke Getsy talk about it with that context. So they get it in terms of trying to protect him. But ultimately, that's on Justin, right? And it appears that he is learning that to try to get out of bounds whenever he can, try and slide whenever he can.
Yes. It's obviously the burden's on the quarterback. He's one with the ball in his hand. I think it's also the type of runs. Like we said, they ran a quarterback zone, inside zone last week. They ran a weird power play. The games are running together now. But there was definitely more risk in the quarterback run games last week than there was in weeks before. I think you have to be judicious with the types of schemes you design because he's naturally going to scramble around, extend plays, probably take a couple big sacks as he's trying to make guys miss, probably have a scramble like Jalen Hurts last night where he cuts back in the middle of the field and ends up, he didn't get hit hard, but he got hit at the end of the play. So there's going to be some of those that naturally take place as well.
Trent, as we look around the league, is that the best one? Is that the best comp? Is that the best situation to dream of for Justin? An offensive line like Jalen Hurts has, a wide receiver like A.J. Brown they trade for, or is there some other spot we should be looking around to think about?
No, I think it's in everybody's plain sight right now. They're so successful what they're doing. They've built a really complementary scheme. I don't think anybody watches the Eagles and go, oh, that's a quarterback run team first offense. I think they're like, oh, they do a lot of cool stuff, and quarterback runs are part of it. Jalen last night, again, I didn't see every snap last night, but I don't know, a chunk of his rushing yards were on scrambles, not design runs, which really breaks down the defense. I think we talked about that last week when we're attacking the line of scrimmage as a passer, and then you become a runner as a scrambler. That's disheartening to a defense. Yeah, I think that's a really good comparable. I think Josh Allen is a good one. I think they're very judicious with how they run Josh. They're not afraid to let him be physical at times because he's such a monster. I think Justin Fields is only going to get more physical. He's not going to get weaker now.
Right.
He's not going to get smaller. So, another year in the weight room, another year of great training. He's only going to be more physical. I'm not saying he should never get hit. Like, I see Josh Allen run over a guy for a first down in a big game. I applaud that. I think you do need to do that at times. You just have to have some discernment on when you do it.
Trent, wanted to talk to you about this for weeks now, but we've been doing so much on the grading of Fields, and this feels like a good time to do it because it was Trevor Siemian. You talked a while ago about how you came into the league as one thing, and they kind of coached the aggressiveness out of you. And I know I'm paraphrasing a conversation from 8 weeks ago at this point, but like
the Fresno State numbers are outrageous. Gunslinger Trent.
The last season at Fresno, for anyone who doesn't know, 3,800 passing yards, 30 touchdowns, 5 picks. You finished ninth in the Heisman. You were the 6th pick in the draft. Like, you were a monster prospect. And then now people kind of talk about you as like, well, I mean, you can win a Super Bowl with a guy like Dilfer, but you need an all-time defense around him and that sort of thing. Like, do you resent how you're talked about as a stand-in, or like how it went in your career in any way? Because like, is there an alternate universe that you play out in your mind based on the type of prospect that you were?
I don't. I can honestly say I have no bitterness. I wasn't very good the year we won the Super Bowl, especially at the very end. I started off playing pretty well. So again, there's context. I got hurt in '99 in Tampa, pretty bad, and I didn't recover until early in the next season in Baltimore. And I had lost 15 pounds. I wasn't as strong. My arm, I had a massive shoulder injury on my throwing arm, so I wasn't throwing it the same. When I took over in Baltimore, I played pretty well for 4 or 5 weeks. And then I got an injury. I've explained this before on camera, the thing called osseous pubis. It's where your calcification in your pelvic joints, basically. So like standing up was hard. So practicing, I didn't practice very well. I didn't throw it very well. I couldn't move very well. I mean, it was truly managing the game. Like, I was managing the week of practice, managing the game, yada, yada, yada. Nobody cares. So because of that context, I am not bitter at all. I guess where I'm disappointed in myself more than I am other people's criticisms of me, because I had a chance. Like, if you just did quarterbacks coming out, height, weight, vertical, 40 time, bench press, squat, short shuttle, arm strength, I'm in the top 10 ever. Like, I was 238, ran 4.6, 35-inch vertical leap, 4.1 shuttle, squatted 600 and something pounds, could throw it 83 yards in the air. Like, I can do all that stuff. I'm disappointed that I didn't maximize my potential. I think it's made me a good coach because it's helped me relate to highly talented players. I always say coaching is getting the most from the least and the best from the best. I can relate to the uber talented player. I once was that. I can relate to the player not playing to his potential. I was that. I can relate to the Johnny that's just getting by, the try-hard game manager, because I was that. Like, I was all these things in my career, so I can relate to that as a coach and hopefully tap in to where they're at in their journey. So no, I honestly laugh at it. I actually trademarked game manager at one point. Because
that pay off for you?
No, I never capitalized on it. People were saying it so much. I was working at ESPN at the time, and so I had it trademarked and kind of used it as self-deprecation. It's exactly what it was. Now, I will say this. The greatest compliment I've ever gotten as a quarterback, and my peers gave me a lot of compliments, and I think that's why I have no bitterness, because my peer group has always raved about me as a competitor, a player, a tough guy, a winner, the things that mattered to me. But Steve Young and I were sitting there one night doing a TV show, and he said, everybody looks at Trent, calls him a game manager, and looks at me and says I was a playmaker. He says, I was not a Super Bowl quarterback until I learned how to manage the game. It's 85% of winning. He said, it's only all the glamour stuff they show my highlights are just 15% of it. So here's one of the best ever played it that said that 85% of the game is managing. You hear Troy Aikman say it every week when he calls a game. Like, there are decisions you're making in a game as a quarterback because you have the ball in your hand that are helping you win or lose games that the fan never understands. They never will. You have the smartest analyst on. He doesn't have time to explain the decision making that you make a lot of times. And I'm really proud of that. I'm really proud of the decisions that I made despite my limitations that year in Baltimore that helped us win critical games and ultimately helped us. I wasn't the reason why, but helped us win a Super Bowl.
Well, philosophically speaking, in terms of your life, I mean, you look at some of the things you might kick yourself about in your 20s. If they've made you a good coach, that's a hell of a bigger portion of your life that you're good at because of some of those things, right? So that's you'd take that trade. Looking back as a 70, 80-year-old man, you'll take that trade.
I think I would, and I don't want to get all emotional, esoteric here, but I do think it's true. It's a life lesson, right? We're all going through stuff, right? You're listening to the show, you're going through something at work, you're going through something as a parent. You know, we're all going through stuff. Life's not an easy road. And you look back and you're like, oh, that stuff helped me. I mean, if you handle it well, you go, oh, that stuff actually really helped me. And for a bigger chunk of my life, like that was a short little season of my life. I went through stuff so that my big stuff, my life was better. And as a professional football player, 14 years sounds like a long time, but it's really not relative to the rest of my life. Like I've been a parent for 25 now. Now I'm a grandfather. And a lot of the lessons I learned in that 14-year little season of being a professional football player has helped me become better at those other things. And I think if more people just took that approach and wouldn't get their panties in a wad about things said about them when they're going through some stuff, we just handle it the right way, we'd all be better off.
And you're forever a reference point, Trent. This week, in writing about Zach Wilson and Mike White, The Athletic said that the perfect comp was the year 2000 when the Ravens went 5-3 with Tony Banks and replaced him with Trent Dilfer. After 2 straight losses, Ravens finished 12-4. And I'm reading that, I'm like, I know that dude. So that you're forever that comp. That's pretty cool, actually.
There's a lot of cool things, man. I appreciate you bringing it up. I like talking about it. I want fans to know that I have a lot of regrets how I handle things, but I don't have sensitivities to what the things said about me.
No, listen, we wanted to ask because we learned so much. It's one of our favorite conversations of the week, and there's lessons to be learned by Justin Fields sitting out and by getting hurt and adversity and being pigeonholed as one thing and being talked about the way that he was talked about during that game. So it all kind of is the orbit around the franchise quarterback. So thanks for the insight. Good luck in the title game, and cool. We'll talk after the Packers game.
Got to get this one. All right, talk to you guys.
All right, there we go. That's Trent Dilfer, the head coach at Lipscomb down there.
That's great. I'm glad you went down that road, man.
I've just been thinking about it for a while with him, man. It feels like Trent Dilfer is referenced in football conversation
all the time.
And it's always disparaging. Yep. And then you look at the dude's career, and it was like, I don't know, he won a Super Bowl, he went to a Pro Bowl, he was a top 10 Heisman finalist, he was a top 10 pick in the draft. Like, I don't know.
Well,
pretty incredible career.
And I forgot the context of him getting hurt in the middle of that and them sticking with him while he was hurt and could barely do anything.
For the brain.
Yeah.
For the brain and the way that you go about it.
The management.
Jalen Johnson at 5 o'clock. If people, what are you laughing at?
I'm laughing. Do you hear him say, got to get this one?
Yeah, this is the one.
That's right.
Yeah, he's a coach.
Trent, it's Super Bowl week, man.
He's a coach. And if anyone said, did you just break your microphone?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay, good. Darnell Mooney is headed to IR. If anyone hadn't seen that news or heard it earlier at the end of Dan and Lawrence's show, he's headed to IR. So when Trent said the news was tragic, that's headed to IR.
Do you feel bad at all?
So Darnell Mooney is headed to IR. I'm loony for Mooney.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's a thing. Oh, no. It's a thing. Leave Owen out of it. Yeah.
So we should probably serve warning to everyone else on the guys Danny likes list that I keep back
I'm
here.
so glad I'm not on that.
Yeah.
Because personally, he hates Matt Spiegel.
Darnell Mooney, Zach Levine, Tim Anderson, Deshaun Watson, just the football part to be clear.
Wow.
Justin Fields, Brandon Staley, Nathaniel Hackett, Jarvis Landry, the Odyssey 16-inch softball team, Victor Wembanyama, Joe Brady, Mike McDaniel, and Pedro Grifol. So,
oh, no!
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sad.
The guys Danny likes.
Thought the Dolphins had a shot. I really did.
Yeah.
And I was thinking the Pedro Grifol was the right guy. Damn it!
How about my guy Brandon Staley with a big 2-point conversion?
I saw that. I thought of you.
He's back, baby.
The aggressiveness was good.
Rough start, fairly obvious 2-point conversion decision, but my guy is back.
They're just in the hunt right now, right? They're not a playoff team.
Lot of injuries for my Chargers. Got more calls on a Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday, but also there's going to be a lot of talk of rooting interest and what is left to play for. Thought it might be worthwhile to inject some facts, some recent history, some, dare I say, nuance and context into that conversation. Next on The Score.
Bears lose again. That's 5 in a row if you're counting. I stopped a long time ago. They fell to the Jets, and the losing streak continues. David Haugh here from the Mully and Haugh Show. Mornings 5:30 to 10. Keep it right here for full reaction to the loss and all of our shows and team of Bears experts. Of course, we'll have your...
Would you be offended if you knew we played something where you sounded like a dope?
No,
but we love
not.
it?
Definitely
Okay,
not.
good. This is you and Mike talking about movies at one point back in the day.
Okay.
All right.
Would you go see Daredevil?
Which one is that now?
That's Ben Affleck's new movie about the guy who's a blind crime fighter who turns into Daredevil.
True story?
All right, that destroys me. The fact that you
I screwed that one up.
It might, dog,
You weren't joking?
it's live improv. We know we sound like idiots all the time, every day. This is just what you do. But you thinking the Daredevil might have been a true story, it makes me laugh more than maybe anything in the history
That's
of radio.
amazing.
So
that
thank
kind
you.
of thing.
Thank you.
You know, you go on for 5 hours
Of
a day
course.
for 19 years. There's some things you may not be so proud of. That might be one of them.
Come on, give me a little Danny. Come on.
Radio's a power chair, and we traveled all over the country, and there was the Super Bowl, and there were radio shows, but Radio Row did not exist.
Why you gotta bring that up, Mike? Why you gotta bring that up?
Because it's
you
true.
know it's a tricky subject. You don't know. What?
The people have to know.
I get it.
Oh my gosh, you are good.
It's just a little.
How long
homage.
did you have it practice that?
Never. Come on. You live it. You hear
That
it. You know it.
The sad part is the wide receiving core that he had respectively as far as the talent at Ohio State is not the talent respectively of the Bears versus the rest of the league. In fact, it is the bottom. You see that in how they pay them, which is why when I saw a report today about the possibility, and I don't think the report is very well founded, that Darnell Mooney could be extended, I ask you this. If there is any truth to that, I want you to all mark this date because you know exactly who is running the team still, and it's not the general manager, and it's not the head coach. Because he had the game-winning touchdown that he should have caught. And if you want to be a number one receiver in this league, you have to be able to catch that ball. He did not. And then I'm hearing these reports coming out the next Monday about a contract when this is a new regime and the players, like I said, will test you. And we still saw Amir Smith-Marset get more playing time than he should have in closing minutes, which I like to say in the NFL because it translates. None of these things are acceptable. And for the love of everything holy, the left side has to be looked at of this line a little bit more, like with more scrutiny, with more consistency. Somebody needs to start doing something different on that part of the line. This is unacceptable. Somebody breaks down every single play.
But I don't think that you can deny, when you look at the Bears as a whole, that there's not a lot there. There's not a lot there. I'm glad that you brought up the point about Darnell Mooney. And to me, I think because he's the best that you have, that doesn't mean that he's one of the best. And that play at the end of the game, to me, name me the number one in the NFL who doesn't come down with that ball.
Name me the number two.
Speak on it.
That is a pace guy. So that's why I say, if we're going to look at this, look at it through that lens. You need Justin Fields to succeed. You do not necessarily need to extend Darnell Mooney. But you know who has said a lot about Darnell Mooney? George McCaskey.
Yes.
And that's why I say to you, who is in charge?
Denver Broncos, which means
the Denver Broncos.
The Bears now, if the season ended today, and I checked, it doesn't, would have the second pick in the draft. Only the Houston Texans have a worse record and would pick ahead of the Chicago Bears.
Go Steelers tonight, everybody. For Bears fans, if you are rooting in the direction that you're talking about, you got the Steelers down there.
The Steelers have. So there's a bunch of teams with 3 wins. Bears have 3 wins.
Let's talk about the draft.
Rams, Broncos, and Steelers. And then the tiebreaker becomes strength of schedule, but the Bears have the most losses because they haven't played their bye yet. So they got 9 losses. So as of now, Bears would have the second pick in the draft. There's 5 games left. You know, we'll see where it goes in terms of the Bears results and these other teams. But yes, root for the Steelers to get that 4th win.
I was really excited about this week. Tanny had blurted it out on the air a few weeks ago.
Okay.
And I had fallen in love with the idea, and I'd been workshopping it a little bit because we were talking about this game coming up, Packers-Bears on Sunday. And Tanny grabbed the mic and said, "That's my Super Bowl, man. That's my Super Bowl." So I wanted to do Super Bowl week this week. I wanted to
You wanted us to fly to Arizona?
Nope. Brat Stop. I wanted to do live remotes all week long at the Brat Stop.
I had a vision this morning of just doing it in the lobby of the building. Like, this must be a big deal. They're doing a radio show here in the lobby. What are you guys doing? Oh, it's Super Bowl week, man.
Yeah. It's Bears Super Bowl. Bears Packers.
Tomorrow's media day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, let's interview a bunch of players in foreign languages.
Someone from Telemundo's coming through and
ask a funny question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And like pull the best of it, you know.
We force Emma to ask funny questions for stunts at the press conferences.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
I get a band together to have a press conference where they talk about what they're going to do at halftime of the Sunday game. Like, I had big ideas. Wanted to do the whole thing.
Someone has to, talk to an escort along the way.
Yeah, right. Talk about the escort business, the strip club business, all that stuff.
We tell all the stories of the terrible things that happened on the Saturday night before the game and Super Bowl weeks past.
It would be incredible. Problem with the bit is if it's not Justin Fields against Aaron Rodgers, it's going to be tough to say this is the Bears Super Bowl with Trevor Siemian playing.
Trevor Siemian, Jordan Love doesn't feel like much of a Super Bowl.
It doesn't feel like much of a Super Bowl, but it is Packer week, and in Bear fan DNA is you want to beat the Packers.
That's the thing, man. Like, we talk so much about, like, winning is stupid. Winning doesn't mean anything. And winning is ridiculous. And I know that intellectually it makes all the sense in the world. You want the number 2 pick. I want the number 2 pick. I want them to be sitting there holding the rest of the draft by the short and curlies, being able to trade down for next year's version of Ryan Pace. You know, find that sucker when it's not you.
Well, there is so they did a Twitter poll late. 2,000 votes, decent sample. Question was, if Justin Fields doesn't play, do you want the Bears to beat the Packers? The 2 options were, yes, I hate Green Bay above all, or no, keep pace for the second pick. 63% said, no, keep pace for the second pick.
Those are your people.
The people who follow me on Twitter.
Yes, that's your echo chamber, playing to your bias, making you happy.
Oh, but maybe, but I feel like that's a pretty split poll. 62-38.
Yeah, it's actually pretty split.
It's pretty split. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, maybe it's some people who still follow me from Kansas City. Maybe it's I don't know. Like, that's a decently split electorate.
No, you're right. You're right. Well, because people do want to beat the
You're
Packers.
Looking at me like you disagree? 62-38 lopsided?
Yeah, I think we both disagree. It's pretty lopsided.
Okay.
It's not 50-50. It's not 55-45. It's not even 60-30.
No, it's 60-40.
Thank you.
It's not even 61-39.
60-40. 60-40.
Yeah, it's more like 62.6 to 37.4.
Yeah, that's not split.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's less than 2/3, 1/3.
That is the vast majority of people thinking one thing and the vast minority thinking the other.
I don't know if I'd say vast.
Can we get a statistician in here? Can we get someone to define what 62% is as a majority, please?
I can't believe I said 60-30.
Yeah, it's also not 60-30. But so anyway, that's what that sampling suggests.
Texter says, if Rodgers plays, I want the Bears to win, even if Justin Fields doesn't play. I hate Rodgers more than the Packers and more than I love the second pick. And I wonder how much of that will be out there. You know?
I don't either.
That's what the week's about.
That's what the week is largely going to be about. So I thought it would be useful, because this happens now all the time, So I've got very recent, very applicable history here for what is the second pick in the draft worth in a trade, and what is the second pick in the draft if you're not using it on a quarterback.
Oh, see, this is exactly what I wanted you to bring.
So I got it for you.
Because let's say first pick is C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young.
Right.
If the Bears are sitting at the second pick, already having Justin Fields and feeling good about that,
yes,
then, trade down, get 2 1s, 2 3s, a wide receiver, and a tray of lasagna.
Okay, so what do you want? Because I'll do it like this first. Teams with multiple first-round picks in this year's draft.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions,
because they have the one that they got for Stafford from the Rams.
Correct. So that pick is looking like it's going to be
3,
incredible. Right
4.
now it'd be 3. So right now the Lions would have the 3rd pick from the Rams and their own pick, the 13th pick in the draft, and they obviously don't have a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans, but they also have the 1st overall pick, but they also have Cleveland's 1st round pick.
Wow.
The Dolphins, the Eagles.
And the Dolphins have 2 1s, and they're having the year they're having.
Correct. The Eagles.
Is that loud? How are so many teams getting all these picks in the first round? We're not used to that here. What's going on with that?
The Eagles and the Dolphins?
I'm going to tell you.
The Eagles, Dolphins are going to be in the Super Bowl and each have 2 picks in the first round.
Correct. And
why aren't these teams just giving away their first round pick? That's how the smart teams do it every
Why don't
year.
they give them to the Bears?
You want the last one? The Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, yeah.
Because they get Denver's, which is looking like it'll lock for a top 10, maybe top 5 pick, and they have Geno.
A lot of them traded quarterbacks to do that.
Okay.
Should we trade Justin Fields for a first round pick?
No. But all of the trades either were about the Rams will give you a first round pick to get Stafford.
Right. Broncos gave the Seahawks a first round pick to get Russ.
To get Russ. It all involves quarterbacks.
Colts gave a first round of the Eagles for Wentz. Is that one of those two?
The Eagles. So the Eagles, they had 3 first round picks before they send 1 to New Orleans. Jalen Hurts. Let's see here. I have it here. The Eagles selected Carson Wentz, 2nd overall. Yeah. So this is still ramifications from all the way back in that trade. So I go back to 2016.
That's amazing.
Okay. So 2016, for the Eagles to move up from the 8th overall pick to the 2nd overall pick, all right, to get Carson Wentz.
Dino in Mount Greenwood on Twitch says that Ryan Pace gave all of those picks away.
Ryan Pace gets mentioned. So 2016, Eagles wanted to move up to get Carson Wentz, to move from 8 to 2, 5 picks, including 2 first-rounders. 2017, the Bears, to move just from 3 to 2. Okay? Gave up a 1st, a 3rd, a 4th, and a future 3rd. Just if the Bears wanted to just move from 2 to 3,
they might get something like that.
They could get a 3rd, a 4th, and a 3rd.
You shouldn't be using the Bears as an example for what picks they gave up to move in the draft. I would not be using that organization.
Shane, here's the thing. Quarterbacks make GMs stupid.
Well, and there's a draft value trade chart. There's numbers assigned to this stuff. Okay.
I remember before Pace did it for Mitch, I was like, somebody's going to be stupid. I hope it's not us. And then we were the one that was stupid.
Okay, 2021. The San Francisco 49ers. Now, this was not to move up to 2, but it was to move up to get a quarterback, and it was to move up for 3. They moved up from the 13th pick to the 3rd pick to get the 3rd quarterback prospect, to get Trey Lance, when Justin Fields was there for the taking, right? If they would have just moved up from 13 to 10, they could have selected Justin Fields themselves. Instead, they moved from 13 to 3 to get Trey Lance from the FBS. They traded Miami, the 13th pick in that draft, a 1st-round pick in 2022, a 3rd-round pick in 2022, and a 1st-round pick this year. So 3 first-round picks to move up 10 spots to number 3 in the draft.
Amazing.
To take the 3rd quarterback roster. What did Miami do with those picks?
Oh, they did.
They immediately turned around and traded one of them to move up to get Jalen Waddle at 6. Then they traded to Kansas City some of the extra draft picks to get Tyreek Hill. And now they're still sitting with an extra 1st-round pick this year. So they moved down from 3 to 13, ended up with Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, still have an extra 1st-round pick.
So this is the dream, to have Fields and a top 5 pick.
To a top 2 pick.
Yeah, top
because
2 or top 3.
You want the right for someone to trade up to take a quarterback. Because what's the example in recent history where a team was sitting there with the second overall pick and took the best defensive player available? You don't have to go back too far. 2 years. Mac and I had Ron Rivera on before the draft, and it was so obvious that he was going to take Chase Young, and Chase Young's awesome. But he took Chase Young. Who went 5? Tua. Who went 6? Herbert. What's happened to Chase Young since? Meh. He's been fine when he's played, but he's been hurt. They haven't won anything of consequence. Not a transformational player. But if someone would have fell in love with Herbert or Tua and been willing to trade up to take a quarterback. Now, there's got to be a quarterback prospect who's there, but by all accounts,
we got a couple of them.
Got a couple of them. Like, you are talking about the Lions, for example. You'd have to trade within your own division, but they just did it with the Vikings with TJ Hawkinson. You think the Bears would be in a pretty good spot if they had the 3rd and the 14th pick and an extra 3rd or an extra 4th to just move down?
I think that's Ryan Poles' dream.
It's the dream.
I think that is the fantasy. You saw how much he traded down for extra picks this past year and he didn't even have a position of power to be coming from a position of power. I just hope he doesn't regret giving up the 2 for Claypool, but that's a different conversation. All right, so good job by you. There's a lot of value in the Bears losing out to get that number 2 pick.
It's the most valuable.
I know.
It's the single most valuable thing that can happen the rest of the way. It's 1A, 1B with Justin Fields continuing to develop. It is that important.
The meatball in me still wants to see Aaron Rodgers leaving the field in tears. Somehow.
That's not going to happen. That is a stretch.
I want to see Armin Watts. Is that his name, Armin? Armin Watts, who just got the first sack for a Bears defensive line in like a month yesterday. Want to see him rub Aaron Rodgers' face into the grass.
That was his first career sack.
Was it really?
Great job, young man.
Good for him.
Danny, I had a lot of fun doing that research for you. Happy to help.
Yeah, you did it.
About his first career sack.
Yeah,
did you? I thought it was Shep.
Oh, I thought it was the draft stuff that he was referencing.
Yeah, that's right.
Texter said.
I was.
Okay, good. We're back. I have never heard a person say, quote, I know that intellectually it makes all the sense in the world, but. Yeah, that's good for you.
That's me.
Yeah, that's good.
That's me.
But so there's going to be this debate of like, should you take Will Anderson and Jalen Carter, best defensive player available, or trade down? If the Bears have a top 2 or 3 pick,
they should trade down.
And they will.
Yeah.
And they will trade down because I just gave you the teams that have multiple first-round picks. What about teams that are willing to trade you future first-round picks to go up and get a quarterback?
The question is, and we'll have lots of time for it, how many quarterbacks are going to be valued? Does it extend all the way to pick number 3? And if not, you're going to be hoping, if you're at 3 or 4, you're going to be hoping that somebody goes Will Anderson before you, so you have one of those quarterbacks to use as your carrot.
Or that the kid from Kentucky, Will Levis, or whatever his name is, gets overvalued and shoots up the draft boards, that there's a Trey Lance.
That's great. Doesn't that guy have Mitch written all over him?
Yeah, that there's a Trey Lance in this year's draft. Or listen, and if you win a game or someone else, the strength of schedule tiebreaker, like Jalen Carter or Will Anderson is a great consolation prize. But the idea that you got to just beat the Packers one more time, like, man, there's time to beat the Packers when their season matters and when your season matters.
I know, but this was all set up for the Super Bowl.
I understand.
At the Broad Stop.
I understand.
Or in the lobby. Either one is good. But like it has to be with Fields outplaying Rodgers in that way. That was the dream a couple of weeks ago. Might not be the case.
Well, not even
week.
Fields necessarily outplaying Rodgers, because Rodgers has really just been bad lately. But so much, like, I think there is value to Justin Fields coming back from an injury and balling out and beating Green Bay for the first time in his career. I think there is value to that. I understand everything you just said about the draft, but certain things, granted, this could happen next year. It could still, but Rodgers may not be there. I think there is value in beating Green Bay against Aaron Rodgers, or even if it's Jordan Love, beating the Packers. I think there's value in it.
I know that the argument I'm making is devoid of emotion. I know that, and I know that that's not sports, but it is in the best interest of the Bears fielding a Super Bowl roster for them to lose their last 5 games. It just is.
Texture says the kid from Kentucky is an 82 Corolla away from being drafted by Ryan Pace's Falcons.
Yeah, that's possible. That's good.
It's totally going to happen.
That's really good. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
This is Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on the Score. An entire day of Bears Jets analysis from our team of Bears experts, including Brad Biggs, Tom Thayer, Dan Wiederer, Trent Dilford, and Jalen Johnson. Plus your reaction too. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Calling all soccer fans to lace up your cleats with Bet.
I saw a kid in Khalil Herbert who took some opportunities to make some runs, to make a couple of guys miss, to run hard.
To go. And this is what frustrates me.
Dan, hold up. I got to tell you this. I know everybody's been saying with David Montgomery, they're saying like that there's holes there and that he's not hitting them hard enough. But when you break it down in slow motion, that could be true in some sense. But then also as well, when you watch the film and break it down, those holes are closing up. Guys are getting, reached over, and then that hole is it's closed up with a man inside of there. And so he just, in some ways, it's some of David Montgomery's fault. I get it. But then also it's the blocking scheme as well. It was just not good luck for him on that day, where when you look at the runs by Khalil Herbert, man, the blocking looked a lot better. And I don't know, I'm not feeding into they're not blocking for David Montgomery. That's not it. It's just some days that's how it goes when you're sharing carries in the backfield, right? It's your day, and then it's somebody else's day. So it's going to be interesting to see. He only had like 30% of the snaps Khalil Herbert did. Does that change going into this week up in Green Bay?
Well, it's interesting to hear you break it down that way, too, because sometimes I get frustrated with Montgomery, and I know he's a better football player than Khalil Herbert. If you tell me I got to play a game and I'm going to have one of those running backs be my guy this game, I'm taking Montgomery 10 times out of 10. And so don't get me wrong on this. But it's sometimes, to me, I need less read and react, less look for contact, or he doesn't have to use all of his moves on every run. Sometimes it's not fancy. Here's the ball, get that way, and if somebody's in the hole, stiff arm him. If somebody cuts off that angle, spin away from him. And I know he loves the yards after contact, but at least Herbert sometimes is like, I'm going to go, and he goes. And I'm not doubting you for a second, but it's always been something with Montgomery where I've been a little frustrated with how long it takes for him to get into where the hole is going to be.
Yeah, Dan, I get it. It really comes down to, I think, what he kind of prefers. And if you have watched him over his career and just watched those all 22s, I mean, it's out of the shotgun is not where he's the most productive, I think, in my opinion. I think he's a guy that dots the I. He needs a fullback. And with that sense of, having that fullback on the roster, I want to see Luke Getsy use that a little bit. And if both guys, for Khalil Herbert, he feels comfortable there. With Montgomery, he's a guy that I feel like he does have those moves. You want to see him. And where he's special is when he does get to that second level and he's able to be able to use his physicality and get there to that next level and then make a couple of moves. It doesn't help. I've had a lot of running backs coaches telling me, like, don't be making those moves like 3 yards back in the backfield. Like that, then you're wrong. But also it's what he's seeing as well. And so I'm hoping that they find a way to kind of stretch this out a little bit. Khalil Herbert right now is really showing his, as a young running back, how patient he is, his ability to have that vision, and also his toughness as well, man. I'm breaking down the runs going, this kid's got a nice future. So that's, like I said, I think it's going to be interesting to see if his carries and his workload kind of moves up a little bit and how that kind of, shapes that dynamic between him and Montgomery.
lot of people are going to say they just want to beat the Packers. Does not matter how logical of a case I can lay out, how valuable the second overall pick would be for Ryan Poles and the rebuild and Justin Fields and beating the Packers for the next 10 years.
Every time out.
It doesn't matter.
The texter says Fields, Simeon, guy from the stands playing quarterback, which was actually close yesterday, if my memory serves on the pregame.
Doesn't this song get you going? Isn't there just so much more energy when Taney comes back with Casey Musgraves?
Get off your high horse, baby.
Yeah.
It's your girl.
Am I on my high horse?
No, it's the name of the song.
It's
well, there's normally a meaning.
It just makes me happy.
Good.
Love hearing Casey.
We know you do. She's talented. What is this?
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
No, I'm with you, man. Music's good. Don't worry. You're not alone.
Keep it going. I think we should keep it going.
Who would play at the Super Bowl halftime show?
Casey Musgraves.
Oh, if we could get her. But I mean, for this week's Super Bowl.
This Super Bowl.
Yeah, maybe the Bodines or the Violent Femmes.
Shane, did you say Kanye because of Chicago? No, not Kanye.
Yeah, don't say that.
No, I didn't say that.
I think
I'll get him an all Jewish. I'll get him an all Jewish backing band. It'll be great.
Tanny hung out with Ron DeSantis this last weekend.
Oh my
Rhonda,
God, you guys are slandering
it's funny,
each other.
but it's just a woman named Rhonda Santis. It has nothing to do with the governor of Florida, for the record.
I heard Mully and Haugh debating whether or not it'd be more painful to lose to Jordan Love or Aaron Rodgers. That's a Bears conversation.
Ron DeSantis, the official politician of the morning show.
Yeah.
What's her platform?
Trying to start a fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
None of us engaged in the fights you were trying to start with us.
I almost did.
You did.
I guess I did.
You called him useless.
Not him. Just a comment. It's different.
All right.
They had DeSantis on last week. Telling Braden Fryer didn't have to wear his mask anymore.
Jalen Johnson coming up at 5 o'clock. A Bears Report with Mark Grody. After that, coming up next, speaking of picking fights, what the hell were Joe Davis and Moose Johnson talking about? It's next on The Score.
The losing streak continues. The Bears fall to the Jets. I'm Lawrence Holmes here from the Bernstein and Holmes Show. 10 to 2, you can check us out. Keep it here as our Bears expert analyze every aspect of the loss, and they take you inside the locker room. And of course, now you got to deal with Aaron Rodgers, the I own you guy. Yeah, we're going to be talking about that and breaking down the matchup against the Packers. We're talking Bears.
And I don't know if this is good or not, but hustling Justin Fields, I don't know. And maybe, but great party. Bears.
Yeah, good save.
Nice save there at the end.
Good save, Mike.
People are bringing nickname opportunities for the party.
When people start drowning at the end of their calls, it's just like, Bears.
This is such a sausage party. Where are the women?
Hey, man, invite some.
Debbie, you're in town. Yeah. We need some estrogen at this party. What's up, Debbie?
I got lots of estrogen for you guys.
Oh, good. Pass some out. Thank you. Welcome to our QB1 party. How are we celebrating Justin Fields' arrival?
Oh, my God. I was there. I flew down there for the Texans game. And to see the improvement over the last few weeks has just been amazing. And it's so amazing not to be last in every single statistic on the TV. It's just so uplifting that we have a particularly great quarterback, and I'm looking forward to Green Bay and beating that Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah! Oh, we dumped Debbie?
Oh, we can't say that on the air.
Sure you can.
Leave it.
Good job, Debbie.
The one woman who shows up at the party, at least the first woman, is the one who has to get dumped.
On Twitch. We've been told there's some on Twitch.
Oh,
Becky's
man.
on Twitch.
That's tremendous.
Yeah, Debbie.
Yeah, I love the Bears.
Thank you, Simmons.
Toilet mouth Debbie. Come on.
It's amazing. What a great party. People are starting to feel, a little lubed up. They're cursing a little bit, getting comfortable, got a nice bass down. This is fantastic.
Where's the Wani bourbon? Might have to dip into the Wani bourbon on a Monday afternoon.
Oh, my God. What a party. Listen to this story of someone taking sports way too seriously.
I wouldn't be able to get past that. The luck thing. I just wouldn't be able to.
The franchise is not past it. It's one of the.
I still think that is one of the craziest NFL stories of our lifetime.
You want to know what's even crazier about it? One of my best friends in Pittsburgh is a diehard Colts fan, and his wedding was that day. And Luck retires, and there's a meeting where we had to decide, do we withhold the information from him at the reception and allow for him to just enjoy this day? And we couldn't do it. Somebody went up to him and said, you're not going to believe this, but Andrew Luck just retired. And I'm not kidding you. It ruined his wedding night. Danny, none of that is an exaggeration or hyperbole. He got into a gigantic fight with his new bride. He cried.
No.
Yes.
No.
I swear to God.
So he felt it so deeply and so personally that it ruined his wedding night.
I don't think I've ever heard a story of someone taking sports more disproportionately seriously than that one. I loved that story.
It doesn't bode well for the rest of the marriage at that point.
They're still married. I asked.
They are?
They're married 4 years later.
I wonder what the fight was about. Maybe she
about
knows
caring too much about Andrew Luck.
About not being mentally present at our wedding.
But she has to know she's marrying a big Colts fan. Right? She has to know. It has to have come up. They have to have spent Sundays together.
I gotta say, 773 echoes my sentiments here. Like, how about those groomsmen letting him know? If you know this is the type of guy that you're dealing with, that's kind of a bad guy move right there.
Absolutely. That's your boy. That is your boy. Your job is to create a collective bubble around him and to keep information out. You see anybody walking over, anybody looking down at their phone and then walking over to the groom, you intercept.
To you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score!
Hey everybody, we are live.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Strange twists and turns with the guys over there on the Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Afternoons on The Score.
We're having a little fun.
Justin Fields is inactive with that shoulder injury, and that's really going to change what they do on offense.
Right. You know, Justin Fields has already run the football 50 more times already than he did last year total. He's already had 40 sacks already this year, and now he's out of this game. So, as Walter Brennan said in the great movie Sergeant York, here's my point. Something.
Everyone under 70 right now is going, who?
I'm like, who? If you run with the football and you're a quarterback in the NFL, you're going to get hurt. That's just
got to go down.
Simple. You got to learn how to get down. A great talent, no question. But all of them that run, every one of them ends up getting hurt.
Oh my God. It was just a day of straw man arguments on Fox talking about a Bears quarterback, the most exciting in any of our lifetimes, who wasn't playing, talking about why, because he wasn't playing in a Week 11 game or whatever it was against the Jets, that they can't win the Super Bowl and it's going to be a problem big picture. As if all of those guys didn't also get hurt. As if Terry Bradshaw never hurt his shoulder. As if Trent Dilfer and Troy Aikman and pocket passers didn't also suffer injuries. It was a very frustrating day for me to consume football talk and not be able to have Justin Fields take it out on the opponent.
You know why he can't take it out on the opponent?
Because he's hurt.
Because he's hurt, Danny.
I know. I heard
that.
I heard that argument.
It just emboldens them. It makes it the easiest thing to do.
Right.
It is a short attention span for Terry Bradshaw and everybody else. He's got 20 seconds to make his point.
Right.
He doesn't bother to go deeper.
No. Why would he? But pocket passers do get hurt also, right?
Yeah, they do. They get hurt a lot.
Running backs, linemen, receivers, safeties, linebackers, corners, right? Eddie Jackson got hurt. Darnell Mooney got hurt. Players get hurt, right?
Football is an evil and brutal game.
Yeah. So it's a sport of injury.
Yeah.
It's a sport. Hey, you play it long enough, you will get hurt, period.
I always remember the first time, like, Ruben was, like, really conscious watching football. He's like, Daddy, they're mauling each other.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, every play. That's what they do.
My buddy Eric Winston used to be the head of the NFL Players Association, longtime NFL tackle. I was in the locker room when he had that rant that went viral when, like, some Chiefs fans on the upper deck were cheering when Matt Castle got hurt. And he was
right.
He was like, we are not gladiators. And I literally talked to him the next day, and I was like, this was not on the air or whatever, but I was like, it was super passionate. It was like one of the coolest teammate moments that I've ever seen in my life. And, pretty young, so it wasn't that impressive. Hadn't been living that long, but it was like, you are the gladiators. You know that, right? You're the closest thing that the North American sports fan has to the modern day gladiator.
Mm-hmm.
And he begrudgingly understood the logic of it. And, the fans can be barbaric. It's a barbaric game. But you can't play football in fear of injury. And Justin Fields right now is running a lot. He's running at a historic rate. The Bears as a team are running at a historic rate. He needs to get better as a passer. He needs to protect himself. As he gets better as a passer, and as they get better at catching passes and get better around him, he will run less. As his athleticism wanes, he will run less. But right now, what makes him special is the running, and so he's going to run.
It is the weaponry that allows you to have an offense that exploded the way that the Bears, Luke Getsy, Justin Fields offense did.
You just saw, if you remove special athlete runner from the Bears offense, you get touchdown drive, field goal drive, 4 straight drives with no first downs, 0 points the rest of the game. Congratulations on your sub 300-yard game, your 4 third down conversions, Trevor Siemian, and a blowout loss. Justin Fields plays, you score 29 points against the Cowboys, you score 33 against Bill Belichick and the Patriots, you average 30 points a game for a 5-game stretch, and you set NFL records.
So yesterday during the game, I'm taking notes on what was viable, of course. I'm on Twitter a little bit, my Clevenger news breaks and all sorts of stuff's going on. And the game is on, and Joe Davis and Moose Johnston were on, but I can't say I was locked in 100% on everything they had to say in the third and the fourth, but I did hear this Field stuff that just kept going and going. And
we might stop some of this. We'll feel it. We'll feel it out here. But here is Joe Davis, Moose Johnston on Fields, what you can and what, more importantly, you can't do.
So I want to take you back to what you said about availability being so important. That's one of the big questions when it comes to Justin Fields. The Bears feel like they found their guy in Fields, but can they deploy him the way that they want to sustainably?
That is a huge question, and that is something for this organization to try and sort out. I think everybody's looking at it from how is he going to grow as a passer down the stretch here in 2022. I just don't think he could have handled that workload the way they were working in the last 6 weeks.
So really, when you're talking about the Bears and Justin Fields in the future, there's kind of a couple questions to it, right? There's, can you do this sustainably? He runs a bunch. And say you can sustain it, can you win it all like that? Can you win with a running quarterback? Because nobody has, really.
No, that's because you need your quarterback to be playing his best football at the end of the season, in December, into January, into the playoffs. And you go to the availability. Can he even play? Is he available to us because of injuries? 122 carries for Justin Fields up until this point. Over the last 6 weeks when they found this style of play offensively, he's been averaging 15 carries a game during that time. That puts him out into the 200 and teens in carries for a season. That is not sustainable if you want to make it into the playoffs and take a push, in my opinion, because you've just stressed your quarterback far too much during the course of the season.
Really two parts to the question. Can you sustain it? And if the answer to that is yes, can you win it all like that? So you mentioned the 122 rushes this season. That's really high, and there's still, a month plus of this season to go where he's going to be threatening the all-time mark for quarterback in a season, right up there with Lamar Jackson. No quarterback has ever won a Super Bowl with anything close to this pace running the ball. So most rush attempts by a quarterback in a single season, and again, it's Lamar Jackson all over the top of the leaderboard. And then when you're looking at, can you do this? Can you run this style and win it all? And maybe that's too high a bar for where the Bears are at right now. Maybe you're not quite yet thinking about winning a Super Bowl. You're just trying to think about getting back to the playoffs, being good again. I don't know how you want to slice this, but Russell Wilson is the all-time leader in rush attempts during the regular season to then go on and win a Super Bowl, and he didn't even have 100.
Yeah. Stop it. Okay.
So they chose rushing attempts for a full season.
Yeah, and fine. But just because something hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it can't happen or even that it's unlikely to happen. Case in point, I haven't had dinner yet, but I'm going to have dinner. Pretty likely to happen. I don't know what it's going to be yet, Shane. Not sure what it's going to be, but we're going to eat food tonight. Like, someone is going to win.
You approve of dinner, okay.
Someone's going to win a Super Bowl very soon and break that Russell Wilson mark, which they talked about like it was ancient history. It was 2013 when he had the 96 carries and he won it. Like, Josh Allen has 81 carries this year. He had 122 last year. Clearly
in the Super Bowl conversation every year.
In the Super Bowl conversation every single year.
How about Cam?
I got it.
Okay.
2015, Cam Newton, when he won the MVP. 132 rushes, 636 rushing yards, 10 rushing touchdowns.
But he didn't win the Super Bowl.
15
He was in the Super Bowl.
In the Super Bowl. 2 rushing touchdowns, by the way, in the playoffs. So still ran at the same clip, same effectiveness throughout the playoff run. Got to the Super Bowl, didn't win it. How about Jalen Hurts? 127 rushing attempts this year. Clearly can win the Super Bowl, looking like they're going to be the 1 seed in the NFC. Lamar Jackson, been to the playoffs 3 times, has won a playoff game. Mike Vick, Colin Kaepernick have all won playoff games.
Kaepernick made the Super Bowl. With a great defense, yes.
So, a lot of nuance can exist here. Like Trent Dilfer saying that how they ran him against Atlanta was too risky and too dangerous, and you got to slide, and you got to get out of bounds, and you want to get to the edges, and you don't want to do too much power, and it'll decrease as you go throughout your career. And all of that nuance is fine, and you got to get better as a passer. All of that's fine. But this idea, when they put a graphic up there that shows most rushing attempts to ever win a Super Bowl, and it's Russell Wilson, Steve Young, John Elway, and Roger Staubach. Roger Staubach, it could not be less relevant to what the league is today.
Now, Roger Staubach was a terrific runner as a quarterback.
So was Roger Starbuck.
And it harkened back to days gone by, that's for sure.
But, how?
The cyclical, weird-ass league.
How is that at all? Honestly, I don't even feel like John Elway and Steve Young are that relevant, man. Steve Young, his career high for rushing attempts was 76. You know what this felt like? It felt like when you talk about the three-point shot in the NBA and you look up
Larry Bird's three-point numbers.
Larry Bird's three-point numbers compared to Steph Curry.
Sure.
And the most that Larry Bird ever made, the most that Larry Bird ever attempted in a season is fewer than Steph Curry has made in the last 7 seasons. You know what I mean? It's a different sport. They are playing a different league. They are different caliber of athletes.
Sure, it's kind of like looking at Fergie Jenkins' complete game numbers.
Yeah, right.
On some level.
We didn't understand sports science. There wasn't bullpenning. The whole thing. So this idea that you can't win a Super Bowl with a running quarterback when a running quarterback has been in the Super Bowl or been the 1 seed or won 15 games or won the MVP feels like so like you're cherry picking data points. You got to look at rush attempts by the guys who won. Well, okay. That's a real small guys who have won Super Bowls. There's like 50 of them.
Yeah, and rushing attempts is not necessarily fair either because that doesn't have the nuance in it as well as a stat in terms of when it was a scramble and when it was a designed run and how many offensive plays there were, how long the guy was playing during the course of the year, etc.
Yeah, so I think this idea that the Bears are somehow like hurtling in the direction of unsustainable offensive football is ludicrous. It's the exact opposite. I think that if you asked general managers today, like mobility, running as a quarterback, I think it would be really high on your list. Like maybe like intelligence would be 1, accuracy would be 2. But I think mobility would certainly be a top 5 attribute, if not top 3.
Yes, for the escapability idea, for the way that you can use it to escape and then create, not necessarily to use as a schematic design.
For some, yes. For some, no. Like Josh Allen's rushing attempts per game will go up in the big games. They'll go up in the postseason. Now, obviously, he has added the passing to his game, which is why he's an MVP candidate every year.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Hurts has the best offensive line in football, 2 awesome wide receivers, and all of a sudden the 53rd pick in the draft, some days he throws for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, other days he runs for 150 and 2.
Side note, I've been looking for all year like leaders in designed runs as NFL quarterbacks. It's probably Fields 1, Lamar 2, Josh Allen 3, maybe Jalen 4, but that would give me some added context to the conversation. But either way, here's the thing. And I said this earlier, like we are at the epicenter of what is the principal debate in this sport these days. Can you have a quarterback who does this? Well, the simple way to discuss it would be like they just discussed it. Let's look at rushing attempts. And the answer, history tells you no.
Yeah.
That is a simple and somewhat lazy way to discuss it. Within the confines of a football game, maybe it's the best they could do, and they're instigating conversation.
It was just clearly planned because the graphics were built, and all I wanted someone to say is, but it's clearly changing. Because every year, Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Justin Fields and Kyler Murray and those guys are all going to have more rushing attempts than Russell Wilson did in 2013. So that number's falling. Whether it falls this year, next year, or the year after that, like that number is falling, and then they'll just move the goalposts, and they'll be like, "Well, no one's won a Super Bowl with more than 120 rushing attempts."
Right.
You know what I mean? So that number is falling, and it's falling in the next couple of years.
Yeah, because you've got a lot. You've got a lot of people doing it. Did we grab the Greg Cosell? This is Greg Cosell from the Ross Tucker podcast. Now that's a smart guy. That's a smart guy in a very different context with different freedoms to discuss it.
Yeah.
Talking about Justin Fields and what this offense is doing that I think is like, it's another way of discussing the same thing. And it's not just he might get hurt. Listen to Greg Cosell on Ross Tucker's pod talking about what the Bears are doing running him and what they're doing as a passing offense.
By NFL standards, and what I'm about to say is based purely on tape, by NFL standards, their pass game is remedial and elementary. They run the ball with Fields, both by design, and he makes special out-of-structure plays. So, can you play quarterback in the NFL like that? In other words, are we going to say that, hey, some quarterbacks are just different than what, the conventional? In other words, I'm just an old guy who's thinking about quarterback 20 years ago, and that, hey, running is just as important or more important than passing for an NFL quarterback if that's what your skill set is. So that comes back to my question. What have we learned about Justin Fields this year? They don't really run an NFL passing game in a strict sense, and we know he's a dynamic, explosive runner who's 230 pounds.
See, I find that really interesting because that's saying, okay, you're going to run him a lot. You're not bothering to build an NFL passing offense. And that's why guys like Mike Martz get pissed. That's why guys like Cosell even can say, oh, wait, the game is changing. Are we really doing this? And I love that that's an intelligent guy saying, well, maybe I got to question this. Is this what's happening? Right? So that's a way to think about it intelligently. Can you win a game? Can you win a Super Bowl with a remedial passing offense in the NFL?
we'll see. And I don't think the thing that's so maddening about it, about Fields, I guess to me was two things. One, what I just said about how no one pointed out, like, but that's changing clearly because of all these other guys.
In terms of volume.
Yeah, in terms of volume. But the other part is they are talking about it like it's a finished product. You are literally broadcasting a game that shows what he has to work with. There's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
So what's it going to look like if they draft a number one wide receiver and sign a right tackle and sign a guard, and it's now Claypool and Mooney and a rookie wide receiver who produces like Chris Olave, down in New Orleans, and they sign their version of Teron Armstead, and they upgrade the offense, and all of a sudden, and Fields develops, in the offense, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay. They're getting better.
Well, will they still schematically be trying to cut the field in half as much as they are? Will they still be limiting the route tree and the possibilities that these wide receivers are getting to run? Chase Claypool's already talked about that the route tree is vastly different and very limited based on what he has done in the past.
Yeah, I assume the answer to that is it will continue to get more sophisticated as they get better players and Justin Fields gets more comfortable within it. I assume the answer is that. I don't know why this really smart quarterback who was a pocket passer at Ohio State in the Big Ten in a pro-style offense winning games from the pocket would all of a sudden come to the NFL and only be a scrambler. I don't know why. They didn't draft him to only be a scrambler.
He's definitely not only a scrambler, definitely not only a runner, but they are limiting the things, which is what we've wanted them to do. Which is what we wanted them to do. The question is whether that, I guess what I'm saying is I have more patience for the conversation if at least it is informed, because the conversation is large scale NFL. What are we doing? Where are we going? When it's not informed and it's too simplified, like Moose and Davis with one number, and that's just that.
Yeah.
I totally understand why it was enraging to you.
Well, so I'm curious. Phone lines are lighting up. 312-644-6767. Is this a concern that Bears fans have? That somehow what Justin Fields is doing is not sustainable. He's going to be hurt. He's never going to develop. You're never going to be able to win with this type of quarterback. Is that still a thing that the majority of Bears fans feel in 2022? That strikes me as crazy if you watch the rest of the NFL. I'm just going to be honest with you.
You know what I'd like to see? Win a Super Bowl with an immobile quarterback. One of Spieg's limpers out there. Maybe diabetes.
Yeah.
Had to take off one of the feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to
win a Super Bowl with a quarterback who can't move. Which one you want?
That'd be tough. I'll take the one who can move.
Is Ryan Mallett still out there? That was my guy.
Yeah, Tom Brady on line one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I just can't imagine looking at Justin Fields' mobility, athleticism, and the designed running game and thinking that it's a negative and not a terrifying thing that keeps defensive coordinators up at night.
No,
obviously he needs to develop the passing game because you're not going to be able to run like this when you're 32, 34 years old. I'm not saying the passing game isn't a bigger part of quarterbacking in the NFL, but the idea that this is somehow like a negative or a limiting factor and not the thing that makes him potentially generationally special is devoid of logic to me. Ryan Poles also weighed in on it before the game. So your calls and you hear from the Bears general manager next on The Score.
This is Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on The Score. An entire day of Bears Jets analysis from our team of Bears experts, including Brad Biggs, Tom Thayer, Dan Wiederer, Trent Dilford, and Jalen Johnson. Plus your reaction too. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Matt Rule is the reason why it's worth it for successful college coaches to try the NFL. Rule is set for life after taking the Carolina Panthers job.
That's really interesting, Trent. And obviously you have a lot of experience as an NFL quarterback on teams that ran the ball a lot. Mm-hmm. And you felt when a play caller didn't necessarily believe that the quarterback dropping back was the best thing. Can that be discouraging for a young quarterback? Justin was very down after this one.
Yeah, you could see that. I could understand why he was down, yes. And I'm not blaming the coaches here. Listen, they see him every day in practice. They know what they feel like they can and can't do. It's not always the quarterback. It's also other matchups. Can your receivers get open versus man? Can you protect against a five-man rush? Can you protect against a certain rusher? So I'm not in the building, so I don't know all the concerns that they have. But as a quarterback, you want what we call freebies. You want, if you look at the great play callers around the league, their quarterbacks start the game with about 8 to 12 completions, just freebies, just your screen game, your perimeter pick and stick game, some of your creative plays. I saw the Packers come out last night and run 2 fly sweeps, which count as completions to wide receivers. You're always great play callers look for a way to take the burden off the quarterback for about 8 to 12 completions a game. There was none of that. So as a quarterback, you never feel like you're getting in a rhythm. I remember once talking to Troy Aikman, and he said, hey, all I needed Norv to do was throw a hitch. If I could complete a hitch early in the game, I felt like I was a legend in my own mind. I was unstoppable. But those games with Emmett where we just turn around and hand it off, turn around and hand it off, turn around and hand it off, then I never felt like I was playing the game. I felt like I was a supporting actor. I didn't feel like I was the lead. All of us quarterbacks somewhat are narcissistic, right? We're all kind of legends in our own mind. We've all had the ball in our hand our whole life. We've all been the lead actor, not a supporting actor. So you want to kind of feed that beast a little bit. And I didn't see any of that last night. And that's the only criticism I have is we won't know what Justin is until we give him a chance to have a 26 to 33 play pass game that are balanced passes. They're not all 3rd and 7s, the hardest position, the hardest down to play in football.
It's all right. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow, 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 follow.
He got you.
He got me.
How do you know so much about balloons?
I know a little bit about everything.
Tell me more, Shane. Tell me everything you got. Give me empty the helium tank of all the helium information.
I think that it's a fun thing to do at the end of a kid's party.
Oh, it really is.
QB1 party. God, our producers don't like us today.
I think most people don't like us today.
Oh, they're walking out?
Are they leaving?
I think they might be leaving.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Something has happened.
I feel so abandoned now.
Yeah. No, they literally got up and left. That's not a good sign.
We could start saying anything and they couldn't dump us. And it would technically be Tanny's fault. Where they can do something and perform going forward. And, oh, no! I was going to bring them home for my kid. Wow.
This is violent.
Wow.
This is, oh my God. There's some real anger on the face.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I don't really understand.
There's a
why.
knife. Is that a knife?
No,
it's scissors.
That is a knife. They are popping the balloons.
Boy, here's QB1.
That's $108 worth of balloons that have been popped.
That is a thing that happened.
That is a thing that happened by our producers. Wow. Steph said bring home some of those for Owen.
Nope.
Yeah. Wow.
That didn't happen. Wonder what's
There's one up there above Speaks.
I'll bring that one home. I'll bring that one home.
I'll guard it with my life, Danny.
I'll bring that home.
Is that because you think we shouldn't be celebrating a loss? Is it because we're annoying? Is it about...
No, you're not annoying. Jalen just texted and asked if I would pop them.
Did he really?
No.
I would have bought that.
No, I think it's because they think we, mainly me, are annoying. But that's okay.
No, I think this was excellent today. Yeah. But it has to end.
But it's time. This was the time to end.
Like, were you really going to pack those all up and back in the car and bring them home?
I think he was.
I'll bring those ones home.
Those are nice. Yeah.
Owen loves balloons.
When you have the OB1,
it does look like OB1.
You can salute OB any day of the week.
Yeah.
It's QB1 and Mylar and giant balloons. We were thinking about leaving those here. Leaving those here for the morning show.
Yeah,
how would the big dog go over? How would that go over?
The new decor of the studio.
Actually, our big problem is the feather boa, which Jalen would never wear, is dropping. It's shedding feathers all over the studio, everywhere. There are orange feathers all over this entire floor.
You know how at the end of a party, when you just don't want to clean? You don't want to clean up. You're just, I'm just going to leave all those dishes till the morning. And then you wake up with a hangover and you really regret all of the decisions.
Just sell the house.
Yeah, exactly. Like, was this party really worth it?
Yes.
Thinking about cleaning up all of these individual feathers from this boa and these shredded balloons so Mike Mulligan doesn't get angry at me tomorrow morning.
Justin Fields forever.
Yeah, that's very good.
I think it was for Justin not playing, it was one of his best games, because I think any doubters could sit there and watch that and go, oh gosh, he is their offense.
That's how I led the show.
Yeah, he is the reason we're able to score points. And now you put Trent Dilfer back there and they score 10 points and they're lucky to get the touchdown. That should be the touchdown should be an interception that ends up becoming a touchdown. So not ripping Trevor. He's a good kid. He's a solid player, but I think now you get a flavor for how dynamic Justin is and the gasoline he pours on whatever offense you have.
That was Trent Dilfer earlier today. We'll talk to Jalen Johnson coming up at 5 o'clock. Mark Grody in an hour. This conversation around Justin Fields, I saw Dan and Lawrence. I was just on the Odyssey app. I didn't hear the segment, but it was, don't take Justin Fields takes from Facebook. And I see a texter say, yeah, Danny, there are a lot of Bears fans out there that thinks Fields is a bust because he's effective at running. Yesterday, I saw countless posts talking about Trevor Siemian's yards and that Trevor should play going forward. I'm not talking about comments on the internet. I'm talking about Joe Davis and Moose Johnston and Terry Bradshaw on Fox.
Oversimplifying what it is to be a running quarterback based on running attempts per year.
And the risk that comes with it in Bradshaw's case and the ability to win big in Davis and Moose Johnston's case. And so Trent Dilfer said there's got to be nuance here. It's the type of runs. It's the type of hits. And so it's like, oh, do the Bears understand that? Does Justin Fields understand that? Mm-hmm. And Ryan Poles, before the game in his weekly appearance with Joniak on BBM, was actually asked, given that Fields was injured, about the number of hits he's taken.
He talked about it in his press conference. You remember that big national championship game he had where he had ribs and a hip going on, and he kept fighting through it. And in our background, as scouts, we had that box was checked in terms of being a competitor and being tough. And I think that's why it's so important to, yes, taking the information from him, but we're also going to lean on our medical staff as well.
Any level of concern on the cumulative amount of hits he's taken?
Yeah, you always want to protect your quarterback. Moving around and being athletic and moving the change with his feet is always going to be a part of his game. It's been a part of his game since high school. But it's also our job and the coaching staff's job to put him in a position where he doesn't get compromised too much. So, I actually took the time to make sure we weren't doing anything crazy. Luke's design runs get him out to the sidelines, and majority of the time, actually, he's getting out of bounds and fairly clean. Even on the touchdown last week, he walked in untouched. So we want to keep that up, and then in protection, we want to protect him more than what we've been doing. And then at the same time, part of maturing as a quarterback is getting rid of the ball and avoiding some of those big collisions when you can. And he's growing in that area. I think he's getting better, but there's also a long way to go as well.
See, I love that. Ryan Poles is a modern football general manager who understands you will have a running quarterback, but it is your responsibility to scheme him hitless as often as possible. And I was the weirdo on Thursday morning running an errand for Thanksgiving and listening to Luke Getsy. Talk in full on Thursday morning, and he talked about that he made a mistake, with some of those design runs in that game. It turned real bad. It was supposed to be Fields getting out of bounds and just, not getting hit and everything's good, but Braxton Jones missed a block, and that was a key thing. So they know their job is to protect him whenever possible, and sometimes football will happen.
Right, it's not always possible.
Right, but if
you can get non-contact injuries, you can get hurt in the pocket.
Yeah. And Braxton Jones can miss a block, which is what Getsy said happened on that first play of the final drive against Atlanta. Braxton Jones missed an assignment, and that's why Justin got hit. But they know to try and protect him every chance they get, and then he knows to protect himself every chance he gets.
So I was just struck by this idea that it was not an overwhelming positive for him. Yes, something to manage. Yes, you want to get better at passing. No, he won't do this forever. But like the next few years of Justin Fields' life, you absolutely want him running the ball a lot because he is dynamic at it. There might be one player in the world better at it than him. Let's see if you're concerned. Marty is in Highland Park. You're on the Score on a Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday. What's up, Marty?
Hi, fellas. With all due respect, I think you're missing the point. The issue isn't whether he runs too much. The issue is why he is running as much as he is, and that is he hasn't shown he's anything but a terrible passer.
No.
Will he develop? Maybe. I'm still waiting for Cade McNown to develop. But did you see the pass last week where Mooney broke free and it was a cinch touchdown and he overthrew him? Any starting quarterback in the NFL would have completed that.
Marty, Darnell Mooney put that on himself, said he was tired from the previous plays and he understood why Justin put it where he did. So that's just on that one play.
You've really not seen anything from Fields as a passer?
Terrible passer? Really?
He reminds me of Bobby Douglas. Check Bobby Douglas's records. He almost ran for 1,000 yards in a 12-game season.
Yeah,
and he was big and powerful, and he was a terrible quarterback because we don't play the single wing anymore, and I've seen nothing from him as a passer.
Okay, I don't
really on the whole, I've seen nothing that shows he's going to be generationally special.
Saying nothing as a passer and then generationally special as a passer, there's a large gap in there.
You're the one who said generationally special. I didn't use those terms. You did.
As a quarterback.
As a quarterback, as a producer.
A quarterback who can't pass is not generationally special.
He's not a quarterback who can't pass. That's way too simplistic, Marty.
Marty, what did you think of the?
What is simplistic about it?
I'll tell you
about it. He may develop. Right now, he is a terrible passer.
Did you watch the Jets game?
Yeah. Oh, he's better than Trevor Siemian. I can name you 4 Northwestern quarterbacks who are better than Trevor Siemian.
Well, I hope you can't do that. But my point is this, though, man. If he can score what he's been scoring, because the name of the game is putting points on the board. If he can score as many points as he has the last 5 or 6 weeks with this supporting cast that you just saw what it looked like when you removed him from the equation, what do you think it looks like when he has better players around him and, yes, he develops? What do you think it looks like? All it takes is a small amount of imagination on your part, Marty, and a small amount of projection to dream a little bit and think about what it might look like when he has his version of Mark Andrews or his version of A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
When you remove him from the equation and put in a fifth-rate quarterback, that's true. And he may
That's how it
develop
works
into a
in
great
the NFL
quarterback.
when you remove your starters. All of the backups are fifth-rate quarterbacks. There aren't 32 good ones.
Marty's been calling the score a long time, and I think he's smart enough to have a nuanced take. He just chooses not to because terrible passer and seen nothing is ludicrous. Think about him directing Montgomery on the sideline and hitting him perfectly on that dime. There's so many times, Marty, you're choosing to be a fool. That's your thing. It's fun sometimes.
Oh, anybody who disagrees with you is a fool. Okay.
No, Marty, I've just taken your calls for a decade or more. That's all.
Thank you, Marty.
Thank you, Marty.
I mean, I welcome the disagreement. I truly do. I just don't know how we can talk about Fields as a finished product as a passer with that pass protection and those pass catchers around him year one in the offense.
So many hit and run conversations with Marty I wish I had back.
Really?
So many.
Yeah.
Yeah. Long time guy.
Don is in his car. Don's on a Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on the Score. What up, Don?
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
Real quickly, number one, you're basically, Danny, you were bringing up the in defense of the whole thing about the scrambling quarterback has never won a Super Bowl. Justin Fields isn't a unicorn. There's going to be literally a dozen scrambling type quarterbacks under center in the next 2 to 3 years in the NFL starting. One of them's going to win with Super Bowl.
That's my whole point. Like, it's almost as if people don't watch the NFL. Anyone watch USC Notre Dame?
Caleb Williams going to be in the NFL.
He's going to be the number 1 pick in 2 years. My guess is that guy's going to be running around a little bit. Like,
the other thing is too, I was having an argument with Marty, who basically said Justin Fields is not only Super Bowl. Justin Fields is never going to win a playoff game. And I looked at him and I said, Rex Grossman won 3 playoff games, and you can't tell me that Fields is not better than Rex Grossman. You give him the people around him. You replenish that defense so they get some stops and get him the ball back. He's going to win.
I agree. Listen, I agree with that, and thank you for the call, Don.
Thank you.
The idea of listen, it might end up being Matt Stafford, man. It might. Ryan Poles might suck at his job. We don't know yet.
It's on him. You got to build a whole team.
He inherited Justin Fields from Ryan Pace. Ryan Poles might stink at this.
Mm-hmm.
Luke Getsy might leave. Luke Getsy might stay. Ryan Poles might be good. Ryan Poles might be bad. Justin Fields might get hurt. He might not. The other guys might get hurt. Maybe they'll have the quarterback and they won't have anything around them and they'll never win. It's possible. I'm not guaranteeing Super Bowls here, but I can't imagine watching what Fields has been able to produce, then seeing Fields removed from the equation, seeing what is left in terms of the production.
Yeah.
Knowing that they have all of these resources in the next year or two to add when Fields is still cheap, and not be like, well, I think that this is like a pretty good spot. It's a pretty good spot to develop around the quarterback.
It's pretty fun to realize that history just kind of keeps repeating and looping upon itself. Anybody read Dan Pompei today on The Athletic? He compared these Bears, this terrible Bears team, to the 1969 team that went 1-13. Rookie Bobby Douglas, to Marty's point, took over that year and was really good as a runner. Eventually, another quarterback took over, who was more of a passer, and that guy went to the Bengals with Bill Walsh, where Bill Walsh invented the West Coast offense for this guy, Virgil Carter. Point is, quarterbacks have been running forever, and sometimes it tilts towards the passing, and then it tilts back towards the running. And we're in a cycle. We're in a moment here. That's why these guys are everywhere, and more is coming, because it's a necessity with how good that athletes are, with how good defenses can be, how much you can be rushed and pressured and sacked. Somebody is going to break that record, to your point, because there are people on pace for it everywhere.
Seems fairly obvious to me. Every line is full right now. People, Team Marty, anti-Team Marty. It's crazy stuff. We'll talk to Jalen Johnson coming up at 5. A Bears Report with Mark Grody. Jose Abreu's an Astro, if you haven't got that news. And Darnell Mooney is headed to IR. That's the news of the day. Thanks for hanging out. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Bears lose. They fall to the Jets for their 5th straight loss. Keep it here for full reaction to the loss from all of our shows and team of Bears experts, along with your reaction too. Plus, we'll look to their next matchup when they take on the Packers back at Soldier Field. We're talking Bears here on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
World Cup is a really...
Mike was on, and then Jason decided to have fun with sound with Mike.
Well, did you see Paul Newman and Sally Field in Absence of Malice? Who's talking to me? Who? I don't think Oswald did that. I don't think he might have been in the plot, but I don't think he killed Kennedy. Oh, you're talking Bob the movie man. They're getting this new Cuban slugger, I guess, from Cuba. I don't know. Well, I don't know. We go there. I'd rather have McDonald's play Sunday. I don't think Cutler's ready yet. Well, hey. So is Paulie coming back, or did Frank say for sure? Frank? Who the hell is Frank? Have a nice Thanksgiving. Are you kidding? It's way beyond that. What about Eddie Murray and the Nutty Professors? Well, I'll see you on the golf course.
All right,
Happy Chinese New Year, Year of the Horse, right? What? Well, put Chris on for a minute. You know, I can't understand you guys. You know, it's like, jeez. Oh, gee, I don't know. Well, I don't either. I don't know. Am I talking to Bob? Hello there. Hello there, Bob. You ever try that new pizza yet? That one with the cheeseburger pizza yet?
No.
I think it's pretty good. I haven't tried it yet either. Yeah. Well, I'm up here. You know I'm in. What do you think about women's boxing and that? Women something. What church you go to? Are you crazy? I can't understand you. How do I wash the shirt? Do I wash it or do I dry clean it? Well, I think you should throw them away and just buy new stuff. All right. That's what I do. Pull the line drive. He was up in the air, and he pulled it from Jungle Jim.
What's wrong with my bull?
Huh?
What's wrong with my bull?
Look at that free shield. You know, I'm telling you, me and my brother were at Comiskey when they gave the Nellie Fox night. I don't know if any of you remember.
I think he needs psychiatric help.
And they brought in a sailboat and everything. You remember that?
When's Derek going to be ready for the playoffs?
Who?
Have a great day, Mike.
All right.
Good thing to establish, Matt.
I think so. Man, out of the woodwork, baby. Marty at Highland Park. Didn't know he was still around. Fun to hear from.
Thought he had left us?
Yeah, you never know.
Sure.
People die. It happens.
It sure does. Jalen Johnson will join us in 15 minutes. Can't get anything past this guy.
That's right, man.
Yeah. Haven't been confronted with it or anything recently. It's all good.
My bad.
Was mortality a thing?
Yeah.
Does that happen? One day you're here, one day the next day you're not?
Yeah, I felt bad about that reference.
Yeah, I believe you.
Wish that mortality came a lot sooner for me.
Oh. Yes. I was wondering where that was going.
Yeah, it just says a little real mean there.
Yeah. Good choice to point the
I wish I was dead.
Yeah,
I don't even want to be around anymore.
So we'll talk to Jalen Johnson coming up in 15 minutes. Eddie Jackson had everyone over for Thanksgiving. That's kind of nice.
I love that, man. I don't love that, man. I love that, man. I don't know, Eddie. But no, I think that's beautiful that Eddie's that guy. He's that veteran old head. How long has Eddie been here? 4 years?
The bread, what it is, the bread is in the pudding, whatever they say.
Yes, the bread pudding.
I want to know.
We'll ask if they had any. 312-644-6767. The idea of being concerned about the sustainability of Justin Fields, if he'll improve as a passer, if you can win big with a mobile running quarterback. It's all on the table here. Rocky is in Montana and is now on the score. What up, Rocky?
Hey, great to hear from you guys. I'm an old guy who moved out here years ago, and it's great to have the score on here. It keeps me up with Chicago, and I listen to meatballs like Rocky. I get to hear the old guys again.
You're Rocky.
Thanks, Rocky.
You got me?
Yep.
Yeah, no, we got you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I was out here in the neighborhood.
Yeah, Montana.
What's getting me most about this is these guys calling up about this. It's like, remember when Michael Jordan came to the Bulls? And people said he couldn't win because he was a ball hog, and they didn't recognize the talent. And if you looked at the roster of his first team, this is kind of where we're at. This is a long-term project. The team stinks. You've got to rebuild this. What we're looking for, he's only 23. Where is he 5 years from now? He's going to progress. He's going to get better. He has talent that's undeniable. If anyone can't see that, they're crazy.
Thank you, Rocky.
You know what? You know what's great about Rocky's reference is not just All right, Michael Jordan was pretty good at sports, and you hope Justin Fields is that good.
I would like the Bears to have their version of Michael Jordan at quarterback. That would be fun.
But he also brought up an example of a common trope that ended up being ridiculous and is now thoroughly obsolete. Because at the time, a shooting guard as your best player on a championship team was thought to be impossible.
Right.
And then everybody spent the next 30 years looking for the next Michael Jordan. People used to think you can't have an above-the-rim scoring point guard and be any good. And people would say, well, look at Allen Iverson. Well, he made an NBA final, and who knows if Derrick Rose would have, or Russell Westbrook made a couple NBA finals. You can't win an NBA championship shooting three-pointers as much as Steph and the Warriors do. Like these things are made to be broken as sports evolve.
Correct. And I think I also want to be clear, like, the hope is that he becomes Josh Allen or Pat Mahomes. You know, where Pat Mahomes breaks out his mobility every now and again, but he's such an unbelievable passer and arm talent that you don't really call a lot of designed runs because he can get 15 yards of play at times by throwing the ball through the air.
Isn't it funny that you bring up Pat Mahomes with the context of all these, and I don't even really think of him as a running quarterback anymore.
No,
because he's just like you want everybody to be able to run as much as he needs to run to create.
Yeah, because why would you do anything? Because there's the average pass play gains more yards than the average run play, especially when you've got Pat Mahomes' talent with Andy Reid calling and designing the plays, with those guys catching the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so obviously that's still like the hope. You know, if he becomes Lamar Jackson, where there still are questions about Lamar's consistency as a passer, at times over the course of years, it might get a little frustrating. But we're like so far away from that. And we haven't seen them in a window of contention. We haven't seen him in the playoffs once, much less 3 times like Lamar Jackson. We haven't gotten to the point of paying him yet. We haven't gotten to using first-round picks on offensive linemen and receivers and supporting cast help. And is he plateauing? Is he regressing? Like, everything is still just pointing up and potential for Justin Fields. We have no idea where he's going to be 10 games from now, 15 games from now.
No, we don't. He's a quick study, which is good. Think about all the things that he has had to learn this year in terms of leading with the other foot as he takes the ball from the center on every single play.
Yeah.
That changed. Dan Orlovsky told us about some of the specifics, not hopping around in the pocket, different things, minimizing the big arc that was in his throwing motion. Those things, if you're showing the ability to change those kind of things as you learn a new scheme and as you are explosive and put up points, then the sky is the freaking limit as to what can happen, and he will separate you.
We're comparing him to Michael Jordan right now, so the ceiling is the roof.
Oh, the ceiling is the roof.
The ceiling is the roof.
That is helpful, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Don on the West Side's on the score. What up, Don?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? Hey, so I was just wondering, like, why is all the complaints about the quarterback position? Like, we're just used to the creme de la creme of quarterback play, because if my recent memory serves me right, it's a litany of quarterbacks that I would rather not see in a Bears uniform ever again. And it's like, just because we have a scrambling quarterback, you can see where his pass production is coming in. It's just going to take time, man. Just because we fired our regime, just because we got a new quarterback, couple new faces, that don't make us a dynasty. It takes time. And then the guy said 5 years. The rebuild isn't even going to, in my opinion, I could be wrong, it's not going to take that long. Like, I mean, you can, if Holmes does everything correctly this offseason, the Bears, I'm not going to say contenders, but we'll be a playoff team again with more draft picks to build if we can get a high pick and trade back. So it's a business side to this, too, that Bears fans need to pay attention to. And I'm not going to use the word shut up because it's so rude and weird. We're just going to say be quiet, man. Just pay attention. All right, thank you.
No, Don, I love that call. I feel the same way. I just can't imagine going through your life of watching these quarterbacks play quarterback for the Bears, then seeing Justin Fields and being like, yeah, but let's talk about what he doesn't do.
Right.
Let's
move on. The sooner they move on from this guy, the better.
Yeah, he stinks. He's not a passer. He can't develop.
That is a commitment. That's why I felt like Marty is just committed to where he is.
Yeah.
And some of the cynics, the Justin Fields cynics or the Justin Fields haters, want to be there. Sometimes in sports, people choose to be there for those kind of realms.
And in life and in everything else.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate spot to be. And I'll reiterate, the most rushing attempts Steve Young ever had in a season was 76. Justin Fields has 122 in 11 games. It's a different sport.
It's a different game.
It's a different game. It's not a comp. It's a fun comp because he was a great running quarterback, but it's not in terms of like quantity, style of play. It's not a comp anymore.
Look, I'm just disappointed at the lack of support that this show has shown for me and my ideas. I had an idea. I wanted to have a QB2 party today for Trevor Siemian.
I think we are.
Is that what this
Did
is?
you go out and get balloons?
No.
And stuff for the party?
No, I did
I
not.
funded the QB1 party.
I would like to hear the sad Bear Down Chicago Bears song on a loop at the QB2 party.
Ugh.
Have some bottom shelf tequila maybe at the QB2 party. But I mean, this should be. I guess it's not very festive, a QB2 party, now that I talk about it.
No, it's
no fun at all. Kind of like the game yesterday.
Exactly. That's why we're talking about Justin Fields today. I've really enjoyed this show because we haven't talked about the game basically at all. It's been really, really nice because the only thing about that game that was relevant was the damn injuries. We will change that, though, when Jalen Johnson joins us. We'll talk about Eddie Jackson's Thanksgiving, his injury, the turf that they played on, finding out about the quarterback, the whole thing with Jalen Johnson next on The Score.
This is Horizon Therapeutics Bears Monday on The Score. An entire day of Bears Jets analysis from our team of Bears experts, including Brad Biggs, Tom Thayer, Dan Wiederer, Trent Dilford, and Jalen Johnson. Plus your reaction too. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Chicagoland.
Jalen Johnson, you're going to have Hurts, right? You're going to get to play Jalen Hurts later in the year. They're on your schedule. You're going to play Josh Allen later in the year with the Bills. They're on your schedule. How difficult and what do you do to game plan against a quarterback who can run like Justin Fields? There have not been many of them who can in the history of this league. How do you game plan it?
Well, first we need to address the fact that you're comparing Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen to Justin's running ability. That's the first question.
Okay, so are you saying that they are nowhere near as good as Justin? Is that what you're saying?
Running the ball, creating havoc, and scrambling. I don't think that's a question. Now they definitely do some really good things. They're definitely two really good quarterbacks, especially in Josh Allen. But if we're talking about just strictly running quarterback, I think there's probably only one other quarterback in this league that can do what Justin does, if not better. And I feel like that's Lamar Jackson. But anybody else, I feel like there's definitely some levels to it. But like I said, those other guys are still definitely good quarterbacks, just not comparing to Justin in that aspect.
Okay, fair enough. Noted. I love when you check me on my absurdity. But the premise of the quarterback who can do both. How difficult is it to game plan a Lamar Jackson type then?
Now that's difficult. Of course, you can't have too many situations where everybody's back is to the quarterback. I mean, when he runs, it's not like it's just going to be a quick scramble and then he just getting out of bounds. Like, nah, it can turn from, just break the pocket to now, like you've seen Justin 60-yard touchdown. You can see those type of guys take it the distance. So, I mean, there's definitely some times where you got to put it into the defense where there's somebody spying him, there's some zone, there's different things that you have to account for. You can't just not account for him and play 10 on 11. You definitely got to count him dang near as a running back and a real running threat.
670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score!
This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
This is where you really miss Jalen Johnson.
Jalen Johnson.
Johnson knocked it out.
Jalen Johnson with the Charles Tillman-style peanut punch.
He's definitely balling, man.
Starting cornerback for your Chicago Bears.
We be busting them.
Takes you inside the locker room after every Bears game.
Late throws. Corey Davis can't bring it in. Coverage from Jalen Johnson.
And just recognize how they played in that first series. He's going to push you to the outside, but they want to get these short timing routes, these quick throws. So a nice job by Jalen Johnson, not biting on anything to the outside and having the ability to get back inside with tight coverage.
Jalen Johnson with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Jalen Johnson, always kind enough to join us after Bears games. He's also on Twitch. Just search 670 The Score to watch our conversation with Jalen. He's brought to you by global biotech company Horizon Therapeutics, where science and compassion work together to transform lives. On the Circa Resort and Casino hotline, Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Jalen, thanks for the time as always. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, boss. How you doing?
Doing well, doing well. Were you at Eddie Jackson's house for Thanksgiving?
Nah, I didn't make it over there. I was going to go over there and pick up a plate, but I made my own Thanksgiving this year, so I had to get going and start cooking, and that took a little longer than expected.
Oh, what? How did it go? Had you ever made Thanksgiving for yourself before?
I'm gonna say no. I made some of the pieces though, so I mean, like I made mac and cheese before. I made some green beans before, mashed potatoes and all that. The ham, I just picked up one from Honey Baked Ham, so it was kind of already made. Just had to heat it up. What else did I have? I made some chicken.
Chicken. It's turkey.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of. I mean, I'm the type of guy. I'm not gonna try to do some or try to just buy some turkey just because it's Thanksgiving. Like, nah, I only can eat a select few people's turkey, and I wasn't fortunate enough to get it this year. So I was like, nah, I'm gonna just go with some chicken or something.
How many people were you cooking for?
It was only like 3 of us total.
Okay.
Did you see your daughter? We were wondering if you had a chance to see your daughter, if she was in town by any chance.
Nah. She'll be out here in a little bit. Well, I'll be back in Cali in a little bit during the bye week. So she didn't make it out.
I got you. But man, so that's a professional football player who had a practice on a Wednesday and made Thanksgiving on a Thursday.
Who can't change the battery in his smoke alarm.
But he can cook. He can cook, apparently.
You contain multitudes, Jalen.
Hold on. I need you guys to put your face on this Zoom meeting so I feel like we talking face to face.
Okay.
Because you taking shots.
Can you not see us?
No. I don't like when I can't see you guys.
We can see you.
I thought we were on the Zoom.
Oh, we're on Twitch, but okay. So I'm sorry, but yeah, we're gonna take shots, Jalen.
There you are. Now I can start to see you.
Okay, all right, good. How was the food? Do you feel good about what you put out?
Oh, definitely. I feel real good about it. It's almost all gone now. So I mean, between 3 people, had 2 things of containers full of mac and cheese, had some mashed potatoes, all the chicken I think is gone now. Finishing the ham off. The green beans is on its last straw, so definitely pretty good.
All right, well, good job, good work. Bummer you weren't able to make it over to Eddie's. Pretty cool that he hosted the whole team. That's a great display of leadership. But then, of course, you guys play the game, and he gets hurt. How's he doing?
I mean, it seems like he's doing good. Always in high spirits and things like that. I feel like the injury wasn't as bad as we initially. Well, I initially thought. So I mean that's good to hear, and just his recovery process moving forward. But I mean he's in good spirits. I mean at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's reality now, and I know he's going to attack his rehab and whatever he needs to do to get back. Whether that's this year or next year, I have no doubt that Eddie's going to be prepared for whenever he's healthy again.
You know, you've talked a lot about leadership with us this year. We've enjoyed those conversations, and with Robert Quinn gone. With Roquan gone, you've talked about you stepping up a little bit. And for those of us who've been here and watched Eddie's entire career, it's obvious how much he has put into this season on the field, and it sounds like he's done that off the field as well as a leader, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, just trying to get back to doing some more things, like you said, having team things at his house. I mean, as a defense, we were going to his house almost every Thursday and just getting together and just having a meal, watching the Thursday night games, whatever it may be. Going out, just spending more time and being with each other more often is something that he wanted to initiate more this year, and some felt like it was something that he could have did a better job at. He definitely did that for sure, and I feel like it's kind of been a reason why us as a defense, I mean, I'm as a team as well, but specifically us as a defense has stayed so tight-knit, and guys not pointing fingers and guys being able to stay united through the ups and the downs of this season.
Have you ever been through a season in a stretch like this, Jalen?
Ooh, I want to say so. Yeah, I want to almost say last year we went on a 7-game losing streak or 6-game losing streak, and we ended up turning it around. I want to say after that Thanksgiving game we played against Detroit, and then it was kind of patchy here and there. We won some games, pulled some games off towards the end of that season. So it's definitely something that sadly isn't too foreign for me, but it's definitely not something I'm trying to get used to by any means. So definitely still trying to figure out ways. I mean, we still got, I think it's 5 games left. So, I mean, hopefully just trying to pull off as many wins as we can in these last few games.
Yeah, I guess I worded the question poorly. I meant more like from the defensive side of the ball. You know, it's been fair. Mike White comes in and has an absolutely monstrous, record-setting day. You had that pass breakup in the game. They said on the broadcast that's the first PBU that the Bears have had in 3 weeks. Like that's a crazy stretch for this defense, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it definitely hasn't been what we wanted it to be. But I mean, at the end of the day, I know one thing I can't hang my hat on is that guys are fighting 100%. We're fighting for each other. We're fighting for our families, fighting for the team, and things just haven't gone our way. And I feel like that's just sometimes what goes on in this league. I mean, it's not anything that is effort isn't being put out or nobody's trying or things like that. I mean, it's just one of those things where our car just isn't being pulled the right way, and we're not really, the things just aren't really falling our way. I would say.
You're one of 5 guys, Jalen Johnson, who played every snap on defense yesterday. You want that? You want that every week? You want to be out there every snap every week?
Honestly, I don't know anything less than that. I feel like the only time I will come out is in the big boy personnel and they're on the goal line and there are no receivers in the game. Then that's when I wouldn't mind sneaking out.
And 7 tackles yesterday, and that pass defended. That amazed us. That was the first one in 3 weeks. You keep tabs on pass breakups. You keep tabs on your stats for stuff like that.
Nah, I wouldn't say I keep tabs on it. I definitely know it's been a while since I've got my hands on the ball outside of that fumble recovery, but definitely something that I know hasn't came too often this year, but that's not something I keep tabs on.
How was that turf, man? I mean, it like a slit film turf. That's there's only 6 stadiums left that have it, and they're not going to have it next year. So what was that like for you?
I mean, honestly, I'm used to kind of playing on turf, playing on grass field, doing the transition between both. So, I mean, really, my body has been fortunate enough not to really be affected by the turf and things like that. So, I mean, for me, it doesn't make a difference, grass or turf.
Does Eddie think that's what led to his injury?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I feel like it may have played a factor into it. I mean, being on that turf, it's a lot harder surface. The ground isn't given and things like that. So, I mean, your body definitely pays the price being on the turf. So, I mean, it can be a factor in it for sure.
Do you think, I mean, it seemed like from the quotes in the newspaper and all of that there were guys on the team they're kind of pissed about it, that I think the head of your guys' player union came out and spoke out against it. It doesn't seem to bother you very much. Is it a thing that bothers players?
Oh, 100%. I thought there's been plenty of injuries that I thought we can date back to and kind of see some non-contact injuries that have happened on turf. I feel like numerous numbers ahead of the injuries that have happened on grass in terms of the non-contact injuries and things like that. And I feel like that's kind of what went into Eddie's injury, just the surface. I feel like it wasn't going back watching it. It's not like he planted wrong or he like rolled his ankle or something like that. It was something, just a routine break, and his foot gave out at the end of the day. So I feel like it's really one of those things for players that there are less contact injuries on, or less non-contact injuries on grass fields, protecting, I feel like, feet, ankles, knees, and different things like that are more beneficial for players being on grass.
We're talking to Jalen Johnson here, Parkins and Spiegel on the score. What about the other guys in your secondary that weren't out there? You know, Brisker and Gordon, how they doing?
That's honestly a good question. Just trying to see. I mean, it's something that concussions aren't easy really to tell. Like, you can be yourself and then you go outside or you're in a certain light or you hear something and it kind of set some things off. So, I mean, as far as I know, I feel like they're progressing. They're starting to move around a little more. But in terms of the accuracy of really how they're doing, I feel like it's really day to day.
So they were ruled out during the week, and not even to talk about those guys specifically, but like concussions just has to be a thing that you guys live with as football players. Does it concern you?
No, I feel like it's really something that we've all known since we were little kids playing the game. That it's a brutal sport. It's a very physical sport, very demanding of your body. So I feel like at times there are going to be some things where, I mean, injuries are just going to happen, whether it's to the body, whether it's the ankle, whether it's a finger or hand, whatever it may be. I feel like we've kind of took it on and know that there are opportunities for injuries, and concussions are one of the main injuries of the sport.
All right, so I mean this with all due respect. You guys are crazy people, aren't you? Like, football players, you guys are nuts, man.
I wouldn't want my finger to be hurt, much less anything else.
What you are willing to do, what you're willing to put at risk. Is it exciting, this idea, this like, I'm not going to get hurt, you're going to get hurt, to an opponent, like that physical part of it? Like, how do you get in the mindset to put yourself at risk all the time like that, Jalen?
How do you get in mind? I mean, honestly, I feel like it's something that players don't necessarily think about, like, in terms of going into the game, like, oh, I'm not trying to get hurt. It's like, nah, like, I mean, there are certain times where you see something and be like, okay, like, that may not be like the best way to attack a situation from an injury standpoint. I feel like if you see a lineman come in or D lineman tackling a running back, you're not just going into that pile head first. Like, that's not, I don't think that would be something you consider doing based on the injuries. But if I really, like, you just play. I mean, you just go out there and you play the hardest and fastest way you know how, of trying to get your job done. And I feel like sometimes there are injuries that come from that, but I feel like it's really more so something that you just are used to playing ball. I feel like it's not something new for us. I mean, I feel like the guys who played it have played it for years and years, so it's not even something that you just think, oh yeah, like, well, I know I could get hurt. Like, nah, I'm gonna go out here and just make plays, and whatever comes from that comes from that.
Yeah, I feel bad for Darnell Mooney, who we now got official word he's out for the year. Have you seen him around? What are his spirits like? If you've had a chance to see him?
No, I haven't. I didn't get to see him today, but I mean, he's a soldier as well. I mean, I talked to him yesterday after the game and just went in there and checked on him. He just kind of had a smile on his face. Hey man, like, I'm good, man. Don't come over here like with all this negativity. Like, man, I'm good. But that's just who Mooney is. And Mooney always gonna have a smile on his face. He's always gonna bounce back. He's always gonna fight. So I mean, really, just throughout this process, I know that's how he's gonna look at it. That's how he's gonna attack it. He's gonna be grateful. He's gonna have gratitude, but he's also gonna get in there and he's gonna work and try to get better each and every day.
Jalen, one of the things we've talked about on the show a lot today, because they talked about it a lot on the game broadcast, frankly, was, and it fits in with what we're talking about, injuries right now. They were talking about running quarterbacks and your quarterback, Justin Fields, and how many rushing attempts he has and the fact that he got hurt. And, like, if what he's doing is sustainable and if you can win big with a quarterback who plays like he does. I certainly know how I felt about it. I'm curious how you feel about that being a question.
And they were questioning the sustainability.
Yeah, if it's sustainable, if you can win a Super Bowl with a running quarterback, that sort of thing.
Win a Super Bowl with a running quarterback. I'm gonna say so. Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to win with a running quarterback. I feel like it gives you better options. But as far as sustainability, I feel like that goes into having a balance. I feel like you can be a running quarterback. That doesn't mean that you're trying to run people over every play. That doesn't mean that you're not being smart as well. There's definitely a balance to it. There's times where I feel like quarterbacks, non-running quarterbacks, run and they trying to throw their hat in there and trying to make the winning play. And I feel like nobody says anything about that. So I feel like at the end of the day, the running quarterbacks are trying to make winning plays. But I feel like at the end of the day, too, there's a time, there's a place. And I feel like that also goes into the coach is putting him in certain positions. I mean, you're just not trying to go QB dive every play.
Right.
But I feel like there's definitely some ways that you can have him run and still protect him, and things like that. But I feel like that just more so comes down to the quarterback being smart and the offensive coordinator putting him in certain positions.
And they seem to be knowledgeable about that, trying to take care of Justin when they can, trying to get him on the edge and have him slide and stuff. Are you noticing that? You noticing the offense concerned about that kind of thing, just in case?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's just something kind of natural. Like the hits on the edge aren't as hard as coming straight down the middle and taking some of the hits that the running backs take. I feel like in the open field, those hits aren't the same as linebackers coming in, plugging holes, and D linemen grabbing quarterbacks and slamming them to the ground. Like I feel like getting guys on the edge are a little more controlled at an angle. And really, I feel like the worst thing after that is just so the fall, protecting the fall. But I mean, really, I don't think it would be smart for anybody to just punish their quarterback and just run them up the middle like that. They definitely got to give them some space.
When you're on defense and there's a quarterback who can really run, does it affect the way that you do your job? Like, are you thinking sometimes, all right, I'm running down the field with my guy, but I got to worry that quarterback might extend the play or might scramble, and I got to turn around and go get him? Does that enter your mind with certain guys?
No, I'm not thinking about turning around and going to go get the quarterback when I'm covered. I feel like the only thing that it affects my job, I feel like, is it extends plays. You may be on the first route, but then it also is going to turn into 2 or 3 more routes after that. So that definitely makes your job a lot harder as a corner shoe. It's already hard covering one route and maybe a double move, and now I got to cover 1 move to 3 moves to 4 moves to 5 moves, and then those can normally turn into big plays after that. So, I mean, really just trying to stay focused on my guy and stay locked in on that.
So was also looking back today for something else for the show, and I just stumbled upon this, Jalen, at your draft class at the 2020 draft. And I talk about Draymond Green sometimes on the Warriors. He can remember all 34 players in order who were picked in front of him. I have no idea if you're wired the same way, but there's some interesting names right around you in the draft. Do you know who was taken one spot in front of you?
No, I don't remember.
Your new teammate, Chase Claypool.
Got it. I knew he was second round somewhere, but I didn't know that.
Okay, so then do you know the guy who's taken right behind you? I'm going to assume the answer is no.
No, that answer is yes. Trayvon Diggs, Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, so you knew. Okay,
that one he knows.
So you knew that one. Do you have? Is that like a competition? You guys banter back and forth, have any relationship?
No, I mean, not really that. I just know. So I know more of the DBs that were taken, and I also know too that it was coming out. It was a thing because my best friend, he's a big Dallas Cowboys fan. He's like, man, almost one pick. Like we got Trayvon, but we were one pick away from getting you. Everybody thought I was going to the Cowboys, so I know that. But I definitely know where majority of the DBs were taken.
Is it something that you look at and you're like, man, I'm better than that guy?
Nah, it's not. It's for me. It's not about that. I think it's just more so opportunities and fit when it comes to the drafting.
Oh, okay, interesting. So, but you guys went through the draft process together, so that's why you know the other guys at your position.
Oh, right, for sure.
Okay, and then you talked about trying to get wins the rest of the season. You know, it's such a week-to-week league. You got the Packers this week. It's been a tough stretch. I'm curious what the message is internally. Like, what is left to play for? What is motivating you guys the rest of the season?
I mean, really, I feel like the message has been the same from the first loss to this loss. And I feel like nothing has really changed. I feel like every week it's always been about getting better. Every week it's been about executing. Every week it's about being good or better in situational ball. So I mean, I feel like the message really for us hasn't changed. I feel like at some point for the individual players, we got to find our own deep motivation. We got to find our own thing that's going to keep pulling us to come out to practice and practice the right way. We got to find our own itch that's going to make us turn up that switch even more. I feel like it's just something that as a professional and as a competitor, you just got to keep finding a way to keep fighting. I feel like that we have plenty of motivation on our team from just playing for each other, playing for our families, just really just trying to make a name and to continue to make plays for ourselves. And I feel like everybody has a resume to fill up. And I feel like at the end of the day, our film is our resume. So I feel like you can soak in the losing and everything, whatever other factors people want to put into it. But at the end of the day, your tape is your resume. So I feel like for everybody on our team, we're trying to add good things to our resume and continue to make the plays that we're expected to make, really. And then I feel like the win is what everybody's shooting for. But, I mean, I feel like it is what it is. So far, we just got to keep finding a way.
Jalen, I gave a little sky point. I don't know if you could see us when you were talking about it. You said honey baked ham. I went and picked ours up. I picked ours up the other day and had it for Thanksgiving. I don't know what they put on the outside of that. It might be crack. I don't know. It's just so good.
It's a little glaze, a little candy glaze.
Oh, they know what they're doing, don't they? My goodness.
So I'm curious, did you guys cook Thanksgiving?
No, I sat on my ass, had other people cook, and watched football and drank.
So you were talking about me and my chicken, and you didn't cook anything.
Well, he was talking about your chicken.
I was just questioning the chicken as opposed to the turkey, but you're loud.
I'm gonna let you answer and see if you cook too.
Oh boy!
I'm gonna go ahead and see what.
Did you cook, Spigs?
Jalen, I picked up the ham. I drove all the way to the ham store.
Did you cook?
Yeah, actually, I did. I helped with various things.
Oh, he didn't cook, Jalen.
But I didn't
That's
mix
crazy.
it. I know.
He's downplaying my efforts in making chicken, and you didn't cook anything.
It was more the selection of the chicken. But no, you're right. You're 100% correct.
Yeah, we're children.
Yeah.
We're immature.
What's the most delicious thing that you cooked? Like if you were going to cook something for us, like have us over maybe. Just an idea.
Yeah, we're on our way by making fun of him to getting that invite any day now.
What was the best thing you cooked?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like I would honestly say everything I made was good. I don't think there was anything I was just okay. Like this is it. Like this one specific item. I can't say the ham because I didn't make the ham.
Right.
So I would really say the mac and cheese was good. The green beans were good. The mashed potatoes were really good. The chicken, I mean, it was chicken, but
chicken was chicken.
All right. Well, listen, if you do feel like inviting us over, just so you know, you can cook anything you want, and I'll pick up the ham. I'll go to the ham store myself and get you a nice big ham, sir.
Okay, for sure. Well, as long as you bring something to the table, I might have to bring some rolls too or something. Bring some plates.
Can I bring the paper plates, the paper towels, maybe a bottle of wine?
They got rolls.
You can bring the dessert too. Add some dessert today.
All right,
we'll bring all of it.
I'll bring the dessert.
For sure.
Jalen, Packers week. We will talk to you after the game. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one.
All right.
Thank you, Jalen.
Thank you. That is Jalen Johnson after he cooked Thanksgiving and then called us out for not cooking our own Thanksgiving.
Called us out.
Yeah, he calls us out.
So right, he nailed it.
He didn't like it.
No, I didn't.
I took the shot at the smoke detector and the cooking.
Yeah,
and
he's like, wait a minute.
I can't even see you guys.
Get on the Zoom. It's ridiculous. Man's
He's
allowed
not wrong.
to make himself chicken.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. An update on the injuries, what Matt Eberflus had to say in an open locker room. Sounds like a Bears report with Mark Grody next on The Score.
Bears lose again. That's 5 in a row if you're counting. I stopped a long time ago. They fell to the Jets, and the losing streak continues. David Haugh here from the Mully and Haugh Show. Mornings 5:30 to 10. Keep it right here for full reaction to the loss and all of our shows and team of Bears experts. Of course, we'll have your reaction too. Plus, we'll look to the next match.
I came back in to work with Adam Haugh yesterday, and on the bar outside of the studio here, I saw your chicken carcass. It was still there. 23 hours, maybe 22 hours after you did your chicken devouring. And what the hell, man? What the hell? Why didn't you throw your chicken carcass away?
As we finished the show on Monday, I was about done with the chicken. Gabe Ramirez walked into the studio. I'm about to throw it away. I asked Gabe was, gazing at the chicken, looking hungry. I believe he began to drool at one point.
He was admiring the chicken.
I said, well, Gabe, do you
want
to try some of this before I get rid of it?
It wasn't very voluptuous.
It was, as you said Monday, it was very voluptuous. He said he wanted to have some chicken. I said, all right, I'll leave you a knife and a fork, and I left the chicken right there.
That is new information.
I left it in the care of my good friend Gabe.
Because... So what the hell is Gabe doing? Because what
Who was
happened
on overnights that night? Perhaps he passed it along to the overnight person? I don't know.
You think there was a chain of command for the chicken?
Could have been. I don't know. Was Studs on overnights or something that night? I'm not sure.
Because it ended up lasting all the way to the morning, right?
Yeah, it did. Dustin brought it out of the studio when he got in there because he thinks that it's his responsibility to clean for Mully and Haugh, and I don't know why it's his responsibility. I don't clean for you guys. So I'll point a thumb that, hey, I should have checked in with Ant or at least reminded him, hey, we don't have busboys here. If you're done with the chicken, go ahead and throw the chicken out on your way.
Yeah.
I didn't do that, but there's no way it should have lasted all the way to Dustin.
It's crazy.
There just isn't.
And then Dustin was complaining about it.
So I decided, first I thought, maybe I will put this in Shane's workspace and leave it there as a reminder to maybe clean
Bad
up.
idea. Is that what you did?
I did not.
Bad
No,
idea.
I decided to be a little bit of an adult,
Good
and
for you.
I put it on the bar instead, outside of here, and left it there. And then I took a picture of it, and I sent it to Shane, and I said, not cool. So then Shane blamed the next two producers
He
for
didn't
not
do that.
cleaning up. Then he blamed Anthony Herron for not cleaning up. Then Tannehill had an issue that I put it on the bar and just didn't throw it out myself. And then Haugh said, yeah, that sounds like something Dustin would do. I mean, I've met Adam Haugh like 2 times. And you'd think at this point, based on current events and past events, that maybe, you shouldn't just run your lips.
Well,
Really?
that was for Adam Haugh?
Okay.
Saying Haugh shouldn't. Wow. Dustin's got to go all over.
Yeah,
that.
first
That
of all,
wasn't excessive at all.
Wow.
Dustin is a liar. He texted me when we talked about the chicken in transition at 2:08. He texted me, Anthony chicken out on bar. And I said, yeah, no idea why he didn't throw it away instead, but now we know why.
Uh-huh.
And Dustin said, yeah, not cool to find this morning.
Oh.
Just throw it away, Dustin.
I mean,
send me a picture of it.
You precede yourself with your reputation.
Can I ask a question, though?
fastidious
Of all the
individual.
things you just said.
About cleaning, I mean,
can't
the
believe you
fact
went
that
there.
it's an issue that
But-
there's a half-eaten chicken left in the on-air studio.
why-
Shame on me.
Why didn't you just throw it away?
Because I mean, again,
A statement needed to be made.
why is it my job? I mean, it's not my job to throw it away. It's my job to clean up the studio. But I mean, like, as an example, Dave Wanstedt might have left a coffee cup behind. I make sure I get that out of the way for Dan and Lawrence. They don't want to
But you
come in
throw
and
it
sit-
away. You don't put it on a
No,
bar.
because
Sit.
I was doing, but it's my job to clean up after
Yeah.
the morning show.
Right.
I'm part of the morning show.
We're pretty tidy.
Yeah, we must exhaust him with our filth.
I mean, I have a lot of paper sometimes spread out, but I don't really have a lot of leftover.
I'm going to
food
need
or
a
drink.
sponge bath as soon as we're off the air today.
I'd like to be fanned.
The police of 670 The Score.
Afternoons on The Score.
A Bears Report with Mark Grody, brought to you by global biotech company Horizon Therapeutics, where our mission to transform patients' lives is personal. Grody, I feel like we could do this entire report on injuries, which is not great.
That is true, and we got some updates on the injuries today, Parkins, including Darnell Mooney. This is basically a confirmation, but in the words of Bears head coach Matt Eberflus, likely to have surgery, and he's going to be done for the season. Again, that's the way Eberflus put it. He said he does still have to see the doctor again before they confirm this and go with it, but it's a pretty safe bet that Darnell Mooney's season is over. As for Eddie Jackson and the foot injury, according to Matt Eberflus, he still has to get another update with the doctor, still check in, not willing to say that it is season ending, and the fear is in our circles, Bears media beat, is that the fear is that it is an Achilles. He was asked directly if it was an Achilles, and Eberflus kind of just passed it off and saying, we're gonna find out and we're gonna see it. And I did hear Jalen Johnson talking about Eddie Jackson, which was fascinating.
Yeah, saying not as bad as they thought.
Well, that perked me up. I'm like, I'm getting on my keyboard, getting ready to tweet it out. But then he says whether he is back this year or next year, I know Eddie's going to be fine. He put that caveat, and it was almost something.
Well, but that can
really
still be
solid.
good, right? Like, I mean, if it's not an Achilles, but it's a 6-week injury,
Or if it's a strained Achilles, not a torn Achilles.
and so he misses the rest of the season, but doesn't require surgery and a long rehab process over the offseason,
Yeah. And I do think, even for a veteran like Eddie Jackson in this weird Bears season where losing is okay, I do think it would suck to lose him. Obviously you're not going to do anything to resurrect the record, but it's been such a good season for Eddie Jackson, and a guy that I feel like has earned a future spot on this team. The coaching staff loves Eddie Jackson. Talk about buy-in to the hits principle. He stands for, or has stood, at least in this season, for everything that they believe in. So that injury is going to bug the Bears if he does miss some games.
He had his hands on another ball yesterday, almost had another pick.
Yep.
He also did get bounced off of, I think it was Garrett Wilson, unless it was Elijah Moore, I forget, somebody bounced off him, got an extra 15, 20 yards. But overall, in terms of tackling, he's been much more aggressive and physical and finishing tackles this year. You could tell he's gone harder.
Absolutely. I mean, we are seeing there were so many times in the past couple of years where when Eddie Jackson was the last resort tackler, we just didn't, when it was him against whomever, one-on-one, we would see him just kind of look like just phone it in. And this year, in those exact same scenarios, it is the opposite. I mean, he's been imperfect this year in that regard, but so much better than he had been in the past couple of years. I don't know why exactly. If it is truly the buy-in to this system, maybe he thinks I'm getting a little bit older. Maybe he's thinking about playing for another contract. I don't know if all of that goes in, but he has played better. And I will say this: he has been. Eddie Jackson has always been pretty good with the media, but he's been more available this year than I think he's been really since 2018.
So, Justin Fields, do we know whether he's going to play this week? No. Do we know if he's getting closer to the 3 things that Matt Eberflus said he needs to check off? What'd you learn?
Well, we learned from Matt Eberflus that Fields is officially still day-to-day. Here was my follow-up to that.
Is part of the decision process there, do you guys think about the fact that there is a bye week after the Green Bay game, or is it truly day-to-day? If he feels good, he's going to play against Green Bay?
Yeah, it's truly that. It really is. He's feeling better, and like I said yesterday, and we'll see where he is on Wednesday. He's got 48 hours here to heal up, until Wednesday, and then we'll see where it is from there. But if he's ready to go 100%, like I said last week, to protect himself, and play the way he does, and perform the way he does, and the doctors clear him, Ryan and I say he looks good and he feels good about it, then it's a green light.
Are you optimistic that the second week will have given him enough time to recover?
Well, I'm always optimistic, but I would just say that we'll see where it is on Wednesday.
Yeah, so using a reporter's question against him. They shouldn't say publicly that the bye week matters, but of course the ability to get 3 weeks of rest and only miss 2 games is a factor there. But he's right. If Fields can play, they should play him because winning and not winning, but like development and experience matters. They care about the winning, but like they're going to play him when they made the decision to not put him on IR. They're going to play him as soon as he's healthy, right? Whether it's this week or after the bye, they're going to play him as soon as they can.
Yeah, and part of me actually believed him in saying that. I know some people have been skeptical about that when he says that, and it's just a ruse and he's not going to play until after the bye. But I asked that question, and he never said at any point in time, yeah, that's everything. It's all possible. We're talking about everything. He didn't even acknowledge the possibility of sitting. If he thinks he can go, if Justin Fields thinks he can go, he is going to play. And Justin Fields did not think he could play the game without hurting himself last week because he was, as Spiegel said at the beginning, one of the three things that had to be right, that had to come up positive, was that Justin Fields had to feel like he could play. So if on Wednesday Justin Fields feels better and then on Thursday he's feeling close to 100%, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that the guy plays against Green Bay on Sunday.
I'll tell you what, if Justin Fields is playing, then this really is Super Bowl week. Then the Super Bowl is on. We're going to be on remote on Friday. We're going to have an impromptu media day with international questions.
Can I be the guest speaker? It would be, I'll
absolutely. I'll find a band. I'll get some kind of band for halftime. I mean, let's go, Groats.
Oh, that would be so great.
It's the best we got, man.
Right, and it would require Aaron Rodgers playing as well. Because there's going to be some question marks about him.
Fields against Jordan Love would be pretty fun.
I agree.
That would be.
Yeah. You look at a possible harbinger of the next decade. Let's go.
Hey, how much are you guys, by the way, looking forward to December 18th when it's Justin Fields against Jalen Hurts, the Bears and the Eagles, watching what the Hurts did in terms of he looked like Justin Fields on some of those. What do you have, 100 yards in the first half?
And it's here, all Bears home games in December. So yeah, Bears-Eagles here is going to be something.
I mean, and the dream of him developing as a passer and becoming Josh Allen. We got the Bills in town.
We got both those back to back.
Oh, see, there's so much to watch.
Listen, as long as Justin Fields is playing, I'm a 10 out of 10 excited for a Bears game. Justin Fields is not playing, I really
gotta tell you,
could do a lot more with my time.
The reasons to not talk hockey just keep piling up. You know what I mean? Everything's coming up, Danny.
So, guys, what does this season then mean? The Bears are 3-9. Matt Eberflus was asked that question.
Man, how important are the actual results of the games right now, the wins and losses, versus the big picture process of what you guys are trying to do?
No, I think it's what you're measured on. You're measured on the wins and losses. But we always say that the performance is the performance, the score is the score, and then we got to learn from it. So the win and loss matters. It does matter. That's why you're in the business, to win and lose games, right? You're here to win it. And when you come up short, or when you win, you have to look at the positives and look at the things you got to correct to get better. And I do think we are getting better. Obviously the second half yesterday we had a lot of injuries and some other things happened, but I can see progress every single week in our football team, and we're excited about building this young football team.
About that number 2 pick.
Right, that's a guy not being judged by wins and losses this year. He might be eventually, but he is not being judged by wins and losses this year.
I was going to say, if he was being judged by wins and losses this year, people would be talking about his job. So,
right,
and Alan Williams, the Bears defensive coordinator for that matter, everybody is getting a pass. And there's been people who have critiqued Matt Eberflus and Alan Williams for that matter, but for the most part, everybody's like, yeah, you really don't have the personnel to do your job.
So what happened in the locker room, Grody? What did we get from players
this
week?
That DeAndre Houston Carson, a rarity on the mic, but he said something pretty poignant about some of the non-contact injuries the Bears, including Eddie Jackson, suffered at the Jets. And we know that the Jets and Giants stadium is known. It does. I have walked on it. It has bad turf. And this is what DHC is saying about that.
I don't know all the science and all that stuff behind turf and grass and whatnot, but I know that even before the game, kind of making breaks, my joints were feeling achy and wasn't really feeling good. So I think they got to do something to figure it out. I don't know what that is, but no, you're good.
Does that make you nervous at all going out into a game? Because you can't think about that while you're in the game, but going into a game, feeling like like, hey, this doesn't feel totally solid under my feet?
Right. No, I wouldn't say nervous. I mean, there's been times before a game where, like, I don't have it today, you know. Like, as far as my body, I'd say at the end of the day, you got a job to do, and you just got to, you know, no one cares what the surface is when they turn the tape on and evaluate you.
Man, I love that dude. He's not a starting safety in the NFL, but he's a great special teamer and a good depth guy. Did he have the best hit of the year yesterday, by the way? He hit Garrett Wilson at one point, just destroyed him. And it might have been the best, cleanest hit of the entire year. Remember, this town used to like that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
DeAndre Houston Carter.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one.
Oh, God. So did the league. The league used to like hitting, too, Spiegel.
You're right.
At one point in time.
You're
But,
right.
Yeah, man, DHC is always solid. He is what you call a professional football player. I mean, the way he comports himself in the locker room
That checks out.
before the games, all of like watching his routine before games is rather exhausting.
Good beard, too.
Yeah.
What does he do before games?
Well, it's just a very long process of getting ready. Like, he brings out a few like exercise props and kind of goes through the like the steps, and in terms of like, I don't even know what you call it. It's like this mat
Exercise.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's like a mat with squares in it. And you got to hit all the squares, sort of like a limited hopscotch game, I guess I'll call it.
Yeah,
but yeah, he's out there the earliest typically, and he just goes through this whole routine for like about a half an hour, and it is exhausting looking.
I want you to play hopscotch with DHC, Mark Grody.
Oh my God! If I asked him to do that, he would be like, huh, "What?
Oh, can I play?"
Yeah,
it's not a game.
Totally
I'm working out.
You guys want to hear from Cole Kmet?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
from Cole Kmet. So everybody's talking about draft order number 2 right now. So I brought that issue to Cole Kmet.
What do you think when you hear or see people talking about draft position for the Bears?
Yeah, I don't really care about that. I mean, for me, I'm trying to go out and win every week. I don't care about the draft picks. That's for the front office. You know, for me, like, I don't care if we have the first pick or the 32nd pick in this upcoming draft. You know, my focus is on winning games, and you know, that's my job. You know, each and every week.
Aaron Rodgers to play or not?
Yeah, let's bring it on. You know, I mean, why wouldn't you? You know, he's the staple of their franchise, and you know, to get an opportunity to go beat him, you know, it would always be a good feeling. So yeah, I would, you know, like to see Aaron out there for sure.
Bears.
That is how. Like, I get why you asked him, Grody, because it's a story that Bears fans are talking about.
And Cole's from Arlington Heights.
Yeah, so he is a Bears fan.
Exactly.
But there are fan stories and team stories. Like, you know what I mean? Every player and coach is trying to win and should try to win.
Of course. And yeah, I mean, the idea of tanking to a player that completely misses them, because they are out here trying to make a living and trying to make money.
Yeah, their career could end in the next game.
Exactly. So if like talk of that, they probably just shake their heads. And if a coach or a GM even indicated to a player that that's what was going on, I promise you they would say no. No.
Hey, Grody, I wonder if your guy Tevin Jenkins is going to get a look at right tackle now that they're down Borum and Reef. I wonder if Tevin gets a shot.
Interesting, because that his name came up today in that regard. And, you know, first Eberflus had mentioned Riley Reif and Alex Leatherwood and Michael Schofield. Somebody asked him, what about putting Tevin Jenkins back at right tackle? Of course, the Flus says everything is open. We're talking about everything. But then he said, but we're really comfortable with Tevin where he is at guard. So I think that means no. That's a non-starter, I think.
God, you'd rather have Michael Schofield out there?
I think they'd rather not mess up 2 positions for one. And if they feel like they've got a good one at a one spot, they don't have any other players who are good. So let's just stay bad at tackle and be good at guard.
Well, it goes back to the beginning of the season. There is something about his play at right tackle
they don't like it.
Right, and so that's not going to happen. I like that idea, like that question, because it's interesting, because it would be, you'd really be getting your money's worth if you could get Tevin Jenkins back to a tackle spot. But that's based on what I heard today, that ain't happening.
Any nuggets we need to know?
Yes, one extra cut here from Matt Eberflus. Don't mess with the hits principle, folks.
What
what's your evaluation of the hits principle at this point of the season? Because I think that was seen as something that could help a rebuilding team max out, through injuries, rookies, trades, this and that. And frankly, I'm not sure if that's been the case.
No, I think it has been the case.
Mark Potash.
I will say, I need to say, Flus did add more, but no, I do think it's working.
I think it has been the case.
So there is more context to it, but it sounded funnier to cut it right there, I thought.
Which is normally how good reports are done.
Exactly.
You're perfect for this show. That is amazing. Oh God, what a question by Potsy.
Yeah, love Potsy. And if you guys have time, do you guys have time, or do you got to go?
No, we can. We got the guys are saying that we want to hear this last one. What do we get?
Okay, because Tevin and I, we've talked about barbecue and Tevin Jenkins, that is, barbecue and food in the past. And Tevin and I had kind of a serious interview conversation, but somehow we got into the Bears making their second trip to New York.
Last time I didn't get a New York style pizza. I might have to get one next time.
Oh, you didn't get? Oh, didn't they have them outside your locker room? I thought they had like individual size.
Oh yeah, they did.
Gotta get on that, man.
I didn't like the one I had.
Really?
It was like a pesto something. I don't know. It wasn't that good. I was like, oh my god.
Have you had Chicago deep dish yet?
Yeah, I like the Chicago deep dish. You can't have too many of them. You get full off of two.
Oh, dude. 2 pizzas or 2 pieces?
Pizzas. Oh my god. Pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to write the buddy cop movie that you guys make together. Brody and Tevin.
Juan Castillo has a cameo.
Chris Emma is featured.
Yeah.
Hey guys, stick to the facts in the case. Absolutely.
The part with Emma was that Juan Castillo. Every time he saw Emma, he'd be like, "How's your wife and kids? How's the kids?"
Still not married, Coach.
He's like one of the youngest guys in that room, man. He's the one that always tagged forever.
Mark Brody and Tevin Jenkins in Running Scared, the sequel.
Hey, man, you want to go to Home Depot? Let's go.
Grody, have you talked to Tevin about how polarizing your sign-off with him, talking about his fiance, is on the station? Have you mentioned that?
Not yet, but I'm going to.
Yeah.
That will happen before the end of this season. I'm going to ask, because he's never said a word about that, but I do want to see if he is, maybe he's heard, maybe he listens, I don't know, but I do want to see if he knows anything about it, or maybe he just thought it, actually, I'd like to think that Tevin just thought it was normal and nice and very kind of me.
It's just how they are up here in Chicago. All the media wants to hug my wife.
Give your fiance a big hug and take good care of her. And I really appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much, man. Let's do it again soon, okay?
Yes, sir. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
This guy on the radio told me to give you a hug, honey. So we're going to just go decorate some Christmas trees and go to the skyscrapers.
Take care of her.
Take care of her. And then give her a hug.
I would have preferred that she heard that as well. And she brought it up to Tevin. Said, hey, what was it that guy asking about me? I heard part of the interview that he asked about your fiance.
And then in the background, hey, give her a hug for me, too.
Oh my. See you, Grody.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Mark.
It's a Bears Report with Mark Grody. We have to let you know that you can join Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Herron for the Miller Lite Top Draft Show tomorrow at Dunning Poorhouse, located 7718 West Addison Street in Chicago from 6 to 9. While you're enjoying the broadcast, register to win future Bears tickets, other prizes brought to you by Miller Lite. It's Miller time. That's tomorrow at Dunning Poorhouse, 7718 West Addison.
Jose Abreu is a Houston Astro. We're going to talk more about it tomorrow, but it could have been worse, Danny. I want to tell you about that when we put a bow on this thing.
Okay, Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Bears lose. They fall to the Jets for their 5th straight loss. Keep it here for full reaction to the loss from all of our shows and team of Bears experts, along with your reaction too. Plus, we'll look to their next matchup when they take on the Packers back at Soldier Field. We're talking Bears here on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for.
When do we get to say goodbye to Jose Abreu then?
Right. Like,
don't you owe that to your fans?
And him. Like, there was a sign I saw, I think it was Vinny Duber who posted it. There's a sign put on one of the statues leading into the ballpark after the game yesterday that says, if Jose leaves, I leave. Like,
he's leaving.
I think he is too, but there's clearly a lot of fans that would have liked to show their appreciation to him at least one more time if he's going to lead.
He's been an important White Sox player for a long time. He's on a lot of their all-time hit lists.
And it was, I guess, so upsetting that Jose himself then had to tell everyone, no, it wasn't the White Sox that did this. It wasn't an oversight. It was my decision. I wanted to see and watch the game.
What?
Right.
They made him do that?
I don't think they made him do it. I think that, as per usual, the adults in the room adulted in the room.
The only people ahead of Jose Abreu in all-time White Sox offensive wins above replacement, Frank Thomas, Luke Appling, Eddie Collins, Minnie Mignoso, Nellie Fox, and Paul Konerko. That's it. And those behind Abreu, Carlton Fisk, Robin Ventura, Ray Durham.
So Layla yesterday was talking about how she actually has a couple days off during the week, which is weird. And she had yesterday off. And she's like, well, it'd be perfect to go over to the ballpark. It was a great day. And then she goes, wait, Jose Abreu's not in the lineup? No, I'm not going over there for that. I don't know. Like I am glad that it's over. And I hope that now, like, they can go to work on fixing some of their overarching problems. And I guess the question is, do you trust them to do it?